Chapter 1 Braised Pork Knuckle and the Naked Man. This is a romance novel. Everything serves the author's exp. The female lead is not powerful, but lecherous. When Lin Jo woke up, she felt that something was wrong with her whole body. She was clearly in the middle of a live stream for Braised Pig Trotter's upgraded version, using a recipe she had treasured for years: 20-year-aged soy sauce, extra thick rock sugar, pork hocks soaked overnight at low temperature, and finally that spoonful of bone broth. Essence simmered until it melted off the bone. There were over 1 million reservations across the platform, and the comment section was flooded. Cis pig trotters are the reason I'm alive. Can the livestream be sent by courier? A top chef has emerged from the engineering world, sisters, because besides being a semi-professional food streamer, she's also a proper female engineer who graduated from a 985 university with a mechanical engineering degree. She can cook, disassemble machines, and draw 3D modeling blueprints. On workdays she uses her brain to calculate stress analysis charts. On days off she uses heat and seasoning to win people's hearts. So when she suddenly opened her eyes, woke up from the room full of fragrances and camera lights, and found herself lying in a rust-stained iron bed with cold sweat all over her face, her first reaction was actually, "Shit, where's the pot?" She looked down and saw that what was under her wasn't a kitchen non-slip mat but several dirty canvases, stained with dark marks that could not be told if they were grease or blood. There was no aroma of Sichuan pepper oil in the air, only a sharp metallic smell, the scent of disinfectant, and a hint of burnt resin like a machine tool running too hot. She recoiled to the side and bumped into something soft, warm, and human. She turned her head stiffly. Then she saw him. On the other side of the bed lay a man. Lin Jo almost called the police, though she had no signal to do so now. A stranger, shirtless, lying on the other side of the bed. He was very thin, yet with defined muscles. His body was wrapped in winding bandages and bruises. His collarbones were deeply sunken, his skin pale, and a metal collar circled his neck, emitting a faint red glow. Collar. Lin Jo was stunned. Foot of the bed modified Lin Jo? Everything felt completely wrong. Her head wasn't clear yet when she heard a ding. Dear binding successful. An ajoy female voice sounded in her mind, sweet-toned and as familiar as an online shop's customer service greeting. Host ID 2077, congratulations on transmigrating into the Wasteland Survival Instance. System type: Mandatory Enforcement. Female Attacker Upgrade Pack. Current mission: please subject the target, i.e., the male lead of this story, to humiliation of language, emotions, and body every day to accumulate survival points redeemable for valuable supplies. Target: male lead Pei Hanzhou, former commander of the human shelter, betrayed and set up by colleagues leading to mass deaths of shelter residents, punished by a military tribunal, now gravely injured and disabled, powers gone, currently under the supervision of the dear host Lin Jo. What supervision? What humiliation? The system gently added another line. It means you should really mistreat the supervised subject. The harsher the better, dear. The system will score and reward you. You know why Lin Jo had read tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of time travel novels, and had even opened an SVIP membership on Tomato Novels. In the face of the current situation, she immediately came to terms with it. I've transmigrated and I've bound a system. But system, aren't you mistaking me for someone else? I never read this kind of novel. If I'm going to transmigrate, let it be into an urban story. Dear, we are AI intelligence, we don't make mistakes. The system is synchronizing the host's humiliation value. Detected as 0. Base rating: Little Bunny Type 3. Lin Jo flared up. I'm a female engineer. Not a top, damn it. The system paused for a second, then answered in an overly cutesy tone. If it says you are, then you are. The system doesn't make mistakes, dear. What a disgusting system. Lin Jo complained. Can you switch to a different voice pack? A girlish voice with an emoji pack. Every line you say, I want to file 10 complaints. The system was silent for 3 seconds. Then it responded in a tone even more aggravating than before. Hello dear, your request has been received by the system. If you have more suggestions, feel free to keep complaining. No returns if you're dissatisfied. Now, please begin your journey of suffering. Lin Jo. I thank your whole family. She couldn't bring herself to abuse someone she didn't know. Lin Jo looked down at the man on the bed again. He still hadn't woken, but his brows were tightly furrowed, as if he could open his eyes at any moment. Is he the supervision target? Or the male lead of this world? The male lead has it so rough. She still has to keep persecuting him. Lin Zhou has no such inclination at all. She's just a very ordinary, kind civilian. The man moved slightly. He looked to be in great pain. The collar at his neck had already burned wounds into his skin. A faint red glow flickering, clearly some kind of high-voltage device. Lin Zhou drew a breath, wanting to do something, that even if it was only to take off the collar. To lessen his pain, she reached out and gently placed her hand on the collar clasp at the man's throat. In that very instant, a sharp crackle of electricity suddenly exploded. Edited, stifled. Extremely hoarse gasp escaped his throat. His arm grabbed the edge of the bed in an instant, but he didn't make a sound, enduring the pain with sheer force. The electric shock lasted 2 seconds before gradually stopping, but his breathing was ragged, his chest heaved violently, sweat trickling down his temples, hair disheveled, eyes fixed on her as if he had seen through everything. Only the muscles at the side of his neck twitched. His thin lips pressed tight as he forced out a sound of pain. Sweat slid down his temple, falling between his pale neck and the metal collar, evaporating into a faint wisp of steam. Lin Zhou's fingertips felt as if they'd been burned as well. She instinctively withdrew her hand. "I didn't mean to." He didn't answer. Not even a single breath, he just stared at her. His expression neither angry nor questioning, only a death-like silence. It was an utterly controlled, stoic posture of restraint, as if this man had grown used to it all. Electric shocks, humiliation, her closeness, her touches to him, all were things he had to endure day after day. He didn't explain, nor did he ask why. Lin Zhou, "Oh, not. I really just. Ding, humiliation task completed. Today's task achieved. Rewards delivered. Points 2, basic supplies 2 packs," the system announced cheerfully. Chapter 2. As long as you hold on until the male lead kills you, you can happily return home. Lin Zhou felt a chill in her stomach. She stared dazedly at the icons that appeared in the pop-up window. A bottle of water, a pack of nutrient solution. Causing people pain yields profit. What kind of hellish setup is this? But this is far too similar to her past life. Lin Zhou's life was another version of hell. Her boss exploited her, clients bullied her, and everyone's suffering flowed down to her at the bottom. As an ordinary worker, she could only endure making money for her boss so he could profit, then taking a little salary for herself. Lin Zhou worked in mechanics. She graduated from a top university 985 in mechanical automation and dove headfirst into tunnel design, drawing plans by day, revising them by night, and being dragged back to the office at midnight by her boss' urgent scheme demands. Even so, no matter how hard she worked, the pay wasn't necessarily much. There are few women in this line of work. She feared losing her job, so she had to work harder than her male colleagues, striving to be the MVP among the oxen and horses, the #1 corporate drone. She had long since gotten used to it and turned pain into food, releasing all her stress into the food livestream she loved. Lin Zhou stared at the icon in the pop-up window and suddenly laughed. "This thing of yours isn't it just an advanced form of capitalism? I'm familiar with it. If this system thinks humiliating others gives her pleasure, then it really misjudged people. As for her, Lin Zhou, her best skill was not doing odd jobs but enduring. Enduring being scolded, enduring hair falling out. She could endure all grievances but would never actively cause them for others." Lin Zhou took a deep breath and put away her emotions. She looked calmly at the system pop-up. "So you mean I have to humiliate him before you give me resources, right? Darling, it's like this." The 3G the system continued to play dumb and act cute, but you can also choose to refuse non-mainline missions. "Dear, you'll just miss out on new resource rewards. Then how can I go home?" Lin Zhou asked. "Dear, the target is the male lead. He will awaken supernatural powers in the future, become a boundary breaker of the 5th era, the savior commander, and together with the future female lead, save all humanity. Right now he's at the lowest point of his fate in his tempering period. You're his plot-sharpening whetstone. Work hard to torment him." Lin Zhou, relying on her experience of reading 10,000 novels. Lin Zhou glanced at the person on the bed and said in a dry voice, "And then? After the male lead makes his comeback, is he supposed to come and destroy me?" System, dear, you guessed so accurately. The simulation results show the target has a high probability of eliminating the regulators after regaining their powers, which means you, dear, and this just so happens to be the optimal ending path set by the system. As long as you hold on until the male lead kills you, you can happily return home. Isn't that super convenient, Lin Zhou? The oxen and horses who diligently and conscientiously complete their KPIs really are only destined to be fired. To help the host quickly get into character, please move outside the door and get to know the new world. The system continued to prompt. Lin Zhou couldn't stay inside the room anyway. She rolled out of bed, took 3 quick steps to the door, and put her hand on the doorknob. The metal door of the shed creaked. Heavy and cold wind blew in through the crack, carrying a hint of rust. She braced herself against the doorframe and leaned half her body out. Then the air exploded, not a metaphor, it exploded in the literal sense. The top floor of the distant steel tower suddenly collapsed. The whole structure tore apart with a roar, thick smoke billowing like ink. Immediately the alarm blared. Wu Lin-Zhou squinted, his gaze cutting through the shimmering heat outside the guardrail. On the other side of the 3-layer rebar wall, something was sprinting at high speed. It wasn't human. It was a mutant moving on all fours with web-like bony spines. Its skin had already sloughed off halfway, and 2 rows of glandular spines had split open along its back, its running speed almost a blur. And what it was chasing were a group of slower, more putrefied, joint-twisted zombie-type mutants. Lin Zhou's face went white in an instant. Her movements were faster than a reactor overheating. She slammed the door shut, clicked the latch into place, and almost welded a cross brace onto the door out of reflex. She pressed against the door, her breathing stalling, sweat forming at her temple outside the door. Mutated creatures and zombies were rampaging in a chaotic frenzy. Inside the room was a stranger wearing a collar, who looked as if she had just given him an electric shock. She forced herself to reach a conclusion. Outside the door was far more terrifying than inside, so she decided that even if she had to force herself to socialize, she should first get on good terms with the room's electrocuted subject. She slowly turned her head, and when she looked up, she met a pair of eyes. He tilted his head slightly, watching her quietly. His features were sharp, his brows and eyes like blades. He didn't speak, but those eyes were so still they were like a knife. Sheathed yet already oppressive. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Embarrassed enough to dig her toes into the ground. You. Hello? She probed. Pei Hanzhou. Commander? He didn't answer, only slowly scanned her with a glance from her forehead, face, neck, down to the hand with which she had just closed the door, then back to her eyes. Lin Zhou felt a chill run down her spine from being stared at. The system finally came online, its tone sickeningly sweet. Kissy, this is the apocalypse, so don't think about lying flat, slacking off, or not working. You want earn points by abusing the male lead. Without the host's kisses, the host simply won't survive a single day. Chapter 3. Like a pig trotter on a scorching pan, both sooty and scalding, the system kindly continues to provide background material. Below is a brief explanation of the setting. The current area is Wasteland Instance C772. The time is the 32nd year after the infection war. Due to a viral outbreak, global resource wars, and runaway biological experiments, over 70 of humans and flora and fauna have mutated into infected entities. The remaining humans are mainly gathered in high defense shelters. Your original identity was the surgeon of Shelter W, codename W. Average ability, unambitious, only capable of the simplest surgical procedures. After Shelter W was destroyed, the host and the male lead became refugees of Shelter X. The host has no special powers, and has a low priority for resources. Lin Zhou's throat tightened. I was originally a doctor, how did I end up a refugee? The system's tone shifted, suddenly sinking into melancholy, as if switching to a tragic script. Dearie, we regret to inform you that Shelter W experienced a system failure during the Horde attack. Commander Pei Hanzhou issued a lockdown order, and Evacuation Channel 7 was closed early. 98% of Shelter W's residents, including the host's family, were unable to evacuate in time and perished together. Boo-hoo, please accept our condolences. Dear Lin Zhou. After all this male lead is still the man who killed her father. Then what is my relationship with him now? Lin Zhou asked with difficulty. Why are we staying together? Host and supervisee Pei Hanzhou signed a strategic marriage pilot agreement 4 months ago. Legally in a bound state, a proper fiancé and fiancé relationship. Jizhi Lin Zhou? Who are you saying is with whom? Fiancés. Be clear. The system kindly adds. Pairing ID W199A, part of the shelter's core pairing records. The male lead had applied to be released multiple times. Approval was delayed due to the war. Lin Zhou. So the male lead never wanted to marry her? Did the original protagonist shamelessly throw herself at him? The system continued to report obliviously. Post-war period, after the host's original body learned that her family members died under the male lead's orders, she forcefully entered the base control room, had a confrontation with the target. and voluntarily signed a supervision agreement with the following postscript. Since he can't die, then I'll watch him live like a ruin, Lin Jiu. She sat down against the wall, pressing her fingers to her temples. System. Kiss him here, can't you let me transmigrate into one of those pastoral worlds where I fall in love, eat hot pot, do infrastructure work, and casually raise 2 little superpowered dogs. The system paused for 2 seconds, then said earnestly. Host attributes. Mentally oppressive, tangled. With hatred, Apocalypse Sejerena type protagonist. Congratulations on entering the classic revenge female lead plot opening phase. The system will continue to accompany Dear to humiliate the male lead. Strive to earn survival points, go for it. Nung Lin Jiu's heart was as dead as ashes as she sighed. Outside the door were zombies sprinting. Inside the door was the man who killed her father. Lin Jiu inhaled and slowly summarized. This day is simply like a pig's trotter on a hot panchard and scalding system. Kiss comment is so apt. Want to reward with a bottle of chili sauce? It can be used to smear all over the male protagonist. Night fell. Outside the shack, wind howled, slapping the tin roof like a mutant doing a step dance on top. Lin Jiu curled up beside the toolbox across from the bed, sorting her gear while stealing glances with the corner of her eye at the person on the bed. She had meant to sleep, but there was someone in the room who would kill her in the future and had just been zapped by her, so Lin Jiu felt not an ounce of safety, especially now. The man had a fever. A high fever, burning fiercely. Lin Jiu originally didn't dare get close, but after listening to his increasingly heavy breathing all night, she couldn't bear it any longer and touched his forehead. Burning hot like head just come out of a steel mill. System. She muttered under her breath. He's running a fever, should I do something about it? Kiss detected target's body temperature abnormal. 39.8 C current condition. Extremely weak. A perfect time for humiliation. Omega? What did you say? It is recommended that the host take advantage of this golden window to enter the Advantage Strike process and unlock the Core Dignity Strike achievement. The item is located at the lower left of the bedboard. Lin Jiu slowly turned her head and looked at the partly open small drawer at the edge of the bed. Bored. Her hand froze for 2 seconds, then she slowly crouched down and reached out to pull open the little box. The next second she nearly short-circuited on the spot. Inside the box, neatly arranged in a row, tools of various sizes and lengths. They were obviously implements used for that sort of thing. Lin Jiu's voice was weak. How much did the original body hate the male lead? It could even go this far. The system was still pushing. Item recognition detected successfully. Host, please follow the prompt to perform the male dignity destruction action. Lin Jiu finally exploded. She sprang to her feet, waving that thing like a sword in the air, and yelled at the system in her head. Are you crazy? Who do you think I am? I'm just a mechanic. You want me to use that filthy thing on a feverish, weak man? The system replied in a deadpan tone. Current target consciousness is fuzzy, attack power reduced. Optimal stage for humiliation. You're the optimal one, my ass. Lin Jiu gritted his teeth. This is forcing the good to become prostitutes. Chapter 4. Stop, what are you trying to do? The system paused for half a second, then replied in the same tone. Dear, please watch your language. This system is a health platform and refuses any swearing. Kurikasi. Lin Jiu felt a rush of heat surge up. Suddenly Lin Jiu sensed a gaze fall on her. She turned her head sharply. Pei Hanzhou had woken. The man's eyes were half open. A layer of emotions, weakness, grogginess, and calm flickering across them. He was clearly disoriented, yet still like the blade of some fallen war god, even broken, still sharp. Lin Jiu. She silently stepped back half a pace, kicked the box back under the bed, and forced an awkward, stiff smile. I was just looking around. The system then popped up in a saccharine voice. Ding dong. Dearie detected that the host's humiliation behavior has been interrupted. The system is so sad, but never mind. To encourage you to keep trying to humiliate your target, we are now offering you a limited-time newbie incentive gift pack superpower edition for collection. It's been changed. What does that mean? But she's a girl, how could she do that kind of thing to the male lead? Dear, just a gentle push and you can receive a powerful supernatural attribute. Isn't that simple? Lin Jiu's expression froze, his eyes clear. Thanks, no need. I still have some principles. Host? The baseline can keep being refreshed. She ignored it. The man kept his original posture, staring intently at her every move. His complexion was so pale it was almost translucent. His lips were cracked, and there was a faint bloodshot thread at the corner of his eye. Even while feverish and dehydrated, His features remained deep and sharply cut, like a blade carved by a cold wind. Lin Jiu couldn't help stealing 2 glances. It's not that she's a fangirl. After all, most of the people she's met in her life are rough construction workers, blueprint-stained faces, and sullen client representatives. Handsome guys who look like the male lead template with a touch of brokenness like this basically only show up in the comics she reads and the short video edits she scrolls through. This person is really too miserable, Lin Juxin thought. After all, he's still a living person. At a time like this, taking advantage of someone's misfortune is something Lin would never, ever do. But as a very experienced corporate drone, Lin Jiu had long learned one truth. You must have principles, but your brain has to keep up. Lin Jiu smiled faintly. The smile was a little dangerous, that slyness peculiar to an office veteran about to push back against Pew. She looked down and thought for 2 seconds, then suddenly asked, I just earned 2 points. Can I use them now? The system responded immediately. Available points, 2 points. You can currently exchange for basic survival supplies, or enter the quest item unlock area. Lin Jiu said. I want to exchange for modified. Actually, it's a kind of anti-pyretic. The system did not hesitate. The next second a dark gray glass bottle appeared out of thin air in the supply box beside her. The label reading, Points Redemption 1, Indomethacin Suppository, provides continuous fever reduction for 10 hours. Lin Jiu squatted by the bedside. Holding the freshly redeemed backup fever-reducing suppository, she stared at the bottle for 30 seconds. Drug name, generic name. Suppository for emergency fever reduction, rectal use, product name. Posterior route, special antipyretic suppository, model specification. 1.5 g 5 pieces, dosage and administration, adults. 1 tablet each time, no more than 3 times daily, with intervals of at least 6 hours. After use, rest in bed and avoid strenuous exercise. Precautions: do not use if allergic to any ingredient of this product. Do not use if you have a history of rectal bleeding, severe hemorrhoids, rectal ulcers, or similar conditions. If extreme resistance is encountered, consider whether it can be replaced with other milder cooling methods. During use, please maintain gentle posture, steady movements, and a healthy mindset. While self-hypnotizing, Lin Jiu took a deep breath. This is a medical procedure, it's emergency care. It's the apocalyptic expression of humanitarianism. She moved very lightly toward the man and lifted the blanket covering him. Pei Han's body was still burning, breathing shallow and rapid, his muscles tense from the high fever. Lin Jiu gritted her teeth and decided to finish it quickly. She reached out with both hands and began to pull at the old cloth combat pants around his waist. She had only pulled them halfway, stopped at a low, deep voice suddenly sounded like a frost blade cutting through the deep night. Lin Jiu froze completely. Her hand was still caught between fabric and skin. Her fingertips touched that hot, taut waist muscle. She slowly looked up. The man's eyes were open, rimmed red, yet still cold like a blade clawed up from the depths of hell. What do you want to do? His voice was hoarse and fractured, each word seeming scalded by flames, yet the diction remained clear. Lin Jiu. Her mind went completely blank. Then, memories suddenly surged up. The original owner's memories flooded in like a torrent forcibly poured in. She once squatted in front of Pei Hanzhou like this, tugging at the hem of his clothes and begging, if only you would look at me. She had appeared countless times outside his office, by the training ground, even along the route of his meetings, all as his fiancée, just to make him glance back one more time. Her parents pulled every string and forcibly arranged things for her, shoving an engagement contract into the shelter system. Chapter 5. I feel like I've thrown myself into hell. And Pei Hanzhou, even standing in front of her, would only say one sentence. Don't come near me. Not hatred, not even anger, but indifference, a severance, a way of handling her that was too lazy to even waste any emotion. So it turned out the original owner had an unrequited love, kind of pitiful. Lin Jiu suddenly understood a little. What became of that stubborn, obstinate, unrequited love of the original owner? Knowing he would never turn back, yet still chasing him desperately. The engagement obtained by exhausting her whole family's efforts was met with contemptuous looks. Then she finally broke down after her parents died following his order to seal the corridor. She lost everything and had only him left. The original person's final choice to become a warden was probably motivated by more than just hatred. Maybe she just wanted this man to finally lower his head and look at her. Even if it was in humiliation, the man on the bed was still holding on to consciousness. His gaze fixed on Lin Jiu's face, but without any extra emotion. He was very cold, Cold in a way that didn't match someone running a 40-degree fever. He only managed to move his lips with difficulty after a long time. His voice was still low and broken but clear. If you want to kill me, just do it. After saying that, it was as if he had exhausted the last of his strength. His eyelids drooped heavily. Ke Lin could tell hadn't truly fainted, he was just unable to hold on any longer. His breathing still carried a trace of unwillingness, his muscles barely noticeably tensed, as if on guard, as if resisting, yet also as if instinctively unable to fend off the next step of fate. Lin Jiu felt a sinking in his heart. She still clenched the bottle of emergency antipyretic suppositories in her hand, the other hand suspended in midair, only a centimeter from the man's waistband. She wanted to open her mouth to explain. Actually this. But at that moment the system's prompt drifted out like a shadow following her. Warning, darling, if you voluntarily disclose the nature of the task or claim the humiliating actions were unintentional, it will be judged as task evasion. Points will be deducted immediately and countermeasures activated. Explanation: task failure. Lin Jiu could only bite down hard on his back teeth, forcing himself to squeeze out the palest line in the world. It'll be fine soon. Bear with it. She thought the man had already lost consciousness, but unexpectedly, at the moment she reached out to undo his belt, the body that should have been unconscious suddenly jolted. He straightened as if struck by an electric shock. His waist and abdomen tightened instantly, and his arms moved sharply as he tried to block her. But in the end he couldn't lift it. He only made two symbolic struggles, like a beast in its last convulsions in the blaze, and finally dropped limply. Breathing sped up, eyelashes fluttered, Adam's apple bobbed. Lin Jiu held his breath for a moment, his movements frozen. She hesitated for 3 seconds, then looked down and, with a quick motion, hid the medicine in her palm, pulled back a corner of the bedding and carefully reached in, the vial pressed against his feverish skin. In that moment she could almost feel him trembling slightly. As if in the haze of consciousness, he knew what was coming next but also knew he had no power to stop it. She had never considered herself strong, but in that moment, she was the one in control. She didn't dare look, only holding her breath, precisely pushing the antipyretic in. The sensation in that moment had warmth, had resistance, and also a faint, ill-timed intimacy. Even if it was merely a medical act, even if it had to be done, there was still a sense of shame that skimmed her skin like a blade. The man tensed instinctively, a low, hoarse, muffled sound coming from his throat, so suppressed it seemed scraped out from deep within his windpipe. Lin Jiu gritted her teeth and quickly delivered the medicine to the prescribed spot, her movements decisive and devoid of emotion. She had to be fast, or even she wouldn't be able to hold on. The man's brow furrowed deeply, his cheeks flushed a feverish red, his lips trembling as if to speak, but no words came out. He sank completely. This time he truly fainted. Lin Jiu slowly withdrew his hand, gently tucked the quilt, then quickly stood up and stepped back. Just as he reached the corner of the wall, the system interface flashed up. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Mission completed. Current status: qualified. Superpower permissions unlocked. Rewards are being distributed. Keep it up, and humiliate the male lead. A new prompt appeared before Lin Jiu's eyes. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the supernatural ability. Stipe psychic power purification. She was momentarily stunned. Purification? Sounds pretty okay. System: purified as a psychic non-offensive ability. Current stage functions are 1. Can purify low-level mutated creatures, severing them from the source of contamination and converting them into normal organisms. 2. Can eliminate mild mutations, toxins, and infectious agents within the target's body. 3. Can stabilize certain mental states, alleviate psychosis, or temporarily suppress berserk episodes. Lin Jiu. She was silent for 3 seconds, then lifted her eyelids somewhat incredulously. So you mean I can't fight monsters, I can't run away, and I can't make a shield for myself? System: nope, you can't. She: am I just an air purifier? System: dear, you are the humanoid air freshener. Host: Lin Jiu. She silently lowered her head and looked at her hands. No flames, no lightsabers, no telekinesis. She couldn't even, like movie heroes, make things explode with a raise of her hand. What use is this? She had just spent so long psyching herself up to do that kind of thing to someone. Chapter 6: I'll go buy groceries at dawn. No. I'll go fight monsters. Current extra effect reminder. After purification by the host, the structure of mutants will return to normal. For example, mutant pigs, mutant cows, etc., can be considered high-protein biological resources. Muscle fibers are firm, residual toxicity is zero, eat with confidence, no stomachache. Lin Zhou slowly stood up, and a little light finally returned to his eyes. She slowly repeated her understanding to confirm there was no mistake. So my ability is if I touch them, those poisonous, infectious mutated creatures will turn into. She paused, her expression becoming nuanced. High-protein, pollution-free, self-propelled and delivered to your door game system. You can think of it that way too, dear. And it will smell wonderful when it's Simpsonning. Lin Zhou seemed to hear, from that mutated wasteland, the sound of a clear bone broth coming to a boil. Other people's golden powers are world-shattering. Teleportation, telekinesis, Fulan firepower, turning stone into gold. Hers? Purification, detoxification, removing fishy smells. It's basically a culinary superpower. I'll go buy groceries at dawn. No, go monster hunting. I refuse to believe I'll starve to death in the apocalypse as long as you don't run fast. You're just prey. Before dawn, the shack was so quiet you could only hear the drip of water from the tin roof. Lin Zhou, who had slept on a floor mat all night, woke early. In the days before she transmigrated, she got up at 6:30 every morning, was reliably at the factory by 7, first bought a 5-yuan life-saving cup of industrial-flavored coffee in the canteen, actually 3-in-1 instant, then stepped into the office on the dot to pick up the day's work orders, material preparation plans, and equipment inspection forms from the front desk. She finished the coffee before 8, confirmed before 9 whether the shaft temperature rises of the 3 main machines were normal, and could still tweak a drawing during lunch. She once thought the hardest days of her life were when she raced deadlines until 4 in the morning. Looking back now, that was all gentle. The current boss is a lot more difficult to please. Ding, a voice from the system, so familiar it made her teeth itch, sounded in her head, its tone sweet as if laced with a dozen packets of artificial sweetener. Good morning, darling, a new day has begun. Your humiliation points have been reset. Please work hard to make the male lead feel pain. Lin Zhou herself was also in agony. Nothing was more painful than going against her nature to bully a male lead whose background she didn't know and who had suffered terribly, especially when she was destined to be killed by him later. Lin Zhou turned to look at the person on the BNO sign of life. After the fever medicine took effect last night, Pei Hanzhou never woke up. She had intended to go out and deal with some edible mutants. But now she suddenly felt uneasy. The male lead's shattered body, surely it didn't fail to hold up, did it? She hesitated for a few seconds, then quietly got up and tiptoed toward the bedside. Pei was lying on his side, sleeping lightly. His brows were still furrowed, his breathing rapid, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. Lin Zhou felt a tightening in her chest. Burned back again? She murmured softly, reached out her hand, wanting to gently touch his forehead to check the temperature, but she didn't make contact. A hand suddenly clamped down on her wrist. The next second, her whole body was violently pulled forward and slammed hard onto the mattress. What more do you want to do? Lin Zhou's wrists were bent back beside her head. She felt the man's feverish, burning breath, and for a moment her mind went completely blank. Wait, not listen, let me explain. She was just about to shout, when she suddenly noticed something. Under her back and along the sides of her legs, that mattress felt a little damp. Lin Zhou. Her mind went buzz and exploded. Last night after she gave him the fever medicine, she was so nervous that after pushing the pill in, she actually forgot to put his pants back on. Great hell, definitely thinks she took advantage of him while he was unconscious, and just now heaven is just. She really only wanted to check that the fever hadn't come back. But Pei Hanzhou obviously didn't know any of that. He had already come down on top of her, bearing the feverish heat and strength of a high fever that hadn't broken, and a calm so close to losing control it felt like rage. His face was by her ear, breathing heavy and hoarse, as if had been restraining himself for a long time. Lin Zhou, I told you you could kill me. You're not killing me now. The one who will die later will be you. Lin Zhou. She struggled like a madwoman, but was pitifully weak. Fortunately, the other person was also frail, and Lin Zhou tumbled headfirst off the bed, crashing onto the floor with a thud. She sat up clutching her arm, about to curse. When she looked up, Pei Hanzhou did not get up to follow. He remained half-propped, his shoulders heaving violently, his face frighteningly pale, but from his crotch down there was not a sound. Lin Zhou was stunned for 3 seconds before she finally reacted. She looked at his motionless legs, her mouth opening slightly. Your legs can't move? The air suddenly went quiet. The man lowered his eyes, silent as snow, cold to the extreme. The next seconding, humiliation rebound 12.0.1 points Yuno Linjiao. She stared at the prompt box, the corner of her mouth twitching, her heart roaring. Can you not shut up for 1 minute? No, I can't. Linjiao took a deep breath and met the gaze of the person on the bed again. Pei Hanzhou said nothing. His eyes were cold as iron, as if he were recording every word, every action, every look with which she had humiliated him, jotting them down in some bottomless ledger to be reclaimed all at once one day. Chapter 7 Make me flesh? Linjiao shrank her neck. You have a lot of strength. It seems you're much better. Well then, I'm heading out. She slung on her bag, pushed the door open, and left behind a parting line as she looked back. There's nutrient solution and clean water by the bedside. If you get hungry. Before she could finish, the system chimed cheerfully online. Moi detected. The host actively gave the target a caring action. Current behavior categorized as positive emotion transmission. Humiliation progress decreased by 0.1 points. If it drops below 0, you won't be able to redeem anything today. Those points are like KPIs, they come fast and go fast. Linjiao bit his lips, stiffened, and turned back toward Pei Hanzhou, adding in a tone that made even his own scalp tingle with awkwardness. You'd better save some for later. I don't plan to serve you every day. I'll starve you 3 meals sooner or later, and see if you're still so arrogant. After saying that, she kicked the door open and ran off as if fleeing. There weren't many birdsong on the wasteland morning, only the sharp resonant sound of wind striking the high walls. As if something distant was crawling, Linjiao slung the torn pack over his back and slipped along the abandoned flagstones toward the outskirts. The shelter people didn't stop her. Probably no one thought a recruit who hadn't even fastened her pauldrons properly could make it 3 kilometers. She didn't think she could go far either. She just wanted to try how this purification ability actually worked. The system had hyped it up, claiming it could turn mutated creatures into high-protein ingredients. She figured she might be the wasteland's first soup maker, cooking up the future with her own hands. But just as she reached the edge of the wasteland, she ran into a problem. A massive shadow slowly rose from a heap of scrap steel, all 4 hooves on the ground, its skin covered in cracked gray-red swellings, iron-like bony spikes growing along its spine, a collapsed bridge of the nose, and unknown mucus dripping from the corners of its mouth. It looked like a pig. But it was definitely not ipi, as the Chinese people's favorite ingredient. Pigs are not this big, this disgusting, or this foul-smelling. It smells worse than a pig that's been dead for a month. The pig monster seemed to have completely failed to notice Linjiao. It took 2 steps, then lay down to continue sunbathing and sleeping. Before long it was snoring like thunder. Linjiao stood stunned for 3 seconds. The system popped up to greet him. Dear mutant pig type target identified successfully. Please use the purification ability to deal with its Uzi. Linjiao slowly approached the writhing pig monster. She half-squatted, carefully reached out her right hand, her fingertips faintly warm, just like when she triggered the purification ability last time. Come on, change into meat, she murmured softly, her fingers touching that torn patch of shoulder skin, roughly where the pork tenderloin would beta cut that's good braised or fried. Nothing happened, but the pig monster stopped snoring. Linjiao. System. Dear, your technique is very gentle, but I should remind you, purification abilities only work on inanimate objects. You didn't say that earlier. No sooner had she finished speaking than the mutated pig at her feet gave a sudden shudder. The bloodshot eyes opened, and in an instant stared straight at her. The next second it threw back its head and roared. Its split fangs and mouthful of black blood nearly smeared her face. The stench of blood hitting her like a steam kettle exploding. Linjiao didn't have time to scream, she turned and ran. System, you get out here. I absolutely will not beat you to death. Dear darling is here, please don't go berserk. Stamina is consumed quickly while fleeing for your life, so please manage calorie expenditure reasonably. As Linjiao ran, he said angrily, I'm asking you, if the male lead didn't kill me but I died because of something else, could I still go home? Dear, of course not. If you die from something else, you will really truly be dead. So please don't get any dirty ideas. I am not getting any dirty ideas. You didn't explain it properly. It's about to bite me. The mutated boar behind her barreled through the rubble like an out-of-control barbaric armored vehicle, its hooves sending concrete fragments flying, bone spurs scraping against rebar with a clanging din, chasing her, almost brushing against Linjiao's heels, about to be caught. The mutated boar had already leapt high, its fangs glinting with a viscous poisonous sheen, lunging straight for her forehead. Boom! A deafening blast detonated from the side. The shockwave, carrying scorched earth and shards of metal, ripped off half the beast's body and slammed Lin Jiu against the base of a ruined wall. Her head ringing with a sudden buzz, someone shouted angrily, "Get back!" The electric current sizzled, a blue-white arc flashed, briefly lighting up the wasteland. A group of figures leaped out of the thick smoke, their crude armor reflecting faint glints in the ashes. The scene was like a small hunting party suddenly airdropping in. What followed was a merciless sweep. Tie the net, don't let it move. Tendons cut, aim for the upper chest, pierce the heart and lungs. 3 o'clock left front ribs. The sound of the blade tearing through bone was right beside them. With the mutant pig's final piercing shriek, the massive beast crashed to the ground, kicking up a wave of dust. The smell of blood instantly filled the air, mingling with heat and scorched earth, almost choking anyone who breathed it in. Lin Jiu had half his face buried in the dirt, ears ringing, limbs weak. He could only watch helplessly as that group, like trained hunters, circled the corpse for a brief inspection. "Did you get the crystal core?" "Got it, poor quality, gray 1 star. What a waste of bullets." "All right, we've got it, so move quickly. This place isn't safe." The leader pulled out a bloodied alloy knife, casually wiped the blood on the pig monster's back, picked up the dark gray, glassy crystal core, and snorted coldly. Something of this level dares to have long spikes. Mere bluffing. The group efficiently broke formation, leaving the ruined corpse and a spread of charred blood, then turned and vanished into the depths of the rubble. Lin Jiu leaned against the base of the wall, gasping heavily. Her chest rose and fell as if about to burst, and she had no strength left to speak. She watched the silhouettes of the departing group, and only after a few minutes did she wobble to her feet and limp toward the corpse. What did the system say just now? Only lifeless mutants can be purified. Then isn't this pile of corpses before her exactly that? Lin Jiu crouched down and very carefully poked the pig monster's pale gray, long-haired back where rotting fluid was seeping out with his finger. Can it turn into pork loin? This is the make-or-break moment. Chapter 8. So you want me to go bully a crippled, diseased patient in exchange for a pot? The next second, the spot that Lin Jiu had touched, where the skin had split and the muscle had swollen, suddenly emitted a burst of white light with a PFF sound. The bone spur disappeared, the skin became smooth and taut, and the color turned into a pinkish-white pork color. Lin Jiu was stunned. Before him stood a whole slab of fresh, non-toxic, clearly textured pork belly. Lin Jiu immediately tapped several more times, sliced off a piece of raw meat enough to eat for 3 days, carefully packed it and put it into his bag. She looked up at the sky and suddenly smiled. "System, can this thing be braised?" "System, of course it can, dear. Also sending you the beginner's recipe, wasteland purified pork belly. 5 ways." Lin Jiu carried that piece of successfully purified wasteland pork belly back to the shed. Face full of excitement, she had just put the meat down and hadn't caught her breath when she realized there was a problem. Where's the pot? Where are the bowls? Where are the seasonings? She looked around. Besides a bed, a layer of dust on the floor, a chain, and a few incongruous props. There wasn't even a salt jar. Lin Jiu. She picked up the piece of meat, sat rigidly on the ground, and fell into deep thought. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook rice without a pot. Just as she was feeling dejected, the system came online right on time. "Dear, congratulations on obtaining the Tire Mutant Purified Ingredients. You have unlocked the local recipe branch cookware, seasonings like scallions, ginger and garlic, a wilderness water purifier, a portable fuel canister, and other resources can all be redeemed through the Points Mall. However, you're still a few points short of the cheapest travel kit. Please begin executing today's humiliation plan as soon as possible." Lin Jiu's eye twitched, her voice cooling bit by bit. "So you're telling me that if I don't do something to that man, I won't even be able to redeem a single grain of salt?" The system replied saccharinely. "Yes, dear. The host account currently has 1 point, which can only be exchanged for the micro charcoal stove stand component, or a disposable spatulano pot included. Recommended task: Agony Beyond Bearing Experience Pack. Make the target suffer until cold sweat breaks out, stomach cramps, wishing they were dead. Upon completion you'll receive 15 points, enough to exchange for a full set of multifunction seasoning box battlefield flavored meal pot." Lin Jiu. She hugged the piece of pork, remained silent for a full 30 seconds, then slowly looked up at the man sleeping on the bed. She glanced down again at the pink, clearly marbled slab of 3-layered pork belly in her hands. If there were a pot right now, she could cook it into a smell that would make the whole shelter salivate. The system, unbothered by making things worse, added, "Darling, if the host voluntarily increases the humiliation methods, It can also trigger a critical random reward drop, containing rare kitchenware like composite seasoning packs, reusable oil bottles, and doomsday clay pots. Lin Jiu slowly clenched his fist. So you want me to bully a crippled patient in exchange for a pot? System. Kisses, your comprehension is amazing. That's exactly what it means. Lin Jiu. I'm telling you, really, if you keep spouting nonsense, the first pot I stew will be you. Lin Jiu ignored the system. She couldn't possibly mess with a patient. However, having said that, why hasn't he woken up yet? Something's not right with you. She frowned and murmured that he clearly took fever medicine last night. So why does he have a fever again this morning? He was sleeping so deeply, with not a trace of struggle on his face. It looked as if the fever had returned and left him confused. Lin Jiu remembered very clearly, this morning the grip he used on her neck was deadly strong. Strong enough to hang her like a hanger from the edge of the bed. And now it's not moving at all. Lin Jiu began to feel uneasy. She hesitated for 3 seconds. Then finally resolved to check his temperature again. But the moment she lifted her hand, Lin Jiu's mind automatically replayed this morning's blitz. 1 second to fall, 2 seconds to pin the head, 3 seconds almost giving up under the man's biceps. A chill ran down Lin Jiu's neck, her hand hanging in midair. Even sick and disabled, the male lead's combat strength is still formidable. The plot hasn't reached that point yet. She can't be killed. Lin Jiu gritted her teeth, rummaged through the pile of tools beside her, and pulled out a wide strap and a buckle ring. This thing had originally been used by the original body for XX activities. She really didn't want to touch it, but if she didn't use it now, she was afraid she'd be pushed down onto the bedboard again. Bear with it for a bit, for my safety, she muttered under her breath as she quickly bound the man's wrists to the metal rail at the head of the bed, and, still not satisfied, fastened a chain to the electric shock collar as well, tightening it and securing it to the bedpost. The system's prompt sounded in time. Ding, dear host, you're so diligent, but you need to wake the male lead to successfully trigger the humiliation action and earn points. Better not to wake up after all. Who would want to watch themselves being chained up like a dog while awake? Lin Jiu was silent. After finishing this, she stepped back. Seeing that the man showed no reaction, she finally crouched down again and pressed her hand to his forehead. It was still scorching hot. If the fever kept burning like this, the male lead might be charred before his powers awakened. What should she do? Chapter 9. This will hurt. Lin Jiu swallowed, murmured softly, then tapped in her consciousness. System, the male lead's temperature. Could it really lead to something serious? Don't worry, darling, this system's forced binding target. Set as candidate for protagonist of the main plotline, it has an uninterruptible survival mechanism. Lin Jiu. Speak like a normal person. And short, the male lead won't die. While he's weak, feel free to boldly experience the embarrassing yet exhilarating plot. Dear Ningnung, can a person really do something like that? Lin Jiu had completely lost his mood and wanted to give the male lead another dose of fever medicine, but when he flipped back the bedsheet, he immediately went stone cold. She had originally thought the dampness on the bed came from Pei Hanzhou sweating too much after his fever dropped too quickly last night. But now she saw the faint yellowish-white mark at the edge of the wet patch, and a few streaks of dark brown, and she understood immediately. It wasn't sweat. It was seepage. Lin Jiu carefully lifted the edge of Pei Hanzhou's bedding. Her gaze traveled down from his flank, and finally she saw at the back of his right leg above the knee pit. At the top of the thigh near the coccyx a patch of skin necrosis, dark red and purplish, the surface faintly showing broken skin, seepage, and infection turning it whitish. Lin Jiu didn't know medicine, but the original body had been a surgeon though poorly qualified, and memories belonging to that original self flowed into her mind. Is it a bed sore? A type of pressure ulcer. The original owner noticed it long ago but did nothing, deliberately letting Pei Hanzhou have a persistent fever, the wound rot, his mind cloud, and gradually weakened, and no need to kill him, slowly wear him down, erode his will, and drag him under bit by bit. Lin Jiu suddenly understood the original owner's disgusting purpose. The original intent was to make this man, no matter how proud or stubborn, have to open his eyes and look at her once in his pain, even if it was to cry out her name in a struggle to survive. But the original failed. In her memory, no matter how she tormented the male lead, no matter how she treated him, this man of steel never uttered a sound. You're fucking insane. Lin Jiu stiffened, his fists clenched, but she couldn't hit herself. She had to solve the problem first. Pei Hanzhou's condition is bad. We need to clean the wounds quickly, otherwise the high fever won't go down. But right now, where are the conditions for that? Suddenly, Lin Jiu had an idea. System, Does the Point store have antibiotics or other medical supplies for debriding wound infections? A panel immediately popped up, its voice as sweet as milk tea with 20 packets of saccharin added. We have it for you, dear. Our Points Mall has prepared the post-apocalypse medical exclusive series for you. From basic wound dressings and antibacterial disinfectants to advanced nano-repair injectables, we have it all. There's even a limited-time flash sale. Ning. When Lin Jiu heard the words flash sale, his mood instantly brightened. How much? No, how many points? Antibacterial Care Pack Apocalypse Enhanced Edition. Starting at 2.0 points, includes povidone disinfectant, small gauze, disposable tweezers, basic antibiotic tablets, 3 hosts, current balance. 1 point each, just a little short, dear Lin Jiu. She took a deep breath and after a long moment spoke calmly. My task today is to make him suffer unbearably, breaking out in cold sweat, right? The system replied instantly. That's right. Dear, please continue your efforts. Lin Jiu's expression hardened. Okay. Then I'll give you something to be satisfied with. She rolled up her sleeves, glanced at Pei Hanzhou who was still asleep, then at the drinking water that had been untouched on the bedside. Suddenly she grabbed the bottle and opened it, pouring a bottle of cold water straight onto Pei Hanzhou's face, like an icy slap. The next second, the man snapped his eyes open, his body jolting as if awakened by a battlefield thunderclap. And he tried to force himself upright. But clang. His hands were buckled to the bedrail, and the instant he struggled they were pulled taut against their restraints. He saw the situation clearly. In an instant he was tied up. Even the collar around his neck was tightly tethered to the foot of the bed. Opposite him, Lin Jiu stood holding an empty water bottle, smiling at him with an innocent expression. Awake? She teased in a deliberately wicked tone. Look forward to what I'm going to do to you later, Commander Pei Hanzhou. A system prompt immediately popped up. Chime, dear host has triggered the hypothermic wake-up humiliation bonus condition. Emotional activation index reached standard. Points 1.2. Shop unlocked. After the points were credited, Lin Jiu immediately redeemed the essentials. Pei Hanzhou stared at her coldly, his eyes dark, like a blade not yet drawn. Once the person was tied up, Lin Jiu was no longer afraid. She sat astride his waist with her back to his head, not forgetting to turn and, thinking herself full of lascivious intent, let out a naughty little laugh at him. Using the tool she had redeemed from the system, she gave a quick swipe and cut open the leg of Pei Hanzhou's trousers. This was already the last piece of clothing that could cover his body. Lin Jiu immediately felt the person sitting beneath him tense their muscles. Let you feel a taste of pain that cuts to the bone. Who told you to dare grab my throat? Lin Jiu brandished the knife and scissors, swaggering, which piece of flesh to cutlets cut away this rotten bit? Hearing that threat, Pei Hanzhou instead loosened his strength. He lay flat and stopped struggling. She simply closed her eyes, as if giving up all resistance. Lin Jiu was stunned for a moment. She, who had originally planned to say something harsh to the system, suddenly found she couldn't utter a single word. Could this person be used to being treated like this? Chapter 10. Cut off a piece of your flesh, hoping you'll remember how to treat me in the future. Because the points weren't enough, the emergency debridement kit exchange contained no painkillers. Lin Jiu could only use the most primitive scissors and razors. Fortunately, although the original owner's medical skills weren't great, he was at least a surgeon. Otherwise Lin Jiu wouldn't have dared to do it. This is going to hurt. It really hurts. Even an ordinary person would gasp when alcohol is applied to a mild scrape, let alone when she was working on inflamed, ulcerated, even faintly bone-exposed rotten flesh does so. Lin Jiu was sitting on Pei Hanzhou's waist at first, specifically to stop him from thrashing in pain. But that action seemed unnecessary. The man beneath her didn't move at all. Not even a sound. Pei Hanzhou only gritted his back teeth, his fingers curling tight, clenching a corner of the bedsheet, veins bulging, cold sweat trickling down his forehead with the movements of Lin Jiu's hand. Pei Hanzhou's breathing changed. At first it was almost held back, then, slowly, little by little, it grew heavier. Each inhale trembled with restraint, hoarse and fractured, like a suppressed moan torn from the depths of the throat, only to be swallowed down at the last moment. So it never formed. Lin Jiu faced away from him, her heart racing. She knew she was doing the right thing but felt overwhelmingly guilty. People go mad from pain, but someone like him so wound up he could barely breathe yet stubbornly wouldn't make a sound. She was seeing that for the first time. Pei Hanzhou seemed to squeeze his dignity into the hilt of a knife, clenching his teeth as he held back every sharp pain across his body. Lin Jiu grit her teeth and quickly cleaned the wound. using tweezers to gently pick out the small pieces of foreign material inside. Her hand was steady to the point of being mechanical, but her gaze uncontrollably fixed on those tiny fragments, a short broken sliver of metal shrapnel, its edges already blunted, as if it had long remained in the body and been encapsulated by tissue. A few broken fibers, the weaving crude, not part of clothing but more like remnants of some low-grade binding strap. These foreign bodies were located very deep, hidden in the muscle layer closest to the periosteum. Someone had shoved these things into him, even with a high fever, even when separated from others. He never moaned or resisted. He simply used all his strength to endure, clamping his teeth so hard they hurt yet refusing to make a sound. Lin Jiao suddenly realized, these marks don't look like wounds from an injury. They look like she was treated as a prisoner, an experimental subject. Even prey. The sentence the girl's voice system spoke surfaced in his mind. Target. Male lead Pei Hanzhou, former Imperial Base commander, caused casualties by mistakenly sealing the transfer conduit. The original owner's parents died in that incident. She was not the original owner, and did not have that blood-boiling fury. Lin Jiao was just a little bewildered. Someone who had been battered to a pulp yet still gritted their teeth and fought on. Would they be the kind of commander who makes careless mistakes, shirks responsibility and targets civilians? System. The deaths of W Shelter's residents. Are they really Pei Hansis' responsibility? Of course not, darling. The male lead is responsible for the residents' deaths. But he's definitely not primarily at fault, otherwise how could Pei Hanzhou be the male lead? Us girls don't like male leads with moral stains. Omega. If it's not. Lin Jiao was about to ask further, but was interrupted by the system. Ding. Detected the target exhibiting a high-level pain response. 10 points. So good, dear. Keep it up, the system's merciless girlish voice sounded, and Lin Jiao had no choice but to continue her handiwork. She turned her back to him and couldn't see Pei Hansis' expression, but she could feel it. Every time the tweezers probed in, every time they touched the depths of the wound, it was like pulling at a string hanging on the verge of snapping. He made no sound, no struggle. Only each inhale carried a restrained tremor, low, hoarse, and fragmented, like a suppressed moan torn from the depths of the throat, but in the last instant it was forced back down, never allowed to form. Lin Jiao's heartbeat was no longer racing. She had clearly come to save him, clearly had done nothing wrong. Yet now every movement she made her feel like the perpetrator. The system chirped beside her. Kissy. So great, congratulations host for triggering the tolerance threshold event, bonus points 5. Her hand holding the tweezers froze. That point was earned from the stubborn silence. He clenched his teeth to bear. She actually gained it? Lin Jiao let out a soft breath, put away all the tools, and prepared to do the final step of applying medicine and bandaging. The moment she looked down, she suddenly noticed her legs were already soaked with cold sweat. The man beneath her still didn't move, but the bedsheet under his fingertips had been twisted out of shape. Beneath that small patch of fabric, there was even a little streak of blood. Lin Jiao silently rose from the man's scorching, stiff body, turned her back to him to bend down and arrange the cotton pads and medicine bottles, then slowly turned around to reveal a careless, almost sly smile. Cut off a piece of your flesh so you'll remember from now on, before you lay a hand on me, think carefully about the punishment you'll suffer. The voice was light and airy, like a petty person who'd completely taken advantage and was savoring it. With a touch of nasty excitement, Pei Hanzhou didn't speak, not even moving his gaze. Only the shadow around his brows and eyes deepened. Lin Jiao turned his back, silently put the medicine bottle back, and with the downward motion, lightly raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his temple. She knew this person would settle the score sooner or later, not now. But one day he would definitely stand up, his gaze clear, his strength restored, and then little by little pay back what happened today. Lin Jiao silently thought to herself, I hope when the time comes when he kills me it won't hurt too much. So please get better quickly, return to the top, then take me home. After Lin Jiao finished tidying up, Pei Hanzhou drifted back into a deep sleep. Only his brows relaxed slowly and his lips moved slightly, as if he had broken free from the state of clenched teeth. Lin Jiao quickly undid all the devices binding him, making him as comfortable as possible. Thank goodness, Lin Jiao said softly, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted. System, open the shop. I want to go shopping. Although she was saving someone, using points earned from another person's suffering to shop, Lin Jiao still felt a bit guilty. Therefore she carefully selected only the necessities. A long list of items popped up on the system interface, ranging from simple cookware, folding stoves, manual water presses, to random seasoning packs and array of delights, she opened the cookware category, and at first glance was drawn to a familiar gray icon aluminum double-handled soup pot with lid 4 points special 50 off tis TSK. She clicked through and muttered, this style. Same as the factory canteens, feels like poor quality but cheap. The system replied instantly. Your taste is spot on, this one is the king of the construction site 3-piece set. Heat resistant, good for porridge, stewing meat, even cooking mutants. Lin Jiu. She took a deep breath and all at once picked the pot, the knives, and the 2 packets of basic seasoning kits. She was about to click redeem when she suddenly glanced again at the person on the bed. The man was still asleep, his face no longer deathly pale. The hair at his forehead was damp with sweat, plastered to his skin along the contours, making him look like had been hauled out of water and was completely bedraggled. But he was no longer running a high fever. Lin Jiu also redeemed a high-concentration nutritional supplement. The injured can't be eating braised pork along with her, she said about making the exchange, a little light appearing in her eyes. No matter how terrible this post-apocalyptic world was, at least she could cook. Lin Jiu had a particular sense of ritual when cooking meat. The moment the pot hit the fire, with a sizzle the oil spat and sparks flew, the aroma exploding instantly. The wind howled outside, the corrugated iron shed creaked, but at that moment the first pot of aroma brewed by Lin Jiu seemed to have the ability to pierce the air silently, precisely, and swiftly, slipping into every corridor of the shelter, every room, every nostril already accustomed to the smell of compressed biscuits and nutrient paste. Do you smell that? Do I smell meat? Really? But it was really meat, bro. My dog was drooling that I in front of an old warehouse at Building B. 2 soldiers changing shifts by the door swallowed. Checked that the other hadn't gone mad. Then looked toward where the smell seemed to be coming from. It's the abandoned shed area in the southeast corner. Isn't that where they keep the dangerous convicts and disabled espers? Who's grilling meat over there? Could it be that person? The warden? Whoa, where did she get meat from? Could it be that they're slaughtering the prisoners? Chapter 11. Different soup, same medicine, still humiliation, just in another form. In just 10 minutes, the reputation of the entire shelter turned into southeast corner madwoman stewing human meat. Lin Jiu didn't notice the olfactory storm. She was lifting the lid and gently stirring the boiling mutant pork with the collapsible spatula that came with the pot. The aroma was overwhelming, the meat's texture was delicate, and the broth was milky and rich. TSK. Embracing mutated pork in a wasteland world. Lin Jiu ladled out a bit of broth, blew on it and took a sip. Sure. It tastes good, just as I expected. Lin Jiu scooped the soup while watching the chunks of meat churn in the pot. She filled the ladle to the brim, then carefully poured it into the bowl. It was the clear broth she had specifically chosen, skimming off every trace of oil. The color was pure, the aroma gentle, perfectly suited for someone confined to bed. Then, she casually pulled out the high-concentration nutrient solution she had just redeemed from the cloth pouch at her side. This thing's review in the system store said, can accelerate mild tissue repair, boost metabolism, and help wounds heal. Lin Jiu brought it back, intending to give the person in bed a good restorative. Pei Hanzhou could get better quickly, then she could squeeze him to death and go home. It would be absolutely wonderful. Lin Jiu carried the bowl of freshly ladled soup to the bedside. She didn't speak. She just stood for a moment, staring at the person on the bed for a few seconds. Then she slowly raised her hand, preparing to gently push his shoulder and get him up to drink something. My hand hadn't touched it yet. Those eyes suddenly opened like a beast opening its eyes in the dark, pitch black, silent, without a trace of warmth. Lin Jiu's fingertips went rigid, frozen in midair. Those were eyes like dead ash, no emotion, no fluctuation, exactly like someone who had become accustomed to life and death, judging whether you were worth wasting his last breath on. She instinctively took half a step back, fingers tightening on the rim of the bowl. Pei Hanzhou's gaze did not follow her. He only stared at her hand, still hovering, for 2 seconds, then slowly turned his head away, as if withdrawing all interest and vigilance from her. Lin Jiu didn't know that, in fact, the moment the pot lid was lifted, Pei Hanzhou had already woken. He lay with his eyes open, calmly watching the busy figure over there. His gaze wasn't focused. He just quietly watched her ladle the soup, blow on it, and then take something out of her pocket, a slender little bottle, and pour it into the bowl. He didn't move or make a sound, like a silent statue, until she brought the bowl over, her hand pausing in midair as if hesitating about how to wake him. and he suddenly opened his eyes. Pei Hanzhou just stared at her hand for 2 seconds, then withdrew his gaze as if watching a boring play, too lazy even to show anger. She gritted her teeth, snorted coldly, set the bowl by the bedside and switched to her familiar cutting tone. With the way you are now, you only deserve to drink this kind of trash. After speaking, she put the bowl down heavily, even striking a pose of obvious disdain. But inwardly she had already started rapidly mouthing to herself, come on, hurry up and declare it valid, or I acted for nothing. A few seconds later, the system's familiarly saccharine tone chimed in. Ding detected the host completing a verbal humiliation action. 0.6 points. Keep it up. Dear Lin Jiushou exhaled in relief. As long as she moved her mouth a little she could complete the KPI. The system paid no attention to the meaning behind her actions. The high-concentration amino acid nutrient solution Lin Jiu had added was meant to help Pei Hanzhou recover quickly. That goodwill was masked by her vicious words, and the system couldn't recognize it at all. Lin Jiu drew the conclusion that this system was not only bad but also stupid. But Pei Hanzhou was not stupid. He acted as if he hadn't seen that steaming bowl of meat broth, and closed his eyes again. In an instant, something suddenly came crashing into Lin Jiu's brain. She faltered and steadied herself on the corner of the nearby table. It wasn't dizziness, nor low blood sugar, but memory, a flood of fragmented, yet tangible recollections. She saw the original owner. That person standing in the dim shack, with their back turned to the bed. She held a small vial of potion in her hand. Note: combined with the heat activator, side effects include emotional loss of control and sensory overload. Duration of symptoms depends on constitution. The original woman's gaze was very cold and very heavy. She murmured, aren't you the proudest? I'd like to see how long you can endure. Without hesitation, she poured the potion into the man's cup. Afterwards, Pei Hanzhou lasted for 2 full days without drinking water, without eating anything. Without making any sound, didn't cast a single glance at her. He simply curled up like a trapped beast, his body folded so tightly it was almost deformed. Through the original owner's memories, Lin Jiu could feel that burning, feverish, near-breaking energy churning beneath his skin. Every inch of muscle seemingly fighting to suppress some instinctive impulse. His sensory system had been forcibly pushed to the limit. His sense of smell was so acute he could detect layers in the metallic scent of rust in the air, and his hearing was amplified until he could hear insects crawling inside the walls. Even couldn't tolerate the friction between his skin and the sheets. It wasn't exhilaration, it was torment. He couldn't catch his breath. Every inhalation felt as if fire scorched his throat, his lips purple, his gaze cold as still water. Yet he never surrendered to the original owner. In the end, he didn't even have any strength left. Only his body soaked in cold sweat remained, and the large brown-red stains on the bedsheet soaked through with blood. And all of this, apart from the original owner and Pei Hanzhou himself. No one else knew this kind of humiliation was remembered only by the brown stains under the sheets and the scratch marks of fingernails on the bed frame. When Lin Jiu came to her senses, she was already drenched in cold sweat. She stood there dazed, glancing back at the bowl of soup, pure and clean, with nothing wrong. She only wanted Pei Hanzhou's wound to heal faster. But what would Pei Hanzhou think when he saw her administering medicine? No need to guess. Pei Hanzhou had probably already concluded that all of this was a repetition of old tricks, the same treatment in a different form. It was still humiliation, just presented differently. At that moment, there came a rapid knock at the door. Open up. We are the shelter search team. We received a report that someone here is illegally disposing of a corpse. Bang bang bang. The iron gate was hammered hard, rattling it so much that the pot lid jumped. What corpse? Lin Jiu looked at the pork in the pot, sautéed, casually threw a scrap of cloth over the pot to block the aroma, and lazily opened the door. 3 soldiers in gray-blue tactical vests stood at the entrance. The leader was about 25 or 26, with a high, straight nose, neat hair and sharp eyes. His chest badge read Wei Chong, the acting deputy leader of the search team. His gaze passed over Lin Jiu, fell on the pot behind her, then swept to Pei Hanzhou lying on the bed in not bad condition. And he muttered to himself in disbelief, he's actually not dead. Chapter 12. What she needs to do now is use the least malice to obtain the greatest resources. Explain. Wei Cheng's tone was cold and hard. Where did the meat come from? Before Lin Jiu could speak, the familiar, teeth-aching system sound rang in her mind. Dear, please note the current environment does not recommend revealing purification-type superpowers. These kinds of abilities are easily forcibly requisitioned or put under surveillance. In serious cases they can change the plot so the host can't return home. Please be careful about what you say. Lin Zhou's eye twitched. She thought you should have said that earlier. She quickly replied, keeping her tone as if she weren't the least bit guilty. I picked it up when I went out the day before yesterday. It had been dead for half a day. The skin was pale and the flesh hadn't rotted yet. I thought since the infection response wasn't that strong, I might as well bring it back and try my luck. So I brought it back and boiled some soup. Originally I thought I could feed it to a dog, but who knew it would be edible? How could you just pick up carrion and bring it back? Wei Cheng's face was very ugly. The rookie from the squad standing behind him shuffled up a few steps and came to the bedside. The rookie was young, probably newly transferred, his eyes shining with a wolfish hunger. He looked up, saw the bowl of soup on the bedside, and without blinking lifted it up. Hey! This is drinkable, right? Anyway, it's already been stewed. Before the sentence finished, the man on the bed suddenly moved. Put it down. His voice was low and hoarse, like a blade of heated iron scraping his throat, yet unusually imposing. The next second the hand that had just reached out for the bowl hadn't grasped it yet before a faster hand snatched it away. Pei Hanzhou rose with very small movements, but steady, precise and ruthless. He sat up, one hand gripping the head of the bed, the other steadily lifting the soup bowl as if nothing had happened, slowly drinking the soup from the rim. The room was silent. Even Wei Cheng was stunned. Such a cripple, injured like that, could actually move so deftly. After finishing his drink, Pei Hanzhou paused slightly, cast his eyes down and glanced at the bowl that was more than half empty. His expression was strange. Lin Zhou exhaled. She finally drank it down. She no longer had to worry about any schemes of an evil woman. But Lin Zhou hadn't thought about why Pei Hanzhou finished the soup before the team members made a move. She was about to say something when Wei Cheng suddenly made a hand gesture. Take the pot away, send the remaining meat for testing. Lin Zhou gave a startled cry, practically lunging half a step toward the pot on instinct. Brother! No, Captain! Look, he drank it and he's fine, right? Wei Cheng's face was expressionless. The source of the pork is unknown. We have to go back and test for toxin residues. If mutated pork infected you, that would be a minor problem. If it spreads through the shelter, we're all doomed. Lin Zhou watched with wide eyes as a soldier lifted the lid off the pot. The meat inside smelled rich, the broth glossy with oil. The soldier's mouth was practically watering. Lin Zhou's heart ached. I can tell you're just being greedy. Rules and regulations. Wei Cheng uttered the 4 words indifferently. His face thicker than the bottom of a pot. Wei Cheng nodded. If there are no problems, I'll return them to you. The pot, the meat, the soup, all were taken away. The door slammed shut with a bang. Lin Zhou stood frozen in place. She looked at the one on the bed who had just finished drinking his fill. Pei Hanzhou kept his eyes closed, as if none of it concerned him. The system chimed sweetly. Don't be discouraged, cutie, work harder at humiliating next time, and you'll be able to stew another pot. Zizu. Lin Zhou gritted his teeth. You're the one I want to stew. The system is not edible, dear, but it'll cheer you on. Well, now she really could only nibble on dry food. She turned and rummaged through the rest of her dry food packets, her face sullen. Lin Zhou was crouched in the corner trading points for some nutrient solution when suddenly a hoarse but unmistakable voice sounded from behind. Where did the meat come from? His voice was hoarse and dry, carrying the lingering rasp of a post-fever cough, yet it still pressed tightly against the chest. She turned back slowly, mechanically, and saw Pei Hanzhou leaning against the headboard, half opening his eyes, his gaze fixed on her, not angry, but with a barely noticeable edge. Lin Zhou opened her mouth, didn't answer immediately, but instinctively summoned the system in her mind. System. What should I do now? But this time the system did not reply at once. In her mind, a memory opened like a pride gate. Fragments of the original owner's memories finally flowed out silently at this moment. She remembered a name: Zhang Yuqing. Former deputy commander of Shelter W, with a technical background, calm and cautious. Once a student of her parents, her original body had only been able to barely find a footing in Shelter W because of that relationship. Zhang Yuqing had apparently always looked out for her. Even after power changed hands in the shelter and Zhang Yuqing began leading expedition teams, he never had her transferred to those high-mortality peripheral groups. Lin Zhou lowered her head to hide the oddity in her eyes, then cleared her throat. Zhang Yuqing. She pretended to sound casual and pulled a reason out of thin air. His patrol came back today. I told them I still have a cripple at home, so I slipped some stock to me. Lin Zhou deliberately emphasized the two words cripple. Her thinking was simple. If she could earn points with words, she wouldn't make Pei Hanzhou suffer for real. Just as expected. Ding detected target emotional fluctuation, 0.0.4. The system popped up at an awkward moment cheerfully. Kisses are doing great. Keep it up. Lin Zhou looked up and saw Pei Hanzhou still leaning against the headboard, expression unchanged, but his knuckles had gone slightly pale from the pressure. As if he was forcing himself to hold something back. This moment, she actually wanted to say it will be okay, you'll recover. But that sentence absolutely could not be spoken in front of this system. Even an encouraging word would cost points. What she needed to do now was to use the least malice to gain the greatest resources. Chapter 13. She felt she was getting sharper tongue. Lin Zhou ignored Pei Hanzhou, bent to take the empty bowl from his hand, and walked out the door with her head lowered in. Silence. It was still not fully light outside the shack. Everything was a dull gray, the horizon like a sheet of lead rubbed by dust. When the wind blew, the air carried the smell of old metal and rotting flesh. As if even the oxygen tasted of rust, every household had a plastic bucket by the door to collect rainwater and snow, one of the few remaining sources of domestic water in the wasteland. Lin Zhou crouched by the bucket and lifted the lid. The water in the bucket was yellow and murky, a thin film of oil floating on the surface. Specks of mud, rust stains, and even some unidentified insect shells drifted at the edges. She had long since gotten used to it. In this post-apocalyptic world there was no clean water. The true groundwater had been affected by the virus during the pollution wars. Heavy metals, corrosive toxins, and psychoactive contaminants. Once the three combined, even a single sip could cause anything from diarrhea to complete organ failure. This kind of water cannot be used so the survivors could only rely on what fell from the sky on the rain and snow. The water in these storage barrels wasn't actually clean, but at least it wasn't toxic. Rain and snow carry dust and debris, but they aren't contaminated by pollutants seeping through underground structures like groundwater ice. At worst they're dirty and can be barely filtered and boiled for use. Sigh. Lin Zhou sighed, scooped a bowlful, turned and walked to the shed door, crouched down, wiping the residue from the rim with her sleeve as she murmured, somehow, it feels cleaner without washing. Even after washing, she didn't dare look closely for any microscopic life at the bottom of the bowl and could only pretend not to know. She had just pushed open the door to the shed when a sour, astringent smell hit her nose. Lin Zhou froze for a moment, instinctively wrinkling her nose. It wasn't the smell of food. It was the smell of a person's sweat, inflammation, traces of medicine all mixed together, then baked out over days of recurring high fevers. An intensely real, living stench. She froze where she stood, her gaze slowly dropping to the man on the bed, leaning against the headboard expressionless. That smell was coming from him. Pei Hanzhou, you stink. Ding. Humiliating remark achieved 0.1 points. Keep it up. Dear. Lin Zhou choked on the spot. She didn't mean that. She only wanted to say that if he didn't deal with it, there would still be a risk of infection. The moment the words left her mouth, she knew it was too late. The man on the bed did not move. He was propped against the headboard, as if he hadn't heard, his breathing not changing at all, but Lin Zhou felt that the air had suddenly grown eerily quiet. 1 second, 2 seconds. Pei Hanzhou's eyelashes twitched gently, and his eyelids slowly rose. He looked in her direction. His gaze held no anger, no grievance, not even a trace of mockery. Fine, let it be a misunderstanding. She planned to ride the male lead's hatred all the way home anyway. Just don't get infected now. How can I make it a bit cleaner? Lin Zhou glanced back at the bucket of yellowing water by the door. This water really couldn't be used. Who knew how many bacteria and viruses were in it? But it wasn't completely unusable. An idea suddenly came to Lin Zhou's system. She called in her mind. My purification ability can only be used on living things. The system paused for a second. Kiss, you have a good memory. The current purification ability is the basic version and only purifies pollutant factors in non-living states, non-living objects. She blinked. Does that count for water? It counts as long as the host is willing to try. The system is happy to cheer you on. Lin Zhou. She raised her hand, extended 2 fingers, and lightly tapped the rim of the bucket. Her fingertips warmed. That familiar burning sensation rose beneath her skin, as if a faint stream of light flowed along her veins through her arm and gently poured into the bucket of water. The next second, the surface of the water quietly rippled in a faint circle. There was no light, No magical effects, only a moment of stillness and clarity. The once yellowed water actually began to lose its color little by little. First the scum sank to the bottom. Then the water gradually lightened until the bottom of the tub became faintly visible. Linjo blinked and murmured softly, "There really is something to me, huh?" She gently scooped up a ladle and took a bold sip. Surprisingly, Nongfu Spring is a bit sweet? The water purifier works well. Linjo carried the freshly purified bucket of water back into the house. Pei Hanzhou leaned against the head of the bed, his whole person like a silent lump of iron. Hearing footsteps, he looked over and coldly stared at the bucket in her hand. Linjo put down the bucket and deliberately spat harsh words. "Smells awful, even dirty water is cleaner than you." Ignoring the notification about points increasing, she said this and used a clean cloth dipped in water to wipe at Pei Hanzhou. "Don't touch me." His voice was hoarse but carried an irresistible chill. Pei Hanzhou's gaze was clear. He no longer looked like that immobile patient at all. Recovery was fast, no wonder he's the male lead. In a few more days he should be fully healed. The one just now was Wei Chong, that team leader, Linjo deliberately emphasized. He said, "You're too filthy." "How filthy?" "TSK, am almost embarrassed to repeat it verbatim. Basically your boat is crawling with bacteria, even maggots find you too smelly. One day you suddenly turn into a corpse monster and it'll be ecological payback." She glanced at him. Seeing his eyes shift slightly, she leisurely delivered another jab. "If you haven't cleaned up by tomorrow morning, the two of us will have to pack up and leave." She paused, her voice suddenly tightening. "Pei Hanzhou, you've already wronged my parents enough. Are you now trying to drag me out of the shelter with you?" When she finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze. Linjo blinked, almost shaken into a psychological shadow by her own pure remark. Damn, she sounds way too much like her old shitty boss. The project manager surnamed Zhang loved using that exact set of lines. Things like, "I didn't say it was your mistake, but the client is already dissatisfied. You're not just affecting yourself, you're affecting the whole team's efficiency." At the time she wanted to roll up the city drawings into a stick and stab someone with them. Now she could deliver those lines smoothly and without flaw. Terrifying. Linjo let out an inner corporate wail. Did this apocalypse corrupt me, or was I always suited to pee others? Pei Hanzhou on the bed was indeed silent. After the system sporadically reported a few scores of 0-point-something, Pei Hanzhou unusually took a step back and said, "I'll do it myself." Chapter 14. He's actually not completely paralyzed. How embarrassing. Linjo roughly set the bucket down. "She'll do it herself. Give me a break. If the male lead does it himself, how is she supposed to get any points?" Seeing the clear water, Pei Hanzhou's expression changed briefly and then quickly returned to normal. "What are you acting so high and mighty for? What needs to be seen and touched should be seen and touched. He's hardly anything special, Commander." She turned and sat up, decisive and efficient, movements brisk. Pei Hanzhou looked up at her, his face still wearing that emotionless calm, his eyes as tranquil as still water. If not for the system's voice sounding in time, Linjo would have thought she had failed. Ding, human insult judgment confirmed. 0.1 points. Kisses are working hard today too. Linjo held a damp cloth and, without hesitation, wiped from his forehead downward. The grime on that face was rubbed away bit by bit, revealing sharply defined features. Even weakened, his brows and eyes were still stern, his gaze deep, like someone who once stood at the highest point of the battlefield, before whom all bowed. This must be a favored son of heaven, even mired in filth. He still emits light. Linjo kept tracing the curve of his Adam's apple, the line of his protruding collarbone, then moved down toward his chest. He quickly undid the bundles of bandages that had already darkened. Pei Hanzhou did not have much flesh, lean in just the right way with firm chest muscles, the build of someone who had undergone intense training. Yet for some reason his skin was pale and clinging to bone. It did not look fragile, but rather conveyed a sense of power hidden beneath fragility. She examined closely the wounds that had originally been wrapped in bandages, and found they were largely healed. Great, recover quickly. Then punch her back to her original world. Just as Linjo was scrutinizing the male lead's perfect upper body with a medical eye, staring unblinkingly, Pei Hanzhou was scrutinizing her. She wasn't Linjo. She only looked identical on the outside, but the person inside was definitely not Linjo. There was never this kind of purity and brightness in Linjo's eyes, nor would she ever use a cleansing ability. Although this woman's way of phrasing things and her feisty behavior were very similar to Linjo's, she also took advantage of his drowsiness to a chill, and Pei Hanzhou's eyes deepened by an inch. When did the person change? Why do this? What else could be gained from him? Unaware that he had already been seen through, Lin Zhou brushed his fingers across Pei Hance's chest and couldn't help but click his tongue softly. Why do you, a man, have to be so good-looking? Clearly you're a cripple. Ding, the host has initiated flirtatious verbal humiliation. 0.2 points fine. Fly legs are still meat. Lin Zhou thought she could earn points purely with mouth off. Although it would be slow, everyone would be relaxed. Many a little makes a mickle. Drops of water make a deep pool. Sorry. But she really didn't want to lay a hand on Pei Hanzhou, so she used words instead of hands. As for the personal insults, just consider it being peewed. After all, Lin Zhou herself had been peewed a lot at the company. Lin Zhou felt conflicted. She was very worried that, if she kept being so snarky and vicious every day, even if she went back she would turn into a contrarian venomous woman. So, not wanting to be a venomous woman, Lin Zhou spat fragrant words while doing her utmost to clean Pei Hance's motionless body. See? I'm useless too, Lin Zhou coughed, forcing herself to continue. I've been wiping you for ages and there's no reaction at all. Becoming a cripple like this, you're not even a man anymore. She spoke deliberately barbed, her tone full of disdain and flippancy. Even purposely pressing at the fabric around his waist. Look at you, you're truly hopeless. After speaking, she leaned back symbolically, planning to create some distance and pretend to be calm and unconcerned. Result. The next second she felt a tightening at the base of her legs. Then her face flamed up in an instant. Still pretty vivid, her face was written all over with damn it. Lin Zhou froze in place, the corner of his eye twitching. His whole body feeling as if scalded by hot oil. Even his breathing a little leaky. The system, however, dutifully and responsibly reported the good news. Ping host triggered an occasional physical contact humiliation behavior. 2 points host kiss, you're getting better and better. She didn't want to listen to this electronic idiot speak anymore, so it wasn't a full paralysis after all. Lin Zhou felt as if her brain had been struck with a spatula. A buzzing sound rang in her head and her thoughts went completely haywire. She flinched back as if shocked, eyes panicked, movements stiff, her face flushed so hot you could almost boil an egg, even her earlobes tinged with heat. And no way. She lowered her head and couldn't help sneaking another glance. Pei Hance's ragged thin trousers barely covered anything, and yet they could do this. This is just too unscientific, right? Her legs felt a bit weak, her mouth a little dry, and her throat seemed to be blocked by something. As a single 26-year-old female engineer from a 985 university, the most sexy experience in Lin Zhou's life was reading an 18BL gangster power couple manga she had binge-read one late night. Back then she munched on spicy strips and muttered, "This is impossible. Those proportions can't be real." As a result, reality told her not only was it true, but she had also bumped into him. So embarrassing. So thrilling. Chapter 15. Lin Zhou excitedly pointed at Pei Hanzhou. You climb for me. This is basically an extreme passive reaction, okay? Her mind was in a whirl. She forced herself not to look at that thing while trying hard to pull her thoughts back. She was a civilized person, had taken advanced math, had heard body jokes. She shouldn't be blushing over a man's physiological reaction at a time like this. But she blushed anyway. Lin Zhou, single for 28 years, flushed and felt her heart race. Get down, the man finally spoke, his voice low and suppressed, edged with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue, yet nonetheless exuding an undeniable authority. Lin Zhou was startled so violently she almost jumped out of her skin. The next second she fell off the bed and, nearly as if fleeing in panic, ended up sitting on the floor with a thud. But she was Lin Zhou. She was once a woman who was gaslit by the project manager into working late until dawn every day, then still smiling as she went to buy coffee the next morning. No matter how shameful the thing, she could always force a way to save face. So she cleared her throat, forced a look of indifference, stood up, patted her skirt and sneered calmly. You think I enjoy wiping that crippled leg of yours? Do it yourself. After speaking, she silently gave herself a thumbs up. Lin Zhou, you really are too tough. She tossed the clean wet cloth over, then glanced back at Pei Hanzhou on the bed, but the man was half reclining against the headboard, saying nothing more, his gaze darkening like the night. It was a silence suppressed to the extreme, without anger, yet like a deep pool capable of swallowing everything. At that moment the system cheerfully popped up. Ding, the host completed the high-pressure humiliation task, successfully triggered Pei Hance's psychic fluctuation emotional shock. 0.1 points. Kiss. You really know how to handle it, Lin Zhou. Shut up. Only 0.1 points? No, the highest just now was only 0.2 points. Before, saying these things to provoke him used to score over 0.5 points. The score has dropped. Lin Zhou couldn't help but wonder what was going on had the PUA trick stopped working. Annoying as it was, Lin Zhou still had to go out hunting if only to be able to sleep well. Lin Zhou slung a sharpened metal rod over her shoulder and walked down the path away from the shack. Today she took a different route, hoping to try her luck and see if there was any fresh prey. There were plenty of ingredients, several bodies lying haphazardly. She crouched to inspect them and found that the mutated beast's crystal cores had long since been hollowed out, their corpses mottled. The stench foul. Apparently the hunters from the sanctuary had killed them days ago. Lin Zhou frowned, covering his nose with his sleeve and raising a hand to try to purify the air. A green light flickered faintly in his palm and instantly seeped into the rotting flesh. But there was no miraculous dead meat revived. Instead, an even stronger sour, putrid odor hit him in the face. Bleg. Lin Zhou almost vomited up the nutrient solution had drunk yesterday, and hurriedly jumped back a few steps. It seemed the purifying ability couldn't be used on a body that had been dead for a long time. Even if purified, it would only turn mutated rotten flesh into ordinary rotten flesh, still inedible. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from behind. Lin Zhou took a gulp and suddenly turned around. A mutated giant rat over 3 meters tall was lifting its highly sensitive nose toward her. Its eyes hollow and milky white, flesh and blood torn, blotched with livor mortis. Holy shit, she bolted. Even if this thing turned into a fresh piece of meat, I still wouldn't dare eat it. The sounds of pursuit were right on top of her. Lin Zhou swore at the system in her head. She snatched a piece of rubble from the ground and hurled it against a nearby wall, creating an echo to throw the rat's sense of direction, then ducked into a storm drain half hidden by weeds. Her breaths mixed with the smell of mud and water. She clamped her hand over her mouth. When the creature finally left, she slumped down on the moss-covered ground, her palms soaked, cold sweat running even down her neck. Scared me to death. But right at the mouth of that shabby ruined sewer, she saw a section of withered vine. The dead vine was coiled like a snake around a heap of desiccated bones. Judging by the sharp barbed teeth on the skull, it looked like the remains of some kind of monster. I guess the two of them must have gone through a desperate fight in life, and then both passed on. She raised her hand in purification, and the vines began to shed their rot as if molting, revealing a smooth, taut fibrous structure inside, the color strikingly like dried oak, with a faint grassy scent. Withered plants too. Lin Zhou immediately perked up, quickly pinching off the roots and wrapping several pleasing segments in cloth. At the same time, she purified a few pieces of beast bone, some with a silvery gray sheen that, when lightly tapped, sounded crisp and pleasant, hardly like bone and more like metal. Her eyes lit up. Mutated creatures that had been dead too long, even after purification, couldn't regain flesh and could only turn into a pile of rotten slime that couldn't smell any worse. Those monsters couldn't be eaten, but their bones and teeth weren't ruined. Some mutants had bones so hard that after purification their surfaces took on a silvery gray sheen and sounded a bit like stainless steel when tapped. Some mutated vines, when cut down and purified, could even turn into fibrous structures similar to oak planks. Since we can't get anything good to eat, let's at least make the nest a bit more comfortable first. Lin Zhou muttered as he pried off a monster's leg bone. Her eye for detail was sharp and her skills excellent. She soon gathered a pile of materials just outside the shelter back in the shed. She dropped her pack, rolled up her sleeves and got right to work, scraping bones to remove the spines, cutting fabric and punching holes, picking a few vines to use as rope, then planing several pieces of purified woody plant material. Before long, a decent single bed plank appeared in the corner of the room. No wonder she had worked on construction sites doing men's work. She really could do it. Lin Zhou excitedly pointed at Pei Hanzhou. Get on. New bed. That tone was absolutely asking for a smack. But there was no choice. Lin Zhou was terrified of the system deducting her KPIs. Those hard-earned points would be gone with one deduction, just like her meager salary at the company. Not to mention that wage earners have all become the masters of the end times. But why is there no response? Pei Hanzhou was commanded in that tone, and the system didn't even pop up a score. Lin Zhou increasingly felt she had guessed correctly. Pei Hanzhou was immune to her harsh words. That won't do. Why haven't you climbed over yet? Want me to carry you across? Lin Zhou said, taking a few steps toward the bed as if to reach out and lift him. Ding host completed the humiliation task. Male leads emotion shaken 0.1 points. Lin Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 16. Tomorrow morning there will be a flogging. Do you want to apply to assist with the execution? Knock knock. The knocking came suddenly like a miracle from the heavens. Lin Jiu sprang up, dashed to open the door, muttering, "Who is it?" Perfect timing. When the door opened, she saw the same guards who had lined up at the entrance earlier. One of the younger soldiers was respectfully holding out a battered iron pot with both hands, as if returning a sacred relic. "The pot is already empty. Even been wiped spotlessly clean this?" Lin Jiu frowned. Another somewhat familiar man rubbed his hands and gave an awkward smile. "Miss Lin, the meat you gave to Captain Wei to inspect the day before yesterday. We thought it might be poison, so we wanted to keep a sample for testing." "And then?" Lin Jiu's eyes twitched slightly. "Then it smelled just too good. We couldn't help ourselves." His voice grew quieter and he finally lowered his head and admitted, "We ate it all." Lin Jiu. After a moment she ground her teeth. "Your way of testing for poison is eating an entire pot and seeing if anyone dies?" They gave awkward smiles. No. We checked it and there was nothing wrong, so we were just going to throw it away. But it smelled so good we picked it back up." "You licked the bottom of the pot, didn't you?" Everyone looked up at the ceiling, down at the floor, and at the aired. "No, Miss Lin, please don't be angry." One of them slapped his chest. "We really think that pot of meat, in all our lives, it's the most delicious we've ever eaten. Even team leader Wei said it extraordinary, truly extraordinary." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a figure approached from behind. It was Wei Cheng, the one who had confiscated her pot that day. Wei Cheng looked at Lin Jiu, and for once his expression was not wary but solemn. "I'm sorry, I couldn't control my subordinates." "But what you did?" "Braised pork," Lin Jiu reminded him. Yes, braised pork." Wei Cheng paused, then added, "If you want, I can apply for you to receive the shelter's cooking privilege." Lin Jiu, "What's that?" Wei Cheng, "It means you can keep cooking. Well, provide a quality inspection certificate and take a portion of your finished goods." Lin Jiu, "Oh, open robbery." Wei Cheng, "I meant cooperation." Yes. The team members nodded repeatedly. Point 1, 2, 3, for a total of 4 mouths. Lin Jiu silently glanced at the 4 faces before him, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Point 4 mouths to feed. "Give me half the finished product." "Fine." The moment she said it, the others' faces immediately broke into delighted smiles. "Is this an official collaboration of ours?" "Sister Lin, you're too righteous." Only Wei Cheng stood upright, his face still cold. "This isn't taking advantage of you. It's the rules. All food entering the circulation area must undergo quality inspection and sampling for recall, so as not to affect the shelter's overall health system operation. I'm just doing my duty." Lin Jiu rolled her eyes and turned to close the door, when Wei Cheng suddenly added, "By the way, there's a whipping tomorrow morning. Do you want to apply to assist in carrying out the sentence?" Lin Jiu. Wei Cheng in a precise tone, "Currently you are a level B outsider in the shelter. You may apply to observe the punishment, assist, or carry it out yourself. Permissions granted as a reward for contributors." The system popped up cheerfully. "Don't be surprised, the shelter's monthly whipping day is here. According to this system's explanation, the sinner will be publicly flogged once a month until their sentence is complete or they die. This is Pei Hance's darkest moment, and will also be your shining moment as the humiliation system's bound host. Of course you have the priority right to wield the whip. Kissy with each lash. You'll also gain humiliation points based on the target's mental reaction fluctuations." Isn't that exciting, Lin Jiu? She really was stunned for 2 seconds. The commander, already miserable enough, paralyzed on one side, betrayed by everyone, plunged into a valley of despair, has to be punished. What kind of utterly monstrous thing could he have done to fall this low? Oh right, it was a mistaken judgment that killed 3,000 people, including the original person's parents. But Lin Jiu still felt that Pei Hanzhou wasn't that kind of person. Wei Cheng saw her silence and, thinking she was hesitating over who should take responsibility, volunteered, "If you don't want to carry out the operation, we have specialists to do it. But Pei Hanzhou used to be an A-level criminal. If you execute it, it will speed up the approval of your application to formally become a resident of the shelter. You can move from the shantytown to an apartment as soon as possible." Lin Jiu tapped her knuckles lightly against the doorframe, remaining silent for a long time. Nights in the shantytown were very cold. The corrugated iron shacks couldn't block the wind, and when she opened her eyes in the morning she always suspected she had been woken by the cold. Of course she wanted to live in an apartment with human dignity, a door, a lock, hot water. But she couldn't do that to Pei Hanzhou. However, if she really entrusted it to someone else, Pei Hance's freshly healed wounds would probably be ruined again. Lin Zhou had to think of a way. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Wei. I'll carry out the execution myself. I will uphold the law impartially. Okay. Wei Cheng nodded. See you at the East District Execution Ground at 8 tomorrow morning. After everyone left and the door closed, the system popped up again. Wow, darling is getting serious. So excited, this system has prepared a special item for you. The First Offender's Whip. Each lash collects humiliation points, which are converted into contribution points. Chapter 17. Whipping is one of the shelter's traditional cultures. Lin Zhou leaned against the door and stared silently at the image of the exclusive item. First Offender's Whip in the system pop up for a long time. Her fingers clenched into a tight fist at her side, pale as frost. Moi, are you unhappy? Don't be unhappy. Corporal punishment is one of the sanctuary's traditional cultures. Shut up, she said softly, her tone cold as if frost had formed. This system is doing it for your own good. If you wield the whip yourself, you won't only rack up shame points, you'll also conveniently secure a smooth move into the new apartment, killing several birds with one stone. I ask you. Lin Zhou leaned against the door, her gaze slipping through the gap to the silhouette on the shabby bed inside the dim shack. If I let him go, what will the system deduct from me? Of course, darling, deduct 100 points. Because the host hasn't accumulated many points from earlier tasks, after the deduction the score will be negative, and the purification power will be immediately withdrawn, forcing the host to live a hard life. Lin Zhou was startled for a moment. The purification power was her most important foothold right now. With it, she could deal with mutated beasts and obtain food and clean water. If they take her back, she wouldn't even be able to keep half her life in this shelter. The system voice grew sympathetic. Dear, don't sacrifice yourself for a useless person. Pei Hanzhou is just a criminal everyone wants to beat, and he's paralyzed, can't even protect himself. If you take that whip down, you can get a higher access level. Enter the apartment. Why wouldn't you do it? Lin Zhou stood perfectly still, but her mind churned like a boiling pot, unable to stop. The system kept coaxing. Besides, sweetie, even if you let him go now, next whipping day hell still be up for it. It seemed he couldn't escape the whipping, but she had to come up with a plan. Lin Zhou sat on the small stool in the corner of the shed, her mind cycling through a dozen different plans, fitting Pei Hanzhou with a backing made from the remaining beast bones extremely risky. If it failed inspection, they'd strip it off on the spot. Asking Wei Cheng for a favor, she tried. Wei Cheng only replied, the law's fairness is non-negotiable. Try another deadly paralytic? She thought it over. The side effects are muscle relaxation and instant collapse. Forget the whip, head more likely be dragged away in public and dumped into a mass grave. Just when Lin Zhou had no idea what to do, the more Lin Zhou thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Just as she was about to flip the table, the silent voice behind her suddenly spoke. It's okay. She froze, turned her head and looked at the man on the bed, half leaning against the wall with an expressionless face. Let's leave it at that, he said. I can endure it. Lin Zhou had no reaction for a moment. Pei Hanzhou glanced at her. Don't try to find a way for me. Think about yourself. Do whatever you need to do. Lin Zhou's expression fell apart. Could Pei Hanzhou really see through her thoughts? What about those harsh, insincere things she said? She called him a good for nothing, said he deserved to die, said he deserved to eat his share and deserved to take that beating. Didn't Pei Hanzhou also tell those were insincere? Wouldn't that mean the KPI would just be deducted outright? Fortunately, Lin Zhou didn't hear the system announcement at that moment. Pei Hanzhou said again, give me a hand. Lin Zhou didn't understand. Help you with what? Pei Hanzhou's expression flickered. He glanced at her, then lowered his voice and added, move over. He was referring to the newly replaced wooden bed next to him. A bit cleaner than this one, but he couldn't move over by himself. Lin Zhou was momentarily stunned, and instinctively reached out to steady him. Pei Hanzhou's arm wasn't particularly strong, yet carried a very distinct stubbornness. Lean on her, but not rely on her. No sooner had she applied force than the system's prompt sprang up. Host, please note, you are a supervisor, not a caregiver. Points will be deducted shortly. Lin Zhou froze mid-movement. Her expression turned icy in an instant. The next second, she decisively let go. Bang! Pei Hanzhou lost his footing for a moment and nearly felt he must have been hurt by the fall, but made no sound. His face was slightly pale, a cold sweat already on his forehead, yet his fingers still held the edge of the bed steadily as he slowly pushed his upper body up. Lin Zhou watched him inch over using his own strength, her chest tight with unease. She had meant to help again, but at the slightest movement of her fingertips, Lin Zhou gritted her teeth, turned and kicked the empty chair hard. forcing herself to sound harsh. You actually dare ask me for help? Who do you think you are? Pei Hanzhou, you're no longer a commander. Wait and see tomorrow. I'll beat you until your skin and flesh are torn. The moment Pei Hanzhou leaned against the new bed, he let out a slow breath, as if he had heard nothing. Lin Zhou let out a huge sigh of relief along with him. Even if the whipping couldn't be avoided, at least tonight she would make sure he ate his fill, slept warm, and lived properly, wholly, and at least a little like a person. The next morning, Lin Zhou arrived early at the eastern execution ground. The entire yard had already been cordoned off with onlookers. Many people wearing shelter uniforms stood around the perimeter. Human nature still loves a spectacle, especially when it involves tormenting those who once stood high above. Pei Hanzhou was brought out in custody. When he was tied to the post, he hardly struggled, merely tilting his head slightly to look at Lin Zhou. The look in his eyes was very calm, as if she weren't to blame at all. Lin Zhou's prepared expressions, mockery, nastiness, contempt suddenly couldn't be put on at all. Someone nearby shouted, "Time's up. Executioner, take your position." Chapter 18. It just looks terribly painful. Besides Pei Hanzhou, there were two other prisoners to his left and right. Shelter residents sentenced to whipping for violent fighting and for leaking news about the granary. They were each tied to a post. Pei Hanzhou's legs were paralyzed, unable to stand on his own, so unlike the other criminals who stood upright on the ground, he was hoisted up alive with iron chains and leather straps. Both arms were fixed to high horizontal beams on either side of the pillar, his whole body slightly suspended, half sitting, half drooping against the rough surface of the pillar. Carry out the first lash. A system pop-up flashed. Host ready. This execution is about to begin. Please make sure to strike accurately. Her eyes went cold. She raised the whip high, and it whistled down. Crack. The tip of the whip rapped the wind and lashed hard across Pei Hanzhou's right shoulder. Lin Zhou had clearly already secretly eased his strength, tilting his wrist slightly, unloading with his elbow, almost letting the whip fall in the lightest, gentlest way possible. But the next second, a muffled boom still exploded, like a drum skin bursting, like flesh being sliced by a blade. Blood spurted out at a visible rate, splashing into a cruel bloom on his pale back. Pei Hanzhou's body stiffened for a moment, not making a sound. He clenched his jaw, expressionless, not even frowning. Only his chest heaved violently, and his spine trembled slightly. He was like a rock, enduring that lash with sheer force of will. Lin Zhou looked at the whip handle almost in disbelief. More reminder to the host. You are using the shelter-exclusive, energy-guided punitive whip. Regardless of the wielder's strength, the striking effect is automatically applied according to execution standards. Trying to slack off won't work. The second lash. She drew a breath and cracked the whip again. Smack. This time she aimed a little off, striking the lower edge of Pei Hanzhou's left scapula. The old wound there was shallow but covered by large swathes of purple and blue, clearly bruising caused by an earlier impact. The flesh rolled up, blood splattering with bits of skin. Pei Hanzhou's body convulsed violently, veins bulging along his neck, yet his gaze remained calm. He made no sound, but his knuckles were clenched tight beneath the binding strap, blood seeping along the side of his palm. Just watching it was excruciating. The hand Lin Zhou used to hold the whip was trembling, and beside them, the others who were also bound and awaiting execution were long since no longer so quiet. Prisoner number 3, a former officer, was already screaming hoarsely in agony, twisting desperately, yelling for mercy like a rabid dog. Stop hitting me. Stop. Put me down. I confess to everything. His shoulder was a mangled mass of flesh and blood, pain making him go pale. His voice choked with sobs. Another was worse off. After a single lash he fainted from the pain. The metal ring at his neck immediately gave a piercing beep and flashed red, an electric shock jolting through him and forcing him awake. When he came to, he had lost control of himself, soiled the ground, and continued to writhe and howled up. By contrast, Pei Hanzhou, position dead center, was unusually quiet. The third lash, the fourth lash, the fifth lash. Pei Hanzhou's muscles tensed to the point of cramping. Sweat slid down from his temples, neck, and spine at the same time. His whole body trembled, like a drawn bowstring on the verge of snapping, but he stubbornly didn't make a sound. Pei Hanzhou clenched his teeth, his eyes like knives as he looked ahead, not with hatred, not with rage, but with a calm, almost self-torturing steadiness. There was no struggling, no crying out, not even a muffled groan behind him. Blood gushed, brilliantly red and dazzling, trailing down his spine and soaking through the tattered cloth at his waist. The execution ground. The once noisy crowd of onlookers suddenly fell silent. First the shelter soldiers who had been whispering and gawking stood with their mouths half open, staring at that bloodied yet upright figure, unable to say a word. Is this even human? The fifth flash, and he didn't even frown. The murmurs gradually died away, and the teasing laughter in the crowd vanished completely. Everyone's gaze toward the scaffold was no longer scornful amusement, but it was astonishing, even inspiring a certain reverent awe. Lin Jiao broke out in a cold sweat. She had struck it down with her own hand. How could she not know how much it hurt? Pei Hanzhou was not without sensation. The knuckles of his fingers were ashen, and he relied on the ropes just to stand, yet he gritted his teeth and endured it, simply refusing to make a sound. Lin Jiao's hand went numb in waves, his knuckles turning white after the fifth flash fell. The other two had already gone limp like mud, hanging down, leaving only him, who still held his back straight, not bending an inch. It was a kind of near-cruel uprightness. The sixth flash, the soldier announced indifferently, his voice echoing across the silent execution ground. The wardens on both sides wasted no hesitation and had already raised their flogging whips again. The lashes whistled through the air. The sounds of them striking fell like tearing leather intertwined with flesh, a pain that made one's teeth ache, and Lin Jiaoxi seemed nailed to the spot. The whip hung in the air. Her hand trembled slightly, her fingers instinctively clenching, then slowly relaxing. She stared at the man at his arms, at the ropes that had cut into his back, leaving raw, bloody marks now soaked in blood, reddened to a dark black as if scorched by flame. For a moment, Lin Jiao felt as if something inside her snapped with a sharp crack. She didn't want to hit him anymore. She really couldn't keep beating him. Even if her score were reset to 0, her purification ability reclaimed, and she had to fend for herself, cooking and surviving in this damn place. She didn't want to lay another lash on him. Lin Jiao's mind was a mess, the system still buzzing in her head. Dear user, please note you are about to violate the supervision process. If you do not carry out the punishment immediately, all your remaining points will be deducted. System-friendly reminder. Your purification ability will be frozen and unusable. Chapter 19. It was as if he had already gathered all the aches of fate into his heart. She couldn't hear a single beep from the system. She clenched her teeth, her fingers straining white. Pei Hanzhou, who had waited a long time without seeing her deliver the sixth lash, slowly raised his head. His movements were painfully slow, as if every inch carried intense agony. The wind tousled his disordered, damp black hair, hiding half of his blood-stained face. Yet those eyes pierced through the murky morning fog inch by inch. Lin Jiao looked up and met his gaze in silence. Strangely no blamed and no anger. Not a trace of hatred. They were a pair of eyes so calm in their pain they verged on the unreasonable. Pei Hanzhou, flogged until flesh and blood were a mess, looked at her now with eyes so calm they did not belong to someone who had been punished. As if he had already gathered all the bitterness of fate into his heart. As if he was not waiting for the next lash, but waiting for Lin Jiao to summon her courage. Lin Jiao stared at those eyes in a daze, her fingers clamped tightly around the whip's handle, her palms already whitening. The wind tousled her hair, ruffled the hem of her clothes, and made her eyes sting and the tip of her nose throb. She was not a saint, she was not soft-hearted enough to take someone's fate upon herself, but she really, truly did not want to keep striking anymore. This was the kind of feeling she had hated most since childhood, using someone else's pain to fulfill herself. She didn't like bullying people, because she had been bullied when she was little, pushed, isolated, insulted, trapped in the bathroom crying for an entire class with no one coming to save her. She remembered that a girl had stood in front of her then, smiling as she kicked her lunchbox away and said, "Why are you crying? Crying won't help, no one's going to help you." From that moment on she told herself that when she grew up she would never let anyone feel as helpless as she had then. So what is she doing now? She is standing on stage, holding a whip, striking at a cripple. No, he's not a cripple, just unlucky, just miserable, just a male lead who must go through hardships, one lash after another. She was becoming the kind of person she hated most. What kind of mission is this? What kind of lousy system is this? Why force her to do this? Lin Jiao wanted to go home. Even if she went back to carrying bricks, drawing and meeting deadlines, at least she wouldn't have to, on a bright clear morning, hold a blood-stained whip and trouble her conscience. She wanted to run away, but she could only stand there, clenching her fists, as if using all her strength to fight the sting in her eyes. At last, everything that had come flooding through, the grievances, anger, unease, and shame that couldn't be voiced in time, poured out all at once in that moment. Tears fell. 0.1 drop, 0.2 drops, 0.3 drops. Then it goes out of control. Lin Jiu bit her lip, her shoulders beginning to tremble lightly, tears pouring down like a breached dam. Her hand relaxed, the whip fell to the ground, striking with a dull thud. The spectators around the ring immediately erupted into uproar. She's crying? The executioner has never cried like this before. It looks like a fiancé. I don't think he had the heart to strike her, people doubted. And even Wei Chong couldn't help glancing at Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu cried until she could barely catch her breath. And the world was starting to go dark. Just then, that nauseatingly sweet voice of the system drilled into her head again. Dear reminder, if the host does not complete the task within 30 seconds, the system will forcibly reclaim the purification ability module and perform resource recovery on the host's original body. In other words, Dear is about to die, but don't worry, the system will immediately find the next host to continue the task. For example, it just scanned and found another healthy individual in Zone E with pretty good potential. Lin Jiu shuddered all over. What did she hear? A next host? Replacing her and continuing, so that means it's fine if she dies. The mission goes on and Pei Hanzhou will still receive those 10 lashes, perhaps an even worse fate than now. And she is just a disposable tool. That means nothing at all. Her running away won't save anyone. No, I won't let this broken system succeed. Lin Jiu looked up, tears still falling. But her voice suddenly burst out. Pei Hanzhou killed so many people. She turned to the crowd watching, her eyes blazing with malice and madness. I'm here to tell you, Pei Hanzhou is an executioner. A murderer who sends people into the abyss of death and pretends to be innocent. Who ordered the shelter gates to be delayed? Who was hesitating before the attack? Who told everyone it's under control, there's still time, and in the end let more than 7,000 living people die one by one in the mutant tide? It was him, Pei Hanzhou. My parents were among that group. Lin Jiu's voice trembled, emotions exploding. We couldn't even recover the bodies. I searched by the mass grave for 3 days. And in the end I recognized them by an old rope around my mother's neck. You ask me why I'm crying? She opened her bloodshot eyes and roared. It's not that I'm soft-hearted. It's that I haven't hated enough. I hate that I acted too slowly. Hate that I couldn't watch him go to hell sooner. He deserves to die. Lin Jiu almost snarled the last sentence, her voice cutting through the morning mist and exploding across the entire execution ground. For a moment, the onlookers fell silent. Then, as if a powder keg had been ignited, is it him? He was the one behind that accident. My cousin died then too, it was him. Command failure, my ass, he should have been shot. Damn it. Give me a rock. I'll smash this bastard to death. Chapter 20. The deadline has finally been postponed. Anger spread through the crowd like a plague. Mocking laughter, furious curses, and stones rained down on Pei Hanzhou tied to the pillory. His body was already covered in whip scars and blood, yet he did not bow his head. He stood like a straight iron post, nailed in place amid the tidal wave of insults and slanders. Just then, the system's obnoxious prompt suddenly rang in Lin Jiu's mind. Congratulations, dear. You've activated the target humiliation mechanism. Pain index skyrockets 320, awarded 52 points. Nunung. She froze for a moment. 52 points. This was the highest single score Lin Jiu had earned since transmigrating. Personal attack scores were all below 1 point. Treating festering wounds and using antipyretic suppositories never exceeded 10 points. And moreover, this reminded her of something: the 5 lashes just now. Not a single one counted. The system was quiet as if it had crashed. Now Lin Jiu understood. Pei Hanzhou's emotion showed no ripple under the torment of the whipping. Skin torn and flesh lacerated, blood flowing freely, could no longer produce the slightest emotional reaction in him. But when Lin Jiu tore open that past in front of everyone, when she accused him with a voice choked with tears and pinned the responsibility for the accident on him, Pei Hanzhou's emotions finally stirred. He was in agony, unbearably distressed. Lin Jiu stood where she was, unable to name what she felt inside. She suddenly understood Pei Hanzhou truly was deeply guilty about that matter, so guilty that he bound himself to an invisible pillar of punishment at all times, atoning bit by bit. And she, for the first time, had genuinely humiliated him. It was Lin Jiu who reopened Pei Hanzhou's deepest wound, exposing it before everyone else, so that was why he wavered. For a moment, Lin Jiu felt she was crueler than everyone in the hall who was shouting at him. The system prompt sound popped up again. Dear host, please note a single instance of humiliation index is too high. The target's mental fluctuations are approaching the critical threshold. and there is a risk of turning dark. It is recommended that the host immediately stop the current humiliation behavior. Lin Jo wiped the tears from her face and thought, isn't this perfect? She didn't want to hit him in the first place. Now it's even better. The system itself told her not to hit. So she would cooperate completely. Lin Jo inhaled sharply, forcing herself to lift the whip, crying as she continued the act. How else do you expect to atone? My parents are dead. Everyone is dead. What's a few lashes to you compared to that? Why didn't you die? Why did you have to survive alone? You murderer. With each shout she made, she gave a symbolic flick of the whip. The system suddenly popped up a few more points, not many. The system girl's voice hesitated, then cautioned Lin Jo to quit while she was ahead. Actually, Lin Jo's few lashes of the whip drifted softly through the air, missing Pei Hanzhou and landing on the edge of the penal post. Once by accident, they even hit the bandit next to him. Fortunately, the other man had long since been knocked unconscious and felt nothing. The last lash smack. Lin Jo struck his own calf directly. Lin Jo let out a hissing sound, stumbled, and simply rolled her eyes and fell straight to the ground. Not wasting a second, she played dead immediately. The audience in the stands erupted in uproar. Even the soldiers carrying out the execution panicked. What's going on? Has she fainted? Fainted from anger, huh? Pei Hanzhou lifted his eyes. His expression shifted for a moment, then he quickly fell silent again. In the chaos, someone ran off to get medical help. Wei Cheng squeezed up to the front row and frowned. Lin Jo fainted? A soldier whispered. Vice Adjutant Wei, shall we continue? Wei Cheng pondered for a moment, then said coldly, recorded as 7 lashes. The rest will be deferred until next month. Yes? Lin Jo heard it all clearly, lying on the ground and almost laughing out loud. The deadline has finally been pushed back. Thank the boss, thank the client. Next month, in 1 month, she would always find a way. Lin Jo was carried down by 2 tall soldiers, one on each side. Her body going limp like a lump of mud, at everyone's mercy, face down, completely motionless the whole time, an expert at feigning death. Even after being thrown into the shed, she didn't open her eyes, continuing her heroic martyr-style coma. The room was eerily quiet. Lin Jo was about to secretly open one eye. A low, hoarse yet exceptionally clear voice suddenly sounded from beside the bed. From now on, you don't have to do that. Ah, this person, did he see through it? Lin Jo stopped pretending and scrambled to her feet, looking at Pei Hanzhou. Pei Hanzhou was lying on the wooden plank bed Lin Jo had personally modified. His back was a shocking sight of lash marks crossing streaks of blood as if seared by fierce flames. Some wounds even split open and oozed thick blood. Flesh curled back, clinging to his originally pale skin and looking all the more dreadful. That blood-stained face now looked even paler from blood loss. But his pair of eyes were surprisingly gentle, like a warm spring in the depths of night, quietly falling onto her. Lin Jo was stunned. She remembered that look on the execution ground. He had looked at her with the same expression. It wasn't anger, nor hatred, nor resentment. It was a strange, inexplicable calmness, a forbearance that shouldn't belong to someone facing punishment. Chapter 21. As expected of the male lead, his focus on control is truly clear and obsessive. Lin Jo was stunned. As expected of the male lead, Pei Hanzhou actually discovered it. This is bad. This is extremely bad. If he really saw through that she didn't actually want to humiliate him at all, and was even planning to secretly drug him, cook for him so his clothes, tend his wounds, and do the little bit of decent corporate worker conscience she had to be a good person, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't kill her anymore in the future? Lin Jo's head buzzed, and suddenly a strange, heroic sorrow shot up into her mind. So what was the point of her crossing over? If she doesn't kill her, how does she log off? How does she return to the original world? This won't do. Act harsher, act more like the original person, and it would be best if you acted so harshly you could even convince yourself. Lin Jo's expression returned in an instant, a flash of just you wait cruelty crossing her eyes. She reached up, grabbed the basin of clean water beside her, and set it down heavily by the bed. You think I pity you? Lin Jo sneered, her tone like a cold blade. You, Pei Hanzhou, are way too full of yourself. She bent down, propping an elbow against his side. Her eyes so close she could clearly see the blood smears on his eyelashes. He said nothing, only those eyes quietly watching her, as if seeing through her disguise. Lin Jo's heart lurched. We can't let him see it. Lin Jo suddenly laughed, her eyes and brows curved. You're not saying anything. Are you consenting by staying silent? The next second, without warning, she reached out and pinched his chin. His jaw clenched tight. the cold skin against her palm yet carrying an inexplicable, burning heat. Lin Zhou's thumb slowly traced the corner of his mouth, her tone ambiguous yet malicious. Pei Hanzhou, you killed so many people. My parents and my friends were among them. As she spoke, she leaned in close to his ear, her breath brushing him like the most intimate whisper between lovers. Aren't you wondering why I'm still keeping you? I'm keeping you so I can use your body to make up for my loss. The system excitedly popped up. Kissy so great. Humiliation level rising. System points 0.1 only 0.1 after performing like that? Lin Zhou felt something was wrong. See, the male lead had already seen through her. She worried that even that 0.1 was only for the male lead's guilt toward the shelter residents. KPIs assigned by leadership are getting harder and harder to meet. What to do? The only solution for a wage earner is to figure it out themselves. Lin Zhou's gaze swept downward, and he reached out to gently push aside the thin blanket at Pei Hanzhou's legs. The man's body stiffened slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed, yet he remained silent. Lin Zhou's gaze lingered on his legs, scarred from old injuries, for a second, as if truly assessing. Her fingertips casually traced the outline of the power-drained leg bone. Then she suddenly gave a mock rueful sigh. These two legs are useless. Now she lowered her voice, exhaling like orchids. No matter how dashing and majestic you used to be, Commander, from now on you'll only be able to move beneath me. Before his words finished, Lin Zhou suddenly bent down and bit his lip. It wasn't a gentle touch, but a kiss with a hard, punitive edge, direct, domineering, and a little like a sulk. The man's previously taut body finally trembled violently at that moment. After a moment, a force suddenly rebounded upward. Pei Hanzhou raised his arm and without hesitation pushed her away from his body. Lin Zhou was slammed into a chair, her spine throbbing, but she gritted her teeth and held back a sound. The next seconding humiliation action registered. Target's mental fluctuation increased. Points 1.2 keep up the smooches. The 3 to the system voice was lively as if it had just eaten candy. Lin Zhou sat on the ground. The corners of her mouth throbbed faintly, yet her breathing was erratic. She licked her lips. There was even a faint metallic tang from where her teeth had nicked them. All right, she had won the BN. No wonder he's a male lead from a women's novel. He takes his chastity very seriously. He wanted to give his heart, soul, and body all to the heroine. Lin Zhou only kissed him once. And the man reacted as if had been insulted, and Zhang, who had been calm as a corpse from start to finish, finally showed a bit of humanity. It's blood red. Her cheeks flushed, the tips of her ears dotted with a fine sweat. Lin Zhou felt like her heart was blooming with joy. This is way too easy for racking up points. The shame is astonishingly high now that she thought about it. When she was crouched at the bedside trying to pry open his back door, the man hadn't even blushed, just clenched his teeth and trembled slightly as he stubbornly held out. And yet today, after she only kissed his mouth once, he exploded? No wonder he's the male lead. His focus control is really clear and obsessive. Lin Zhou silently steadied himself on the chair and got up. His heart was still a little unsettled, and his ears felt slightly warm. Single and never dated for 28 years. From college to working, from internships to engineering blueprints, from tunnel excavators to late-night food live streams, she's done countless things except dating. She's never been in a relationship. The closest she ever came to any intimate act was in her college dorm when a few girls secretly learned kissing techniques from short videos. She sat in the corner holding a pillow, expressionless for a minute, then quietly left. And now look at what happened. Her name is Lin Zhou, a huge unlucky single woman approaching 30 who has been single since birth. Her first kiss in life wasn't given to a romantic confession, nor a moonlit handhold, nor someone's tender proposal, but on the broken bed of an apocalyptic shack. She force-kissed a guy who was destined to be someone else's boyfriend. All for the sake of KPIs, she told herself. Chapter 22. Please have the commander taste mutant pigeon soup. When Lin Zhou found that huge, eagle's-eyed mutant pigeon behind the ruins, it was still twitching slightly, a length of rebar stuck through its belly, half its head missing, and a trail of still wet bloody footprints nearby. Obviously someone had just killed it to take its crystal core. Pigeon soup, perfect for closing the whiplash-tearing wounds that Pei Hanzhou had. But right now the whole pigeon's feathers were shiny like a coat of green paint, its eyes bulging as if about to burst, and there were several fleshy tumors growing along the edges of its wings, writhing. Absolutely disgusting. Lin Zhou narrowed her eyes, not rushing to purify, but first brought up the system all. Hey, can you give me an effect? Last time the stewed meat smelled so good that Wei Chang and his gang grabbed the whole pot and even asked where I got the pork. I had to explain myself for a long time. She paused like the skin swapping game still looks like a mutant, but actually tastes fine. The system immediately popped up. Oh darling, you came at the right time. This purification disguise. Gourmet Edition Skin Pack is on sale now. Monthly subscription is only 2 points. Not only can it make meat look like a mutated creature while tasting like a delicacy, it also supports a 7-day no-questions-asked return service. Click the link now. Buy. Lin Jiu was decisive. She was a big spender now. Ding points 2 Skin Pack purchase successful. Visual zombie mode activated. To others a disgusting mutant, to your beloved a delectable rice king. Lin Jiu nodded with satisfaction, raised her palm, and her ability instantly purified the pigeon, transforming it into fresh tender meat while its appearance still retained that too ghastly to look at greasy green form. Lin Jiu took that green pigeon back to the shed, chopped it into pieces, put it in a pot, added a few strands of freshwater grassroot and the aged seasoning she had redeemed from the store, lit a fire, and simmered it slowly. Before long, the shack was filled with rich aromas, the broth bubbling and boiling, every wisp of steam carrying an enticing mouth-watering fragrance. But at the same time, the reaction outside the shack was completely different. When the wind blew, a sharp, nauseating stench leaked out through the ventilation holes. Ugh, whose rotten corpse exploded? It's Lin Jiu's tent. The smell's coming from her place. Damn that stench. I feel like throwing up even 2 meters away. Is she crazy? She hasn't really started eating mutated animals, has she? Some people pinched their noses and stumbled backward, scrambling away. Several residents of the shelter covered their noses and stepped back. Someone had already activated their wristband to report caretaker exhibiting abnormal mental state. Wei Chang, who had come at the news, stood about 10 meters outside the shed with a frown, trying to open his mouth to speak. Instead, he lost control of a breath and nearly vomited the dry rations he had just eaten. Inside the shed, Lin Jiu blew on the soup. The corner of her mouth curved slightly, and she contentedly licked the spoon. The skin effect is pretty good, she murmured, and the system immediately appeared in a sickly sweet voice. Of course, darling, purified disguise. Gourmet Edition has automatically enabled anti-peeping mode, preserving the original flavor and fully showing the crazed energy. Lin Jiu carefully poured a bowl of pigeon soup and placed it in front of Pei Hanzhou. The broth steamed hot, fragrant enough to make one's soul leave the body. She had deliberately shredded the meat into small pieces so Pei Hanzhou wouldn't have to move much while lying down. Stop playing dead, eat quickly. She pretended to sound stern. Pei Hanzhou had been half closing his eyes, but when he smelled that scent his eyelashes trembled and he slowly opened them. He looked down and stopped dead. Half a mutated pigeon floated in the bowl, its plumage entirely emerald, feathers fluffed up, its eyeballs not yet fully closed. A glossy green sheen. Pei Hanzhou stared at the thing, his expression slowly darkening by several degrees. He stared at Lin Jiu in silence, then glanced down at the soup. Only one thought remained in his mind: she was finally going to poison me. The scene had the full feeling of De Lang as drinking the medicine. Seeing Pei Hanzhou turn his face away unappreciatively, Lin Jiu sighed. Then, "I'll have to feed you myself." She scooped a small spoonful of the green soup, held it in her mouth, and leaned her head toward the man. Her thin lips met his. Hot soup forced in. The heat passed through their lips, soft and scalding, carrying a savory saltiness and an irresistible sweetness. The man was caught off guard, his Adam's apple trembling. He almost turned his head to avoid it, but she grabbed the back of his neck. The instant their lips and teeth entwined, his breath hitched after feeding him that mouthful. Lin Jiu licked the corner of her lips. See? It's not that bad. Right? Pei Hanzhou closed his eyes, seeming to force himself to endure it. The corners of his mouth were tight, and the lines of his cheeks showed faint beads of cold sweat. Ping. Humiliation 5. Humiliation 3. Humiliation 1. Current total 9 points. The system is ecstatic. Kisses are wonderful. Today is another day of tormenting the commander until he grits his teeth. Lin Jiu snorted softly, thinking, I cook and wash up for you and you boost my score. Tisich, it's practically a win-win. Not bad, right? Do you want me to feed you? Lin Jiu asked lazily, the handle of the spoon wobbling lightly at her fingertips. Pei Hanzhou's Adam's apple moved, his gaze falling on the strange pool of green soup in the bowl. His expression complicated. He actually knew that Lin Jiu had the ability to purify the abnormal, whether it was water or mutated creatures. This soup, although its color was unusual, was safe. The spoonful of soup held her body heat. The warmth had not yet dissipated. The moment their lips met, he already knew the taste. Savory, warm and mellow, with a slight herbal bitterness mingling with the pigeon's own fresh sweetness, weaving into a flavor at once familiar and strange. He didn't want to admit it, but this was indeed the most delicious thing he had eaten since birth, including that last bowl of spiced meat soup. Lin Jiu was still waiting for his reply, eyes shining, carrying an unfamiliar emotion to him, so Pei Hanzhou reached out and took the bowl. What a pity, I wanted to feed you a few more bites, the mouth-to-mouth kind. Lin Jiu sighed. Chapter 23. This is a miracle on the mutated wasteland, a divine wonder in a world of destruction. Half an hour later. Footsteps rushed up outside the shed. Bang bang bang, the knocking was rapid and impatient. Before Lin Jiu could speak, the door was pushed open. Wei Cheng burst in with a grave expression and stormed angrily. I received a report saying someone here has been eating unpurified mutated creatures. He stopped talking halfway. Directly ahead, Lin Jiu and Pei Hanzhou sat on the bed, each holding a drumstick-sized mutated fowl leg and digging in with relish. The drumsticks were an eerie yellowish green, their skins covered in bumps and protrusions. When bitten, they emitted a crisp crack, followed by a burst of thick, foamy green juice from the meat that dripped down the two of their fingers and, mixed with broth seeping from the bone joints, plopped into the bowl. Lin Jiu bit and licked his fingertips, his brows curved in pleasure. He didn't mind the flecks of green juice on his face at all, as if he truly thought the thing was delicious. Chang Wei pointed at the two of them in disbelief, his finger trembling. You're eating so heartily. Have your brains been contaminated? Sorry about that, Captain. The meat we picked up this time was a bit rotten and looks scary. But it's really tasty. Do you want to take what's left in the pot to test it? By agreement we should give you 40%, seems about right to me. Lin Jiu waved the leg meat in his hand. Of course Chang Wei wanted to take the whole pot away, but... You've gone mad. Wei Cheng's voice changed pitch as he pointed at the pot. Do you know what this is? This bird's beak is split into a cross. Its eyeballs grow sideways. I just saw a human ear on its wing. And you made soup out of it. Lin Jiu glanced at him as if seriously considering his question, then shrugged. What's wrong with stewing soup? It doesn't mind. Wei Cheng was dumbfounded. He turned to Pei Hanzhou, trying to hear from him something like I was forced, she coerced me, or I didn't eat it at all. But the man leisurely picked the remaining half of the poultry drumstick clean, then put it into a bowl. You too. Until the test results come back, you are not allowed to leave the shed. If you're mutated, I'll have you executed. Wei Cheng held his breath, picked up the pot and headed out, ordering his men to lock the shed. Seeing Wei Cheng carry the pot away, Lin Jiu shouted, wash the pot and bring it back after you're done. Oh wait. She suddenly thought of the foul water accumulated at every doorstep. She'd better wash the pot herself with clean water. Don't wash the pot, just bring it back. Then the two bowed their heads and continued eating, as if nothing had just happened. The shed still stank terribly, but now, having reached the 7th piece, Pei Hanzhou was already numb and even somewhat, a little lightheaded. He looked down at the bowl and slowly swallowed that mouthful of broth. This was the second time since his birth that he had eaten something with taste. Half a day later, the shelter's testing center. Wei Cheng stood at the end of the laboratory corridor, holding a freshly printed sample analysis report. His whole body frozen in place, he stared at that one line of text, reading it 3 times over, his lips trembling slightly. Sample anomalous ability purification level, 100 toxic substance residue, 0 infection factor, none edibility safety rating, grade A extremely high. How the hell is that possible? Wei Cheng muttered, his voice full of fear and disbelief. A level. Not only edible, but an extremely high-grade safe food, even surpassing the sterile meat paste in the sanctuary's military ration cans. Wei Cheng stared at the bottle of refrigerated leftover broth and swallowed. Supplies in the shelter were limited. The nutrient liquid was rationed meal by meal. The last time Lin Jiu had stewed that pot of meat, the brothers had eaten their fill and enjoyed it so much they'd have been willing to ascend the next second. In the end, Wei Cheng put on gloves and twisted off the cap. A blast of rank stench burst out, like a decade-old, unclean sewer coming to life, smashing straight into his nasal passages. Wei Cheng's face went ashen. He nearly fainted, but he, as if possessed, extended his index finger and lightly dipped a drop into the surface of the broth. He lifted his finger. The sauce was viscous, its surface floating with a film of oil like phosphorescence. He felt as if he could hear his stomach sobbing. Then, cautiously, he brought it to his mouth that instant. The world stood still. It felt as if light pierced the firmament and shot into his mind. Before Wei Chang appeared a phoenix with feathers like brocade rising from the fire. Its wings were hung with scallions, ginger, bay leaves, and star anise as it soared into the sky. Between his lips and teeth it was as if flowers bloomed for 10,000 miles. The broth bursting with 5-layered tastes: clear sweetness, mellow aroma, faint sourness, light saltiness, and a hidden spiciness cascading over his palate in overlapping waves. Like heavenly thunder paired with earthly fire, blowing through his skull. This, the iron-hard man Wei Chang murmured, is the taste of God? Tears fell from the tip of his nose. His gaze had completely lost control. This is not food. This is a miracle on the mutated wasteland. A divine wonder in a world of destruction. After they finished eating, Lin Zhou squatted in the corner washing bowls while talking to the system. If only I had a refrigerator, I could make more at once and eat for a week without leaving the house. Who would be willing to risk their life every day to buy groceries? At that moment, a syrupy voice from the system sounded in his mind. More, are you perhaps wishing for a little goal like if only I had a refrigerator? Chapter 24. The hero who is loyal to the female lead will remember the shame, humiliation, and resentment of that night. Dear, do you really want a refrigerator today? We proudly recommend. Spatial Ability Refrigeration Collector's Edition. Lin Zhou paused. You can actually make a refrigerator? The system's voice sounded exactly like a certain shopping live stream. It's not just a refrigerator. Space capacity: 1 cubic meter. Adjustable temperature range: 30 C to room temperature 25 C. Supports switchable refrigeration and freezing modes. Automatic preservation, constant temperature. Antibacterial, no power consumption, no radiation. Sounds pretty impressive, Lin Zhou asked hesitantly. Will you really give it to me? Of course you can. The system elongated the final syllable and began to change tone. But this isn't a rank spatial ability. It requires a small activation cost. Lin Zhou unsurprisingly frowned. You tell me. It's simple as long as you have a complete sexual relationship between a man and a woman with a target person, you can activate the spatial power. Lin Zhou's expression changed, and he almost threw the pot. You motherfucker. Dear, don't be angry first. This body isn't really yours either. You're not the original owner, just a soul transmigrated traveler. Morally speaking, there's nothing wrong. Second, from the original owner's memories, you should know how badly she wanted the male lead, so this also lets her die in peace. Lin Zhou fell silent. A refrigerator ability? No, wait, a spatial ability just sounds like a huge downgrade. A cubic meter of refrigerated space is, for Lin Zhou right now, practically a paradise standard symbol of life. She could store meat, freeze berries, keep seasonings, and even save cooked dishes for the next meal. Just one space would spare her 80% of the running around and risks. But she's still a girl who's never even held a man's hand. Heaven's doggy style would be one thing, but now she wants to get on top herself. How is that possible? Temporarily not considering it. Lin Zhou coldly refused. She turned her head and glanced at the male lead, who knew nothing. If that happens, what will he do? Lin Zhou asked the system in a low voice. Of course, hell hate you to death. The system's voice suddenly softened somewhat, like it was luring prey. The male lead who is loyal to the heroine will remember the shame, humiliation, and unwillingness of that night. This will be his dark past. An old wound he cannot be honest about in front of the heroine. Pei Hanzhou will hate you to the bone. Even your name he will try to destroy. Sounds not bad. If one day the male lead has no reaction at all to all her methods and it doesn't count, Lin Zhou might consider making a heroic sacrifice once. Fine, let this matter pass for now. Consider it a year-end bonus, something visible but not necessarily attainable. Lin Zhou sighed. Someone knocked. This time it was a dirty little girl with braided pigtails. She returned Lin Zhou's POS. Before, it was spotless inside. So clean it looked like someone had licked it. Those patrol team people are really vicious. Would they even dare eat mutated creatures? Sister, your cooking is really delicious. Although it looks a bit off. The little girl smiled at her sweetly. Lin Zhou was startled for a moment. Since she came over, no one had ever smiled at her. Either indifference or hostility. Either suspicion or prying. As if everyone assumed this world had lost all warmth, and even being alive meant tearing into one another. But this girl was different. A 17 or 18-year-old smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling, as if this wasteland had suddenly softened a little. Linjo inexplicably felt a little tenderness in his chest. My brother asked me to bring the pot back. I have purification abilities. I can make the water quality a bit better. Sister, is there anything I can help you with? The girl said, peering into the shed. I can help you wash clothes and sheets. Who's your brother? Linjo asked. He's Wei Cheng. Linjo was momentarily stunned, almost thinking she had misheard. You said, who? Wei Cheng. The little girl nodded, a somewhat proud smile on her face. He's my brother. Linjo's mouth twitched. The first image that popped into her head was that coarse man carrying a thick stick, brows furrowed and scowling. Looking at the dirty yet rabbit-like smiling girl before her, she suddenly found it a bit surreal. Wei Cheng? That big rough guy? He actually has such a cute, soft little sister? For a moment she couldn't collect her thoughts. Are you sure you mean that Wei Cheng? From the search team, the one with more eyebrows than beard, who can make the shed roof collapse when he shouts? The girl tilted her head, thought seriously for a moment, then smiled even sweeter. Yes, it's that brother. He's fierce with others, but he's never fierce with me. Linjo. That's too big a contrast. She was about to ask something more when the little girl suddenly looked down and, a bit embarrassed, spoke. Sister, please don't be mad at my brother. He's not that bad. Really, that I know there may have been misunderstandings before. It's my brother's fault. Sometimes he speaks harshly and doesn't know how to get along with people. But he's not a bad person, truly. Linjo said nothing, just listened quietly. I actually don't have any blood relation to my brother, the little girl said softly. My parents have been gone for a long time. He found me in a pile of garbage and took me in. He gave me food, found me clothes to wear, and taught me how to hide so people wouldn't bully me. Everyone says he has an ugly face and a bad temper, but he's always been very good to me. She kept her head down, both hands gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her small body seeming to be stretched like a wire. If sister doesn't like him, I can understand. But I can help you with work. I can wash clothes, scrub pots, clean water, wipe tables. Sister, you really cook very well. If in the future you're willing to give us just a little of your dishes, I'll come help you work every day, okay? When she looked up, her eyes were as clear as freshly purified water. No. Linjo smiled, taking the pot from Fair. Thank you for you and your brother's kindness, but I don't need any help. Chapter 25. Your future girlfriend, the only light in your life, was driven back with one slap from Mino. Linjo smiled, taking the pot from Fair. Thank you for you and your brother's kindness, but I don't need any help. The little girl froze for a moment. The smile at the corner of her mouth faltered, but she obediently nodded. I understand. I'll head back now. She turned and left, her silhouette small and neat, the pigtails swinging with each step. Linjo closed the door. Click. The moment of silence after the door closed felt like a cut to a line that might have led to warmth. She leaned against the door for a moment, exhaled slowly, and only then lifted the pot into the water. It wasn't that Linjo was cold-blooded. It was just that, as a corporate drone, she understood all too well what this kind of offered help usually meant. When has a colleague ever suddenly said, while you're burning the midnight oil, I'll do the PPT? Who would randomly buy you a coffee and tell you to take it easy for no reason? These people 9 times out of 10 will in the next second ask about your report, steal your blueprints, and drag you into an office power struggle you never wanted to be part of. And besides, she was a time traveler. If she wanted to go home, she had to hide her motives and let the male lead conveniently snap her neck. Adding one more person into the mix would only make things more complicated. As a result, before she had a few seconds to think, the system's electronic voice popped up again, cloyingly sweet. Ding! Dear host, well done, you just rejected the official female lead without hesitation, truly a model example of sticking to the villainous role. Linjo rubbed his temples. What did you say? I said she is the female lead. Linjo whipped his head toward the door. His expression turned instantly and extremely complicated. You didn't say earlier? The system replied instantly. You should have said so sooner. I even wrote all the key characters into the newbie guide. Did you maybe click confirm without reading through? Besides, I even bolded her name on that page. Fair. Female lead. The only light that can save the male lead. A future high potential asset. A true bearer of the protagonist's halo. According to the original plot development, she would become the last shred of comfort when the male lead's mind collapsed. His light, his hope, his only. Am not a useless person yet, thought in his dissent. Too bad now. This dawn has been stomped out by you with a single squelch, Lin Jiu. There are over 60 pages in total, much longer than the game's instructions. Can a person really read it all in one sitting? Now Lin Jiu felt as if his intestines were tied in knots, and the regret on his face was almost impossible to hide. I didn't even know who she is. Of course you didn't. The system replied, particularly considerately. After all, important people are forgetful. Someone as mysteriously aloof, plot-controlling, and ruthless in destroying hope with every move as you are, how could you possibly remember the name of a little cutie? And that last scene was acted so brilliantly. I even felt pain for the male and female leads missing their first meeting, felt sorry for 3-second system drawn-out voice. But dear user, don't worry, the female lead is that kind of little sun character who comes with a self-healing buff. She'll be getting more cuddles later. It's just its tone shifted, and it added a sarcastic remark. If she comes again next time, there's a good chance she won't smile at you anymore. The dim light in the room fell on the edge of the pot, the surface of the water wavering slightly. Lin Jiu was cleaning, and a low, rough male voice came from behind. Who was at the door just now? The voice had no warmth, but neither did it carry any hostility. Lin Jiu paused, a strange impulse suddenly welling up inside her. She really wanted to say, "It was your future girlfriend, the only light in your life, that I sent back with a slap," but when the words reached her lips, all that remained was a dry, "Wei Cheng's sister, come return the pot." The man was silent for a moment. "Stay away from her," he said suddenly, his voice low but unexpectedly laced with a note of warning. "If you don't want others to see through that you have abilities." Lin Jiu was startled and abruptly looked up. The man leaned against the wooden bed, not looking at her, only staring at the patched canvas roof of the shack, his brows and eyes cool and distant. "Her brother is Wei Cheng," Pei Hanzhou said slowly. "Wei Cheng is with the patrol. They have few resources and won't let go of any ability user they can legitimately requisition. Purification is the same. Public ability users have to turn in a quota every day. Once registered, they can't get free. Going out to hunt is sometimes no better than waiting to die in the shelter. Also, concealing an ability will be punished." After Lin Jiu finished listening, she felt a buzz in her head. She knew the shelter's harsh exploitation of espers, but she hadn't expected that even purification, an ability that seemed like a support type, would be forcibly included in resource management. What she hadn't expected even more was that Pei Hanzhou actually be considering her. Why? Shouldn't he by rights hate her with every fiber of his being? As if seeing through Lin Jiu's worries, Pei Hanzhou's tone was indifferent. Still not looking at her, he added, "I just don't want to be dragged down because of you." Lin Jiu looked at him in surprise. Chapter 26. Zombies are far more terrifying than mutated animals. That's just the beginning. Lin Jiu finished washing the bedding on the old bed and had already sorted through what had just happened in his head. Pei Hanzhou said, "The shelter's psychics have to hand in their quota every day to go hunting." She blinked, the flame reflected in her pupils dancing. "I had seen the shelter's hunting teams. Every time they set out, it was loud with voices. When those ability users struck, it crackled like a monster fighting game. Crystal cores popped into backpacks one after another, and it felt amazing. But they only took the crystal cores and tossed the bodies aside, mostly just burning them. That if I could go out with them, find an inconspicuous corner to crouch and purify the corpses, secretly take a few pieces of flesh back. Hey, wouldn't that be fresh ingredients then?" Lin Jiu felt a sudden little thrill. "However, just eating meat wouldn't do. I need to find some seeds," she murmured. "Even a little corn, wheat, taro, or sweet potato would do. If nothing else, potatoes, 1 能土豆, and leafy greens." Her Chinese stomach was about to give out. Even in this apocalypse, nothing could stop her from reclaiming her culinary dreams of boiled cabbage, braised eggplant, and tomato-endive stir-fry. If she could get some soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil, her life would practically be the richest Chinese restaurant in the shelter. The problem now was how to go out. After thinking for a long time, Lin Jiu finally went to find Wei Cheng. "I have a presumptuous request." She stood at the courtyard gate, too embarrassed to go in, and lowered her voice. "Your hunting team. Could you take me with you?" Wei Cheng frowned. "You? You're not an ability user, are you? Going out is too dangerous. That I am not hunting. I don't need crystal cores," Lin Jiu said softly. "I only pick up what's left. You know, my parents were scientists. They taught me how to tell the strength of mutation, so I can tell which parts are still edible." Wei Cheng wanted to say more, but seeing her expression so serious it wasn't a joke, he fell silent for a moment. Besides identifying low-variation tissues, I'm also good at cooking. I can completely remove their toxicity. Lin Zhou continued. Captain, you know that, don't you? This time Wei Cheng was truly shaken. Of course he knew how good Lin Zhou's cooking was. He thought of his sister. Skinny as a stick of firewood. You can only stay in the car, no leaving the group. Wei Cheng stared at her. How much you can scavenge depends on your skill, but half of whatever you cook has to be for me. Going from 40% to 50% isn't that much. Anyway, her pan is big. Lin Zhou immediately nodded. Deal. Setting out with the convoy for the first time, Lin Zhou sat in the rear of the vehicle, ears full of the clang of blades and the roar of various abilities converging. She had thought she was mentally tough, until she saw with her own eyes a pack of mutant hyenas suddenly burst out of the ruins, bones spiking, fangs flashing, and pounce on a recruit who reacted half a beat too slow. She nearly vomited the nutrient drink Shed had that morning. The veteran mocked her. You're scared already? Zombies are far worse than mutated animals. This is nothing. With a clang, a burst of flames erupted outside the carriage, incinerating the hyena. Now it was the turn of a group of people to surround the mutated hyena. They split its skull to take out the crystal core, and even fought for a while over the uneven distribution. Lin Zhou doesn't eat dog meat, so he missed this part. But soon that group hunted down another mutant cow, this one with a mutated calf. Now Lin Zhou wished she had a refrigeratorno, a spatial ability. Filet mignon, ribeye, short ribs, brisket, tripe all sliced up and packed away. In the end, Lin Zhou sneakily brought back about 5 kilograms of beef, planning to wrap it and soak it in cold water so it would last a few days. Oh, and 2 liters of fresh milk. Luckily there was a car. Otherwise, with Lin Zhou's build, she couldn't have hauled all that back. As soon as Lin Zhou returned, she cut the beef into chunks and packed them. The portion for that day was quickly blanched, pan-seared until slightly charred, then the meat was spread across the bottom of the pot. Milk was poured in, a little salt added, the lid put on, and it was simmered over low heat. The meat aroma carried a hint of dairy. The gelatinous texture of the softened beef tendon intertwined with the creaminess, faintly drifting into the nose. The thick white broth bubbled. The beef had a rosy color with caramelized edges, and a few pieces of tendon with oil floating on top formed a tempting, soft, springy layer. Want some? She said so that night. The foul stench came from Lin Zhou's shed again. Wei Cheng followed the smell. He seemed already used to Lin Zhou's dishes that smelled and looked disgusting but tasted heavenly. Wei Cheng, as usual, finished off the pot. The remaining half, naturally, was for Lin Zhou and Pei Hanzhou. Lin Zhou scooped up a bit of soup with a spoon, blew on it, tasted a mouthful herself, and immediately showed a satisfied smile. The man lay quietly, his gaze sweeping over her indifferently. As she looked back, he averted his eyes. Do you want some? Pei Hanzhou nodded in response. Finally, no need to force it anymore. Lin Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. Beef is really good for the wounded, and he also has to be fed milk every day. So Lin Zhou put on her most annoying face. With you in this state, what can you do besides opening your mouth? Aren't you just a useless cripple now? She deliberately emphasized. The once lofty Commander Pei, who used to be so glorious, now can only be fed by others. How pitiful. Pei Hanzhou heard this and didn't even lift an eyelid. Lin Zhou stared at him, waiting for 3 seconds. 0. The system panel that popped up in his mind was completely empty. Not even a prompt sound had been heard. Well then, as expected, it's immune to PUA. Not only that, this male lead who should have a thin skin and would fight anyone after a personal attack actually said, "Are you done talking? Can you bring it over now?" Chapter 27. She makes you gain weight and lose your handsome figure. If you can't have it, you must destroy it. For a moment Lin Zhou's heart was full of mixed feelings. No wonder he's the male lead, able to counter P so quickly. I, having worked for years, would still cry over 1 or 2 personal insults from a boss. Lin Zhou's hand trembled with a clatter. A spoonful of milk-white thick soup landed squarely on his lower abdomen, soaking into the fabric, leaving a thin, ambiguous, sticky layer. Lin Zhou's breath caught. Reflexively she grabbed a nearby clean cloth and crouched to wipe his abdomen. Her movements hurried, even a bit flustered and forceful. The points were exchanged for just this set of clothes. If they got dirty, she'd have to wash them anyway. How hard would this milk soup be to clean? She lowered her head and scrubbed diligently. As she scrubbed, her movements suddenly faltered, and her gaze slowly dropped to his trousers. One particular area seemed somehow not quite right. The formerly flat fabric bulged into a slight curve, with no warning, unervingly clear. Linjo blinked then slowly looked up at him. The two stared at each other. Ding humiliation score 3 you kissing is so impressive, keep it up Linjo. You why didn't you push me away? The man's face was as dark as water, his lip line tightly pressed. Linjo held the soup bowl in one hand and pinched a cloth with the other, saying in surprise, no Pei Hanzhou, what are you thinking? Aren't you the one who never lets anyone touch you? Ding target mental fluctuations detected. Host gets an extra 3 points for being lovey-dovey. Hearing the system announce the score, Linjo went numb. Following the male lead's gaze, she looked at the hand holding her cream beef soup and finally understood that if he had pushed her, wouldn't it have all spilled? So that's why the male lead did that? Would it have killed him to just say something? Pei Hanzhou slowly reached out his hand, slipped the rag from between her stiff fingers, looked away and slowly wiped himself. He thought it best not to speak. If he opened his mouth, she would surely take the chance to make remarks that would embarrass him even more. But Linjo simply set the meat bowl down by Pei Hanzhou's bed and turned to leave. Her thoughts were simple. Finally, Pei Hanzhou was willing to eat again. She couldn't let him develop a new aversion over a trifle. The male lead needed to recover his body as quickly as possible. Otherwise, how would he have the strength to restore his powers and snap her neck? For the next several days, Linjo left early and returned late. There was no choice. Her year-end bonus refrigerator ability was still floating up in the sky, so she could only diligently go pick up fresh things every day. And the plot continued to develop along its original trajectory. Without Linjo's knowledge, inside the shack, Pei Hanzhou leaned by the window. Suddenly his brow twitched and his gaze darkened. Who? He whispered. The next moment, a gaunt shadow slipped in soundlessly, like a gust of wind, barely stirring any noise in the room. A thread of grit and bloodiness abruptly entered the air. Mingling with the scent of dried earth, the figure landed in front of Pei Hanzhou, moving with extreme lightness. It was a boyish shape, looking no more than 15 or 16, with a clean childlike face, pale skin, exaggeratedly long eyelashes, a slightly upturned nose. Tip at first glance even a little cute. But Pei Hanzhou knew that Nightshade was one of the W Sanctuary's most covert level 10 Esper, skilled in concealment, assassination and infiltration. His movements were like a ghost's, able even to obscure light itself. Nightshade bowed his head, dropping to one knee. His voice kept very low and heavy with apology. Commander? I finally found you. Your subordinate is late. Ying had been assigned tasks by Pei Hanzhou and left Shelter W for a long time. When he returned, he found everyone dead, and his respected commander had lost his power in both legs, ending up elsewhere as a prisoner. What he could not tolerate most was that the commander had been tormented by a woman like Linjo. Earlier, when Pei Hanzhou was pressed by Linjo's scientist parents to sign a marriage contract, Ying had been very displeased. I know you suffered inhuman torture, that vicious woman. Linjo. Ying ground his teeth, each word as if trying to grind sparks out of the name Linjo. He stopped halfway through, his gaze sweeping from Pei Hanzhou's ankle up to his brow, then quickly back again. Commander, when did you get fat? The air suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds. Pei Hanzhou looked down expressionlessly at the loose waistband of his pants, then silently tugged at the hem of his shirt. That obvious. Eats meat every day and lies around doing nothing. How could he not get fat? He didn't even lift an eyelid, only nodded coldly as a tacit acceptance, but Ying, as if having discovered the truth, gasped in shock. I understand now. It's that wicked woman Linjo trying to harm you. She must have used some method to make your body gain weight and lose your handsome figure. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. How vicious. Pei Hanzhou. The baby-faced youth grew more indignant as he spoke. I knew she had ulterior motives. She's just like her parents, a scheming fraud who only cares about profit. Don't worry. Pei Hanzhou finally moved his fingers. Do not act rashly. The child's face froze, the anger on it instantly hardening. But I really can't bear Linjo cursing you like that. Pei Hanzhou lowered his head, his eyelashes concealing his emotions. Let her curse. After all, those who could curse me have all died in the sanctuary. The words were spoken calmly and without ripple, yet the air suddenly stiffened. The baby-faced man opened his mouth, something seemed to be stuck in his throat. You shouldn't say that, it wasn't your fault. The decisions back then. Under those circumstances you did the best you could. Sacrifices were unavoidable. But I'm still alive, Pei Hanzhou said softly. The shed fell silent again. After a moment, Pei Hanzhou spoke in an extremely flat tone. What about the arrangements on the Eastern Front? Everything is in place and the samples have been transferred. We're just waiting for your order. Keep watching. Pei Hanzhou withdrew his gaze. Yes. Nightshade paused, then said, Commander, I've arranged vehicles and they can pick you up at any time. As you can see. Chapter 28. So the thigh should perhaps still be usable. The shack was as silent as ever. Wind poured in through the broken window slats, grit scraping the corners and making a low sound. Lin Jiu pushed the door open and entered, movements brisk, carrying a large pile of iron parts and frames on her back, like some kind of machine wreckage weathered by sun and wind. She hooked the door closed with her toe and casually dropped the heap onto the floor. It clattered, kicking up a cloud of dust. Pei Hanzhou still sat propped on the edge of the bed, unmoving, his expression cold. His gaze lingered briefly on the metal junk on her back before moving away. Lin Jiu squatted and rummaged through, pulling out 2 joint pivots that still had their structural integrity, tried fitting them into the slot, and clicked her tongue in satisfaction. As a mechanical engineer, she finally felt she could put her skills to use again. Today Lin Jiu followed the convoy to the east. The east had long been occupied by mutated cat monsters. Each one was larger than a tiger. And luckily she didn't eat cats, so Lin Jiu took the opportunity to walk around while the powered individuals were surrounding the big cat. Not far away, a spot had caved in from the force of the powered individuals, exposing the remains of a trench left by early military forces inside. 3 corpses in a row had been sanded down by wind and dust until only shriveled skeletons remained, but in their necks a segment of an unrusted spinal connector was still lodged, proving those people had once worn some kind of exoskeletal armor. Standard infantry models, first generation. In Lin Jiu's real world, some developed countries already had those. Back then there probably weren't any powered people. Humans fought zombies with headshots and took down mutated beasts with concentrated fire. Pretty desperate, rather primitive. She remembered the pile of corpses they just dug up. The armor was worn properly, but their bones had been crushed. Although exoskeleton armor can augment human strength, it's useless without a supernatural ability. On the contrary, today's ability users no longer need high-tech accessories. Relying on cold weapons they can fight their way through. Lin Jiu spent nearly 2 hours prying off those exoskeleton suits and getting a complete set on. A bit heavy, more worn out than she had imagined, but still better suited for the apocalypse than a wheelchair. Other heroines transmigrate in, and upon seeing the male lead with crippled lower limbs, they immediately build him a wheelchair whether they actually can or not. The heroine will just do it. This is the apocalypse. Lin Jiu has no intention of making a wheelchair for Pei Hanzhou. That kind of vehicle with a fixed posture and constrained track might suit urban settlements, but it's not fit for the wasteland. Nor is it suitable for him. He is Pei Hanzhou. Even like this now, Lin Jiu still didn't want to see him nailed to a wheelchair. Lin Jiu kept his head down, removed the ruptured knee coupling, then took out the capacitor pack he had picked up earlier and installed it. Arcs of current flowed into the metal arm's bending core, sparking a faint blue-white glow. Fixed. Lin Jiu imagines the exoskeleton armor on Pei Hanzhou. The way he stands up. The way he looks down at her. Could it be possible, like in the past, to stand high and look down on everyone? Lin looked toward the person on the bed and found that the person was looking back at her. In that instant Lin Jiu felt a hollow exposure, as if she had been seen through, because next she was going to touch him. Again. As for this exoskeleton armor, Lin Jiu had kept only the lower body portion, using an old-style electromagnetic neural interface that reads the user's muscle electrical signals and assists in driving the metal joints. As long as there was still a faint response in Pei Hanzhou's thigh root nerves. She had seen his physiological reactions more than once, so the thigh should, perhaps, still be usable? She had to test it first, right? Lin Jiu took a testing fingertip sleeve from the toolkit. The pad was just the right thickness. Its surface wrapped in a microconductive film that could release tiny electric pulses when pressed against muscle, used to probe the responsiveness of superficial nerves. Then she flipped onto the bed with lightning speed, straddling Pei Hanzhou's thigh. Get down, don't move, okay? The surgeon's going to run a routine check. As she said that, she pressed on the tense section of muscle and slowly slid to probe the nerve response, but heat began rising in her chest. She was clearly from a mechanical background, usually able to handle motors and bearings expertly, yet now she was actually trying to check whether a man's femoral nerve was still functioning. And this man was so cold, so composed now. However, his fingertips twitched because of hers. The system voice then cheerfully sounded. Kissy humiliation. Points 10. Behavior extremely improper, attitude extremely flippant, host has grasped the essence. 3. Make me say it twice, he said in a low voice. Lin Jo glanced up at Pei Hanzhou, her eyes showing no intention of obeying. That if you get mean with me again, I'll really tie you up. It's not like I've never tied anyone before, right, Commander? That time we had such a good time. The time Lin Jo referred to was clearly the occasion when she couldn't afford anesthesia and performed the debridement on Pei Hanzhou herself. Pei Hanz's face had darkened so much it looked like it could drip. His thin lips pressed tight, and his Adam's apple slid up and down in a tense motion. While he wasn't paying attention, Lin Jo pressed 2 fingers lightly where the patch made contact, and a faint jolt of electricity ran through his muscles. The man trembled reflexively. There's a reaction, Lin Jo summarized seriously, but not much. Chapter 29. As expected, Pei Hanzhou can't take this. The instant Lin Jo's finger touched that taut patch of skin, a tiny electrical signal snapped out, just a tiny bit. But Pei Hanzhou felt as if the chains binding his whole body had been pried open. He trembled violently. In that instant, a strange tingling crawled from the base of his thighs up his spine, burning like a fierce flame. His pupils constricted. He grabbed her wrist and with a reverse motion, tore her off of him. Hiss! Before Lin Jo could react, he was pressed into the mattress by him. Pei Hanz's lower body couldn't support him, so his whole weight was on Lin Jo, who found himself sunk between Pei's rigid, muscular chest and thick arms. What are you doing? She widened her eyes in shock, her voice tinged with genuine panic. Pei Hanzhou was full of anger and restraint. His strength was so great that even her breathing was being constricted. But in the next second, a soft sound came from the doorway, making the man on top of Lin Jo tense all over. Sister Lin? The door was pushed open. It was fair. I forgot to lock the door. Lin Jo remembered that when she had come in earlier carrying such a large bundle, she really hadn't had a free hand to do anything else. The girl stood at the doorway in a daze, clutching a chipped enamel bowl with both hands, clearly here to beg for today's meal. Her gaze flicked once between Lin Jo, pinned into the mattress, and the male lead's body, tense like a wild beast, and her face flushed instantly. Sorry. Fair turned to close the door. Then, compelled by some odd impulse, stop. Sister, if you don't want to, you can pull off his collar. That thing has an electric shock device. Lin Jo's performance in the whipping arena likely made everyone aware of how Commander Pei Hanzhou dragged everyone into hell, including Lin Jo's parents. All her hysterical behavior was interpreted by outsiders as hatred toward Pei Hanzhou. So others saw her relationship with Pei Hanzhou, both jailer and prisoner, and also betrothed, as very complicated. But is that what the heroine should say? Shouldn't she be saying, let go of that man, I'll handle this, or something like that? Ding! Detected male lead's emotional fluctuation too. The host is working so hard on kisses. I'm so touched. Lin Jo looked up at the person pressing down on her. So this works too. As long as he showed signs of an intimate relationship in front of the heroine, Pei Hanzhou would be unbearably provoked. Wait, these two haven't even met before, have they? Lin Jo lifted her eyes and glanced at the man braced tightly on either side of her, almost cradling her in his arms. His shoulders were as stiff as 2 stones, stray hairs on his forehead disheveled. His whole body pressed extremely close, his breath scorching. She could feel the heat of that breath spraying onto her cheek, its rhythm erratic, each one seeming forced out. Fair, come in. Lin Jo suddenly shouted. Pei Hanzhou looked at her in disbelief. You want to do what? Taking advantage of his hands being braced and him unable to move, Lin Jo suddenly grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him down. She kissed him fiercely. She bit the corner of his lip, not gentle at all after all. At her age she had never kissed anyone, but that messy kiss left Pei Hanzhou stiff as cast iron. His eyes as if shattered, shock, embarrassment, confusion, emotions piled so high they were about to explode. Sorry Sister Lin, I didn't see anything. Fair, who'd been inexplicably called in, rushed out of the shed blushing like a rabbit, forgetting even to close the door. Ping points credited 8. Host, please keep up the good work. Moaja 3. Hearing the system notify her score, Lin Jo let out a soft breath, her fingers sliding off the back of Pei Hanzhou's neck as she gently pushed his head away. As expected, Pei Hanzhou couldn't stand being humiliated in public, and gave her a huge number of points. It was double what she got for making little moves in private, which did feel a bit unfair to the male and female leads. But rather than worry about others, it was better to profit herself. Anyway, the two of them didn't know each other yet, And she was still Pei Hansis' legitimate fiancé, so she might as well borrow the heroine's boyfriend for a while. That way Pei Hanzhou could be so shamed and enraged later that she would want to kill herself. At worst, the female lead Fair will beat her up again. Being able to go home is the most important thing. All right, Lin Jiu said, eyes calm as she looked at the ceiling, voice steady, help me up. There was none of the slightest trace of the earlier emotion. She even irritably smoothed the corner of her clothes that had been creased. It was as if the one who had just dared to kiss her wasn't her. And Pei Hanzhou stood frozen as if struck by lightning, momentarily forgetting even how to hold himself up. Lin Jiu tumbled off the bed and went back to examine the pile of junk on the floor that looked like scrap metal to everyone else, but Lin Jiu kept feeling watched. If gazes had energy, the back of her head would be burned through. Lin Jiu had worried about this before. If she helped Pei Hanzhou stand up, he might very well turn around and eliminate her. But there was nothing to be done now. In any case, the external bone scaffold had to be taken care of. Hey Race, what happened? Ever since Lin Jiu accidentally prevented the male and female leads from meeting for the first time, the system told her that the storyline had changed. What was supposed to happen later had been moved up. Originally, the male lead was supposed to be expelled from the shelter in half a year. The female lead, feeling sorry for him, would accompany him and they would be exiled together to the north. Now that plot point has been moved up to the end of this month. But the female lead is not in place yet. The two of them don't know each other at all, so the burden of being exiled alongside the male lead falls on Lin Jiu. What is this supposed to be? A task my colleague couldn't handle is suddenly assigned to me, and I don't get any extra pay. On what grounds? Lin Jiu of course didn't want it. Unfortunately, her unwillingness didn't matter. Wage workers have no say. The only thing she could do was make the two people's exile a little easier to so. The male lead must be able to walk by himself. Chapter 30. Move again and I'll shout, call Feirin. The two of us will serve you while you get dressed. When Lin Jiu carried the exoskeleton she had spent 3 nights forging, the whole shed still smelling of engine oil, to the bedside, Pei Hanzhou turned his face away and didn't look at her, only coldly staring out the window as the ragged curtain fluttered in the wind. Come on, lift your leg. She pulled out the fastener and pointed to his waist. Buckle this first, then attach the ankle torque supports. This thing will help you stand and do work for Medon. Eat the meals I cook for nothing every day. A real man should contribute some effort. Pei Hanzhou of course knew what Lin Jiu was up to. An exoskeleton can indeed help someone with leg paralysis stand up. Pei Hanzhou was also surprised that Lin Jiu could assemble one. She really was no longer the person she used to be. The former Lin Jiu was emotionally unstable and would do many excessive things to herself when she had an episode. The current Lin Jiu still acted excessively, but Pei Hanzhou noticed that all her actions had a purpose. Sometimes those purposes were even benevolent. Lin Jiu glanced at the motionless person. You're not going to put them on? She lowered her eyelids, her fingertips lightly tapping the mechanical clasp twice. Then she smiled slowly. Commander, do you intend to be a cripple for the rest of your life? Lying here every day for me to humiliate, or do you actually like this being trodden underfoot feeling? Pei Hanzhou still showed no reaction. Not angry, not ashamed, not irritated, and not struggling. Lin Jiu waited a few seconds. The system made no announcement. She had been so caustic, and even she couldn't help feeling disgusted at the words she'd spoken. And yet this person really remained indifferent to her? Was there pure resistance that strong? It seems there's no choice but to go all out. Lin Jiu had actually calculated the timing accurately. A knock came at the door right on time. It was Fierce, always came begging at this hour. Fire, wait a moment, Lin Jiu shouted, then turned and gave Pei Hanzhou a sly smile. The door isn't locked. What do you think would happen if we made a lot of noise and I screamed for help? Although he didn't know why, Lin Jiu had noticed Pei Hansis' embarrassment in front of others, especially in front of Feier. I'll help you get dressed quickly. Don't struggle and don't make a sound. Lin Jiu suddenly bent down, pressing herself close and abruptly gripping Pei Hansis' leg. Her strength was fierce and steady, sliding almost along the inside of his thigh. Her fingertips tracing a scorching arc through the fabric. Still pretty hard, huh? She didn't clarify that she was talking about the muscle. Her tone deliberately left a sliver of silence. The cold metal piece clicked shut in her hand. When she lifted her hand to snap it into the interface at his thigh, her body was almost half pressed against his, her hair brushing his lower abdomen. The man's shoulder jolted. He instinctively tried to pull away, but the moment he moved, Lin Zhou shot him a look. If you move again, I'll scream and call Fair Inshall. We both help you put it on? Ping. 5 points. Male lead's emotional fluctuations are being recorded. It seems the player hit the mark. Haha. She knew it. No wonder he's the male lead in women's fiction. Can't stand this kind of humiliation at all. As she spoke, Lin Zhou pressed her palm more firmly along his waistline, her knuckles pressing against the ridges of his muscles. The spots at the nerve endings most prone to exploding. Pei Hanzhou felt as if a current had jolted him. His whole body froze in place, cold sweat instantly seeping to his temples. That posture was far too suggestive. He was beneath her. Lin Zhou bowed over his legs, her fingertips inching deeper into his body. Wait a moment, this part's a bit tricky. Her breath was nearly against his lower abdomen, her lips pausing on that patch of burning skin for a moment, and as she spoke she let out a soft puff of air. The air itself had warmed. Pei Hanzhou gritted his teeth so hard it hurt, his eyes nearly overflowing with rage, shame, and a sense of fracture. Then something suddenly pressed against the side of Lin Zhou's cheek, warm, springy, with a bit of firm force. Lin Zhou snapped back to himself, his face flushing bright red. She quickly ducked her head to lock the card in place, then sprang up, bounced out from between his legs, hit the broken cabinet and sank down onto the floor. You. That was on purpose just now, wasn't it? Were you trying to take advantage now? Ding. Points 10. Male leads embarrassment off the charts. Dear. That naughty move breaks the rules but works. Lin Zhou was about to say something to ease the tension, but couldn't help stealing another glance at him. Pei Han's whole body froze on the bed as if turned to stone. He turned his face away and shut his eyes tightly, burying his entire face in his arm. That no came muffled from within that folded arm. Another knock sounded at the door, heavier than before, with an insistent, steady rhythm that left no room for refusal. A chill ran through Lin Zhou's heart. He rose from the floor with decisive, brisk movements, instantly shifting from embarrassment to alertness. The force of that knocking didn't feel like fair. She quickly tidied her clothes, kicked the tools that had fallen to the side into a corner, and, just as she was about to walk over, habitually glanced toward the bed. She saw Pei Hanzhou had already quietly turned to the side and pulled a coarse blanket tightly up, securely covering everything below his waist as bundled up as a proper young maiden. Lin Zhou hurried to the door. The door creaked open, wind rushed in from outside, carrying a hint of dust and the metallic tang of wasteland rust. 3 people stood in the doorway. The front was a tall, middle-aged white man. He wore a weather-streaked gray-green military greatcoat. His shoulders were broad, his posture upright. Though the years had left conspicuous gray at his temples, they had not made him seem dull or aged in the least. Behind him stood a somewhat cramped-looking Fair and Wei Chang. Both followed him, their expressions anxious. When Fair saw Lin Zhou, she exhaled in relief and spoke softly. Sister Lin, this is the commander of our sanctuary, Lord Connell. Chapter 31. Commander Pei Hanzhou. You can't stand by and watch someone die outside. The wind whipped up grit, lifting the hem of Connell's coat slightly. His gaze landed calmly on Lin Zhou, but he didn't exchange pleasantries. Instead he said in a deep voice, I'm not here for you. Connell's gaze passed over Lin Zhou's shoulder and fell on the bed in the dim corner of the shack. Point 2 have come to see Lord Pei Hanzhou. Lin Zhou's eyes flickered. He stepped aside and made room. Come in. Connell nodded and stepped inside, his movement steady and decisive, each step seeming to keep time with years of battlefield ironclad rhythm. Behind him, Fire and Wei Chang followed cautiously. Pei Hanzhou on the bed had already propped himself up, sitting against the wall, his expression returning to calm. The blanket was discreetly pulled up to his waist, and he swiftly shifted from the earlier innocent young Miss State back to that composed, restrained, and inscrutable former commander. His gaze briefly swept over Connor. His lips pressed tight, saying nothing. Lin Zhou moved closer to Fair and Wei Chang and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Wei Chang didn't answer immediately. He just pressed his lips together, his expression heavier than ever before. Wei Chang? Lin Zhou furrowed his brows, his voice even lower. Wei Chang finally spoke slowly, his voice hoarse. I don't know why the zombie horde started attacking the shelter. With the current manpower, we might not last 3 days, and no wonder they hadn't let anyone go hunting these past few days. Lin Zhou's stored meat was almost gone. Lin Zhou's eyes tightened. Just as she was about to ask more, she heard a sound from inside the room. Plop. The middle-aged man who had been wearing a crisp trench coat and exuding a calm, steely invulnerability canal was kneeling by Pei Han's bedside. Then a sound came from his normally resolute, unyielding body. A wrong sob. I really can't do anything about it. Well, Commander Pei Hanzhou. You can't just let him die. Everyone? Connell knelt while fumbling in his trench coat pocket for a crumpled handkerchief and wiped his nose hard. Commander Zhang Yuqing. Commander Zhang said he'd go on patrol and be back in a month. It's been 3 months now. 3 months with no word. I'm just a temporary replacement. How am I supposed to know how to defend a city? Connell cried as he raised a thick arm and jabbed his temple twice. My brain can't keep up. The east wall collapsed. The Northern District Command has lost contact. And now the supply warehouse caught fire. Sob, sob, sob. I originally just came to inspect the warehouse. Now the whole shelter is looking to me. Wherever I go they think I have a plan. I even have to turn out the lights when I sleep and pretend I'm up late making tactical plans. Sob, sob, sob. But I don't have anything at all. Connor grew more and more aggrieved as he spoke, his face flushing bright red, his eyes watering. Clutching that dirty rag he sniffled like a 200-pound little white rabbit. Lin Zhou glanced at Wei Cheng. As the leader of the shelter's patrol team, he clearly knew what kind of useless person his immediate superior was. Right now the only experienced commander in the shelter is you, Commander. Commander Pei Buhu, Cornell said, then reached to touch Pei Hanzhou's leg. Lin Zhou hurried over, slapped away his beer paw-like hand, and said to Cornell with displeasure, if you're going to talk nonsense. Didn't start groping. Connor's eyes were streaming with old tears. He stepped back 3 paces with a very deferential attitude. If you feel it's inconvenient, two can ask in a different way. Connor stammered as he pulled a badly dog-eared tactical map from his trench coat pocket and spread it on the floor beside the bed. I don't even know whether we should keep manning the northwest wall. Yesterday I ordered 3 units to move north. And today they've gone radio silent. I may have sent those men to their deaths again. When he said this, his voice suddenly caught, and tears fell with a pattering sound. That I don't want to die, and I don't want them to die. I am just covering the shift. The room fell into a heavy silence. Connell stood where he was with reddened eyes, as if he wanted to say more, but was cut off by the man in the bed. I'll find a way. Pei Hanzhou sat up, leaned against the headboard, and glanced at them indifferently. First, take inventory of the shelter's combat-capable personnel. Esper categorize them by ability type and level. Psychic, ranged, enhancement, support. Classify and count them according to use. Determine who can fight and who needs protection. Connor was momentarily stunned, then nodded at once and pulled a pen and notebook out of his trench coat. Second, ammunition inventory. Pei Hanzhou continued, including firearms, melee weapons, and explosives. Estimate how long current stockpiles can sustain combat. For items without data, check with logistics. Third, monitoring equipment. He said, how many reconnaissance devices, infrared, acoustic, and sensor types are still functional? List the broken ones too and see if they can be repaired. Wei Cheng straightened, eyes sharpening. I'll start on it immediately. Pei Hanzhou paused briefly, then added, report on the progress of the wall repairs as well, focusing on breach points and directions. No blueprints needed, just take photos on site. And he looked at Connell, gather intelligence from witnesses to determine the type and behavior patterns of this batch of zombies. Different zombies require different response strategies. Bring me the 3 sets of data I asked for within 2 hours. Yes. Connell straightened his back, looking 100 times more alert than before. He sniffed, then turned and like the wind, fled the shed with Wei Cheng and Fair. The door slammed shut. Everything that had just happened changed so fast it made Lin Zhou a little dizzy. She had been standing aside, watching a 2-meter-tall muscular man sobbing woo-woo in front of Pei Hanzhou, wiping his nose and lamenting his fate, and the next moment Pei Hanzhou seemed like a different person, issuing orders and arranging troops with practiced ease, as if he had never lost his command, never broken his leg, never lost his ability. Lin Zhou stared blankly at that face, cold as if carved by war. After a moment, as if coming to her senses, she stammered. Those things you just said, you made them up on the spot to placate them, didn't you? Pei Hanzhou turned his head to look at her, his gaze calm. No. Lin Zhou calmed down and thought rapidly. The system said Pei Hanzhou's exile date had been moved up. Could that also be related to this corpse tide? If his exile was inevitable, did that mean his promise to help this time was also in vain? Everyone in this shelter, Wei Cheng, Fair, and the many others she hadn't had time to get to know, would die. Chapter 32. It turns out that rebelling against one's superior is such a pleasantly refreshing feeling. At the thought of this, Lin Jo felt a chill rise in her heart. No matter whatever the development, Pei Hanzhou still had to get up first. Lying there, he simply couldn't recover his abilities, and if he couldn't escape by then, will the male lead die? Don't worry, the male lead will not die, but if he does, this world will be destroyed. Everyone, including you, will die instantly. Lin Jo took a deep breath, then bent over to look at the person by the bed. Since you're both dressed already, shall we get up and walk a few steps? Lin Zhou's voice was a bit urgent. They were all grasshoppers on the same rope. She was very afraid Pei Hanzhou would coldly refuse. It had taken a lot of effort just now to put on the exoskeleton armor. Perhaps he understood the current situation and what the best choice for himself was. This time, Pei Hanzhou did not refuse. Lin Zhou tossed back the blanket, grabbed the metal frame, adjusted its position a few times, then supported Pei Hanzhou's shoulders and carefully helped him sit up from the bed. 1 2 Lin Zhou pushed up with both hands, and Pei Hanzhou also used all his strength to heave him upward. His leg hit the ground. The next second, Woko. Pei Hanzhou went rigid like a runaway steel beam, collapsing straight forward without any warning. Lin Zhou had no time to dodge. She was instantly pinned down tightly, and the two of them fell to the floor with a heavy thud. Even more unlucky, she hit her head. Not the sweet, shipper-style kissing, but the real teeth-against teeth, lip-against-lip kind, the kind that made a muffled, heavy sound so painful she nearly had an out-of-body experience. Pei Hanzhou didn't speak. He only propped himself up a little, trying to slide to one side. They froze motionless for a second. The air was quiet and suffocating. Why don't you move a little? Lin Zhou struggled to say as she fought to get up from the floor. Pei Hanzhou obediently pushed up a little. But his legs had no strength and he staggered again, his forehead hitting her shoulder. It hurt more, felt like his bones were going to break. She didn't want that. When the little white rabbit uncle came back with people to report, the two of them would still be lying piled on the ground like this. That scene would probably earn a lot of points. Don't think about it. Lin Zhou forced herself to clear her head. Let's still count 1 2 3 together, she said. The two of them pulled and dragged each other, and finally struggled up from the floor. Sweat had broken out all over Lin Zhou. She tossed the person onto the bed, then turned to fetch the tools to check the lower limb exoskeleton she had assembled. Lin Zhou knelt on one knee at the edge of the bed, slid her arm around the back of his knee, then hoisted up his right leg, somewhat heavy, resting it directly on her shoulder. Pei Hanzhou looked at her, not moving at all. One long leg was being forcibly propped up by her. The posture was a little awkward. Lin Zhou finally registered it, her breath catching. This angle, this height, this pose. It was a bit like those rated fan comics where the top props up the bottom's leg, half kneeling on the bed edge, controlling the back of the knee, using the shoulder line to press the advantage, completely occupying the dominant position. Pei Hanzhou just quietly looked at her like that. His gaze steady, his breathing calm, his expressionless eyes even more like acquiescence. Or acceptance, even submission. Lin Zhou suddenly remembered that just a few minutes ago, it was the same person who gave Cornell cold orders, his voice commanding and decisive, and even sitting he seemed to dominate the whole room. A person with a cold, hard personality, decisive in judgment and fearsome. Lying beneath her like this, she was lifted by the leg and held motionless, powerless to resist. So this is what it feels like to disobey a superior, a strangely satisfying sensation system. Connection normal. Lin Zhou cleared her throat. The exoskeleton neural feedback is fine. You went soft on your OWA. As soon as she finished speaking, the man on the bed paused ever so slightly. Pei Hanzhou turned his head slightly and gave her a faint once-over. His expression inscrutable. Lin Zhou had no idea about the ambiguity of that sentence. Still basking in the satisfaction of her professional guidance, she fiddled with his long leg. After lying down for a long time, the muscles atrophy a bit, so the electrical activity between the nerves is a little weaker. That's up to you. She said this as she carefully took the leg off her shoulder and gently set it down on the mattress. You need to exercise. Don't worry, it'll help you. Just then the system popped up again. Ding. Male leads emotions fluctuated. Points credited 1. Lin Zhou blinked. Emotions fluctuated? She tilted her head toward the man on the bed. Pei Hanzhou looked calm, breathing evenly with a "I've emptied myself and you can do as you please" zen-like expression. She thought, I didn't say anything, so why is he upset again? That shouldn't. Besh only said she'd help him with rehabilitation exercises. Just pull his leg a bit. Lin Jiu was about to add something else, whether to explain or tease, but the next second bang. A loud bang suddenly came from the east, shaking the entire shed with a slight tremor. Someone outside ran in at a jog. Gusting wind as they rushed through. Kang Nail burst through the door, with Wei Chong right behind him. The two were panting, their expressions even more strained than before. The eastern levee has completely collapsed, Kang Nail said rapidly. Pei Hanzhou abruptly looked up, his expression darkening by 2 degrees. He propped himself on the edge of the bed and rose, his voice hoarse. Take me to see it, yes. Wei Chong responded curtly, immediately crouching down and reaching out to carry him. At that moment, both of their eyes swept to the device half wrapped in metal and cables on his legit was an experimental neural feedback skeletal support frame. Simple in structure but compact. The straps hadn't been fully tightened. A length of cable was exposed, its signal light flickering under the illumination. I can explain. Lin Jiu thought, this is bad. Pei Hanzhou is a prisoner. Those people at the shelter left him in the shed because he couldn't move, letting Lin Jiu deal with him. If it was discovered that Pei Hanzhou could move, who knows, they might lock him up in a prison like the other prisoners, where conditions would be even worse. At that moment, her foot hit the hidden compartment by the bed, and an entire drawer popped out from under the bed. Yes, the very place where the original owner used to keep those rubber items. Wei Chong quickly kicked the drawer back in for her, not letting Connell see a thing, then gave Lin Jiu a helpless look. No need to explain, I understand, Wei Chong whispered to Lin Jiu. You can't toy with people to death, do whatever you want. Huh? Did this big brother really think the device on Pei Hanzhou's leg was some filthy weapon? So Lin Jiu went along and nodded. Wei Chong efficiently picked the man up along with the mechanical device on his leg. The male lead didn't say a single superfluous word. Letting him act as he pleased, Lin Jiu buttoned his coat and turned to follow. The few of them passed through the shanty corridor, their steps quickening as they headed toward the levee. The air already carried familiar scents: blood, rot, burning plastic, and the low-frequency cries of the aberrants, like mud-coated gears grinding against the ground. By the time they climbed the protective embankment, the first streaks of yellow-gray wind were rising on the horizon. Lin Jiu braced herself against the metal railing on the embankment, slowly straightening up, the scene before her, making her breath hitch by half a beat. Chapter 32. Pei Hanzhou said sharply, "Please do exactly as I say immediately." The explosion wasn't caused by an enemy attack. It was the outermost ring of defensive mines detonating prematurely. Lin Jiu braced herself against the metal railing on the embankment, slowly straightening up, the scene before her making her breath hitch by half a beat. The explosions were caused by the outermost mine belt. That strip of rusted grass had long been sown with fields of high explosives and concussion mines. It was originally the shelter's outermost buffer layer. Now it had blown out a scorched pit dozens of meters wide, with charred corpses torn apart and rolling everywhere. Yet it could not slow the tide of bodies. For the first time, she looked down from a height on the shelter's entire defensive structure. On the outermost edge was a ring of constantly smoking mines, heavy sand mixed with fragmented corpses and scattered embers, laid out along the terrain into a crescent-shaped defensive line. That was the shelter's most relied upon first interception device, used to split the formations of the tide of bodies at the first moment and disrupt their momentum. Deeper in were layers of barbed wire arrays, between the rust-colored strands carrying current. A few still struggling zombie corpses were tangled, and now and then a sizzling discharge sounded, very much like the last rasping cries before death. Her gaze followed the charred blast zone eastward. That high wall was also the shelter's true lifeline, yet it had given way in one section from the recent impact. The concrete Yandrabar layer barricade looked like broken ribs, exposing split seams. And the horde of corpses was drawing closer, ring by ring. They had no speed, but they had numbers, layer upon layer, ring upon ring, like a tsunami pushing waves, carrying sand and mud, crushing through the ruined walls. The mutated corpses, some with bone spines sprouting from their backs, some dragging themselves in strange postures, nevertheless moved in unison, stacking toward that breached as far as the eye could see. Just a little more, and they'll build their own bridge and crawl in. Lin Jiu's voice was so soft it seemed about to be swallowed by the wind. But Wei Chong and Connor both heard it, their expressions darkening suddenly. A cluster of blue-white lightning flashed above the wall, sweeping out like a blade wave and scorching a whole row of corpses black as they toppled when they tried to approach the Jitan electricity-type power user. Connell squinted, making out the figures on the wall. Lin Zhou followed his gaze and saw several people in dark gray powered combat suits standing atop the wall. That uniform marked them as officially registered combat power users with authority to issue battlefield directives. Some hovered at their feet, some ignited flames in their arms, continuously projecting their abilities toward the increasingly strained defense line. A fire whirlwind coiled out from the left wall like a snake, carving a channel along the edge of the corpse tide and burning the first wave of sprinting zombies to char. On the other side, someone's whole body radiated cold, an invisible ice blade forming in their palm as they threw off a series of ice thunder shards that exploded, froze, shattered, and splintered again with program-like precision. Several psychic sniper shots began firing from the observation post, one after another, precisely penetrating the zombies' skulls. Those were psychic snipers providing long-range support. Their eyes glinted faintly, their breathing slight and calm. Each shot consumed mental energy, but the accuracy was extremely high. But the horde flowed like black water, like a landslide of sand and rock. They couldn't all be killed, couldn't all be burned. You could stop one wave and there would still be 10 more. This was Lin Zhou's first time standing so close, so directly, watching death steadily closing in from a first-person perspective. Pei Hanzhou remained silent the whole time, speaking only at this moment, his voice unnaturally calm. Tell them to stop attacking. What? Connor didn't understand for a moment. Pei Hanzhou stared at the tide of corpses rolling in wave after wave and said these slow-moving zombies are attracted by sound. The louder the attack, the more of them will come. Are you sure? Wei Cheng's expression changed. If we don't fight now, once they climb the gap we're done. I am sure. Pei Hanzhou remained calm. So we have to change tactics, drive a vehicle to draw them away, and repair the east wall first. It must be fixed before tonight. Commander Connell, what do you say? Connell, who had been suddenly called on, was already scared out of his wits. If he hadn't been backed into a corner, he wouldn't have come to ask a criminal for help. He was merely a warehouse manager, picked by Zhang Yuqing to serve as a temporary commander because of his fierce appearance. But leadership depends on what's inside. Deep down he was just a little boy who had never seen much of the world. The unit that actually fought through the zombie horde, commanded by Zhang Yuqing, is still out on a field assignment and hasn't returned. The psychics left in the shelter aren't strong enough. At most they can go out and deal with nearby mutated animals. They're not a regular army, and there's no one in command now. They're just relying on themselves to hack away at anything. At that moment Faye hurried over. Brother, the nutrient fluid depot has been looted. The girl was very worried. I tried to stop them, but it was no use. They had guns. The continuous explosions turned the shelter into a cauldron of chaos. People rushed out of the low sheds, clutching children and crying as they fled toward the west gate. Others shouldered packed luggage and hauled crates of food toward the garage. The broadcasts had already stopped. The loudspeakers mixed screams, collisions, shouts, and even gunfire. A few dull thuds came from the warehouse on the camp's west side, like metal shelving collapsing onto the floor, followed by a cascade of breaking glass and quarrels. It wouldn't be long before the powerswielders trying to plug the gaps left too, because they simply couldn't keep fighting. Now the walls were falling, and the people's will was breaking apart. Watching the shelter was about to fall. Commander Connell, Pei Hanzhou said sternly, please do exactly as I say immediately. Yes, Connell answered, crying as he spoke. Chapter 33. Pei Hanzhou wears the criminal's collar around his neck, yet he is the core of the entire command. Wei Cheng started the vehicle. It was an old off-roader once used to transport supplies. The paint peeled, the frame exposed, long past due for retirement. But he somehow dug out 2 cans of fuel, installed a spare battery, and mounted a loudspeaker for broadcasting on the roof rack. Pei Hanzhou gave Connell a look, and Connell immediately signaled the powered individuals on the wall to stop. The loudspeaker crackled to life. Hey hey! Over here! You muddy-brained idiots! Wei Cheng's voice echoed across the east through the loudspeaker on the abandoned armored vehicle. Come bite me, I'll pack your skulls up for a midnight snack. The vehicle drove like a madman, speeding toward the southeastern ravine. 2 resonant horns were tied to the roof, sparks and flashes trailing behind as it lured the zombies within dozens of meters. They were really drawn away by the sound. Lin Zhou couldn't help but hold her breath, watching the corpses that had once been about to pile over the wall get pulled in batches toward Wei Cheng's black smoke-belching vehicle, turning like a tide, dragging pus-like entrails and severed limbs as they shakily pursued. Wei Cheng slammed the accelerator. A plume of black smoke kicked. Up gravel as the dilapidated SUV roared northward. And the horde of corpses actually was pulled along. "They're responding," cried the psychic on the high wall. "They're turning." In less than 3 minutes, the zombie tide in front of the east wall visibly thinned. After Wei Chang lured the horde away, the wall's firepower paused briefly. At first some hesitated, but when Pei Hanzhou issued detailed orders, several psychics voluntarily began carrying out the capture internal thieves task. By the warehouse, those who had been stealing supplies were intercepted and dragged back to the main control room. Someone resisted and had his leg broken on the spot. Pei Hanzhou said only one sentence. "If anyone else loots, the handling will be the same." He stared at Connell. "No rules, you'll die faster." Connell broke out in a cold sweat but still nodded. "All powered individuals assist the shelter patrols. Those who steal or harm others will be severely punished without exception." This message was broadcast throughout the camp over the internal PA system. It was as if a lid had been clamped down on an exploding pot. The panicked crowd gradually fell silent at the same time. Pei Hanzhou added, "Let those who are determined to leave. Kana hesitated. "But they are people you can't keep, won't put in the effort to help." Pei Hanzhou said expressionlessly. "They will only spread fear." In less than an hour, the shelter had fallen. Silent patrols returned to the streets. Someone took over sealing the warehouse, and the medical station put up a defensive line. Those who remained in the camp grew taciturn, yet were no longer panicked. Lin Zhou glanced back at the man sitting in the chair. Pei Hanzhou's legs were impaired and he wore a criminal collar around his neck, yet he was the central commander of the whole operation. He never raised his voice, nor did he roar orders. He simply analyzed calmly and issued commands with composure. He spoke little, but each sentence landed like a hammer drive into steel, simple, precise, effective. This is what a real combat veteran looks like. Not the kind of strong man who relies on brute force, but someone who survived mountains of corpses and seas of blood, who commanded tens of thousands and steadied an entire defensive line. The mastermind. My brother. Wei Chang, will he be able to come back safely? Fear bit her lip, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands until her knuckles turned white. Yet her eyes stubbornly stared at Pei Hanzhou, unwilling to let anyone see her panic. Wei Chang's ability level wasn't high. Back in the sanctuary he was just a transporter. He became a patrol leader only because of a temporary promotion when higher-ups were short-staffed. He was in a completely different league from those A-level ability users who could control lightning or fire. Not to mention the dense crowd of corpses. No, if it were even 3 to 5 faster mutants instead, it would be enough to kill him 10 or so times over. Fear was terribly worried about her brother, who lacked ability but loved to show off. Pei Hanzhou looked at the billowing black smoke trailing from the distant SUV. After staring for a while, he finally spoke slowly. "No need to worry." His voice was, as always, calm and husky, yet it carried an inexplicable weight that inspired confidence. "The zombies move sluggishly in daylight. As long as we don't stop, they can't catch up." "Really?" The girl pressed on, confirmed without doubt. Pei Hanzhou nodded. Lin Zhou tilted her head and quietly watched the two of them. She thought to herself, so Pei Hanzhou can comfort people too. No wonder the male lead and female lead are naturally drawn to each other. At this point she decided to stay silent, which would also make up for the somewhat unsuccessful first impression between the two. Look, what a wonderful wicked female supporting character she is. She's practically an angel. Unfortunately, Pei Hanzhou and Fair had no intention of continuing the conversation. Pei Hanzhou was busy looking over the blueprints to understand the gap structure. Lin Zhou naturally leaned over to glance a few times beside him, while Fair hurried back to the infirmary to treat residents injured in the brawl. Not long after, Wei Chang did indeed return driving the SUV. Wei Chang got out of the car, his face streaked with dirt and fatigue, but very excited. Just like Commander Pei Hanzhou said, "Those guys ran really slow. I was driving at 40 kilometers per hour and still couldn't catch up. Later I even deliberately slowed down and they only kept up then. Far enough they won't be back for a few hours." Now only one question remained. Lin Zhou looked at the gap in the protective wall. A lattice of concrete and steel ripped away by the mine. A corner collapsed. The once solid defensive ring now gaped like a beast with its throat torn open, its bloody maw grinning into the night. The reason it hadn't been fixed until now was mainly that the shelter's materials had been exhausted through several rounds of rebuilding. Part of Zhang Yuqing's outings were indeed to search for suitable materials or to ask nearby shelters to sell some. Just as the atmosphere froze again, Lin Zhou raised his hand. I have a way. Everyone looked at her. At that moment, her eyes were clear, and despite dust on her face there wasn't a trace of panic. I can build a temporary steel cable support structure. All I need from you is a welding torch, a few old vehicles, someone with the power enhancement ability, and someone who can split lightning. Pei Hanzhou narrowed his eyes at her. How do you plan to do it? Lin Zhou realized this might be the first time the male lead Pei Hanzhou looked at her directly, not with the kind of glare born of untoward relationships or being forced, but simply treating her as a companion. The feeling was novel to Lin Zhou. So besides all those messy plot contrivances, they could be companions. Lin Zhou stood before the gap in the east wall that had been smashed open, searching through it quickly. Ding, the point's mall is now open. What would you like to redeem, dear? The system's tone was as always, sickly sweet like a plastic flower candy. Lin Zhou ignored it, his gaze fixed on a hidden type item. Reinforced carbon fiber woven mesh, corrosion resistant type. Can be used in conjunction with steel structures, possessing a certain degree of flexible impact absorption and tear resistance, particularly suitable for post-disaster emergency structural support. Exchange price: 35 points. So expensive. Robbing on the way? That pot is only 4 points. Lin Zhou gritted his teeth and pressed confirm. Are you sure you want to redeem? Once used it cannot be recovered. We recommend keeping the points for later personal enhancements or for exchanging life extension items. Shut up. Lin Zhou confirmed the address on the thought panel while speaking coldly. If I don't fix this wall, this shitty shelter will be finished. End of the whole story, and you expect me to transmigrate? As if? The system was silent for a second, then finally popped up a prompt box. Exchange complete. Reinforced carbon fiber woven mesh 30M roll has been delivered to the host's specified storage point. Pei Hanzhou glanced at the cloth-like thing Lin Zhou had picked up from somewhere, frowning. This is a net. Carbon fiber. Lin Zhou deftly tore open the packaging, revealing the flexible, fine weave with a metallic sheen. Don't be fooled by how soft it looks. Its load-bearing capacity can support half of an armored vehicle. The car door is too rigid. We can't achieve a seamless fit. We have to rely on it to cover the gaps. Secure the structure, cushion impacts, and ask why it exists. Lin Zhou cut the net into sections, wrapped them around the edges of the car door, and fixed them with a nail gun. Her fingers flew as she directed the electrical systems boy to do low-voltage welding along the edge, then instructed several ability users to lift the wall formed by the car doors and jam it into the opening. Come on, walk around it once. Quickly, the carbon fiber outer ring must be wound tight. Hey, the strong ability guy, you there? Brace the support rod from underneath for me. Yes, here at an angle. She seemed to turn into a general contractor, issuing command after command. Chapter 34. The Lin Zhou. Pei Hanzhou knew would never do these things. Lin Zhou then dismantled the rear frames and taillight batteries from those 2 junk cars, connecting them into a makeshift electric shock strip, burying it around the gap's outer edge, and even deliberately setting a pressure plate trigger line close to the ground that a corpse could kick. The voltage isn't high, but it's enough to give a corpse a little jolt, Lin Zhou said lightly. Electric shock wall? Connell was dumbfounded. Where did you get that idea? Who didn't watch zombie movies as a kid? Lin Zhou winked at him, leaving the other person stunned. Lin Zhou realized that here, no one had failed to watch zombie movies as kids, because they had grown up in zombie films. Crap, Lin Zhou quickly amended himself and pointed at Pei Hanzhou. Well, my inspiration came from the collar on his neck. The strongest men can be rendered immobile for a few seconds by an electric shock, right? That was hard for Connell to answer. Although Pei Hanzhou was indeed a prisoner, he was also the scene commander. For Lin Zhou to speak like that was too insulting, even if she and Pei Hanzhou were in a prisoner-guard relationship. Prisoner Pei Hanzhou didn't mind at all. After all, had heard worse from Lin Zhou before. He just watched her. Lin Zhou moved like a flickering flame, weaving and running between the ruins and steel framework, her sleeves rolled up, several shallow cuts on the skin of her forearms from being scraped by rust. Yet she didn't even blink. Carrying the cut carbon fiber protective net, she personally climbed up the half-collapsed east wall, looking down as she waved repeatedly at a few powered individuals, directing them to lift a car door, tighten a rivet gun, weld a joint, orchestrating the cooperation of 5 or 6 people in one go. The Lin Zhou Pei Hanzhou knew would never do those things. Connell leaned in, speaking softly. She really does seem to have something going on. Pei Hanzhou nodded slightly. though there wasn't the slightest hint of surprise in his eyes. Night fell faster than expected. The dim sunset had just dipped below the ruins on the far shore when the sky outside the shelter was quickly shrouded in ink black. The wave of zombies that Wei Chang had drawn away returned like a soundless flood to the shelter, fewer in number than by day, but moving a little faster. This was the reflux Pei Hanzhou had long predicted from past experience. Lin Zhou and Wei Chang crouched behind the newly built east wall, still clutching the leftover carbon fiber straps, gnawing at the tape ends while watching the few red dots on the system screen that kept closing in. 50 meters from the outer edge of the east wall. 30 meters away. 10 meters. We're here. Everyone held their breath. The first zombie stepped into the area of the pressure plate sensor that Lin Zhou had set. Snap! An arc of blue-white electricity blossomed instantly, coiling around the gaunt corpse's ankle like a snake. Crack! The electric arc exploded. The corpse staggered and fell straight to the ground before it could move again. The second and third that had been following slammed into it, tumbling together into a heap on the ground. The guards atop the east wall instinctively raised their guns, then, after confirming they couldn't get over, hesitated and lowered them. They can't get through. They're all stuck underneath. Lin Zhou smiled. Done. Then she turned to leave. Where are you going? Wei Chang called to her. To make dinner. Now? Wei Chang couldn't believe it. Everyone was holding their breath listening for the zombie horde, ready to risk their lives at any moment, and Lin Zhou still had the heart to cook. Of course, not everyone. Pei Hanzhou had already been carried back early, and was sitting on the bed waiting for dinner. Chapter 35. She was already crazy for wanting rice when Lin Zhou returned to the hut. The first thing she did was not wash her hands but take out the little iron box she had treasured for a long time. From the storage chest inside was a bit of leftover beef, plus some premium items she had redeemed from the Point store. Dried onions, nori, black sesame, and a bag of vacuum-sealed rice whose label she had rubbed so many times the letters were almost worn away. Lin Zhou stared at the bag of rice for 2 seconds, and the corner of her mouth began to twitch. She was going crazy wanting to eat rice. She also knew that in the end times no more rice could be grown. On the market every single grain counted, all depending on leftover stock in old era cold storage. On the exchange page, this bag of rice was labeled Grade A Ancient Stored Grain Limited Exchange 8 points per bit. The time her points were overflowing, and she gritted her teeth and exchanged for it. If I had known I'd use so many points today, I wouldn't have exchanged for rice no matter what she said. The system told her that all redeemed goods had a 7-day no-returns policy without reason, so she could only eat items such as spendthrift. Lin Zhou rapidly poured the rice into the pot. She was going to make grilled rice balls. Because this batch was redeemed with points, Lin Zhou couldn't use her monthly mutated skin set to make the rice balls look gross. And with the beef cut into small pieces, you really couldn't tell it was mutated. Lin Zhou shaped the fried rice into ovals, brushed the outside with a special sauce, then used the little oven shed modified from the taillight battery, slowly baking, searing, and pressing them firm. Tonight we're eating something decent, Lin Zhou muttered as she rolled the rice balls. The beef mixed with rice, soy sauce, sugar, and cooking wine was kneaded until compact, then brushed with sauce and sizzled on a makeshift grill. The night was dark, but the air began to fill with a toasty, slightly sweet and salty aroma. Pei Hanzhou sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching her. He watched her hair gleam amber under the light, watched the wrist revealed by her rolled-up sleeve redden from repeated kneading, watched her crouch before the homemade oven. He made no sound, but Lin Zhou knew he was watching, so without looking up she said, "How many will you eat?" Immediately, Lin Zhou realized that Pei Hanzhou had never eaten this before, and had no sense of quantity by number. 1 is about 200 grams. 3, Pei Hanzhou responded. This is indeed much improved. The male lead who refused everything finally became the first to eat. Then I have to make 12. Besides those for Wei Chang and the others, I have to eat a few more myself, she said. Eat more so I have the strength for the exercise later. That line was tossed out lightly. Pei Hanzhou's brow twitched slightly, and his tone dropped coldly. What kind of exercise do you want to do? Lin Zhou leisurely turned his head to look at him, a smile in his eyes as if teasing a dog. Of course, bedroom exercise. When the rice ball was flipped, a sizzle erupted, the sauce and beef tallow sparking on the griddle, as if answering that suggestive joke. Lin Zhou unhurriedly brushed on another layer of sauce and, as if nothing had happened, continued to focus on frying the rice ball. I'm not very mobile, Pei Hanzhou reminded him coldly. I know. She picked up the wooden spatula and put the 2 rice balls into the box. You lie still, I'll do the moving. After saying that, Lin Zhou casually scooped up the third rice ball and handed it to him. Hold it steady, it's hot. Ouch, why won't you reach out again? Do you want me to feed you, Commander? Pei Hanzhou took the rice ball in silence. A solid warmth spread through his palm, a real fire-kissed heat. He glanced down at the rice ball. Its outside was crisp while the inside remained soft, the bruschetta sauce gleaming with oil and carrying a hint of caramelization from the oven. He took a bite. The crust was slightly crunchy, the sauce rich and fragrant, the rice mixed with bits of minced beef dense and springy, bursting between his lips and teeth with that long mist, ardent satisfaction. Pei Hanzhou ate slowly, chewing while keeping his eyes on the woman bent over the oven in front of him. Her movements were practiced, left hand pressing the rice ball, right hand flipping it, then using a brush to dip into a small clean jar of sauce and paint it in circles. Her gaze was focused, a barely noticed smudge of oil at the corner of her lips. The whole process was as precise as an experiment, yet it revealed a calmness seasoned by long experience of everyday life, a calmness not belonging to the end of the world. What are you? He began, his voice hoarse, trying to do. Lin Zhou didn't look up. When she flipped the last rice ball and the grill sizzled with a zzz, she finally turned to Pei Hanzhou leisurely and glanced at him. What are you trying to do? I want you to eat, sir. Pei Hanzhou had long known Lin Zhou had been replaced. They looked the same but were completely different. After all this time, he still didn't even know the other's name. The night was deep. Occasionally the wall outside thudded with the sounds of zombies, but they were kept 10 meters away by electric shock devices triggered by remote apparatus, like a natural barrier, like a screen separating the outside world. Only after she brushed on the final layer of sauce did Lin Zhou belatedly realize. Pei Hanzhou, did you misunderstand the activity on the bed? She stood up, clapped her hands, and in a tone a bit like scolding a student said, what I mean is, you have to do rehabilitation exercises in bed. Your thigh muscles have atrophied too badly if you don't train them. You won't even be able to support the exoskeleton. Pei Hanzhou looked at her, his expression unchanged, but his fingers tightened. She paused, then shrugged again. Of course, if you have other expectations about the bed exercises I just mentioned, I wouldn't mind getting serious. Lin Zhou was thinking about her refrigerator ability, oh no, her space ability. Willing to sacrifice herself. Chapter 36. Lin Zhou blinked innocently. I only do this to you. Pei Hanzhou stared at her as if trying to read truth or falsehood from her face, even a hint of shame, but Lin Zhou had none. Her expression was calm, as casual as saying how many grams of salt to add to dinner, only hiding a mischievous smile at the corner of her eyes. He clenched his back teeth. His Adam's apple bobbed, and after a long moment he said softly, do you speak to everyone in that tone? No. Lin Zhou blinked innocently. I'm only like this with you. Provoking someone. But no points. Lin Zhou was just frantically farming points. But she hadn't expected that such a simple exchange would suddenly trigger a scoring notification from the system. Ding, points credited to. Pei Hanzhou's emotions fluctuated. The humiliation effect is significant. Please maintain the attack rhythm, keep going, kissy, good luck. Ning Lin Zhou. Her hand froze mid-motion, almost flinging the spoon that smeared the rice ball off course. Her eyes stared at the system notification box for several seconds. Why did I get points again? The female lead fire wasn't present, and she hadn't laid a hand on him. Lin Zhou thought back over the few sentences from just now. That I am only like this with you. To be honest, that wasn't even a humiliating tone, let alone any kind of pu at most. It was a slightly cloying flirt, a bit teasing, but that level of flirtation back when she was in school. Couples arguing outside the milk tea shop were more explosive than this. Lin Zhou turned her head in confusion to look at Pei Hanzhou on the bed. Pei Hanzhou lowered his head to eat the rice ball. All the rice balls were finished. Lin Zhou turned off the stove and set Pei Hanzhou's portion aside separately. The rest, including her own, were packed into a box. She was going out to deliver the rice balls, so those two wouldn't rush over to beg for food at a critical moment and disrupt her and Pei Hanzhou getting dressed. Lin Zhou walked through the night to Wei Chong and Fei's work area. The two were squatting beside a pile of metal wreckage, repairing equipment. The surroundings were a cold gray ruin, with only a faint portable lamp flickering in the wind. Hey, food's here. She shook the lunchbox in her hand. Why does it not smell bad today? Wei Chong took it, still somewhat skeptical. Brother, why do you talk like that? Fei interrupted Wei Chong in displeasure. Actually, it really was as Wei Chong said. Aside from Lin Zhou's braised pork on the first day being deliciously fragrant, the rest of the time the food was both stinky and tasty. Fei leaned over, carefully lifted the lid, and instantly, mixed in the steam was a powerful burst of aroma. Minced beef sauce, sesame oil, roasted seaweed. What is this? Rice balls. Lin Zhou, like a vendor showing off a new product, said, made with rice and beef. You've never had them. While Wei Cheng was still hesitating about whether to take it for contamination testing, Fear had already picked one up and taken a gentle bite. Then she froze as if electrocuted, her eyes widening, her gaze seeming to be instantly pulled into some world of bliss. Ah, what is this? How can it smell so good? The girl's voice shot up 8 notes. Soft inside and crispy outside, crack crunch. And this sauce, is it sweet? Is it? This beef is dry. But why does it smell so good? Why does it seem like the juices are bursting out? Sis, are you an angel? Wei Cheng also took a bite. His brow furrowed in the first second of chewing, and in the second he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Holy crap. Trust me, this flavor could be used as currency in the apocalypse. Don't say any more. I'm eating and want to cry at the same time. Fei's eyes were red. This isn't fit for people, it's fit for gods. My reason for living was to wait for this one bite. Sis, if I were a man, I'd marry you right now. Hey, that's a bit much. Lin Zhou watched their over-the-top praise with a calm expression. But the next second the corner of her mouth involuntarily lifted. She sat down and unwrapped her rice ball, took a bite. It really was tasty, exactly the flavor she had seasoned it to. It didn't matter if no one praised her engineering work as long as her cooking was complimented. Life was worthwhile. She loved moments like this. Being able to make something delicious that makes people's eyes light up and the corners of their mouths tremble after cooking for so many years. Wasn't it all for hearing that one line, "This is so good"? Lin Zhou leaned against the crumbling wall, listening to the brother and sister circle around her chanting, "Delicious, so delicious." Her heart swelled with satisfaction. Unwilling to leave, she stayed with them and ate for half an hour, smiling more brightly than her oven. When Lin Zhou leisurely returned to the shed and pushed the door open, she saw Pei Hanzhou sitting on the edge of the bed with a stern face. The food box was empty and the light was still on. Lin Zhou blinked. "You're back," she greeted casually. "You're busy." The man's tone was cold and indifferent, as if stating an objective fact. She froze for a moment, then rubbed the tip of her nose guiltily. It seems I spent too long eating with Fei and the others." But that experience of being spun around in a whirlwind of praise by Fei and her brother was just so joyful and rare, and no wonder she's the female lead. The emotional value she provides is incredibly powerful. It seems like anyone who's with her becomes happy. Lin Zhou is a little impatient to introduce her to the brooding male lead. Chapter 37. It's okay to say it out loud, to understand. Better start with rehabilitation exercises first. Otherwise, even with an exoskeleton he still wouldn't be able to stand. Lin Zhou washed her hands and went to the bedside, wedged the bolster under his waist, then knelt on the bed. One hand lifted his leg while the other pressed along it, palpating the muscles inch by inch. These were the medical basics the original owner knew. In fact, she should have been helping the male lead do this much earlier, but she was unwilling. After all, someone who watched Pei Hanzhou suffer with festering wounds and did nothing would hardly take the initiative to help him regain the strength in his legs. "Come, I'll count to 3 and loosen your tendon. It will hurt a little," Lin Zhou said softly. Pei Hanzhou nodded slightly. Lin Zhou pressed his fingers on the tendon above the back of the knee and pushed down slowly. At first, the man didn't move, as if he truly couldn't feel it. She tried 2 more times, increasing the force. A stiff subcutaneous sensation came through the palm. She knew he had no sensation below the knee, but his thigh wasn't completely dead. Only the nerve signals were severely diminished, so she changed angle, pushing along the direction of the muscle with the heel of her hand. The movements were slow, but required great patience and skill. Pei Hanzhou remained silent, only the line of his jaw gradually tensing. There were beads of sweat at his temples. Lin Zhou bit her lip, continued what she was doing and murmured quietly, "Don't try to tough it out, say if it hurts. Pain can be a good thing." The man, however, seemed not to hear. His face was paling inch by inch. She said nothing more, just watched the changes in his expression from the initial calm, to the later endurance, to now, his Adam's apple bobbing more and more frequently. Finally, when she accidentally pressed the spot on the inner thigh near the femoral nerve, he suddenly tensed all over, his fingertips digging hard into the sheets, a low muffled breath escaping his throat. Hoarse, very slight, like a breath that had been suppressed for too long and had to be released. The wine glass at Lin's fingertips stopped. She snapped her head up and met the man's face. Restrained to the point of shattering, Pei Hansis' brow was tightly furrowed, his mouth tense. And beneath his lashes the eyes betrayed an unrest that couldn't be hidden, pressure so tightly held that in that moment it still leaked out through his voice. A film of sweat clung to his cheek, like water squeezed from the seams of a rock. Scalding and stubborn. Lin Jiu was silent for a moment. It wasn't that she hadn't seen him hurt before, whether from flogging or debridement. He never uttered a sound, but now, with this small amount of muscle reconstruction, he had broken down. Was it because of the location? Was it awkward? She had been teasing him so unabashedly before, even done far worse things before. He was always as cold as a stone, at most frowning. But today she only rubbed his leg normally, and he actually— "Did I just hit a nerve?" she asked, looking down and trying to shift the attention. Pei Hanzhou said nothing, only glanced at her with his eyes, that looked deep and heavy, like a sudden rising tide in the night. "Don't misunderstand. I'm just a professional practitioner." She swallowed, then added softly, "It's okay to cry out, to understand." Pei Hanzhou tilted his head, his gaze heavy, and he coldly uttered 2 words. Continued. It seemed he couldn't care less if the system hadn't announced the score. Lin Jiu would have thought she'd just imagined it. Ping. 7 points. The male lead seems to be humiliated and extremely ashamed. No wonder it's the host's darling. Lin Jiu turned his head and continued, not daring to stare at the embarrassed area. But his fingers unconsciously moved lightly, as if afraid of hurting Heimer, as if afraid of provoking some other strange reaction. The man merely leaned against the pillow like a quiet, trapped beast, silently enduring it, lips tightly clenched, eyes cast down, each breath swallowed in his throat. Outside the shed, the night shadows gently settled. He had planned to report that the shelter's perimeter had been cleared, and to ask the commander when he would be leaving. The last time he asked, the commander hadn't given a definite time. So Nightshade had continued lying low, covertly patrolling around the shelter. Today Pei Hanzhou was certain Wei Cheng would be fine driving out, because he knew he was nearby, and Nightshade also knew that as long as Pei Hanzhou was there, the situation would never spiral out of control. He was just about to circle back to the main tent to report to Pei Hanzhou. But no sooner had he approached than he heard a faint, continuous sound coming from inside the room. It was like something gently rubbing against the sheets, or the rustle produced by skin pressing against fabric, mingled with the occasional soft creak as the bed frame trembled, the whole air seeming to take on a restless, feverish rhythm. Wei Ying froze. He knew Lin Jiu was inside too. The next second Ying heard that barely perceptible low hum, short and stifled, with a rasp restrained to the extreme. A gasp forced out of the man's throat, so fierce his teeth couldn't hold it. Nightshade. The voice was too familiar. It's Pei Hanzhou. He had followed Commander Pei Hanzhou for so many years. Whether injured in battle, stripped of his abilities, or having his legs severed, had never heard him make a sound from unbearable pain, let alone this sort of noise that sounded like someone being pressed down and made to cry out. A gasp. Night Shadow hardened. His fist tightened. That woman, how dare she? He almost couldn't help but burst in and kill her. Immediately after, the woman's slightly teasing whisper came from inside the room. "Don't get me wrong, I'm just professionally treating. It's okay to scream it out, I understand." "Understand what?" "It's okay to scream it out? You understand?" Before Nightshade could roar, that man who was usually as calm as a stone actually uttered something Nightshade had never heard from him before. His voice hoarse as if suppressed by fire. Continue. Nightshade's hand, which had gone for his sidearm, froze in midair. It seemed like he couldn't kill that woman after all. Inside, Lin Jiu had no idea that the loyal soldiers outside the door had already imagined late-night bed torture play in their heads. At this moment she was half kneeling at the bedside, her palm pressed against the man's thigh muscles, slowly kneading and pressing inch by inch. Each motion was forceful, as if trying to pry open those dying nerves from deep within. She didn't know that Pei Hansis' reaction had already alerted the people outside the door. She only knew that this session of muscle relaxing would probably take a very long time, because the man was as stiff as an iron plate. His Adam's apple bobbed and bobbed, but he didn't make another sound. He bore it in silence, but from the slight twitching of the muscles in Lin Jiu's palm, and the faint rustle of the mattress being wrinkled, she knew he wasn't used to pain. He was just too tolerant. Chapter 38. How strong must this man have been before? The muscle relaxation exercises on the bed had been done off and on for almost 2 hours. Lin Jiu hadn't stopped. Her fingers ached, her forearms were numb, and her back was as stiff as a plank. But when she saw the man gritting his teeth, tensing his body, sweat dampening his temples, and holding himself back from speaking, she suddenly couldn't bring herself to stop easily. Only after the last set of pushes along the knee-side muscle group did Lin Jiu finally say, "Let's give it a try." Lin Jiu adjusted the exoskeletal armor and said, "Try getting out of bed. I'll hold you and see if you can stand." She said it seriously. No teasing, no hint of a smile, her gaze firmer than at any other time. Pei Hanzhou put his arms down on the bedside and began to shift his body slowly and with effort. His movements weren't nimble. But paired with the loosening exercises Lin Jiu had done earlier, his legs finally stopped being like dead weights and began to respond. The mechanical brace of the exoskeleton that fit against his thighs hummed to life. As the mechanisms engaged, he felt a faint feedback of force in his lower legs. After all, he planted both feet on the ground. Lin Jiu stood at his right side, her arms braced against his ribs, almost entirely holding his whole body up with her own strength. "Come on, I'll count 2, 3. She took a breath. 1, 2. The man suddenly stood up. Lin Jiu didn't have time to react. The change in momentum sent her body lunging forward as if she'd collided with a stone wall. "I haven't finished counting to 3. She was startled, her head pressed against the man's chest, murmuring softly. Pei Hanzhou didn't speak. He only tilted his head slightly, looking at the girl who had fallen into his arms. She held him around the waist the whole time, both hands gripping his side tightly, afraid he would collapse like last time. Pei Hanzhou understood that his ability to stand wasn't solely due to the cold exoskeleton, but this woman gave him support. Silence lasted for several seconds. Lin Jiu suddenly realized the position was wrong and tried to step back, but her body dared not relax, afraid he would truly fall. "Can you stand on your own for a while?" she asked softly. Pei Hanzhou's Adam's apple bobbed. His hands remained hanging at his sides. "Yes." He spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Jiu slowly released her hands and quietly took a small step back. The man stood before her, tall and upright, his back straight, his frame as solid as forged iron. His eyes were half-lidded, lashes thick, expression habitually cold. He merely stood quietly, yet exuded a steadiness and strength that made it impossible to look away. Lin Jiu instinctively held her breath, then understood why the original owner had been so maddeningly obsessed with this man. Not because of superficial things like face or figure. He stood there, and even with the exoskeleton, even with a pale face and sweat trickling down his temples, that silhouette remained upright. He didn't need to speak to make people fall silent. He didn't need to act to make people stop in their tracks. Each of his breaths felt like an invisible mountain wind pressing down, quiet, but impossible to ignore. When he stood, the air around him seemed to belong to him by right, like a dormant beast even with a wounded leg and hidden fangs. That steady, oppressive presence had not faded. A phrase popped into Lin Jiu's mind. Born leader, not the kind who keeps order by issuing commands, but he's the kind who, even if the whole world were to collapse, he'd stand at the very front. With just one look at you, you'd instinctively straighten up, hold your breath, and follow him. How incredibly powerful this man must have been before. No wonder the original liked him, loved him to the point of madness. Lin Jiu had read tens of thousands of romance novels, and Pei Hanzhou had materialized every virtue of every male lead. There was nothing more satisfying than tearing a man who stood above all others off his pedestal and trampling him underfoot. Wasn't the original owner's guy having a great time? He had all the attacking gear, so why was he suddenly replaced? Lin Jiu didn't understand. Lin Jiu thought for a little too long, to the point that her gaze at the male lead had gone a bit vacant. She was snapped back to reality by the system score announcement. Ding! 2 points. Male lead's emotions fluctuate slightly. Ding. 2 points. Consecutive kisses score. Ding. Points 1. How strange, there's more. Kisses are really good. Lin Jiu immediately realized it might be that the male lead's leg was in pain. His leg couldn't support him that long. After a while the pressure would concentrate where flesh met metal because of prolonged contact, and it would definitely hurt. And this person was used to enduring. He would never admit it himself. Lin Jiu hurriedly supported his waist and helped him sit back on the edge of the bed, then half-squatted to take off the exoskeleton. When she looked up, she happened to see the man's lowered eyelashes and the beads of sweat at his temple. That knife-cut face was as stern as ever, only his ear was slightly flushed. Does it hurt? Lin Jiu couldn't help muttering again. Don't push yourself. Being able to stand is progress, host. Please watch your words. Comforting someone will. violate the character profile and earn demerits, you know you're right, to avoid losing performance points. She also went to great lengths. Just stand like that for a few seconds. You're already exhausted. Look at you now, all sweaty and sticky. You look so strong, but you can't even stand steady. You're useless. That I really give up. Pei Hanzhou, can you be a man and actually be useful for once? That's enough for today. My hands are sore. Lin Jiu stood up, stretched, shook his wrists and yawned. I'm going to rest, she spoke as she put away the tools, the stand, and the small blanket. The man watched her silently. His cold gray eyes were like a river after snow, undisturbed by easy ripples, and he simply said, in a faint voice. It seemed that her earlier sharpness hadn't even scratched his surface, but the next second ping. Congratulations to the host for completing one instance of sharp-tongued output, successfully triggering the Humiliate the Male Lead achievement score. Current humiliation points. 2. Lin Jiu was stunned for a moment. Huh? Was what she just said considered humiliating too? Lin Jiu felt momentarily dazed. Wasn't Pei Hanzhou supposed to be immune to Pua techniques? Did she just go a little too far? She couldn't help but glance at the man a few more times. Pei Hanzhou had already closed his eyes and leaned back on the edge of the bed, his breathing slightly heavy, as if adjusting sore muscles. Lin Jiu grabbed a blanket and tossed it to him. You should go to bed early too, so you'll have the energy tomorrow to be tormented by me. She deliberately emphasized tormented to fool the system. The man replied softly. Then he really lay down, letting her arrange his legs, turning partly onto his side so his expression couldn't be seen. Seeing that he had fallen silent, Lin Jiu didn't bother with pleasantries. She turned off the light and curled up in the blanket on the other small bed. But only she knew about the darkness just now when she was holding his waist. His waist was really firm. And his body was really warm. And her own face was really flushed. Even though nothing much had happened, why did she feel a little hot? Also, when Yen said he was useless just now against his will, he still felt a little sad inside. Chapter 39. Spanking Self-Rescue Plan. Early the next morning, Lin Jiu was rubbing his neck as he got up when Connell arrived with several subordinates. They even brought a whole box of nutritional serum. Jars piled at the door, making the place look for a moment like a community shelter delivering warmth. About yesterday, thank you. Connell nodded slightly toward Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu reached out and pointed at the silent man by the bedside. No need to thank me. That thing on his neck, can it be removed? Lin Jiu recalled the system monitoring announcement and added, every time it's such a mood killer. You know? One wrong touch and even I go numb. Connell was momentarily startled, instinctively glanced at the black collar around Pei Hanzhou's neck, and explained that's standard issue for prisoners. It's not just for punishment. If he leaves the shelter's boundary it will detonate automatically. The military put it on him, we in the shelter can't take it off. Explosion? Then how would he be exiled, be beheaded right away? There must be other plot developments. But he wasn't trying to run. Lin Jiu frowned, voice flat. And he's been crippled like this, how far could he possibly get? I know that, Connell said with a troubled expression. It's just the regulations. But don't worry, when Commander Zhang Yuqing returns, he'll certainly use the merit you earned yesterday to advocate for him. Fine. Lin Jiu said no more and yawned. So I can leave the shelter today, right? Wei Cheng nodded. Yes, the ban was lifted last night, but it's not safe outside. Be careful, Dunmem. Lin Jiu acknowledged and pushed the door open to go buy groceries. Only after she left did the two seated people turn their attention to Pei Hanzhou, who lay silent on the bed. Connor had the others leave the shed before he finally spoke. I didn't come here today for these things. That he paused, as if weighing his words, then took 2 steps forward and let his gaze fall on the legs of Pei Hanzhou covered by the blanket. Connor frowned slightly and got straight to the point. After what happened yesterday, I feel that both the shelter and I personally desperately need your help. I know the military has been looking for what you hid. He avoided provocative words like treason and hoarding classified material, using the most neutral phrasing. I don't know what it is and I don't want to know. Commander Pei Hanzhou, if you don't tell us, you'll have to keep wearing the collar and continue to be punished as a supervised war criminal. I know you can't fight anymore and your powers are gone. But if you still want, if only to live with some dignity, you need to give the military a reason. Wei Cheng hurriedly added. Actually, even a fake one will do. It will take the military a long time to verify, and by then we can take the collar off and spare you the monthly lashings. And your supervisor if you feel she's overly. To any prisoner these words were extremely tempting. But Pei Hanzhou couldn't be bothered to listen any longer and cut Wei Cheng off. Enough, I appreciate your concern, but it's unnecessary. I have nothing to explain ill except the punishment willingly. Connell grew anxious, wanting to say more. Wei Chang hesitated for a moment, then reached out and put a hand on Connell's shoulder, signaling him to step back. As he left, Connell couldn't help but look back. The man still sat on the edge of the bed, neck straight, the whole figure motionless as forged iron. Before Connell walked away, he said softly, "I'll try to buy you more time, but I can't help you for long." The door closed. Only Pei Hanzhou was left sitting there alone, a stray lock of hair hanging over his forehead and blocking his eyes. He looked down at the calluses on his fingers and the palm of his hand. In his palm there was nothing. On the other side, Lin Jiu set off with the team. Most members of this collecting team were ordinary psychics, good at hunting low-level mutated beasts. Today's target was a group of wild-breeding mutated rabbits. The psychics only took the crystal cores. Lin Jiu, however, planned to take some rabbit meat and fur back to cook, and to make a comfortable pillow. Several psychics each showed their skills, encircling the prey in a clearing in the woods. For a moment lightning and sparks flashed and wind blades crossed. Lin Jiu didn't dare get too close and watched from the edge. Taking advantage of the chaos, she purified 2 rabbit corpses and hid them in her backpack. These were other people's spoils. She couldn't let anyone see her purification ability, or she'd be targeted. Just as she smugly started walking toward the foot of the mountain, a sound behind her made her scalp tingle. Lin Jiu spun around and saw a wandering zombie slowly rising from behind a broken branch. Its gray-white skin still bore yesterday's burn marks. It was clearly one of the ones that had slipped through. Damn. Lin Jiu's throat tightened and she took off running, but the mountain path was treacherous. She stepped into a patch of mud and went sprawling forward. The zombie behind her let out a low, guttural groan and lunged forward, flailing. Lin Jiu planted her elbows on the ground and scrambled forward on all fours, cursing under her breath. Didn't they say they cleared them all out? What the hell is this? She turned and shouted for help, but the psychics in the distance were busy surrounding their prey. No one paid attention to the commotion where she was. Host, please note, truly love your life. Stay away from zombies. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Jiu shouted angrily. Hurry up and exchange something useful for me. A weapon. Something that can fight. System Shop welcomes you. Dearning, please choose the Endoforld special items suitable for you. A list popped up. She glanced and saw a nail gun, but realized her remaining points weren't even enough for a token you couldn't exchange for anything. Damn. Cold sweat beaded at her temples as the zombie's face drew nearer, and she could even smell the nauseating stench of rot. Lin Jiu closed her eyes, suddenly thrusting out her hand to block in front of her, preparing to gamble everything on one last purification ability. Although the system had repeatedly warned her it could only purify something that was truly dead, the zombie lunged at her in an instant. A chill ran down Lin Jiu's back, and she nearly cried out. The next second, a strange white light rippled from the palm of her hand. The zombie's movements suddenly froze as if someone had hit a pause button, and in Lin Jiu's wide eyes its skin faded, cracked and caved in bit by bit, like a wind-dried skeleton crumbling into dust. Huh? Lin Jiu was dumbfounded, stumbling backward several steps, staring blankly at the pile of tattered cloth and bones. Congratulations, host, you have successfully purified the corpse. Only something truly dead can be purified by Lin Jiu's supernatural power. The zombie really had been dead for a long time. System, why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Lin Jiu roared. Then her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground. Her heart was still racing, and cold sweat had already soaked her back. But thinking about what had just happened, she still found it hard to catch her breath. If ID announced it earlier, there wouldn't be any suspense. Sweetheart, Lin Jiu sighed. In this apocalypse, the most terrifying thing had to be the system. Host has been detected with low points. Publishing the latest reward task now. Lin Jiu still hadn't recovered from the palpitations when the system's voice considerately chimed in again. New task name. Spanking Self-Rescue Plan. Task objective. Within the safe location designated by the host, deliver precise smacks to the target's Pei Hanzhou buttocks. Completion 80 will earn 20 system points. 1 limited time weapon trial voucher. Lin Jiu felt like she was going to split apart. What the hell is this? Chapter 40. Then please, host, do your best to launch the first shot of the new era. Shoot for hope, shoot for points. Warm reminder. Because the host has been wasteful, the host currently has only 21 points left. Completing tasks can earn a large number of points, So the host should consider carefully. Ju3 Jalinjo recalled how Pei Hanjo had sat quietly on the edge of the bed this morning, hair loose, collarbone half exposed. Back straight and aloof like a broken blade plunged into a tattered quilt, his silence chilling to the heart. A person like that, being spanked by her, to be humiliated like this, how much must she hate herself? But maybe it's better that she hates herself a little more. She has to establish the wicked woman role firmly, be snapped up by the male lead, then she can go home and it's only a spanking much better than the previous flogging. She has no reason to refuse, does she? If you're going to do it, you should aim for some results. If I'm just saying, if it were witnessed by the heroine fear, would the points be able to double? Linjo pretended to ask casually. Wow, host is getting naughty, just tell me whether it's possible. Of course, any scene that humiliates the male lead in front of the female lead will become an indelible black mark in his heart. Host, please do your best to launch the first strike of the new era. Shoot hope, shoot points. Pa 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 pa. The phrase pa 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 that begged to be slapped still echoed in Linjo's head as she walked into the shelter, leaving her with extremely mixed feelings. She could already picture Pei Hanjo turning his head and looking at her coldly. Nope, for actually carrying out the plan, she had to set up the surroundings properly, especially the witnesses. She went to look for Fair first. The girl was busy in a small clean area on the east side of the shelter, a tiny garden fenced with old boards. A few clay pots were neatly lined up, green plants gently swayed in the breeze, and several pale yellow flowers hung their heads, looking soft, gentle and cute. Linjo had only come to look for someone casually, but the scene before her made her pause. She stepped closer cautiously, looked at the flower arrangements, so familiar they couldn't be more familiar, and her expression instantly turned strange. You are planting flowers. Linjo's tone was subtle. Fair turned and smiled at her, nodding. Actually, my ability isn't very useful. It can only purify soil, not anything else, so I use it to grow some flowers to lift everyone's spirits. She stood up, brushed the dirt off her palms, and reached to pick a blossom from a plant in bloom. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Wait. Linjo narrowed her eyes and, reacting quickly, called out to stop her. Do you know what you're about to pick? Fear paused, looked down at the slender stalk with pale yellow petals in her hand. I don't know, I just thought this little flower was pretty soft and it blooms twice a year, which I found interesting, so I kept it. Linjo walked over, his expression turning grave. This isn't an ordinary flower, this is rice, do you understand? Fear's eyes widened. Rice? Linjo gritted his teeth. The rice ball you ate yesterday was made from the fruit of this. How is that possible? Fair was clearly completely shocked. I've tried its fruit, it's as hard as a rock, you can't bite it at all. That's because it wasn't processed or steamed, and the shell wasn't removed. Linjo rubbed his forehead. Rice isn't eaten raw. It needs a complex processing procedure, but it can be eaten. It's a proper staple, a life-saving food. What a waste of a treasure. Really? Fair didn't believe it. Linjo took a deep breath and forced a friendly tone. I mean, Fair, your ability can purify soil and return it to fertility, right? Fair nodded, her smile clean and pure. I don't know why it's this kind of power. It can only purify soil, it can't purify other things, including water. It's only because it rained a bit these past few days. I've been thinking of cultivating a patch of roses. Linjo sighed, walked over and crouched down, looking at that little green paddy field. Your patch is so well purified, how about this, instead of growing flowers? Let's plant this on all the soil you've purified. You take care of the planting, it'll figure out seeds, water and manpower. We'll set up a food production line together. Fair looked at her, a bit puzzled in her eyes. Okay? I don't really have anything else to do anyway. Heroine, you are just too reliable. Heroine. Linjo suddenly didn't want the heroine to be with the hero anymore. The heroine should be with her. Plenty of meat, plenty of rice, this apocalypse could definitely support a gourmet livestream. Oh wait, she does have serious matters to attend to. Put the rice aside for now. Speaking of which, I actually have a favor to ask. Linjo said to Fair. Could you stand outside my room tonight and keep an eye on the door for me? Don't let anyone wander in. What are you going to do? Linjo pretended to cough, lowering his voice mysteriously. A medical test. Don't ask too much, it's part of a mental trauma rehabilitation assistance program. And I need to personally carry out behavioral stimulation on the patient. I don't want anyone to walk in on us. Especially your brother. Oh, it's about brother Pei, right? Fair brightened. I know he must have suffered a lot before. If his personality has unintentionally become a bit strange, don't give up on him. What do you mean by weird? It just means sometimes he's cold and doesn't like to talk, Fear thought for 2 seconds. But he's actually a very good person. I think he's just putting on a tough shell. Don't worry, sis, I absolutely won't let anyone come in and disturb, including my brother. That's good. Linjo felt a weight lift off her chest, smiled, and looked at the jars of rice blossom herbs. By the way, don't throw that soil away, it really comes in handy. Fear nodded seriously. Okay. I'll purify a new patch of ground this afternoon. Linjo left satisfied. After she left, Fear crouched in front of the nursery, looking at the rows of Peanut's tender green plants and murmuring softly, rice? Can it really be eaten? She pressed her palm onto the soil, and a faint, barely perceptible psychic power seeped into it. The earth seemed to be awakened, slowly swelling and loosening, with tiny ripples of energy drifting up. The green plants trembled gently as if they had understood her call. Fear looked at them and gave a soft smile, then keep planting them well. She didn't know that this would become the first experimental plot for rebuilding order across the entire wasteland in the future. Chapter 42. Spicy cumin flavor. What Linjo didn't know was that after she left, Pei Hanzhou, who should have been lying down, wasn't idle either. He slowly sat up, the thin quilt slipping off his shoulders to reveal a lean, hard shoulder line. His skin was paler than most, the result of long-term lack of sunlight. But the contours of his muscles were taut and well-defined. Pei Hanzhou braced his hands on the edge of the bed and pulled an exoskeletal suit from under it, struggling to shift the fastener of the device up over his numb knee and secure it. The thing was stiff and cold. Putting it on was even more troublesome than he had imagined, especially now when even straightening his back required him to force it with his will. Huff, with a click, the metal clasp fastened. He slowly stood up, using the support at the bedside, and gradually moved his leg onto the floor. The moment the assistive system engaged, his knee was held by machinery, as if forcibly straightened, stiff and rigid. For the first step, Pei Hanzhou lifted his leg, trying to take a step forward. In less than a second, he lost his balance and thud, his whole body fell onto the floor. He didn't make a sound, only gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms, lying still for a few seconds. Pei Hanzhou finally forced himself up by pressing his hands on the floor and sat back up, movement stiff and mechanical like a jammed machine. He was breathing rapidly, his face pale while his chest heaved up and down. Good thing she's not here, Pei Hanzhou thought, forcing himself to reclaim what dignity he had left, but the next moment, he frowned alertly. Why did he care whether Linjo was there? Linjo's mouth never spoke a kind word. Her contempt, her humiliation, her tone was as cutting as a blade. There wasn't a single pleasant thing. So why was he afraid she'd see him looking disheveled now? Pei Hanzhou leaned against the bedside and fell silent for a while. His gaze landed on the edge of the bed not far away, and he suddenly remembered last night when she had wrapped her arms around his waist. That hand had been unbearably soft, as if afraid of hurting him. Slowly sliding into his embrace, her tongue was sharp. But it had never really harmed him. No matter how harsh her words, she was most patient when she gave him medicine. She sneered like an enemy, yet when it came to cooking, even those acts he thought were physical abuse were actually her rough methods of treatment. He couldn't make sense of it. That woman who looked just like Linjo was too strange. It was as if she hated him and yet insisted on taking care of him. Every outward display of malice carried a twisted tenderness. Perhaps she was being watched? Done out of necessity, Pei Hanzhou closed his eyes and stopped probing further. He ripped out a cold laugh, feeling he had been too concerned about an unimportant person. He should have let the entire shelter be destroyed. Living was only for one purpose. Pei Hanzhou finished adjusting the exoskeleton and pushed himself up with force. This time he stood for a little longer. His legs trembled, his waist shook, but he stayed standing. 1 step, 2 steps. He slowly moved forward, his gait like a baby learning to walk, but he gritted his teeth and held on to the least. The assistive brace she made works very well. If she can walk, things afterward will be easier. That moment, a sound came from outside the door. Click. It was the sound of the front door being pushed open. Pei Hanzhou's expression changed in an instant. He nearly fell onto the bed as a reflex, his whole body collapsing back into place as if tied in knots. He moved quickly to hide the conspicuous parts of the assistive device under the thin blanket, closed his eyes, and deliberately slowed his breathing. Linjo glanced at him, then turned and went out to deal with the rabbit. After hearing the door close, Pei Han's first reaction was not to breathe a sigh of relief but toked swiftly. He immediately propped himself up, skillfully unclasped the fastenings of the exoskeleton, and removed the greaves and support braces in one go. His movements so crisp it was as if he had rehearsed them countless times. Even though his body was still weak and feeble, he could now complete this routine of pretending to be paralyzed in a short time. He put the equipment back under the bed, neatly hid it, and lay back down with Rabbit on the grill. The smoke was heavy, so Lin Jiu didn't roast it inside the shed. Lin Jiu held a smoothly sharpened little knife, deftly making a few slanted cuts on the rabbit leg to help the marinade penetrate. The fire had already risen. The kindling was dry branches she had specially cleaned, not a bit damp, the flames red and bright and the oven temperature just right. She cut the rabbit into pieces, mixed them with salt crystals and mutated lemongrass root to marinate, and finally brushed on a layer of oil she had once impulsively redeemed in the system story, a rare, fragrant oil in the post-apocalypse that would give the roast a hint of floral aroma. Let's start with a basic one: spicy cumin flavor. Lin Jiu lowered her head and murmured as she neatly skewered pieces of rabbit meat onto the vine stick. The firelight reflected on her face, her eyes shining with focused light. Lin Jiu rummaged through her homemade little storage box, took out the spice crumbs and dried chilies she had saved earlier, gently crushed them, and sprinkled them over the skewers. For a moment the aroma exploded. But to others it was a stench. In reality there are smells like this. Something similar to roasted durian or fried stinky tofu. Those who haven't tried it find it disgusting, but once you've eaten it you understand how something that smells rotten can taste delicious. Pei Hanzhou slightly, almost imperceptibly, frowned. He actually had little sense of smell, but for some reason the moment he caught that scent he felt hungry. The rabbit leg, crispy on the outside and tender inside, sizzled over the coals as fat dripped down the edges, hitting the fire and releasing bursts of roasted aroma. The meat gradually changed from pink to yellow, then to a caramel-colored golden brown. The skin developed a thin, flaky crust, slightly charred but not burnt, giving off an enticing scent that made one's legs go weak when the wind blew. The smell of grilled meat, the stench seemed to come alive, drifting from beside the stove to half the shelter. This was the signal that summoned the two beggars. Lin Jiu knew fare would arrive any moment, and she was about to enter the pitter-patter phase. Lin Jiu set the roasted rabbit meat in place, then pushed the door open and went in. Then Pei Hanzhou had already woken up and was sitting on the bed, seriously waiting for her to feed him. How could I forget? Those who know the dinner signal and will eagerly eat are not limited to that pair of beggar siblings. But now that the male lead is awake, how is she supposed to have sex? Lin Jiu didn't dare force herself on him. Last time when this man was seriously ill he almost strangled her to death. Now that his health is restored, killing her would be a piece of cake. Is there any other way to make him willingly humiliate himself? Lin Jiu had to think about it. While Lin Jiu scratched her ears and paced, racking her brains for a crooked idea, Pei Han's gaze remained fixed behind her, at the barbecue stand outside the door. He was wondering why they hadn't brought it over yet. Chapter 43. Could it be that Pei Hanzhou not only has a female lead route but a double male route? Today we'll do rehab first, then eat. There is no more grand-sounding reason than rehabilitation. Lin Jiu silently did the math in her head. Fear over that way has probably already caught the scent and is heading this way. In another 10 minutes, barring surprises, you'll see the heroine pop out begging that we have to use the double points time to finish the rehabilitation exercises. Upon hearing that, Pei Hanzhou bent down to take the exoskeleton armor from under the bed. Not wearing that today, Lin Jiu said with a smile as he walked up to him. I have a new plan. Pei Hanzhou frowned. What do you intend to do? Lin Jiu with righteous confidence ordered him. Pei Han's deep eyes slowly lifted to look at her. Lin Jiu remained impassive. I want to test your thigh tendon reflex using standard medical methods. I was thinking about this yesterday. After all, an exoskeleton is mechanical assistance and often can't stimulate the original nerve responses. But by directly tapping the muscle reflex areas by hand, we can observe your leg's recovery more precisely. Lin Jiu spoke neither fast nor slow, his face carrying a faint, half-smile of composure, nearly about to flash the silver tongue head hone dealing with Jia. When Lin Jiu used to run projects, there was a client who absolutely refused to sign off on the drawings, insisting the plans were unreasonable. Lin Jiu could only bring the client's objections back to the company, after being scolded by the Boss, the boss personally stepped in. So how did his boss, that vile capitalist, handle it back then? Of course he couldn't argue that would be internal conflict, so the boss solemnly lectured the client about things like mechanical ductility and structural spatial bending coefficients, talking nonsense the whole time, making it all up. But the boss spoke with such conviction that the client was moved to tears. In the end they not only signed but also praised the boss for being professional. Lin Jiu wasn't just learning on the spot. Lin Jiu put on the air of a compassionate doctor. Don't be afraid, it'll be very gentle. It's not like this is our first time being candid with each other, she added with a grin. If it really comes to it, you can cover your eyes and treat it like a less awkward therapy session. Pei Hanzhou stared at her with an increasingly complicated look. That face that was always as calm as ice now seemed to be suppressing some kind of volcano. His voice was hoarse. Are you sure? This is rehabilitation? Lin Jiu looked at his expression, half believing, half dubious. Secretly delighted in her heart. She still spoke formally, so, of course if you want I can help you take it off just then by the outdoor stove. There was a smack sound. It was the sound of someone stepping on dry twigs. Lin Jiu's ears pricked up. She immediately turned her head toward the window, her eyes brightening slightly, thinking, Fair arrived so quickly? No wonder she's my good sister. Lin Jiu held a paddle cut from a piece of plastic scavenged from the ruins, warming up as she said, Try hitting first, see if there's any reaction. Outside, Nightshade, so tense she almost fell into the fire, widened her eyes and shrank into the bushes, nearly biting through her tongue. This woman is really going to do all those things to the commander. Commander, why isn't he resisting? Could it be that the commander has some compromising information in this woman's hands? It must be so. Yang felt she had finally figured it out. Pei Hanzhou was somewhat cooperative and pulled his outer trousers down halfway. Lin Jiu noticed this person had been more cooperative recently. It seemed the hope of being able to stand and walk again had given him quite a bit of motivation. Pei Hanzhou didn't make a sound again. She changed angles, the echo almost skimming around the shed's roof. Lin Jiu stared at him, waiting for several seconds. Why hasn't the system given a score yet? She frowned, feeling a bit unsettled. Not even a 1. Could it be it still hasn't hit the right spot? Lin Jiu hesitated a little, lowering her eyes to glance at Pei Hanzhou lying motionless, thoughtful. But this is her rehabilitation therapy. If she injected it in the wrong place and Pei Hanzhou discovered her ulterior motives, wouldn't the tiny bit of revolutionary camaraderie they just formed go down the drain? So Lin Jiu decisively adopted a very serious tone. Cooperate a bit, I'm going to do a neurological reflex test. This side has slight sluggishness, I'm not hitting you, don't misunderstand, what I'm doing is cross nerve stimulation. Lin Jiu stood by the bed, leaning forward slightly, her eyelashes casting a faint, almost imperceptible shadow. Try it once more. Her tone was casual this time, the angle was more awkward. The force went from her palm into the depths of the muscle, landing exactly on the reflex point of the lateral femoral cutaneous nerve. Pei Hanzhou's body stiffened for a moment. A sensation that exploded almost like an electric current, with a touch of unexpected numbness. Lin Jiu was completely unaware. Wasn't that exactly a loss? A sudden, unprovoked critical hit. Pei Hanzhou gasped sharply, his fingers clenching the bedsheet. It wasn't pain so much as this woman had done this to him more than once. What exactly does she want to do? What exactly does she want to get from him? Lin Jiu finally heard it. Ding dong, congratulations host, special humiliation points 4 triggered. Not task points and there's no bonus. The score still isn't enough. What's going on? Lin Jiu finally realized that the male lead might not know Fair was at the door. If he didn't know, he wouldn't feel especially humiliated, nor would he trigger the double points. All that earlier effort was for nothing. She had made herself blush, her heart racing. So Lin Jiu, all or nothing, bent down and whispered in Pei Hanzhou's ear. There's someone outside the door, did you know? Of course Pei Hanzhou knew about the figure in the night outside the shed. That kid, uneasy, kept circling around him, intent on making him leave. I know. His voice was hoarse as he answered truthfully. Lin Jiu widened her eyes. I know you still. Pei Hanzhou felt a little overwhelmed. It wasn't that he couldn't stand Lin Jiu treating him like that. He simply found her too close, her warm breath drifting straight into his ear when she spoke. Even the night shadows outside the door were about to lose their patience from the moment Lin Jiu shouted again the first time. Ying pressed against the door and clenched his teeth, listening for a full 5 minutes. With a bang he followed. Just as Lin Jiu was about to continue slapping, the door was kicked open. Ying charged and holding an 8-meter-long broadsword. his voice nearly exploding. What did you poisonous woman, do to the commander? Then he made out the scene inside the shed. Lin Jiu was crouched by the bed, his hand still resting on Pei Hanse's thigh, studying the next area with a serious expression. The man on the bed lay expressionless, his pants half off, clear red marks from being beaten on his legs, sweat beading on his forehead, teeth clenched in silence. The air in the room was so still that he could hear dust drifting down. Wang froze in place, then let out a shrill sound like a rooster crowing. You beep beep beep. Beep censored, 200 characters omitted system. Ding, the male lead's emotional fluctuation reached the threshold, triggering double points. 40 points. Amazing. My host Ningning Lin Jiu was stunned. The one who barged in was a boy, and that could trigger double points. Not the heroine a man would do. Lin Jiu thought for a long time. His thinking rose to a new level, opening the door to a new world. Could it be that Pei Hanzhou not only has a heroine storyline but also a dual Maloled storyline? This young brother is handsome in a delicate, refined way, which also fits aesthetic tastes. Get out. Pei Hanzhou was so embarrassed he could no longer bear it. Chapter 44. This overwhelming wealth arrived far too suddenly. Wei Ying trembled at Pei Hanse's shout. Calm. Pei Hanzhou was steady as a mountain even if the sky fell. When had he ever shouted at him? It must be. He was being threatened by this woman, and no, I'm not going out. I will protect Commander Sama. The boy's eyes were red, and he drove his greatsword into the ground. Malicious woman. I don't know what leverage you have over the commander, but I will never allow you to bully him. If you want to hit someone, hit me. As he spoke, he began to undo his belt. Lin Jiu, who had never seen such a scene, was about to say something when footsteps suddenly sounded outside. A clear, sweet voice rang at the door. Sis, are you in there? Sorry I'm late. Do you still want me to stand guard? Fair pushed the door open, the hem of her skirt lifting slightly as she peered in with a coy, innocent expression. At a glance she saw Ying with red-rimmed eyes undoing his fly. Lin Jiu's cheeks flushed, and Pei Hanzhou, his trousers halfway down though he was wearing underwear. The whole scene felt like buttered corn thrown into a microwave, crackling and popping everywhere. Sis, so you asked me to keep watch because the three of you were doing this. Two won't tell anyone, I swear. A blush bloomed across her cheeks, the hem of her skirt trembling as if she'd just witnessed some grave taboo. Yet her eyes stayed wide, as if she didn't want to miss a single detail inside the room. Lin Jiu Ying? Pei Hanzhou closed his eyes, propping himself up to pull his coat over himself, then almost buried himself deep in the bedding, his voice grinding with teeth. All of you get out, ding. Congratulations, host, hidden achievement unlocked. Male leads humiliation level off the charts. Points 40. Review. Completely crushed it. Host, you're a little genius. For a moment Lin Jiu couldn't process what was happening. This sudden outrageous wealth came completely out of the blue. Then she met Pei Hanse's gaze. It was a very restrained, faint look. Even his pupils were darker than usual, glinting with a sharp light. Yang and Fair had already obediently left the shed. Pei Hanzhou suddenly looked at her with a cold face and said sternly, you get out too. Lin Jiu felt a jolt in her heart. Completed, she had gotten the points, but Lin Jiu felt that things between her and Pei Hanzhou were over. The fragile little ship of revolutionary friendship they had just built had sunk. When Lin Jiu walked out, her mind was in ruins. And then she saw the two of them squatting on the ground eating roasted rabbit meat. So ordinary people. This roast rabbit should be mutated rabbit meat, the skin blackened and cracked, with a faint purplish red oily sheen. When poked, pus-like sticky juices oozed out, thick and glossy, accompanied by a smell that made one frown. How could the two of them just dig in like that? Wei Chung always had to test things before he dared eat them. I told you. Sis, cooking smells awful but tastes delicious. Ying scanned the lump of oddly colored, gooey rabbit meat on the grill with a wary look. Is this really edible? You'll know with one bite. Fei declared confidently as she shoved a whole piece of meat into her mouth, chewing and exclaiming. This roast is insanely fragrant. The bones are practically falling apart. What animal was this again? Nightshade frowned and took a bite, and then couldn't stop. What the hell is this thing? It clearly looked like a beast carcass dug up from the contaminated zone. But it tasted on par with an Arank military supply can. Even tastier. The meat was tender yet firm. Dipped in the sauce blended with forest wine, it was savory with a slight heat, growing more flavorful the more you chewed, like a blossom opening in the mouth. Yang quickly finished a plate. Yang's expression grew complicated. He couldn't help but think to himself, that wicked woman used this trick to fatten up the commander. It really is so tasty. No, what a clever trick. Lin Jiu was driven out of the shed with a face full of sorrow and resentment. The understanding Fei immediately stepped forward to meet him. Yi Ying, however, clenched his knife. Lin Jiu didn't want to be killed off by the male lead's double lead plotline, so he hurriedly said, a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Listen to my pleading. That wasn't a slap, it was an examination. Yi Ying scoffed coldly. Examining the butt? Yes, Lin Jiu said earnestly, his voice loud as if giving a safety education lecture. You all don't know, after a spinal cord injury, muscles atrophy very quickly, especially places like the gluteus maximus and biceps femoris. You have to regularly stimulate neural reflexes, otherwise it's impossible to regain control of the lower limbs. Fei looked stunned. Really? Hitting him that once was to test his response to pain and pressure. Lin Jiu immediately took out her system ID card that had no real use, waved it in the air. Besides, I was also testing the leg nerves, not just spanking the butt. Okay, Yi Ying's gaze was dangerous, so that's why you happened to touch the upper thigh. Lin Jiu paused, gave a dry laugh. That was the main trunk of the thigh nerves. Do you think you can just poke the knee? No, you have to test deep reflexes, and don't you know, the closer to the root, the clearer the signal transmission. In being professional, do you understand? Yi Ying was half convinced, still didn't lower his knife. Lin Jiu could only raise a hand and gesture. It really is a medical examination. Look, when you press the buttock it has some spring, that means the muscles are still there. If you didn't even feel pain, that would be dangerous. She spoke with righteous severity, confident and even a little smug. That's why I used a bit of force, just a little gently, to test. Fei suddenly exclaimed, Sister, you're amazing, you actually managed to get someone to stand up from a wheelchair by spanking them. Lin Jiu. No wonder she's the little sunshine heroine she trusts no matter what. Hasn't been fooled all these years solely because her brothers got her back? Yi Ying's gaze remained dangerous. Lin Jiu ignored him completely, lifting her chin with an expression that said, by all means report me. Besides, I'm Pei Han's his fiancé. She enunciated each word. Touching my own fiancé, and in a medical sense, what's wrong with you? Yi Ying froze. Lin Jiu was relentless, speaking rapidly. If you think it's unreasonable, then why doesn't that young gentleman come and touch him? You wicked woman. What are you saying? Nightshade's cheeks flushed violently, even the tips of his ears tinged pink, and he almost couldn't hold the knife in his hand. And you, who are you? Fei, do we have this person in our shelter? Fei's gaze swept to Nightshade, and she said awkwardly, I really haven't seen you before. How did you get in? Every shelter has defense to keep out zombies and mutated creatures, certainly, but also to keep other people from getting in. In the apocalypse, who knows whether a stranger sneaking into a shelter is there to steal food or to spread a virus. Should I go look for my brother? Fei asked Lin Jiu nervously. Only now did she realize she was nervous. How had she been completely oblivious while eating barbecue with someone earlier? Lin Jiu once again admired the heroine's pure innocence like a little white rabbit. Yi Ying also wanted to openly protect Pei Hanzhou, but the commander wouldn't allow it. Most of the time the commander sent him off to the shelter a few kilometers away. You were once under Pei Han's command, weren't you? Didn't expect anyone from Shelter W to still be alive. Lin Jiu chimed in for him. Enough, Fei. Don't cause Pei Hanzhou any more trouble. Tests for you. Lin Jiu looked at the broadsword-wielding youth. Aren't you going to leave? Waiting to be caught by the patrols? The youth hesitated for a moment, about to walk away. Lin Jiu stopped him again, shoved a box of roasted rabbit meat into the youth's arms, and said, You've worked hard. Pei Han's comeback couldn't have happened without the support of his old subordinates and that workplace. Squeezed to the utmost, she had long learned a simple but effective rule. Keep hold of those who can do the work, hide the reliable ones, and never let go easily of someone with potential. Even if their temper is a bit bad, she is now the supervisor, the host, in the system's terms, put bluntly, the project manager of this wasteland project. And the boy before her, wielding a big knife and putting on a tough act while secretly warm-hearted, was clearly usable. Yi Ying nodded, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Fei, crouching by the barbecue rack, spoke up from the heart. Sister, I was wrong. I originally thought you didn't like Brother Pei, but now I see you really do treat him well. Lin Jiu was about to explain, but the girl continued talking to herself. Sister Lin must have turned love into hate, then hated without getting even, which is why she treats Brother Pei this way and that. Ah, you two really are a fated torment. Those words did fit the original owner, but Lin Zhou felt she had never loved Pei Hanzhou that much. Who would fall for a man destined to squeeze their neck until it broke and run off to build a life with someone else? She's not into self-flagellation. In Lin Zhou's mind, Pei Hanzhou was like the client, and the system was her boss. What the original owner called a life-or-death obsession was, to Lin Zhou, nothing more than an emotional mess left by the previous employee. She was now like a successor taking over at work. Calculating in her head and smiling on her face as she went through the motions. Of course she knew the original owner had truly loved love to the point of deep, unforgettable pain, love to the point of self-destruction. But she was not the original owner. The system boss kept squeezing Lin Zhou with KPIs. She felt like she wasn't in a post-apocalyptic novel at all, but had signed a year-round, PUA-style contract working under the commander's cold stare to meet targets while having to pretend to be overflowing with lust. After all, no matter how handsome the client was, if he didn't pay up, she couldn't meet her quotas and would just be another creditor to a competent workplace drone. She quickly pulled herself together to no matter what Pei Hanzhou thought, the process had to continue. The first thing now was to take good care of the male lead. Lin Zhou brushed those two hands away that were still digging for the roast rabbit, cut off a large piece with a small knife, put it in a bowl and took it to Pei Hanzhou in the shed. Time to eat first, you'll only have the energy to be upset afterward. The door hadn't fully opened when a muffled hoarse curse came from inside. Get out, she paused. I just wanted to save you some rabbit, get out. All right. Lin Zhou stepped back out again. Her movement as she stepped out was light, as if she hadn't heard that get out at all. She even closed the door behind her, like an after-sales rep diligently protecting a customer's feelings. It's fine. She smoothed her dress and turned to Fair with a smile. Your brother Pei is in a bad mood today, why not go and soothe him? Female lead, I'm giving you a chance to improve your standing. Go quickly. Last time I ruined the deeply affectionate meet-cute between the two, twisting the plot. Now, there happens to be a chance to save things by a roundabout route. Lin Zhou planned to use this opportunity to push the female lead into the spotlight. But Fair looked terrified. I am not going. With that, the girl picked up the grilled rabbit skewer again. Lin Zhou thought, you're the female lead when the male lead is feeling down. Is it appropriate to just eat barbecue and not do any work? Fair, I remember you said Pei Hanzhou is a good man. Lin Zhou continued to persuade, he really needs someone to comfort him right now. Fair was momentarily choked up and explained, Sister Lin, don't get the wrong idea. I only have respect for Brother Pei. I'm not like you, Sister Lin, who truly worries about him. Huh. What am I worrying about? Lin Zhou said as she spoke, her hands never stopping, her expression calm, as if she had long expected to be sent out. She even leisurely placed that bowl of rabbit meat by the fire to keep it warm, put the lid back on, guarding it from wind, ash, and picky eaters. Fair bit the skewer and watched her movements, increasingly convinced that Lin Zhou is pretending to be cold while actually doting on Brother Pei. The man who killed his father fell into his hands, being pampered with all the best food and drink. Don't that make it obvious? Sister Lin didn't even finish the flogging last time. Is it because he can't bear to? Fair smiled sweetly as she thought about it. Sister Lin, I'll head back now. If there's ever gatekeeping work again, feel free to ask me. That I absolutely won't barge in like this again and ruin your good plans. Having said that, Fair took the remaining roasted meat and left. She moved so quickly it was comparable to how fast that mutated rabbit was when it was alive. Hey wait, Lin Zhou watched helplessly as the female lead walked away from the male lead. This plot, what if it can't be fixed? Lin Zhou carried the clean water bucket, head bowed as she wrung out a hot towel. While glancing at the quiet little shack, she had left the rabbit meat warming in a bowl. She had planned to wait a bit longer and bring it in once Pei Hanzhou calmed down, but before she could finish tidying the dishes, she heard a loud bang from inside the shack. The sound of metal striking the ground was muffled and strong, like some heavy object falling. Lin Zhou's expression changed, and he quickly tossed the towel in his hand to the edge of the bucket, taking 3 steps and 2 to rush into the shed. The moment the door was pushed open, Pei Hanzhou, wearing the lower body exoskeleton armor, lay pale on the floor a few steps from the bedside, supporting himself on one elbow with his right knee bent, a thin sheen of sweat already on his forehead. It looked as if he had just walked a few steps but failed to keep his balance, collapsing hard at the junction where wood met metal, half kneeling and half fallen. Breathing heavily. Lin Zhou was stunned for 2 seconds. Pei Hanzhou put on the exoskeleton armor himself and could even take a few steps. Was he secretly practicing? No wonder he's the male lead. Lin Zhou hurried over, crouched down and helped him up. What are you doing? Get out. The man's voice was low and hoarse, his gaze cold and fierce with shame. He grit his back teeth as he spat the word out. I'll help you up first. Lin Zhou frowned, ignoring his attitude that I said. Get lost. Pei Hanzhou suddenly swept his arm, slapping her hand away. But those hands that once could turn rivers and seas upside down were trembling even to brace against the ground. He struggled to stand, but couldn't even hold his knees steady, slid back to the floor, and panted miserably. Lin Zhou stood where he was, staring at Pei Hanzhou's embarrassed collapse. Sweat streamed down his face, his complexion as pale as paper, yet he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Relying only on a pair of still fairly strong arms to desperately support his upper body, stubborn as a mule that won't admit defeat. Pei Hanzhou was supposed to be the male lead. After all, tough, calm, proud and composed, how come he looks now like a skinny dog about to be washed away by the rain? Even his sitting posture is miserable? And his pride is puffed up to the point of being ridiculous. He won't let anyone help, insisting on falling flat on his back before he's satisfied? Lin Zhou felt like his forehead was going to explode. The earlier moral guilt about using him to boost scores was burned away at this moment. Leaving only pure anger, she stepped forward, crouched down, eyes sharp. You want eat, you won't accept help, what do you want? Pei Hanzhou didn't answer, turning his face to one side, every muscle in his body tight as a wire. Fine, try pushing me again, Lin Zhou sneered, reaching out to tap the collar on his neck. I'll shock you until you behave. Chapter 45. There are zombies in the shelter. Pei Hanzhou's expression changed sharply. Like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on, he spun his head and glared at her. What are you glaring at me for? Lin Zhou wasn't afraid. As long as the distance was right, Pei Hanzhou couldn't grab her neck, and she knew what bothered him. Do you want to stand up? Or are you planning to sit on the ground like a cripple tomorrow morning when your subordinate returns and disappoint him? Ding 2. Male leads emotional fluctuation, points awarded. Hearing the system announcement, Lin Zhou didn't feel happy at all. She simply continued to stare coolly at Pei Hanzhou. Pei Hanzhou was silent for a few seconds. His jaw shifted slightly, as if biting off the last bit of pride, and he said with difficulty in a low voice, help me up. Lin Zhou nodded and pressed on his shoulder. Okay, then follow my instructions. Don't use force recklessly. Flex your left knee as much as you can and support me. Right, plant your right foot firmly. Come on, 3, 2, 1. The man ground his teeth, the muscles in his cheeks trembling, cold sweat at last forming into beads. Lin Zhou pressed against his back, her arm slipping under his armpit and wrapping tightly around him. His legs were shaking, his bones protesting, but at that very moment Pei Hanzhou stopped. The man's body was slick with sweat, burning hot, his breath fanning over Lin Zhou's head. Lin Zhou followed his momentum, carefully guiding him toward the bed. Come on, try to take a step. One more step. They were pressed close, almost like they were dancing some slow, intimate dance. Lin Zhou stepped, he stepped. He forced his body to keep up, barely moving with her support. After only a few steps, the system dinged again and again. Lin Zhou ignored those noises, without the system reminding her. She already knew how unwilling Pei Hanzhou was to rely on her. Perhaps for Pei Hanzhou, every step Lin Zhou helped him take was a humiliation. Having finally managed to get to the bedside, Lin Zhou still had her arms wrapped around him. The man's lower back was stiff, all sharp lines of bone and muscle. She instinctively leaned in a little closer. The sinewy, firm palm of her hand traced along his spine and slid forward an inch or so. Then Lin Zhou muttered softly, you eat so much, how is your waist still so slim? Pei Hanzhou's shoulders gave a slight jolt. He hadn't yet had time to tell her to let go. Lin Zhou squatted down, both knees hitting the ground, decisively kneeling between Pei Hanzhou's legs. The man's gaze suddenly fell. Her breath was right against the fabric over his crotch, its rhythm. Brushing the cloth warm, soft, yet somehow like a malicious tease. Pei Hanzhou instinctively tensed his thigh, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. A wave of tightly restrained turmoil flashing across his eyes. Too close, so close. He could even feel a small, uncontrollable change starting beneath the fabric. The rush of blood seemed magnified, as if in a single second his point of shame would ignite. Lin Zhou didn't speak, only lowering his head between his legs, his movements overly focused, as if completely unaware of how dangerous his posture was. Pei Hansis' knuckles dug into the edge of the bed, holding himself still and silent. He remembered this kind of beginning. It wasn't the first time she had done this when he had a high fever, sneaking close to him in the middle of the night, teasing him deliberately with a smiling look. Even a few days ago she had. He closed his eyes as emotion surged. The words "What are you trying to do to me now?" almost burst out. But before he could speak, Lin Jiu suddenly pressed lightly on the brace at the side of his left knee, deftly loosening the clasp by one notch. "TSK? The left side really is more responsive," she muttered to herself, not noticing the man's alarmed expression. "I'll adjust the angle for you. Taking a step back will be less strenuous. When I spanked your butt just now, during the rehab training, I remember the left leg had a strong response." She adjusted the support angle of the exoskeleton as she spoke, eyes focused like a repair technician. Lin Jiu had no idea how many forbidden images replayed rapidly in Pei Hansis' mind. She just continued seriously tuning the exoskeleton's tension settings, murmuring, "Your previous way of exerting force was wrong. Distributing the load prevents secondary injury. Listen to me, don't tremble. I didn't touch you. Weird. Why is your face so red?" Pei Hanzhou tilted his head back and bit his teeth softly. "Shut up." "Fine," Lin Jiu said brightly, "I'll shut up. But what just happened will happen again. So don't ever kick me out later." She knelt between his legs and gave him a beaming smile. "What just happened?" Pei Hanzhou was momentarily bewildered. Soon Lin Jiu realized Pei Hanzhou was recalling that awkward moment just now. The system popped up another 1 or 2 scattered points. Lying helplessly on the bed while someone mercilessly struck his lower body, and being seen by subordinates and the future heroine. Lin Jiu imagined it for him and felt mortified on his behalf. But it was still better than being whipped and having wounds forcibly torn open. Lin Jiu finished adjusting the exoskeleton armor and brought the hot rabbit meat in from outside. "Eat. I'll go wash the grill." Saying that, she turned and left, her movements brisk, as if she had only done the most ordinary thing. Pei Hanzhou, however, did not move. He sat silently on the edge of the bed, eyes lowered as he looked at the exoskeleton armor on his lap. That series of parameters had already been tuned very well. She had even identified the areas on his left leg that still had stronger residual responses, and had purposely shifted the support axis slightly to the left. Clearly it was nothing more than a highly professional calibration, yet when she had been kneeling between his legs, she had been so close that it felt like Pei Hansis' throat went dry. He forced himself not to think back on it, but that exact moment's image, like a nail, was driven into his mind. The less he wanted to see it, the clearer it became. Her breath was right there. The moment her palm landed on his waist, he even had the illusion that she wasn't adjusting his equipment but touching him. She touched him so naturally, without a hint of hesitation, so natural that it aroused his suspicion. What exactly does she want? Pei Hanzhou knew many supernatural abilities, one of which was changing one's appearance. At this moment he was certain that Lin Jiu was no longer the Lin Jiu he used to know. They only shared the same looks. Her gaze at him was too calm, too clear. When he said "Get out," she stepped back. When he said "Don't move," she still stuck around with a playful grin. Everything was done flawlessly. Even the meal was heated and set aside, covered tight. Too attentive, too unreal. She changed her appearance, infiltrated his side, and continued to play Lin Jiu, probably for only one purpose. Pei Hansis' fingertips twitched. In the end he still raised his hand and lifted the lid. The smell of the meat was still strange. When it was first brought close it was a bit acrid, like some kind of spoiled fermentation with a fishy gamey tang, carrying a faint wild odor. But at the moment he bit down, the texture was tender and flavorful, the char giving way to a faint herbal bitterness. As if she had already calculated his constitution and added ingredients to reduce heat and relieve pain. Pei Hansis' brow moved. He suddenly realized this aspect was exactly the same as that Lin Jiu. Rough around the edges, harsh in speech, and carrying a cold ruthlessness in her actions. He couldn't at all tell whether she was enemy or friend, whether she was humiliating him or taking care of him. Lin Jiu stood at the doorway. She washed each bowl and chopstick clean, picked the rabbit bones free and threw them into the fire, even sanding the grill carefully with sandpaper. The night wind made the campfire flicker. The sky had turned completely dark. The whole shelter had switched to its nighttime power-saving mode, with only a few sentinel lights along the horizon still on. Less than a week until exile. Lin Jiu simply sat against the wall and had the system open the point shop. She had quite a bit of money now. Shed completed the humiliation tasks without a hitch. And the system had even awarded an extra star of humiliation achievement badge. glowing with pink bubble light. Lin Zhou browsed the shop, her fingertips scrolling past cellar meat storing pouch, radiation-specific antitoxin mask, apocalypse-grade hunger relief compressed biscuit deluxe edition. She needed to prepare some exile supplies. At minimum, she had to be ready to drag Pei Hanzhou and run at any moment. While scrolling, Lin Zhou suddenly heard a sound coming from deep within the shelter. The sound was like a dull knife scraping metal over bone, sharp, indistinct, dragging with a tremor that echoed in the night, as if coming from the most remote corner of the shelter, and at the same time like a low wail pressed against the ear. Lin Zhou sprang to his feet, alert, and looked toward the direction of the sound. There was no light. In the sky, only a faint glow from a distant sentry. The wind made the tents rustle and roar. As if someone were tearing something open at that moment, Lin Zhou's hair stood on end and his heart raced. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. She had only taken one step when the shed door behind her clicked open. Lin Zhou instinctively turned back. Pei Hanzhou leaned against the doorframe, an exoskeleton strapped to his lower body, his dark eyes glinting coldly in the night. His arm rested on the edge of the door, his whole body slanted as he said to her, "Come in." Lin Zhou froze. "What are you?" She didn't finish her sentence. The man frowned impatiently. Seeing her still standing in the doorway, he suddenly raised his hand, grabbed her wrist and yanked hard. Lin Zhou stumbled, her body pitching forward. There was a soft thud. She was pressed hard against the inner wall. Her back struck the steel-plated reinforcements of the stall, sending a reverberation through it. Pei Hanzhou followed immediately, falling like a shadow against her and planting his arms on either side, enclosing her completely within his embrace. The space was tight, breaths mingling, his chest almost touching her shoulder. Lin Zhou looked up and her gaze met those black eyes. She reached out and gently pressed his chest. He was so close that if he tilted his head even slightly he could kiss her lips. One breath, two breaths. But Lin Zhou spoke calmly. "You heard it too, didn't you?" Her tone suddenly turned cold, like a knife driven between two people who were too close. Pei Hanzhou took a few steps back and sat on the bed, supporting himself. "That sound," Lin Zhou said softly, "was it what I think it was? How could you be in the shelter?" A gust of night wind suddenly rushed in and the ground trembled. The next second a dull roar came from afar, as if some heavy object had fallen from the sky. Immediately after, a series of rat-a-tat gunshots rang out, piercing the shelter's night sky. It was the rhythm of live ammunition being swept across. They both pressed their ears to the wall at the same time and heard someone shouting amid the chaos, "Run, it's zombies!" Lin Zhou's pupils constricted slightly. "Stay quiet." Pei Hanzhou's voice deepened, like a stone sinking to the bottom of the water, not causing a single ripple. "There are zombies in the shelter. The patrol can handle it." His tone brooked no argument. "If they can't, there's Nightshade." Lin Zhou was stunned for a moment, then remembered that pale-eyed older boy, the huge war blade and his crazed vow of ill protect the commander even without pants. Gunfire continued outside the window, but in that shed, it was as if in an instant it had become a place of calm in the storm. Pei Hanzhou sat in silence, while Lin Zhou leaned against the bed, staring at the door. His hand quietly resting on the self-defense magazine. Dagger head exchanged in the system store. Neither spoke anymore. Yet like comrades in a temporary truce, they sat side by side at the edge of the firefight, waiting for the storm to pass or to walk into it themselves. Outside the shack, the sporadic gunshots grew rapid and chaotic. Several screams cut through the night, and the sound of tearing was nearby, as if some beast were ripping into fresh flesh. Lin Zhou's palms were sweating. Her purification could turn utterly dead zombies back into ordinary corpses, but its cooldown was absurdly long. If she actually rushed out and purified one, the others would probably pounce and snap her neck. The battered wooden door was slammed hard by something, and the whole shack rained down dust. The scratching sounds against the walls grew more and more frequent. It wasn't a noise a person could make, but a dislocated, jointed friction, nails scraping metal and wood, producing a strange creak sound. What do we do? They're right outside." Lin Zhou's words were actually directed at the system. Before the system could reply, Pei Hanzhou already moved. "Don't speak. Come here." The door panel was struck again, this time harder. The whole shed door trembled, the hinges groaning as if about to snap. Their row of sheds was already near the edge of the refuge. If it were breached, the nearest patrol would still be several minutes away. Lin Zhou was almost about to rush out and use her powers to fight, but Pei Hanzhou suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. "Over there." He pointed toward the corner that it was the only place in the room that was still fairly solid, a discarded metal tool cabinet about 1.8 meters tall. Its door's old but heavy. Get in. Pei Hanzhou said softly. Lin Zhou hesitated for a moment, glanced at the zombie afterimage lunging toward them. Then without further hesitation bent down and slipped in. The inside of the cabinet was narrow and cramped, barely able to hold two people. She had just curled in when Pei Hanzhou, face still grave, squeezed in as well. Fortunately he could walk a few steps at that point, otherwise Lin Zhou wouldn't have been able to drag him up to shut the door properly. Pei Hanzhou had to press his whole body against hers. Their bodies pressed together, their chests almost completely flush against each other. Lin Zhou could clearly feel the warmth of the other's body, the stiff military exoskeleton pressing against her soft abdomen, and his jaw nearly brushing her bangs as his breath swept across the back of her ear. Slow your breathing, he murmured close to her ear. Hold it. The next second, the battered door was slammed open with a tremendous force. The hinge snapped and flew out, and a blast of cold wind and blood hit them in the face as a zombie with grotesquely twisted limbs lunged into the shack. It let out a low growl, as if it could sniff the scent of the living from its nostrils. The sound drew closer, and it staggered, crashing around the room. Lin Zhou's heart pounded. Chapter 46. This is what a true gentleman is. Lin Zhou could hear her heartbeat thudding loudly in her chest, pressed against Pei Hanzhou's arms. She could even feel his heartbeat. Strangely, Pei Hanzhou's heartbeat did not quicken at all, just like his character. Even at a time like this, he remained calm and dependable. Clang clang clang. It was the sound coming from the outer wall of the metal cabinet. That it sounded as if many people or things were scraping the cabinet door hard with their fingernails, the nails rubbing against the metal producing a teeth-grinding sound. Click. A tiny, crisp noise suddenly came from a corner. It was like a nail digging into a metal seam, or like some teeth silently chipping against the edge of the cabinet. Sizzle. The sound grew and multiplied, from a single thread to two, until it became a dense, continuous ring like a pack of hungry rats surrounding a sugar jar. Not yet knowing what exquisite treat lay within, they attacked instinctively, scraping with nails, gnawing with teeth, battering with joints, constantly testing the fragile shell. Lin Zhou felt his scalp tingle, and suddenly his chest tightened. She realized she couldn't hold her breath any longer. The next second, she opened her mouth and took a deep breath. But the air didn't enter her lungs. It was Pei Hanzhou. He lowered his head without warning and sealed her mouth with a kiss. It was literally a sealing of the mouth. Not gentle at all, it had the urgent coolness of a tactical instinct. His lips merely blocked the airflow at her lips, preventing her from exhaling any breath. Lin Zhou's pupils abruptly contracted. A dizzying lack of oxygen swept over her. She instinctively tried to step back, but someone held the back of her head firmly. Pei Hanzhou's palm pressed against her skull. His movements looked effortless, but his knuckles tightened quietly, allowing her no wiggle room. His kiss had originally been a tactic, but because of her struggle it took on a different meaning. He deepened. It wasn't the kind of deepening that comes with a passionate kiss, but a closer, more complete covering, a thorough sealing of her breath. Lin Zhou tried to inhale, her throat moved sharply, and she instinctively nudged his lips. Pei Hanzhou seemed to sense her resistance, but he didn't pull away. Instead, he tilted his head and took her lower lip into his mouth. The warmth between their lips blended. Lin Zhou could even feel his dry lips grow slightly hot from the pressure. His breath remained as cold as ever. Yet because of how close they were, it carried a real restrained heat. Her mind went blank for a moment. She couldn't even hear how many frightening footsteps there were outside the metal trunk. The rush of air pressing into his chest turned into an intangible burning sensation, causing Lin Zhou to let out an involuntary, very soft whimper, like the low cry a cat makes when its scruff is pinched. That sound made Pei Hanzhou's fingertips suddenly tense. But he still did not pull away. He was waiting. Wait until the slow, lingering footsteps outside have completely gone. Wait until everything around returns to absolute silence. He must ensure the safety of both of them. Even if the process was a bit excessive, Lin Zhou's consciousness drifted at the edge of hypoxia. It wasn't until the moment before she felt she was about to pass out that Pei Hanzhou finally let go of her. When breath rushed back into her lungs, Lin Zhou coughed violently, lifting a hand to brace against his chest, both disheveled and ashamed. You? Lin Zhou panted and glared at him. She hadn't finished speaking before her voice trembled from unsteady breath. You're getting revenge on me, aren't you? Ding, congratulations dear, the target's emotional fluctuation detected, 8 points. The system's saccharine voice popped into Lin Zhou's mind, and along with the heat in her ears, it shattered what little remaining sense she had into pieces. Lin Zhou glared fixedly at the man in front of her. Pei Hanzhou lowered his head and glanced at her, as if avoiding her gaze, and spoke softly, sorry. Lin Zhou was startled, and suddenly felt a void in her heart. Only then did she realize, even in those crowded, cramped, nearly deadly moments, even when she humiliated him and teased him in that way, even when she threatened at the drop of a hat, "I'll shock you or I'll hit you if you're naughty," he didn't take advantage of her at all. Not a trace of impropriety. At that moment he kissed so closely, pressed so tight. It was only to protect her breath. Lin Zhou's lips were still burning. She instinctively wanted to find something to mock to cover her unease, but her gaze landed on the hand that was still tangled in the man's shirt. That hand was being pressed down by his large palm as if he were afraid she would tear his clothes. Lin Zhou. Those fingers were really on the verge of ripping the shirt. The hem was rolled up, the top button had popped open at some point, and her fingers were even trapped between the fabric and his chest, fingertips touching skin. Feeling his excessively warm heat and the taut rise and fall of his muscles, she paused in her breath, suddenly overcome by an inexplicable shame. How should she put it? Lin Zhou lowered her head and looked at her disheveled, bedraggled appearance from being kissed. Her ears slightly flushed. After all, she was a respectable 28-year-old woman, had received 9 years of compulsory education, read countless posts, had quite a few short videos saved on her phone, and had seen plenty of passionate kissing scenes. The theoretical knowledge had long been thoroughly absorbed, but only when she was being kissed so passionately that the world spun and she could barely breathe did she realize, how could those heroines flirt back while being kissed? It's simply impossible. What was she just doing? She was returning the kiss. Not only returning it, her hand was gripping his collar and pulling with all her might. But Pei Hanzhou, he was actually just trying to pass his breath to her. The fluttering emotions in Lin Zhou's chest immediately sank. Damn. This is what a true gentleman is. Even with his clothes about to be torn off, Pei Hanzhou could still remain unmoved. At no wonder he's the male lead in a women's novel. Okay? You can come out now. Pei Hanzhou reached out and opened the metal cabinet door for her. The metal cabinet door clicked open, and a cold wind carrying the smell of blood rushed in. Lin Zhou's gaze quickly swept across the room. The whole shed was in chaos. The wooden table overturned, the charcoal fire long extinguished, the door bolt broken off halfway, and the shed door standing open as if something had violently shoved it. The most fatal thing was a dead silence. Not even the zombies' roars could be heard. In just this short time the zombies all ran away. Just passing through or what? Lin Zhou looked around and in a low voice judged, we can't stay here. The door's broken. There won't be anywhere to hide next time. Pei Hanzhou braced himself against the wall, his brow slightly furrowed. It's not safe outside. Stay and wait for rescue. No. Lin Zhou said decisively, I have to go to Fair. Pei Hanzhou. Why? Pei Hanzhou found it hard to understand Lin Zhou's state of mind. Clearly terrified to death, she still went out to find Fair. Shouldn't she have been hiding by his side? Could Fair be that important to her as well? Lin Zhou figured it out. Since Pei Hanzhou and Fair were the male and female leads of this world, of course when the two of them were together the protagonist aura would be at max. So what was there to fear of zombies? You don't understand. Lin Zhou grabbed Pei Hanzhou's arm. Come with me, together I'll support you. The exoskeletal armor barely supported his legs. Any effort hurt. Lin Zhou hoisted him over her shoulder, just wanting to make him feel a bit better. Pei Hanzhou, however, sidestepped and said, wait, the outside isn't necessarily. Before he could finish, a sharp cackling sound came from above the two of them. The rickety roof of the shack overhead split open, and a mangled zombie was launched down like a bullet, lunging with a torn, cracked throat emitting a hoarse, monstrous shriek. The stench of blood and rot hit them like a bucket of hot, foul swill, splashing into the air and over their faces. There's even those that run slow and pick the leftovers. Back off. Pei Hanzhou snarled, instinctively stepping to block Lin Zhou. But his leg wound hadn't healed, and his movements were half a beat slow. That brief hesitation was enough for the zombie's claws to come closer. Move. Lin Zhou snapped coldly, suddenly reaching up and grabbing the collar at Pei Hanzhou's neck. A crackle of electricity flashed. The shock activated instantly. The powerful jolt made Pei Hanzhou groan and his knee go weak. He dropped to one knee. Lin Jiu seized the opening and lunged back at the zombie. She pressed both hands hard on the zombie's shoulders, twisted and pinned it to the ground, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "Pei Hanzhou, go find Fair, it'll be fine in a moment." Pei Hanzhou almost stumbled toward her. Dragging his legs, he couldn't understand how Lin Jiu, a girl with no strength at all, could be so bold. Lin Jiu was actually very afraid, but she knew her ability could purify zombies. She was confident in an unknown. She felt her fingertips touch a piece of nauseating rotten flesh and hard spiky bone. The skin seemed burned through by that virus-covered corrosive fluid, and waves of shudders exploded up her spine. But she gritted her teeth and refused to let go. Purification ability can handle this thing. Unknown, she's confident. She even had the leisure to give Pei Hanzhou a less than pleasant smile. "Run. Even if you can't run, crawl away." The zombie's skin emitted black smoke, its bones clicking and cracking. But it's still lunging. Inertia didn't stop in the first second of the purification. That massive corpse, with a burning kind of violence, slammed into Lin Jiu and pinned her hard to the ground. From the angle it looked like the monster had opened its mouth to tear out her throat. Lin Jiu knew the purification had taken effect. The corpse's head was merely hanging down helplessly, but to outsiders it looked like the zombie was aiming for her neck. "Lin Jiu!" Pei Hanzhou's roar tore through the air. He wanted to rush forward but could only watch helplessly as her slight body was pinned down by the corpse. The system announcement sounded in Lin Jiu's head, though she hadn't quite caught all of it. The next second, whoosh! A silver flash flew in from outside the shed. A keen blade flashed and precisely severed the zombie's head. The filthy blood still remaining in the corpse splashed all over Lin Jiu's face and head. Against the light, the boy's silhouette stood in the broken doorway, holding an empty scabbard. It was Ying. Lin Jiu slowly pulled herself up from the ground, black-red pus and blood dripping from her hair. The corner of her eye twitching, she wiped her face. Her palm was sticky, and she looked toward the boy at the doorway with a plaintive grievance. She had already cleansed everything, and yet he had to stab her like that. You simply can't be a good person if you're a vicious supporting female, otherwise you'll get your comeuppance. Pei Hanzhou saw her stand up and immediately moved forward to help steady her. But as soon as he took a step, the young man's cold voice blocked his way. "Don't move." Nightshade stepped between them, brow furrowed. "She's filthy, you can't tell if she's been bitten." "Don't get close, filthy." Lin Jiu was furious. "Isn't it all because of someone?" "What do you mean by that, brat?" Lin Jiu, stained with blood and dirt, strode over, his face extremely displeased. "Didn't you see how I risked my life to save your leader just now? You should be grateful, fine, but calling me filthy? Where am I filthy, where?" A few steps later she was right in front of Ying, still dripping with the zombie's black blood, and reached out to smear it across Ying's face. Ying turned pale as if he had seen some evil spirit, stumbling backwards. "Don't come near me, poisonous woman. Don't come near me." "Who are you calling a poisonous woman? How dare you insult me?" Lin Jiu's anger surged, and she raised her hand to slap his face. Just as her hand was about to touch the tip of Yi Ying's nose, Pei Hanzhou suddenly reached out and firmly grasped her wrist. His palm was cool, yet carried an undeniable strength, as if confirming that she truly existed before him. Lin Jiu stared for a moment, not yet having reacted, when the man slowly raised his hand and brushed the blood-stained strands of hair at her temple. His movements were consistently steady, but lighter and slower than before, as if caressing something extremely precious that might shatter. His fingertips parted her hair. The cool touch brushed behind her ear and swept along the side of her neck. He inspected her exposed neck inch by inch, his gaze heavy, carrying an almost suppressed tension. Only after confirming her skin was clean and uninjured, without so much as a scratch, did he finally exhale softly. The Adam's apple twitched, and a barely noticeable ripple rose in his eyes. No matter what your purpose is, it's not worth risking your life for. Congratulations, dear. You've triggered the male lead's emotional fluctuation and earned an achievement 40. Lin Jiu was stunned for a moment. Why are points popping up now? She hadn't tormented the male lead, had she? Could it be that the kiss just now was also initiated by Pei Hanzhou himself? Wait, Lin Jiu glanced at Pei Hanzhou's condition. All the buttons on his shirt at the chest had come off, they had been torn away. So he minds this. System-friendly reminder. The blood on your face just now tested as level corrosive substance. It's recommended you wash your head as soon as possible. Dear, it really stinks to death. Lin Jiu. Nightshade had already darted in from the doorway, long blade in hand. He swept a wary glance around and finally settled it on Lin Jiu, whose face was smeared with blood and hair disheveled, his brow tightly furrowed. This place is not suitable for staying. He stood beside Pei Hanzhou, expression grave, blade held horizontally. Commander, please withdraw with me. Pei Hanzhou looked at him in silence. Lin Jiu hugged his head. His whole face was smeared into something unrecognizable, and 2 drops of still unfallen black blood clung to his eyelashes. As if a zombie had kissed his forehead, she inhaled, lifted her hand and pointed to her head. Wait a moment, let me wash my hair first. Night Shadow seemed to have heard something outrageous, and immediately turned his head to glare at her. What does your washing your hair have to do with me? I'm only taking the commander. Huh? Lin Jiu leisurely dragged the bucket over, unscrewed the wooden plug as she spoke. Fine, you try. Can you see that collar around Pei Hanzhou's neck? The moment he leaves the shelter's range it will go boom and separate head from body. Tell me then, are you going to take the top half or the bottom half? Night Shadow's pupils trembled. He truly hadn't thought about how to deal with the shackle around the commander's neck. But what shocked him even more was that the vicious woman took a bucket of precious clean water in the apocalypse as valuable as gold and without hesitation splashed it all over her own head in the shadow of night. Ying instinctively stepped back a pace, watching helplessly as droplets mixed with blood slid down her cheek and fell into the dust on the ground. Chapter 47. Pei Hanzhou is a cripple. He's not worth me wasting my youth on outside the shed. 2 disheveled figures hurried over Wei Chong and Feier. The 2 of them had clearly just been through a fierce fight. Their clothes were stained with dried blood and dust. Sister. Feier panted as she rushed over, her hands fumbling over Lin Jiu's body, her small face distorted by worry she couldn't hide. Are you okay? I just heard fighting over here and dragged my brother to rush over. What could be wrong with me? Lin Jiu was about to brush her hands away, then remembered her still damp hair and the blood-stained collar she hadn't cleaned, so she could only shrug off the concern perfunctorily. Go on. Touch away. The heroine's fair little hands wiping her clean wasn't such a bad thing. She should enjoy the heroine's kindness to her a little longer. By the time she turns against the man later, she can at least say she passed through it, right? Wei Chong appraised the people before him and didn't speak at once. His gaze passed over Lin Jiu's shoulder and fell on the familiar yet unfamiliar figure standing behind her. The air suddenly tightened. You? This person in your family? Wei Chong slowly narrowed his eyes. Wasn't she paralyzed? Lin Jiu hadn't spoken yet when Ying already drew a sharp breath. Commander Pei? You have recovered? Yi Ying's voice changed tone. He had finally noticed. Yi Ying's gaze traveled from Pei Hanzhou's steadily planted legs, up along the exoskeletal armor tightly fastened at his waist, to the man's straight, upright spine. Lin Jiu couldn't help rolling her eyes, thinking the reflex arc was pretty long. Huh? Not at all like someone who trains in martial arts. But the scene before her was indeed very worrying to Lin Jiu. Previously, Pei Hanzhou had been paralyzed in bed, like a useless person who couldn't move and posed no threat. Now that Wei Chong had discovered Pei Hanzhou was no longer paralyzed, it's quite possible Pei Hanzhou would be locked up in a detention center like the other criminals. I was the one who got him to stand and walk. Lin Jiu spoke up before being questioned. Paraplegics are too much trouble, you know? Helping him eat, helping him shit, helping him bathe 3 times a day. I'm about dead. After speaking, she casually pointed at Pei Hanzhou's legs and said with righteous indignation, I taught him to walk with an exoskeleton. Got a problem? That thing can be turned off and he's still a paraplegic who can't take a single step. I just wanted to save myself some effort. Got a problem? Wei Chong opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more. But suddenly the communicator behind him emitted a hurried hissing. Team Wei. The shelter's detection systems have gone haywire. Someone has broken into the outer bunker. Canard wants you. Come back at once. Wei Chong frowned, turned to Lin Jiu and said, fine, let's not worry about this for now. In any case, being able to leave now is a good thing. He nodded at Pei Hanzhou as he spoke. You come with me. Canard says he needs you to come over. The shelter is in chaos. Pei Hanzhou nodded in response and was about to lift his foot to go when Lin Jiu took a step and fell in beside him. Before he lifted his foot, she naturally put one hand on his arm and the other on the auxiliary clasp at the small of his back, applying a slight force that just enough to reduce the jolt the exoskeleton armor transmitted with each step. She stood so close that he could clearly smell the lingering scent in her hair. From that bucket of clean water, not the ordinary smell of soap, nor the sharp stench of cheap scents from the end times. but a strange sweet freshness like roasted squid, like mint smoke. And like the warmth on her lips after that kiss, he suddenly found himself unable to breathe for a moment. That kiss was clearly expedient, a calculated, instinctive act to save someone. At first it was only pressure, restraint, a way to seal off her turmoil, but her struggling, her breathing, that almost irritated. "You're taking revenge on me, aren't you?" They churned in his mind for so long that now, whenever she came near, he could almost smell the lingering warmth between her lips and teeth, and now she was too close. Her fingertips landed at his hip, soft to the touch, the warmth seeping silently through the fabric like fire. He shuddered sharply and said coldly, "I can walk on my own." And no sooner had the words fallen than he decisively tore his hand free from hers. Lin Jiu was not surprised. Pei Hanzhou had always treated her that way. She tentatively waved to Fei. "Fei, come over and give your brother Pei a hand." Fei suddenly called on, pointed at herself in surprise. Pei Hanzhou's expression darkened, as if even angrier. "No need." The two words were laced with ice. Wei Ying wanted to step forward, but Lin Jiu grabbed him and whispered in his ear, "You'd better disappear while Wei Chang hasn't realized you're extra." Wei Chang was probably startled by Pei Hanzhou suddenly being able to walk. He didn't have the time to think about where Ying had come from. "Why should I?" Ying grumbled discontentedly. Lin Jiu's brain was clearly a bit more useful than that combat power through to refuse. "Then take advantage of the shelter's chaos now and go look for a way to remove your commander's collar. Don't miss this chance." Ying glanced at her again. She didn't trust that a wicked woman would be so kind. "You think I want to be tied to your commander? Please, if he takes off the collar and he's free, I'm free too. There are so many handsome heroes in this world for me to like. With my looks, abilities, and my gentle, attentive personality, who could refuse me? Pei Hanzhou is a cripple not worth spending my youth on." "You really?" Ying snorted, turned and disappeared into the darkness. Lin Jiu exhaled in relief. But she didn't know that her conversation with Ying had reached Pei Hanzhou's ears word for word. "Congratulations, darling, on completing the hidden humiliation achievement. Smashing the pride shame chain." Target's emotions fluctuated wildly. Earned 18 points. System tip: humiliation is most effective when you strike while it's hot. Lin Jiu was taken aback, and suddenly looked toward Pei Hanzhou. The force with which he shrugged her off hadn't been strong. Yet without a word he carried a stubbornness that seemed forced. She had originally thought he refused to support her because he didn't want to be too intimate. But the system's score alert, something she was very familiar with, only appeared when the target's emotions were extremely ashamed or unbearably resentful. She narrowed her eyes and stared at him with some suspicion. Her gaze shifted, and she happened to see the female lead standing on his other side. Fei. The girl had come up without him noticing, as if afraid of disturbing him. "Does it hurt? This brace? Is it too tight? We can walk more slowly." Pei Hanzhou did not respond. His face was ashen as he strode on. The exoskeleton on his legs clicked and, a bit stiffly, lifted. He forced each step to be steady, but the limping gait still inevitably looked clumsy and awkward, especially under the gaze of the heroine. "Fair." Lin Jiu looked at the scene and suddenly understood why the system had given such a score spike. It wasn't because she had helped him just now. Pei Hanzhou simply didn't want the heroine to see him walking in an ungainly way to end this post-apocalyptic world's treasured girl. The eternally gentle and pure little angel, even when imprisoned, whipped, and stripped of everything amid the ruins, Pei Hanzhou never once showed her even the slightest trace of embarrassment or weakness. But now he had to hobble in front of Fei. "So that's how it is?" Lin Jiu murmured, "Afraid the heroine will see you not looking handsome? Such idle baggage." "System kiss, you have uncovered the target's core shame. Continued strikes may trigger a new side quest. Catastrophic self-esteem rupture." Lin Jiu: "I refuse, thank you." Chapter 48. This was the moment the true commander took action. He bid someone, "Close the door." "Close the door won't close. He's still alive." "Ah. He's infected. Run." A man covered in blood staggered out, his eyes already milky white, a beastly growl rumbling from his throat. The onlookers panicked completely. Screams rolled like waves. A few children nearby cried loudly from fright. The women were in disarray, and the men tried to pull their families to the corners but almost tripped in the chaos. Someone swung a stone and slammed it hard into the infected man's head. "Get out of the way." Someone shouted. "There's no saving him. Kill him." "No. He's my husband, you can't hurt him." But the infected person suddenly scrambled up from the ground and lunged at the crowd. and the atmosphere almost spiraled out of control. Zhao Yi seemed to sense the sound. His body froze for half a second, then the next moment he suddenly scrambled up from the ground and lunged toward the densest part of the crowd. Click. A cold mechanical cocking sound rang out. The gunshot then exploded into the air. Bang. A single bullet precisely pierced Zhao Yi's forehead. A spray of blood erupted, carrying fragments of fractured skull and gray-white brain matter. Zhao Yi's body trembled in midair, losing support as if its skeleton had been pulled out, then fell heavily to the ground. Motionless silence fell instantly around. Only the woman who cried "My husband" collapsed to the ground, letting out low sobs on the verge of breaking, trembling as she reached to touch Zhao Yi's face, but only touched a patch of warmth and stickiness. Standing behind the corpse was Wei Cheng. The gun in his hand was still steaming, the muzzle trembling slightly. That was his comrade. They had stood night watch together, shared a single compressed biscuit, and once laughed that Lin Zhou's braised pork was too spicy. He remembered Zhao Yi saying he would wait until the mission ended to go find his wife and make up their wedding anniversary. But now Zhao Yi lay collapsed before him, a trace of his human appearance still on his face, while his heart had long since become a monster. Wei Cheng's voice was hoarse, his eyes revealing inescapable fear and guilt. He looked up toward the person who had given the fire order, Pei Hanzhou. His expression was austere as iron, utterly unmoved by death. It was as if this scene had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Infected individuals must be eliminated on the spot. Otherwise it will be you who dies, her who dies, everyone. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw the crippled commander who had once been tied to the torture post now limping over, the exoskeleton on his body flashing with a cold light. In the control room, Conrad shoved open the monitoring panel and rushed out. His face was flushed bright red, his lips trembling, snot and tears mixed into a mess. He ran down the corridor, his cloak flying off in midair, like a collapsing bear in the wind. At the sight of that familiar figure who had just come through the passage, he pounced on him as if he had seen his own father, grabbing the other's shoulder. Wu Commander Pei Hanzhou, I finally waited for you to come. Pei Hanzhou only gave him a faint look. She neither pushed him away nor responded to his snotty words. What's the current situation? Conrad's sobbing voice was half cut off. The zombies came up from underground. I don't know why they could dig so deep. It's not that I'm afraid everyone will get infected. Doesn't every shelter of ours have that final line of defense? That bunker sealed off, self-sustaining oxygen with a locking system. I was thinking of getting everyone in there, getting through this wave. Pei Hanzhou didn't answer. He merely glanced down at the terminal map in his hand, and after a moment issued a low order. Bunker unlocked. Gather everyone in one place. If an infected person slips in, it'll be like staging an indoor slaughter. Conrad pulled his shoulders up. What should I do now? Pei Hanzhou did not answer him, only sweeping his gaze over the chaotic crowd at the scene. His eyes cold and severe. Beside him, the female lead Fair looked up at Pei Hanzhou, her expression gradually brightening, becoming focused, even a little admiring. It was truly the moment for the commander to act. Pei Hanzhou calmly issued orders. First, evacuate all residents from the bunker, register them by number, and quarantine them together in the outdoor open area. Infected individuals will not admit to being bitten, but they can be screened through brief inducement tests. Conrad was momentarily stunned. What kind of experiment? Pei Hanzhou's voice was concise. Use high-frequency sound waves to induce a physiological stress response. Infected individuals have an instinctive reaction to specific frequency bands. Within 5 seconds their pupils dilate, their limbs twitch, and they cannot control fluid discharge from mouth and nose. Set the sound frequency to 11,260 Hz. Conrad, it can be done like that. There's no such record in the manual. Divide them into 3 batches for testing with 5 meters between each batch and set up a buffer zone. Recorders stand on the outer ring, wearing protective suits that if anyone shows abnormal reactions, immediately isolate them with hemp rope and plastic steel net. Conrad nodded dumbly, then turned and asked again, but what if they evade this testing? Arrange for temperature checks and coordinate with auditory response testing. Although real infected individuals will try to act normal, continuous audiovisual stimulation will begin to scramble their nervous systems. Don't let them stay silent for more than 10 minutes. Silence indicates stress-induced retardation and usually means the lesion has already affected the brain. Conrad listened with an expression of worship. Pei Hanzhou said softly, Execute it. He braced himself on his knees in front of the makeshift wooden table, his hand moving quickly across a cracked old plank as he drew a temporary zoning map and human traffic flow layout, even annotating resource allocation, team deployment, temporary sealing of the bunker, and shifts for the external sentry one by one. In just 15 minutes, a complete temporary epidemic prevention, screening, and stability maintenance plan was finished. The female lead, Fair, gently tugged Lin Jiu's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, he's really amazing." After Pei Han's single word, "execute," the entire shelter sprang into rapid action. Conrad ran off sniffling and tearful to adjust the equipment, and the residents lined up under the volunteers' guidance. Orders had been given, and the chaos gradually receded. Colin could tell that the person who hobbled over to the makeshift table to draw had actually been holding on far beyond their limit. Chapter 49. Figure out who you are. Pei Hanzhou stood upright, but sweat slid from his temples and clung to his neck and behind his ears. His right leg trembled slightly. He seemed nailed in place, maintaining his posture by sheer willpower. Every step the exoskeleton took sent a jolt, as if a blade were piercing the nerve endings. "It's really the mermaid princess," Lin Jiu muttered under her breath. She felt a pang of pity. How had this person endured? Each step was like walking on the edge of a knife. It would indeed be a happy ending for the male and female leads to join hands and reach the pinnacle of life, but could the tormenting part hurry up and be over already? Lin Jiu's heart stirred. She turned to look at the heroine Fair, who was still silently following beside them. "Go. Make him sit down," Lin Jiu said. "And while you're at it, give him a massage." Fair opened her eyes wide. I don't want to. Can't. What are you afraid of?" Lin Jiu threw an arm around Fair's shoulders. "I'll teach you. Watch me demonstrate in a moment. You need to seize the chance to be the original schedule. You lot should have, how to put it, started secretly handing out sweets already." "What schedule? What sweets? Why me?" Fair looked completely baffled. Seeing Fair's blank confusion, Lin Jiu decided to take matters into her own hands. Lin Jiu strode over, smiling as she waved at Pei Hanzhou. "Hey, sit down for a bit. It'll loosen up your muscles, Commander." Pei Hanzhou didn't even look up and said, "No need. If you collapse now, do I have to carry you?" She continued to press, her tone deliberately trying to disgust him. "Besides, you're almost walking like a crab dough, you know that? It looks awful." Her words deserved a smack. But Pei Hanzhou didn't rebut. He was silent for 2 seconds, then finally sat down slowly with a faint clack. The exoskeleton armor shifted slightly with the movement, and Pei Han's face momentarily went pale. Lin Jiu crouched down, half kneeling between Pei Han's legs. She efficiently unlocked the exoskeleton connection points and dismantled it section by section starting from the waist. Her fingers probed into gaps, skirted metal edges, and avoided electrodes. Her technique was precise, decisive, and practiced. Pei Hanzhou felt a lot of pain but didn't make a sound. He was long accustomed to it. His gaze fell quietly as he watched her fingertips move with exacting precision. Those were the same hands that had once ripped open his shirt in a rush of emotion. Lin Jiu began to press. She knew exactly where he hurt most, knew which muscle had been a long-term pressure point from the brace. Each touch felt as if it fell into the narrow gap between spirit and nerves. Like a blunt knife slowly cutting, and like fingers winding around each strand, a light press sent a numbness to the bone, drilling straight into the depths of his nerves. He struggled to control his breathing, teeth clenched, knuckles whitening. All eyes were on them, but he couldn't be distracted, could only feel her hand, her body heat, the practiced care in her fingertips on his deformity, showing not the slightest disgust. Every inch of touch sank into his heart, like an undeserved salvation. His cheeks were flushed, the tips of his ears burning, yet he stubbornly remained motionless. Lin Jiu didn't look at him. She turned and waved to Fair. "All right, have you seen clearly?" "Fair, you try it." In that instant, Pei Han's body stiffened abruptly. His gaze didn't move, still fixed ahead, his face showing no emotion, but his heart felt as if someone had gripped it hard. Why? Her hand had just been on him. That sensation clearly hadn't faded. Yet she turned away to let someone else continue. Pei Han's knuckles trembled slightly. A ridiculous, secret sense of loss quietly crept into his heart. Was he something that could be passed around at will? Pei Hanzhou said nothing. He only clenched his fingers tighter, veins on the back of his hand bulging inch by inch. He didn't stop Fair from coming closer. His gaze didn't move, cold as a weapon. The system exploded points at this moment. Emotional fluctuation value sharply increased. Shame. Subtle imbalance goal shaken. Points 26 to 3. You're still the best, darling. Lin Zhou sensed something was wrong. She watched Fei'er's hand about to touch when Pei Hanzhou suddenly murmured. No need. His voice was low with a hint of huskiness as if his throat were suppressed. Fei'er paused, withdrawing her hand, her eyes full of helplessness. Lin Zhou squinted, and a conclusion quickly sprang to mind. Pei Hanzhou really didn't want the heroine to see him with a disability. But the plot is that they meet in danger, support each other, and finally get a new life. What does massaging a disabled leg matter? All of Pei Hanz's humiliating moments should be laid bare before the heroine. Her saintly compassion will surely help him achieve greatness again, so at this stage, we have to share hardships to climb higher. Otherwise the torment of Pei Hanzhou will only keep coming. Lin Zhou anxiously grabbed her hair and inadvertently let slip her true feelings. You have to get used to this, Pei Hanzhou. In the future Fei'er will have to take over. When the words fell, the atmosphere turned delicate. A habit? Pei Hanz's expression suddenly turned cold. A habit of what? A habit of her arranging for someone else to take her place? Or she's planning to step away from his side? Because she doesn't want to waste her youth on a cripple. But she hasn't achieved her goal yet. Has she? She approached with a purpose. Lin Zhou stood up, about to clap his hands and leave, but suddenly she was pulled back. She lowered her head. Pei Hanz's hand, still bandaged, gripped her wrist tightly. His face remained expressionless, but his gaze was as sharp as winter steel. Your purpose? His voice was very low, as if he were biting each word out. What exactly is it? Lin Zhou froze. The air felt as if it had been sucked out for a few seconds. Pei Hanzhou didn't let go. He only looked up at her. His expression somewhere between suspicion, restraint, and an almost uncontrollable stubbornness. He had never before wanted so badly to know why this woman had come close to him. Lin Zhou's heart skipped a beat under his gaze, her fingertips tingling slightly. The grip on her wrist wasn't forceful, but that merciless constraint left her with a reflexive feeling of being trapped inside his entire world. He was still staring at her as if waiting for an answer. Lin Zhou lowered her eyes and took a deep breath. My goal, huh? Isn't it to dutifully see you, Pei Hanzhou, climb step by step to the top and become a god? Then when you are all-powerful and adored by the masses, to strangle you, turn around and go home, everyone happy. This was originally the script she was given. Lin Zhou said nothing. Her fingers only curled slightly, just brushing against the palm of Pei Hanzhou. He still hadn't loosened his grip, and there wasn't a hint of his gaze wavering. The air grew increasingly quiet. Connard stood far back, but asked quietly to the person beside him, what exactly is the relationship between those two? So, they're not enemies after all. I don't know why, but I feel a little like we're dating. I think it's more like lovers. Arguing? Fei'er said. When Lin Zhou heard these comments, she grew anxious. Let go. Her voice dropped, airy and light, betraying no emotion. Pei Hanzhou did not move. Everyone was watching her. She suddenly felt her throat go dry. No, this is wrong. She was clearly there to humiliate him. She couldn't waver, couldn't show any cracks, absolutely couldn't let anyone think there was anything else between them. But her reason knew she was beginning to falter. Starting from that kiss, she had to do something immediately. What are you? Pei Hanzhou was about to continue, but Lin Zhou suddenly raised his other hand. Smack. A crisp, resonant slap cracked open in the silent air. Pei Hanz's head was slapped to one side by her. A clear five-fingered imprint appeared on his face, frighteningly red. The entire command room was deathly silent and no one spoke. Even their breathing was held low. Lin Zhou, however, acted as if nothing had happened. She lifted her chin, her gaze icy. Understand your position, Pei Hanzhou. Even if you can mobilize the shelter's resources now, you're still just a prisoner. Once they've used you, they'll lock you back in the shack. Her tone was hard, each word clipped, as if trying to tear apart the vague, tangled thing between them. Pei Hanzhou watched her in silence, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. That wasn't a laugh. It was a kind of sarcasm, a bitter smile born of something that should have been anticipated long ago but whose cruelty she had still underestimated. He let go of her hand. But his gaze did not yield an inch. Lin Zhou turned around and strode away, her face as cold as ice, though the palms of her hands trembled faintly. At that moment the system suddenly popped up a notification. Dear, the attack was extremely effective, with all eyes watching. Stacking the buff. This time you gained 88 points. The system suggests you take it easy recently. If you slap him once more, the male lead might go darkening. Chapter 50 Only I can abuse him. You can't touch him. After Lin Jiu left, the command room fell into a temporary silence. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Pei Hanzhou didn't move or look at anyone. He only raised his hand, rubbed the palm mark with his fingertip, the motion very slight, as if confirming to himself whether he still felt pain. Once confirmed, he simply let it go. Pei Hanzhou lowered his gaze, sat down, and resumed organizing the data on his terminal. So calm it was, as if the earlier slap were merely a minor glitch in some system, something to be logged. Not long after, the chaos outside began to be brought under control. A team member cautiously pushed the door open and came in, handing over the statistics sheet, preliminary infection screening results, and the shelter's current material shortfalls and logistics requests as the infected zone cleaned. Yes, cleaned. The bodies were cremated on site. Records and photographs have been taken and archived and uploaded. Lift the outer cordon. Move the sentry post to the east behind the granary. Seal off the old district's entrances, relocate the high-risk residential areas in advance in batches, and arrange them by assigned numbers. Technical team, go to the water source station. Logistics, give me a separate copy of the inventory to take with me and reallocate the epidemic supplies. Reduce lockdowns in the core area and focus on managing the flow of people. Go. Pei Hanzhou's tone was neither hurried nor slow, yet every sentence hit precisely the most troublesome issues at hand. Everyone instinctively straightened their backs. Yes. A few people answered and left quickly, moving much more smoothly than before. After the people in the command room had all dispersed, Wei Cheng finally came in from outside. His expression somewhat complicated that he opened his mouth, and in the end could only manage one sentence. You're not angry? Pei Hanzhou glanced at him once, his tone calm. Do you mean you want me to go to the new detention area? Wei Cheng turned pale with fear, hurriedly waving his hand. No. There's no way they'd be able to hold you. He didn't finish speaking. What he actually wanted to say was, you were just slapped in public, yet you still sat there as if nothing had happened, and in one go rearranged the entire shelter so thoroughly not a drop could leak. Connard also stood far away, not daring to come closer. The false commander wore a face of complex emotions. Awe, shame, and a faint relief. Knew he couldn't have held out for long. If Pei Hanzhou hadn't taken over just now, they might already have completely fallen. I only did what I was supposed to do. Having finished speaking, Pei Hanzhou donned his exoskeletal armor, stood up, and prepared to leave. Wei Cheng wanted to help him, but his movement was halted by Pei Hanzhou's stare. Then where are you going? Back to the shed. Pei Hanzhou's tone was as calm as ever, without any hint of sarcasm or resentment. It was like walking a familiar route home from work. Wind and sand whipped through the alley. Pei Hanzhou walked step by step, returning to the shabby cluster of shacks he knew all too well. The shelter's order had temporarily been restored, but the smell of blood and corpses at the street corner had not yet dissipated. From cracks welded shut in the walls, one could still faintly hear children's cries mixed with coughing and curses. He had just turned a corner when 3 or 4 residents with pale faces and darkened eye sockets suddenly surrounded him. The one in front was a woman. Her hair was mussed by the wind and her eyes were bloodshot. She fixed him with a stare, as if forcibly suppressing a sob. You still dare come back? Her voice was laced with malice. You still have the nerve to come back? She suddenly screamed, her whole face contorted. My husband was among Zhao Ye's group. You had people open fire on them on the spot, and didn't even offer an explanation. You killed him, you piece of trash. Who do you think you are? You've been a prisoner for a long time. A dog who's whipped every month. Now they let you out and you actually think you can start using the shelter's resources again. She stepped forward a pace, a long wooden stick balanced in her hand. Those beside her echoed, someone shouting, my sister had a fever less than 3 hours after infection and was dragged away. It was his 6-hour disposal orderdo, they burned her alive. My dad collapsed in the warehouse, and before they could save him they called him a suspected case and wouldn't even give us the body back. It was his order. Pei Hanzhou killed them's an executioner. Our shelter was fine before. Since you came, more and more rules, more and more people dying. You're nothing but a curse? Anger exploded among the crowd. Their loved ones died from zombies, died from mutations, but all they remembered was it was this cold-faced cripple who made the final decision with one hammer blow. Execute according to the rules, Dispose on the spot, no negotiation, no pleading, no looking back. They survived, yet they felt no gratitude toward him. They hurled fear, regret, sorrow, and breakdown at him. As if they could smash out an answer, smash out a scapegoat, smash out a reason that it wasn't our fault for living wrong. You're a cursino, not even a curse is enough. Make him kneel. The woman leading the group suddenly raised her wooden stick and brought it down hard toward him. Pei Hanzhou didn't move, he neither dodged nor spoke. It was as if he had long been prepared for this moment. But at the very moment the stick was about to fall, get away. Lin Zhou burst out. Chapter 51. So we were abandoned. She didn't even have time to think further. She hurled herself forward, swinging her arm horizontally to block the vicious strike. With a bang, her arm was solidly struck by the stick. A sharp numbness exploded through it, and she almost couldn't clench her fist. The woman was stunned. The others were also momentarily taken aback, including Pei Hanzhou. His eyes had been shaken by that blow. Lin Zhou drew a breath in pain, glanced down at her reddened, swollen arm, gritted her teeth and swore, "Fuck." Then she lifted her head, stared at the woman and said word by word, "What the hell are you doing? Do you know who you just hit? Do you know he just saved this entire shelter?" The woman gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening and shining. "Aren't you a regulator? Pei Hanzhou also killed your parents. Didn't you always say you came for revenge? How can you help him? Are you insane?" Lin Zhou's expression darkened. She had indeed come to complete the KPI, not to be humanity's hope. But she simply stood in the way. Lin Zhou looked at those people, the survivors, with haggard faces and bodies full of resentment, and suddenly felt the absurdity of it all. You survived. But it wasn't gratitude toward anyone. It was about picking someone to vent their anger on, to hate. Just because he carried out a reality you were unwilling to face. Lin Zhou snorted, grit her teeth and said, "He killed my parents, and I am Pei Hanzhou's guardian. So I'm telling you." She suddenly turned around, looked at Pei Hanzhou, and raised her voice. "Only I am allowed to torment him. You cannot touch him. Whoever dares to mess with Pei Hanzhou is stealing her results. Stealing her worker KPI. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Pei Hanzhou stood behind her, looking at her, and suddenly let out a soft, low laugh. He didn't speak. His gaze dipped slightly, and the corner of his mouth lifted. It was a smile that shouldn't have appeared on his face. Lin Zhou heard the laugh, turned his head, puzzled. "What are you laughing at?" "You're laughing in the middle of this. How am I supposed to get you out of the encirclement of these thugs?" Pei Hanzhou had once wanted to ask Lin Zhou why, but now felt that perhaps no answer would matter. She was like that, saying one thing and doing another. He was like that too, watching her put on an indifferent act to take care of him, listening to her stubborn complaints. In an instant, they were back to how they had been at the beginning. Even if the world could collapse at any moment. With nothing before them but screams and hatred. Pei Hanzhou didn't look at her again. He only quietly tightened his palm, letting those indefinable things churn in his chest, and then, soundlessly, slowly, they settled. The two left the area of unrest, one ahead and one behind. The shelter at dusk felt heavier than usual, the wind and sand wailing through the ruined walls. Pei Hanzhou remained silent the whole way. When they walked into the area of ramshackle sheds, he finally couldn't help but speak coolly. "Your hand." Lin Zhou looked and saw a menacing red welt swelling along her arm. Her knuckles had already gone numb. She still tried to act tough, twisting her mouth. "No big deal." As she spoke, taking advantage of Pei Hanzhou's inattention, she silently mouthed to the system, "Open the point shop." A sugary prompt popped up on the system panel. "Kiss, we recommend rapid swelling reduction cold spray in 1 click. Repair film for you, limited time special today. Which one will you choose?" Lin Zhou picked the cheapest cold spray and casually aimed it at the wound and sprayed. A cool, soothing sensation seeped under her skin. She exhaled, hid her arm behind her back, and pretended nothing had happened. But in her mind she thought this spray might work on Pei Hanzhou too. She should stock up while it's on sale. Too bad Lin Zhou didn't have spatial powers and couldn't hide anything. Whenever she thought of spatial powers, Lin Zhou's gaze couldn't help drifting toward Pei Hanzhou. The system had said that with just one time, she could obtain spatial powers. Pei Hanzhou stood by the door, tall, his shadow falling at her feet. They were very close. In the cramped space, Lin Zhou's breathing grew a bit uneven. The light swept in from the side rear, falling on the shadows of his eyelashes and cheekbones, making that face carry an almost restrained weariness that nevertheless had an unintentional allure. Realizing she'd been daydreaming, Lin Zhou gritted her teeth and simply raised her hand to give his shoulder a hard push. The motion was meant to show annoyance, but when her fingertips came down they still brushed his clavicle through the thin fabric. His body tensed slightly at her touch. Even if only for an instant, Lin Zhou felt that barely perceptible tremor. Pei Hanzhou obediently sat down. The chair made a soft sound. Lin Zhou crouched down beside him, half kneeling at his knees, and naturally unclasped the locks of the exoskeleton armor, her fingers sliding along the contour of his calf and pausing slightly when they reached the bend of his knee. The pads of her fingers pressed on his skin neither hurriedly nor slowly. Clearly it was just a cold compress, yet it felt as if a layer of air were stroking deeper nerves within him. Lin Zhou felt somewhat agitated. She had intended to finish quickly, but every time her fingertips moved along his bones, those past collisions, pulls, humiliations, consolation seemed to become his bodhi's instinctive responses. Pei Hanzhou didn't speak. He only kept his eyes lowered, watching the top of her head, emotions deep in his gaze. Her breath brushed over him, and his skin still warmed uncontrollably, bit by bit. Her movements were clearly practiced. When she accidentally pressed a joint a little too hard, his muscles tensed and he couldn't help but let out a low gasp. Lin Zhuozhuang didn't hear it, but his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. The atmosphere froze in an ambiguous way. Lin Zhou kept his head down, knowing full well he was just trying to ease the pain. Yet his movements grew slower and gentler, as if afraid it would hurt him, and as if afraid it wouldn't. Each second in the air seemed stretched out infinitely. Both of them were very accustomed to this closeness, and both pretended not to care. She kept snarling, "Don't make trouble for me next time. I'm your supervisor, not your servant. Not troublesome enough for you." When Lin Zhou looked up, she saw a dim light in his eyes, as if he had many questions to ask, many things to pursue, yet in the end said nothing, just keeping his head lowered, letting her manipulate him. The cabin was so cramped that after kneeling for a long time her knees went numb. She was about to stand but didn't notice Pei Hanzhou's slight lean forward. As she rose, her knees gave way and she stumbled forward, her hands instinctively pressing against the inner sides of his thighs. So close their breaths mingled. Her hair brushed his neck and jaw, heat seeping into his skin. "Don't move." Lin Zhou bit her teeth. Her voice was a little hoarse. She should have gotten up immediately, but whether intentionally or not she instead slowly, bit by bit, used his leg to push herself up, yet never fully left it. Pei Hanzhou could clearly feel her fingers, her wrist, even her knee casually pressing against the inside of his thigh dangerously enough to make one's blood race. That feeling of being held down was like a deliberately laid trap. But he didn't want to break free, and he didn't dare move. Breaths entangled, the intimacy reaching an extreme. Lin Zhou drew so close he could even see the tiny shadows on her eyelashes. She suddenly lowered her head, her gaze sliding from his face to his Adam's apple as if pondering something. Her lips almost brushed his collarbone. He couldn't hold back. His Adam's apple bobbed. His knuckles tightened reflexively, gripping the edge of the chair. Anyone who saw this scene would never believe they were merely guard and prisoner. With a bang, the shed door was shoved open. Yang rushed in a flurry. Before he could speak, he saw the scene and froze in place. "What are you doing?" The air suddenly froze. Lin Zhou instantly came out of her ferocious mounting state, sprang back abruptly, and acted as if nothing had happened. Pei Hanzhou lowered his head and coughed out. Ying stared suspiciously at the two of them, her gaze sweeping back and forth between them once before she gritted her teeth and said, "Did I come at a bad time?" Neither of them looked at the other. They pretended indifference while straightening their clothes, hiding their racing hearts and flushed faces. Lin Zhou shot Yang a glare, his voice reverting to its usual sharpness. "If you've got something to say, spit it out, don't keep me in suspense." Baby-faced Yang shrugged. "I've uncovered something big." He pulled a crumpled stack of papers and a wristband from his pocket, his tone tense. "I originally intended to check how to remove the collar on the commander's neck. Taking advantage of the chaos, I slipped into the Northern Archives and dug up the internal evacuation plan. The shelter's leadership had actually decided to abandon us long ago. The recently malfunctioning systems, the out-of-stock supplies, the intermittent communications, none of it was accidental. It's all part of the abandonment protocol." Lin Zhuxin felt a chill in her heart, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Be clear about what you mean." Nightshade cast a glance at Pei Hanzhou, then lowered his voice. "The list only allows management and high-level ability users to evacuate. Ordinary residents were long ago removed from the transferable population. And no wonder that Commander Zhang Yuqing and his elite troops never returned. That man had probably long since received orders to abandon the shelter. Ying continued. If the number of infections surges within the next 2 days, they'll carry out a clearance. A clearance means completely sealing off the shelters, letting zombies and mutants flood in, and the authorities will just call it an accident. Nobody will care how many die. The air went suddenly silent. Lin Zhou suppressed all previous levity and teasing, snatched the file from Yi Ying's hand, and scanned it quickly. Pei Han's expression also darkened. He showed no extra emotion, only stared quietly at the table, his knuckles clenched tight. After a moment, Lin Zhou spoke softly, his tone carrying a long-absent seriousness. So we've been abandoned? What is this? Did the corporate group discover that their subsidiary can't make money and keeps losing, dragging down the group's overall performance? So they pulled out the key staff and are planning to let everyone in this shelter fend for themselves? Yi Ying grit his teeth. I've tried to find clues about the collar around the commander's neck. Unless it can be unlocked remotely, there's no way to take it off. Pei Hanzhou finally looked up. His gaze as calm as an undercurrent beneath the sea. Of course, he knew that the other side would not let him go before getting what they wanted. Conrad, who knew some things, had also advised him to give some false information and first take off the collar. At this moment Lin Zhou was also actively questioning the system. The air was still tense. Lin Zhou lowered his head to pretend to be flipping through documents, but in reality he was already urgently communicating with the system in his mind. System, do you hear me? I'm going to remove Pei Han's collar. Didn't you say you wanted to push the main plot? Look, the shelter is about to collapse. Only if the male lead is exiled can we enter the extreme survival storyline. Isn't that the kind of danger-filled, emotion-heating direction you love most? Besides, if the protagonist group can't fight side by side, how will this melodramatic romance progress? The system was silent for a moment, then the familiar cloying voice box popped up. Darling, that request is pretty difficult, but you're right, the exile couple plot is one of the system's classic staples. Oh, however, well, to remove the collar, don't you have to pay a little price? Lin Zhou's heart sank. What price? The system purred coquettishly in her mind. Forcefully kiss Pei Hanzhou, and do this and that to him, actions too passionate to describe in detail, preferably make him lose control, showing a look of being humiliated yet restrained. Maximize the exile mainline's data stimulation value. Lin Zhou felt his scalp go numb. Are you sick? In a battle royale apocalypse and you're still thinking about this stuff? The system immediately cooed coquettishly. Baby, please don't scold me. This system believes love under high pressure is the most delicious. The little annoyances on the run aren't exciting enough. We need something more thrilling. A vein throbbed on Lin Zhou's forehead as he couldn't help but gripe. You should quit being a system and go write palace dramas. You'd make a killing. With Pei Han's build, how could I possibly beat him? If he really got mad and strangled me to death, would you clean up the mess for me? The system replied instantly, its tone still saccharine. Don't worry, darling, the original owner already prepared some little props for you. Don't forget, dear, there's also a tube of thermal bonding catalyst hidden in the little drawer under the bed. Just make the target take it. And no matter how restrained the commander is, you'll have him in your grasp, going wild like an animal in heat. Lin Zhou of course remembered. The drawer under the bed was full of the tools the original owner had planned to use to humiliate Pei Hanzhou, none of which had ever been used and all were covered in dust. But right now, to get the collar off and escape with Pei Hanzhou, she had to risk it. Thinking this, Lin Zhou bit her lip and steeled herself. I am sorry, Commander. Lin Zhou mocked herself softly in her heart. Anyway, you can hate me or hold a grudge against me later. Beat me to death or whip my corpse if you want. I just can't stand by and watch you die from exhaustion now. Lin Zhou began to scheme how to use subtle moves to create opportunities and play the fool so the plot would pass, the system would be pleased, and Pei Hanzhou wouldn't completely abandon all his principles. She was so nervous her palms were already sweating. Pei Hanzhou sat in the corner, expression calm, as if quietly listening to the night shadow's report, but his gaze kept drifting toward Lin Zhou, as if had already seen through her unease. The wind outside grew stronger, the light in the shack dim, and the tension in the night spread out like a fine net. Yi Ying peeked out from the window, frowned and muttered softly, something's off outside tonight. I'll go check the north warehouse. He turned and glanced again at Lin Zhou and Pei Hanzhou, a flicker of worry and hesitation crossing his eyes. He really didn't want the commander to stay with that vicious woman. But there was nothing he could do now. The door closed, and at last the world contained only the two of them. Chapter 52. This is not your fault. Lin Zhou stood inside the room, quietly watching the silhouette of Ying leave and disappear into the wind, and only then exhaled. The whole room fell silent, leaving only the sound of breathing and the occasional zombie roar carried on the distant wind. Lin Jiu walked to the small table, took out stored rations and the leftover vegetable soup from last night, and pretended casually, "Eat something first. With things so chaotic outside, you need to replenish your strength." That as she looked down to ladle the soup, she slipped the thermal coalescence catalyst into her sleeve, then quickly unscrewed the bottle cap, secretly poured the liquid into the soup bowl, and stirred it casually with the spoon so nothing could be noticed. "Here, have some soup." She handed the bowl to Pei Hanzhou, feigning nonchalance. Though her eyes never left his face. Pei Hanzhou sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the bowl of soup she handed him, his gaze calm and complicated. He actually understood everything. Lin Jiu's little gestures couldn't be hidden from his eyes, but he didn't know why she had to do it. Lin Jiu's heart skipped a beat. She almost thought she'd been found out and that Pei Hanzhou would refuse, yet he only glanced at her for a moment, then lowered his head and picked up the bowl. Pei Hanzhou raised the bowl to drink, but suddenly frowned slightly. His eyes fell on her arm. His knuckles silently rubbed the rim of the bowl, his voice very soft but pressed extremely low. "If there's anything else, stay away." Lin Jiu instinctively glanced down at the bruise on her arm that had not yet faded. The atmosphere grew silent. Lin Jiu suddenly realized she somewhat wanted to avoid his gaze. Pei Hanzhou said nothing, but that silent endurance she knew in her heart was because he felt he deserved to bear this suffering. Pei Hanzhou had always known that all blame and pain would fall on him. The shelter's destruction, the deaths of comrades, the residents' fear and anger, he shouldered all these responsibilities himself, never defending himself. He had long been accustomed to it, even willingly accepting these burdens as if they were sweet. But was this really his fault? Lin Jiu suddenly remembered those years just after she graduated, the accident that happened during a major project. She stayed up all night revising the plans, her heart pounding as if it would explode. Everyone pointed at her and cursed, and only that most sharp-tongued, least compassionate leader before dawn patted her on the shoulder and quietly said, "This wasn't your fault. No1 is an all-purpose tool. No one should forever bear other people's punishment and curses." Pei Hanzhou actually knew everything. He said nothing. He always bore those pains that weren't his in this almost restrained, almost self-destructive way. He is a crippled commander, the former shelter's executioner, cursed and hated by countless survivors, even hung up and whipped alive. Yet even when all reason is gone, he still steps forward and bears on his shoulders the choices everyone else dares not take, the choices that can save people. Even covered in scars, even every time pushed to the center of the storm, he can endure Lin Jiu's repeated abuse, can endure misunderstanding and contempt, and even when the entire shelter is cursing him, he calmly takes over everything. He is indeed someone people hate, but precisely someone must do this. When no one else is willing, he does it himself. Knowing full well he will be resented, he never yields. Lin Jiu stared at the side of his face, suddenly feeling a tightness in her chest. She thought she was only binding with him because of the mission, because the system forced her to. But when he looked at her so calmly and peacefully, even knowing she was going to harm him, he was still willing to drink it all in one go. Her palms were sweaty, her heart racing so wildly she felt panicked. She grit her teeth trying to tell him not to drink, but the words were stuck in her throat. At that moment the system's prompt pop-ups flashed rapidly. "Come on, don't dawdle, the main plot is only one step away. If you don't act now you'll miss the best chance to rack up points. Hurry and make him drink it, darling, you must be the queen of the plot." Lin Jiu looked at the system's flashy display on the screen and suddenly felt nausea and disgust. She didn't want Pei Hanzhou to be used by her or by anyone like this anymore. With that thought, she suddenly reached out, snatched the soup bowl from his hand, tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. "Pei Hanzhou, this is not your fault." She spoke softly but with absolute clarity, like a long-awaited consolation and like a belated redemption. "You're not a sinner. You've already done more than anyone. Not every disaster should be borne by you." The soup's heat exploded in his stomach, the medicinal warmth quickly spreading through his limbs and bones. Lin Jiu closed his eyes. Even his fingertips began to tremble. In that moment all the suppression, struggle and guilt were swallowed with the scalding bowl of soup, and his heart felt considerably lighter. Lin Jiu took 2 breaths, a bitter, stubborn smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "This kind of thing, I'll handle it myself." Pei Hanzhou finally changed expression and reached out to steady her. Lin Jiu's fingertips had already begun to tremble, her breathing all heat and grievance. Instinctively she clenched his wrist and pulled herself toward him with a surprising strength. The sheets made a faint rustle as she threw herself into his arms, her forehead buried in the hollow of his neck. Burning with the fever from the medicine, full of her own unwillingness and stubbornness, murmuring indistinctly, "Kill me later, please." She took his hand and placed it on her waist, then hooked it around his neck with her other hand. The motion was half spite, half plea. Pei Hanzhou froze for a moment, his whole body tensing to the extreme. The drug spread rapidly. Her body pressed closer, her breathing all out of sync, her lips and teeth whispering fevered words. Her fingertips drifted across his shoulder, chest, and waistline, motions that should have been measured, but instead were laced with intense heat and unease. Every touch was a deliberate provocation and a silent request. "If you don't want to, you can push me away." Her voice was hoarse. Before her words finished, Pei Hanzhou suddenly tightened his hold on her waist and pulled her into his arms. His breath was hot, his fingertips trembling. But there was not a trace of resistance. He pulled her down forcefully and kissed her. Everything grew long and chaotic. Lips and tongues intertwined, breaths burning hot, fingertips tangled with skin. Lin Jiu felt as if she were about to drown in that warmth and panting. Every embrace seemed like the last, every inch of skin consumed by love and guilt. She lost herself and kissed him back, as if burying all her grievances, guilt, resentment, and longing into each other's bodies. Night flowed on. Between the bed covers there was nothing left but low gasps and suppressed murmurs. In the confusion and under the influence of the drug, Lin Jiu blurred the line between pretense and reality, giving him all her love and pain. She didn't want to think about anything. She only wanted, in this apocalyptic night, to live feverishly with him, even if tomorrow brought death. And Pei Hanzhou at that moment had all his defenses completely collapse. The two of them finally drew as close as possible, no longer feeling shame, no longer separated, only each other's heat and the most primal trust. That night, all struggles, missions, scripts, and the apocalypse were left behind, leaving only the true mingling of body and soul. Perhaps only in the most absurd and desperate moments did they dare truly possess one another. Chapter 53. Is she regretting it? The pale blue-gray light of morning filtered through the torn window paper into the room, cold and the leftover warmth of last night tangling in the air. The two of them were wrapped in the same ragged blanket. The chaos and heat of the previous night had ebbed like a tide, leaving only reddened finger marks, scattered scents, and an indescribable, uneven heartbeat. Lin Jiu moved instinctively and realized she was being held tightly in someone's arms. Pei Hanzhou didn't close his eyes. He stayed awake the whole time. His dark eyes were moist, quietly staring at her. Lin Jiu couldn't react for a moment, froze for a few seconds, about to pretend nothing had happened, when Pei Hanzhou's voice, very low and hoarse, sounded close to her ear. "Why did you do these things?" "Yeah, why did I do these things? I fucking destroyed myself." Lin Jiu stared at the ceiling, not daring to move for a moment. Her body was still sore and weak, and there were still traces of last night that she hadn't had time to clean up. Everything last night had gotten so out of control, even the last bit of concealment and reason had been abandoned. She had been held tightly from behind by Pei Hanzhou. She could feel his chin against the back of her neck, his breath long and hot. Her fingers instinctively drew the blanket closer, covering the mottled, chaotic marks on their bodies. He asked, "What's your name?" Lin Jiu jerked violently. The panic in her chest stronger than the sensations in her body. That question was asked far too abruptly, and was far too unusual. How could he ask that? Their relationship status was supposed to be as familiar as could be. No. He definitely discovered something. If it were the usual times, Pei Hanzhou would rather bash his head in than submit to do what happened between them last night. Actually, from beginning to end, she was the one taking the initiative. She even threatened Pei Hanzhou, saying she had taken pills and would explode on the spot, spraying blood and flesh all over his face if he didn't hold her. Pei Hanzhou's hand landed on her waist, and froze for a long time, until she guided and coaxed him. He was still trembling, his gaze restrained and bewildered, even at one point wanting to push her away. But she wouldn't allow it. Whenever he pushed, she pressed harder. As if using her body to repeatedly confirm each other's existence. In the end, she really sat on top of him, clinging to him like someone drowning, refusing to let go. That moment, she wasn't humiliating him. She wanted to force all her warmth, all her love and grievance deep into his bones. That impulse and longing, indulgence and demand, intertwined into an almost uncontrollable entanglement. Now, Pei Hanzhou asked her, who exactly was it? It was already obvious, really. Lin Jiu quickly weighed things in her mind, but kept a look of half-asleep daze and a touch of indifference on her face. She pretended to relax as she eased herself a little out of his arms, turning her back to him, her voice soft as she spoke. Lin Jiu. Your fiancé, your guardian, the one who killed all your relatives and friends. The air fell silent for a long moment. Pei Han's hand slowly tightened. He didn't ask any more questions. From behind her he answered very softly, all right. I understand. His voice was hoarse and low, betraying no emotion. Yet it made people feel that he had long since understood everything and was simply unwilling to expose her. She stood with her back to Pei Hanzhou, staring blankly at the blurred morning light outside the window. While her mind had already turned into chaos, the ironclad pride of 28 years of being single had, last night, actually, been ruined by herself. All those defenses of the corporate worker, the facade of reason, the aloof self-restraint before the apocalypse and love, none of it is worth anything. The more Lin Jiu thought about it, the more dismal she felt. She felt like a worker driven mad by overtime planning only to half-heartedly finish a lousy KPI, but instead throwing herself into a client's arms and completely sacrificing herself. Truly insane, right? Never dated in the previous life, still haven't dated in this one, and yet lost her virginity? The more she pondered, the more miserable life seemed. Just as she was about to reflect on the ceiling, that nagging little system in her head popped up a notification without any warning. Dear, congratulations on completing the task breakthrough and awakening the space trait. Your reward this round is a 1 cubic meter temperature-controlled space, i.e. a smart refrigerator. 1 unit, suitable for both refrigeration and freezing, featuring supercompression preservation, vacuum isolation, and able to store ingredients, medicines, and daily necessities anytime, anywhere. Please accept. Ningning. In an instant, Lin Jiu's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. She truly and vividly saw that space refrigerator, gleaming metallic, a full cubic meter in capacity, embedded in her supernatural domain, steaming cold, divided into 2 large compartments, one for refrigeration and one for freezing, dazzlingly new. Her heart pounded wildly. And she suddenly felt exhilarated to the point of soaring, almost forgot. Having the male lead is a perk after all. Finally I can experience, even once, the thrill of being the heroine in an overpowered space story. Lin Jiu couldn't care about her lingering discomfort. She scrambled out of the covers, pulling clothes on as she frantically calculated in her head what ingredients to take, how to mass-produce semi-finished goods, and what to bring to the apocalypse that would be the most convenient and practical. While straightening the bed she strode to ransack the cupboards, muttering to herself, meat needs to be cured, vegetables cut into sections, garlic and seasonings portioned out, everything that can be fried or boiled goes into the fridge. Freeze the tofu and fish balls, and tomorrow make a big pot of stew first. Pei Hanzhou sat on the bed, watching her back, his expression slowly growing complicated. She moved briskly, spirits high, not looking back at him even once. It was as if last night's entanglement, this morning's clinginess, those whispers and intimacies had all been a dream. At dawn she could turn the page lightly, but he froze in place, fists clenched. The bedding still held her residual warmth and scent, but no one cared. The illusion of being needed and bound from last night was cooling, and he suddenly felt a new kind of absurdity. Was he merely a tool she had used for comfort and could discard at dawn? Pei Hanzhou didn't speak again. He simply sat up quietly, letting that little sting of grievance and self-mockery ferment slowly in his chest, so bitter it nearly dissolved. Lin Jiu had already turned over the boxes in the corners of the room, her movements brisk, not at all like the person who had clung to him last night. Eyes wet and reddened. Was she regretting it? She couldn't even say his name. Thinking back now, perhaps she had only been swept up by the drugs and the mission. When morning came and the effects wore off, all the passion and courage had evaporated completely. His chest felt clogged and painful, his fists clenched white. Maybe she simply didn't want any more connection with him. While Lin Jiu cleaned up the fridge, she kept stealing glances at Pei Han's retreating figure. The man's face showed not a trace of emotion, and at the same time, the system buzzed in Lin Jiu's mind like it was on drugs. Kissy, the male lead's emotions are fluctuating violently. Congratulations on receiving 88. Oh no, it's 188. Abnormal emotion 99. Lin Jiu's mood suddenly soured. Fine, she was too reckless. Look how displeased he is, this is clearly her loss. Pei Hanzhou realizes he lost his virginity and couldn't keep himself pure for his future heroine. He's probably dying of regret. Humph, it wasn't him taking the medicine yesterday, but he's acting all proper and righteous men. Disgusting. Chapter 54. Alone. Trapped on an unvisited deserted island all morning, Lin Zhou stayed at Fair's place, stubbornly refusing to go back. Fair, is this all the rice? Lin Zhou rolled up his sleeves, flipping through the straw stack as he urged Duck go check over that way too. See if anything was missed. She moved briskly, paying no mind to the dirt and bits of grass on her hands. Fair looked at the rice field, bent an askew from the wind, with some difficulty and hesitated. But a lot of these grains haven't really dried yet. Do we really have to harvest them all now? Take as much as you can, Lin Zhou said without looking up. Strip them all out and separate the good seeds from the old rice. Saying that, Lin Zhou jumped into the ridge, picked up the plumpest handful of ears, crouched down, split them open with his fingernails, and carefully sorted through them. Keep the shells that are turning green to save as seeds for next spring. The ones that are pale and soft should be dried first and carried on the road. If you get hungry, you can cook them into porridge. Don't keep the shriveled or moldy ones, they'll spoil a whole pot of grain, Lin Zhou said as she showed Fair how to pick them hand over hand. Sister, you know so much. I never knew these things were edible before. Fair followed along, learning to sort. Carefully she separated the good seeds from the chaff into a cloth bag and wrapped up the nearly ripe ears of rice. The two of them worked until they were covered in sweat and splashed with muda. In this world, the heroine Fair has the supernatural ability to purify soil, while one of Lin Zhou's abilities is to purify water. As long as the two of them work well together, they'll be well provided for wherever they go, Lin Zhou tidied while thinking. Besides rice, she also needed to bring some beans, corn seeds and sweet potato vines. Once they settled in the next place, the first thing would be to find a patch of wasteland and plant them. While waiting for Fair to collect the seeds, Lin Zhou slipped out for another covert look. The chaos from the previous day had just begun to subside, and word had already spread within the inner area that residents had been bitten and were suspected of being infected. The main road on both sides was sealed off, patrols stepped up inspections, and everyone had to undergo temperature and skin checks. A large amount of resources was redirected to screen for infections, and the already tight rations and medicines became even scarcer. The granary and the pharmacy were double-locked, and even the small access paths had extra personnel assigned. The crowd was full of low-voiced arguments and the cries of children. Everyone was anxious and unable to find peace. A few families with someone running a fever stamped their feet in desperation, but could only watch helplessly as the staff took people away. In this situation, it was actually easier for Lin Zhou to slip out. Pei Hanzhou had ordered yesterday that the shelter was for exit only, no entry. Those who wanted to leave could do so on their own. Her good luck paid off. No more than a short walk out, she found a mutated sheep that had died not long ago lying on the ground, its cranial crystal cavity dug out, still fresh bloodstains on its body, its limbs spasms stopped, and the veins under the skin faintly darkening. Lin Zhou didn't dare be careless. She looked around to confirm there were no zombies nearby before reaching out to purify it. Lin Zhou moved briskly. She skinned the sheep, gutted it, purified the blood clots and entrails, cut off the fresh legs and ribs, and shoveled all the salvageable meat into her spatial refrigerator. The space was small, so she sorted and packed the parts best suited for long-term storage. She put the remaining fresh pieces into a battered bucket to bring back to Fair's cottage. When the lamb went into the pot, the first thing that hit her wasn't the savory aroma of meat but a strong muttony smell mixed with dust, gaminess, and an indescribable odd stench like mud, rust, and rotting grass stirred together. Thick fog hung in the air, the room steaming, and a greasy film of droplets had formed on the pot lid. The chunks of meat even looked a little ashy and pale on the surface. Anyone else would have been disgusted and stepped back, but Fair wasn't put off at all. She leaned toward the pot and swallowed, her eyes shining like a greedy cat's. Can we really eat this? She asked softly, already holding a knife and fork. Lin Zhou was cooking at full blast, oil spatters hitting her arms. She gave the pan a shake and said nonchalantly, I'll fill you up. If you can't finish it, stash the rest. Seeing it was almost lunchtime, Lin Zhou finally remembered there was one more person at home. But the moment she thought of Pei Hanzhou, she felt awkward and clumsy, even holding her breath. Fair, take the meal over to Pei Hanzhou for me. Fair instantly bristled. I don't want to go. Go. Lin Jo didn't negotiate, she shoved the bowl into her hand, her tone as firm as driving a duck. If you don't go, don't even think about eating. Fair took the bowl and went out, feeling wronged. Soon after, the system began to announce. Moi male lead emotion fluctuation points 36 Ning awesome. Host male leads emotional fluctuation again, points 42. Hearing that prompt, Lin Jo felt a slight ease in his chest. Good, he should feel bad. Why should something consensual turn into the other person acting cold the next morning? Let Pei Hanzhou taste a bit of that suffocating feeling. How about it? Can't lift your head in front of the female lead now? Feeling a little lighter inside, life still had to go on. While cooking, Lin Jo urged the system in his mind. Alright, the farce is played out enough. When will you unlock Pei Hanz's collar? The system's tone remained syrupy sweet. Dear, don't worry, the process is 98 complete and is expected to finish this afternoon. Please wait patiently. After a short while, Fair came back looking sheepish, her little face still a bit dazed. Seeing her like that, Lin Jo asked, so did you deliver the meal? Fair nodded. Yes. When Brother Pei saw that I was the one who came, it was like... His expression suddenly turned really unpleasant. A strange surge of pleasure rose in Lin Jo's chest, but she only snorted coldly. Yes, make him miserable. Let him be miserable to death. Scumbags deserve this day. What's up, did you guys have a fight? Fair asked curiously. No, we're fine. Lin Jo said awkwardly. Clearly a bit relieved, yet feeling even emptier inside. On the other side. Pei Hanz's shanty. Pei Hanzhou had actually smelled the familiar scent, the stench, long before Fair pushed the door open. In that moment he even felt a tiny flicker of hope. But it wasn't Lin Jo who came in, it was Fair. He instinctively looked up, only to see Fair awkwardly set down a bowl, say, Sister Lin Jo told you to eat well, and then turn and hurry out. The room fell silent at once. He had thought that after a night apart they would be a little closer. But now there was only this bowl of untouched food and the lingering warmth of last night's bodies. He remembered Lin Jo once, at his most miserable and lowest, whispering to him, "This isn't your fault." It was the first time had heard anyone say that. The first time someone, amid the verdicts of countless tongues and the bloody ruins, looked straight at all his scars and sins and lightly said, "It's not your fault." The shock in that moment was almost deeper than the pain. He had long been used only to questions, curses and accusations. Even his closest colleagues merely told him to accept his fate. But Lin Jo was different. She looked at him without hatred, without pity, and simply said, "It's not your fault." That sentence was like a gentle hammer striking his chest, giving him an almost overwhelming urge to live and prove himself to her. Pei Hanzhou thought Lin Jo was different from others. The night before she had approached him, chaotic and resolute, holding him, biting him, dragging him into that point of no-return passion with him. He hadn't actually refused. When she lunged at him, the joy and longing in his heart were more real than at any other time. He thought she had finally seen him, and even was willing to share the mire of fate with him, but after one night, everything returned to coldness and silence. Lin Jo refused even to see him. She had others bring her meals, as if that embrace and surrender had been a momentary lapse. And he was nothing more than a tool that could be forgotten and replaced. Pei Hanzhou sat there, his fingertips tightening little by little, his mind replaying her warmth, her grit teeth whisper of "this isn't your fault," and the tiny glimmer of tears in her eyes last night, that unspeakable tenderness. That he thought, I finally grasped salvation at last. Perhaps there could be a different tomorrow. So why, in the end, did he still mess it up? Was he too greedy? Should he not have responded, not have hoped, not have used all his strength to hold her? Steam rose from the food, carrying its familiar gamey smell, but he only felt his throat raw and couldn't swallow a single mouthful. Distant, intermittent noise came from outside, but Pei Hanzhou felt as if the entire shelter were slowly sinking into a quagmire, and he alone was trapped on an unvisited island. Chapter 55. Even in a corrupt world, there are still people who will do a small kindness for Pei Hanzhou. Without Tao Jian, time drifted between deathly silence and clamor. The steam from the food gradually cooled, and the air grew a few degrees more rank. Pei Hanzhou sat at the bedside, his body still holding the residual warmth of last night and an ineffable loneliness. A sudden rapid knocking sounded at the door. He instinctively straightened his spine a little, a faint, almost imperceptible hope appearing in his eyes, but it was immediately replaced by disappointment. The person who entered was not Lin Jo, but the burly, tearful warehouse manager Connor from the shelter. Connor slammed the door as he came in, his steps heavy, his face flushed, his beard trembling, clutching a stack of papers and a terminal. Panting as he rushed straight to Pei Hanjo. Commander Pei. Connor lowered his voice in excitement, almost laughing through tears. Good news. The authorization to unlock your collar has come through. It's real. They won't stall you this time. Seeing Pei Hanjo say nothing, he quickly set the items down by the bed, his expression solemn. Don't worry, the reports and intelligence I filed were all made up by me. They absolutely won't implicate you. I remember everything you've done for us. Everyone's being checked for infection out there, resources are being choked off. This is the only thing I could still pull off for you. Connor gave a self-mocking grin, but his eyes were full of simple honesty and concern that as soon as the collar is unlocked, you'll be free. No one can lock you up or bully you anymore. Wherever you go from now on, you won't have to hang your head. He clumsily patted his chest, tone resolute. Don't worry, Commander Pei, you're not a bad person, and I won't let them wrong you again. That I in that moment. The sincerity and eagerness on his face seemed to bring a long-missed warmth to the cold, cramped shed. Pei Hanjo stared blankly at the terminal and unlocking chip Connor handed him. His fingertips tightening slightly. He hadn't heard such heartfelt words in a long time. His voice was hoarse. Thank you. Conrad waved his hand. Don't thank me. We're all unlucky people. Helping each other is only right. The paperwork and the password are all here. Whenever you want to move, give me a shout and it'll be there. Consider this me returning a favor. After speaking, he laid out all the documents, and just before leaving he turned back and added awkwardly, when you're free, remember to take good care of yourself. Wherever you want to go afterward, no one can stop you anymore. The door closed softly as the wind swept by outside. Pei Hanjo lowered his head, staring at that weighty freedom, his heart unable to tell whether it was bitter or warm. Lin Jo finished packing the supplies and, hearing from the system about Connor's behavior, returned to the shed that afternoon. Pushing the door open, she immediately saw Pei Hanjo still sitting there. The unlocking chip and authorization terminal were by his side, but the collar around his neck remained intact. Lin Jo raised an eyebrow. Most of her earlier anger had dissipated, replaced by a teasing tone. Why haven't you taken it off yet? Isn't this a path to freedom? Do you really want to keep wearing it? Seeing Pei Hanjo say nothing, just pressing his lips together and lowering his head with a troubled expression, Lin Jo felt a stir in her heart. She simply walked over, picked up the unlocking device from the table, and half joking, half serious, waved it. What are you afraid of? Are you worried about dragging Connor into this? Then take him and run far away together. Even though the world is in a bad state, there are still people who will do a small kindness for Pei Hanjo unconditionally. Lin Jo thought the system's arrangement was pretty good. By comparison. As for herself, Lin Jo suddenly felt she was making too much of a fuss. She did take advantage last night, and Pei Hanjo always cared about his face. What man could stand her like that? Besides, to be honest, she did enjoy it last night. As expected, the big ones are really useful. So it was normal that Pei Hanjo acted that way this morning. This was a script after all. She was the worker, the system was the worker's boss, and Pei Hanjo was the client. Lin Jo just had to earn some points from the client. Who would bother to insult whether the client was sincere or regretted it? As long as the points are credited to me, Lin Jo. Pei Hanjo called softly. Lin Jo blinked, so Pei Hanjo still accepted that she was Lin Jo, right? As long as he didn't expose her, anything went. Thinking that, Lin Jo's attitude improved a little. She broke the subtle deadlock with a teasing tone. How about you take off the collar? That way. Next time we can enjoy ourselves even more. When her words fell, Pei Hanjo was clearly stunned. He lifted his eyes to look at her, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, unable to utter a single word. The air contained only the two people's breathing and the fermenting tension of ambiguity. At that moment, the system in Lin Jo's mind started getting excited again. Kiss. Male lead's emotions fluctuated. Point 16. The host is already a little rich. Lady Lin Jo couldn't help but let out a snort, a smile she couldn't suppress. Actually, Pei Hanjo was indeed very excellent as the client. She simply sat down on the bed with him, smiling brightly as she looked at him. Commander, if you're going to flee, take me with you too. She was leaning in too close and Pei Hanjo unconsciously moved back half an inch. Oh, what are you hiding from? We didn't do anything last night, did we? Lin Jo struck while the iron was hot. The sound of coins popping made him feel happy. Chapter 56. The collar loosened, slipping down the side of his neck. Lin Jo saw that he only avoided her gaze, neither agreeing nor refusing, and felt increasingly hopeful. She narrowed her eyes and placed the terminal and the chip in front of him. Come on, sit still, I'll help you with it. Pei Hanzhou stared at the unlocking chip without moving. Lin Zhou tilted her head, smiling like a cat that saw through people's hearts. Afraid of pain? No sooner had she finished speaking than she bent over, running her finger along the metal rim of the collar until she found the connector. Where the collar pressed against the skin it was hot, faintly revealing the pulse at the side of his neck. Lin Zhou said softly, bear with it, the process might be intense. The instant the chip was inserted into the socket, the collar flashed read a current like a fine, dense snake slithered into the nerves from the side of his neck. Pei Hansis Adam's apple trembled, his knuckles clenched tightly on the bedrail, and the muscles along his back instinctively tensed. He breathed rapidly for a moment, his pale lips pressed together, biting down to keep from making even the slightest moan. This must hurt a lot, but the system gave no points. Pei Hanzhou was far too accustomed to pain, which made Lin Zhou feel uneasy. His thin lips had been bitten so hard they were pale, even seeping a trace of blood. Don't bite. If you do it again, I'll have to punish you. Lin Zhou's hand was still working on the collar's connector, with no time to touch his face, so she bent down and simply covered his mouth with her own. The kiss was light, yet carried an undeniable command, like soothing his pain, and like taking advantage. Just as their lips touched, the unlocking sequence activated and the collar flared red. Electricity ran along metal and skin into his nerves. Both Lin Zhou and Pei Hanzhou shuddered. Tingling, burning, stinging exploded along the side of the neck and raced down the spine into the limbs. Lin Zhou felt her fingers go numb from the shock, but she didn't pull away. Instead, taking advantage of the gap in his ragged breathing, she gently nipped his lower lip again. Pei Hanzhou had been stiffly enduring it. Whether it was the current or her closeness that unmoored him, his breathing grew heavier and heavier. To be why the time Lin Zhou leaned in a second time, he no longer pulled back, allowing her breath and warmth to press fully in. The pulses of current came one wave after another. A subtle tremor ran between their lips and tongues, as if they were being pulled by the same force. Pei Hanzhou initially received it passively, his knuckles pressed hard against the edge of the bed. Until at one moment he finally raised his hand to grip her waist, drawing her closer into his arms and letting out a low muffled groan as he returned the kiss. A metallic click sounded by his ear. The collar loosened and slid down along his neck. There was a smile in Lin Zhou's kiss, her breath still unsteady. It's off, the system immediately screamed in her mind. Kiss. Male leads emotional fluctuation 28. Points skyrocketing. Host is basically a sexy critical hit. Lin Zhou slowly let go of him. A triumphant curve still at the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand, her fingertips sliding along the side of his neck, carrying a lingering numbness, gently stroking along the curve of his skin. The area that had been pressed by the collar was hotter and more sensitive than elsewhere. Pei Hansis' breathing faltered slightly. His Adam's apple rolled under her fingers, as if instinctively trying to retreat, yet forced to remain exposed to her touch. Lin Zhou stared at that Adam's apple, suddenly curling her knuckles and, following the line of his neck, gently pressed downward. The Adam's apple rolled again beneath her fingers. Pei Hanzhou froze, his breathing still ragged. He didn't understand what exactly was that kiss just now. Was it a provocation, a charity, or something else with a deeper meaning? Was it him carrying out some kind of mission? Was there an objective that had to be accomplished? To achieve it, she could sleep with him, kiss him, even use that kind of approach to breach his defenses. Is she like this with all her targets? Regardless of who they are, regardless of truth or falsehood, as long as it's a task that needs to be completed, she can go do it without batting an eye. But if that's the case, why did I feel, at the moment I was kissed, that her breath was unique? He should have pushed her away, but lost his strength when she drew near. What a pretty neck, she said with a touch of malice, her voice pressed low. It really does look better without a collar. Her fingers lingered there, barely stroking, carrying a warmth that was impossible to ignore. At first Pei Hanzhou only stiffly endured it, trying to draw a line in his mind, but that warmth seeped along his pulse inch by inch, as if it had him firmly hooked. Breathing grew heavier without her noticing. The resistance was gradually pressed down, until only submission and the helplessness of being led remained. Fully aware it was her game, she still couldn't look away. Lin Zhou's fingertips still rested at the side of his neck, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned, and she suddenly said, "When are we leaving?" "I'm ready." Whether it was stockpiled supplies or Pei Hansis' exoskeleton, Lin Zhou had prepared everything, just waiting for the great escape scene to begin. Pei Hanzhou was slightly stunned. as if forcibly dragged back to reality from the aftershocks of a moment ago. His eyes darkened. After a few seconds of silence he said softly, "I don't intend to leave." Lin Zhou froze for a moment, then looked up in disbelief. "Ying has been saying he wanted to take you away. That's his own idea." Pei Han's voice was steady, but carried an unquestionable hardness. "Right now the shelter is in chaos. I have even more reason not to leave." That tone wasn't a false pose or an act for show, but came from a stubborn sense of duty deep in his bones. Lin Zhou looked at him and suddenly felt a strange, aching tightness in his chest. A man like this. How could he be the one to destroy the shelter? He wouldn't run when the shelter was in crisis, nor would he put his own safety above other people's lives. But the plot had already reached this point. A rapid knocking came from outside, accompanied by a shrill alarm. "Attention all personnel. Zombies breaching the outer defenses. The psychics unit has been deployed. Residents evacuate along the designated routes." The voice thundered out of the tinny loudspeaker, with a metallic echo that tightened the air for a moment. Lin Zhou instinctively turned her head toward the door. A slight tightness in her chest. She knew that this kind of suddenly triggered defense alarm wasn't an ordinary patrol skirmish, but a sign that the outer defenses were failing. She withdrew her gaze and saw Pei Hanzhou sitting up straight, his expression stern, hands bracing the edge of the bed as if silently assessing the situation. There was still a lingering darkness in his eyes, like an invisible trace left by the forced submissive kiss moments ago, which he had forcibly suppressed. Lin Zhou rose to open the door. Fei burst in, clutching a half-worn cloth bag, panting as she shouted, "Sister! These are the things you asked for. I brought them all. It's chaos outside." "Close the door first," Lin Zhou said softly. Setting the bag aside, the warmth left on her palm from when she had just touched Pei Han's neck still lingered. While the chaos outside rapidly intensified, gunshots multiplied from a few scattered reports into a dense rat-a-tat, accompanied by several explosions, as if the air of the entire shelter had been shaken. Pei Han's brow was pressed low. He reached out to don his exoskeletal armor and rose slowly. He had already put all his deployments in place yesterday. The situation shouldn't be like this now unless... As if finally having made some decision, she raised her eyes and looked at Lin Zhou. "Stay here, don't go out. I'll go to the command room to take a look." Chapter 57. This guy was clearly walking very slowly, so how did he vanish in the blink of an eye? "Take me with you." Lin Zhou definitely wouldn't let the male lead run around alone now. Maps can change at any time, and if she accidentally missed getting on the lead couple's vehicle, she wouldn't be able to get home. Lin Zhou tugged at Fei. "Come on, let's go together." Fei pointed at herself in surprise. The three of them walked against the flow amid the chaos. Pei Hanzhou had just stepped up to the command room door when a familiar shout came from the end of the corridor. "Commander Pei Hanzhou." It was Connard. He hurried over, a rifle slung across his shoulder, his military boots making dull thuds on the metal floor. Sweat at his temples ran down along his sideburns and splashed onto his chin. The Southern Sentinel post had an incident. Connard stopped and took a breath. Someone mutated. What happened? Pei Han's brow immediately furrowed deeper. Connard wiped his forehead with his hand. His expression weighed down. "Last night a few residents begged me not to send their feverish relatives to execution. I judged their symptoms were mild, so I locked them up in the Sentinel post for the time being." When Lin Zhou heard this, a bad feeling already tightened in her chest. Pei Hanzhou stared at him. "You left them at the outer sentry?" Connor avoided his gaze. Yes, that single short word seemed to compress the entire weight of the consequences. Old Kong continued in a low voice. "When I went to check this morning, they were still there. But half an hour ago, some of the night shift team members said those people were gone. When we went after them, we already found blood at the drainage entrance outside the sentry post." Lin Zhou's brow also furrowed. She knew very well that those people wouldn't come back by walking back. They'd become zombies and, taking advantage of the gap when the defenses shifted, slip in from the outer zone. A coldness on Pei Han's face tightened the air a few degrees. And now? Now before Conrad finished, a suppressed exclamation rose from outside the corridor, immediately followed by a scream so sharp it nearly tore eardrums. It was the voice of a zombie, carrying fresh hunger and madness. Gunfire erupted and someone shouted, "A bite!" Zombies spotted in the south corridor. Another shout was cut off by a sudden scream. As if a neck had been ripped apart by something. Conrad's face went pale, but he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go seal off the south corridor," Pei Hanzhou interrupted coldly. "Too late. They've already gotten into the inner sector." Lin Zhou finally realized this was not an ordinary assault on the perimeter, but an outbreak from within. The external defenses had become a useless shell. The shelter felt as if someone had driven a knife straight into its heart. When it comes to managing a shelter, there can be no mercy. Otherwise it's a total loss. At the other end of the corridor, hurried footsteps and muffled shouts were rapidly approaching. Jaspers were beginning to team up and press toward the south, but the sense of chaos had already spread. Like a wet stain racing across a tabletop as water is poured, instantly filling every corner, the roar from the south corridor seemed amplified by some amplifier and pushed through the entire shelter. Even through the thick metal walls, the creature's wet, sticky chewing and bones cracking could still be heard. A few of the fastest psychics had already rushed over. Some ignited flames in their palms, others condensed razor-sharp ice blades in the air. Someone shouted harshly, "Block the doorway. Don't let them spread." The shadow at the corner suddenly trembled, and a zombie lunged out, moving as fast as a beast. It knocked a knife-wielding psychic to the ground, blood spraying onto the wall, extinguishing the flames in an instant, and the floor immediately turned slick. Wei Chang was not far from that person. He took a step forward, swung his long knife down with frost trailing from the blade, and forcibly severed the zombie's neck. Blood and black pus splashed across his cheek. He kicked the corpse aside and swept his gaze to the other end of the corridor, just meeting Lin Zhou's eyes. "Why are you wandering around everywhere?" Wei Chang barked in a deep voice, glancing once more behind her. "Fei, I told you to stay at home." "Brother, I intended to stay at home, but sister said to follow Brother Pei." There weren't many zombies, but they spread far faster than anyone had imagined. Those few lost patients were like a drop of ink in clear water, quickly clouding the interior of the shelter. Conrad rushed to the front, bracing the rifle and firing, almost using his body to block the narrow corridor. He fired while shouting, "Withdraw. Don't hold the line." "What do you mean withdraw?" Wei Chang sliced another attacking zombie with his blade, asking angrily, "If you had listened to Pei Hanzhou and dealt with those people last night, we wouldn't be in this mess." Conrad gritted his teeth and didn't look back, just keeping up the suppressed gunfire. Last night he had indeed been soft, had locked the pleading residents' feverish relatives outside the shelter at the guard post, planning to deal with them once things calmed down. Who knew those people would sneak back and turn into the monsters biting everyone now? The chaos came not only from the creatures but from people's panic. Some cried and clung to already mutated family members and fell over together. Others took the chance to run toward the storage, trying to steal supplies. "Hold this doorway," Pei Hanzhou ordered coldly, his voice cutting through the noise like a blade. A few still composed psychics moved at once, using ice and earth abilities to build a barrier around the corridor corner, temporarily stalling the first wave of approaching zombies. Pei Hanzhou quickly scanned the battle, raised his hand and pointed toward the inner ring. "Get every living person into the bunker." Wei Chang was momentarily stunned, knitting his brows. "Weren't you the one who said not to let them in before?" Worried there might be infected people mixed in. Pei Hanzhou's eyes were as cold as a blade. Back then it was because the infected were fewer than the normal people. He paused, then added in a low voice, "Now it's reversed." Lin Jiuxin's heart sank. That meant there were now fewer living people outside than dead. The howls outside rapidly closed in, like a tide surging down the street, battering the shelter's last line of defense. The ground trembled slightly, chaotic gunfire and roars intertwined, pressing the air as if it had congealed. Several patrol members were bracing themselves against the thick iron door at the bunker entrance, their arms shaking from the strain, faces ashen, still gritting their teeth to hold on. Behind that door was the only heavy partition that could temporarily keep the horde of corpses at bay. Lin Zhou grabbed Fei and pushed her toward the bunker. "Go in. Don't look back." Fei burst into tears in panic. "What about you? Go in." Of course Lin Zhou wanted to go into the shelter with Fei, but what about Pei Hanzhou? He was clearly walking very slowly. How did he vanish in the blink of an eye? Chapter 58. Accompany her. Then kill her with his own hands. Lin Zhou abruptly turned around and collided with a dark figure. The night shadow was forcing his way out against the crowd, a short knife in his hand, his face as cold as ice. "Have you seen Pei Hanzhou?" Lin Zhou asked anxiously. "No." Nightshade's gaze swept over her face, his brows slightly furrowing. "What are you doing here?" If Pei Hanzhou doesn't want to evacuate, knock him out and take him with you. Lin Zhou said quickly. Bring me and Fair along as well. Nightshade snorted coldly. Are you out of your mind? The commander told me to go help the people at the shelter. I don't have time to bother with you. Before the words finished, the person had already disappeared around another corridor corner. Little brat, no sense of seriousness. Lin Zhou cursed softly, forced her way out of the crowd, and followed the bloodstains to a side door. She finally saw Pei Hanzhou. He had his back to her, steadily pulling the trigger, blasting a zombie's head to pieces. Pei Hanzhou. Lin Zhou called to him, and the system panel had already popped up in front of her eyes. She tapped into the point shop and casually exchanged for 2 pieces of gear, a short-duration shield and a disposable shotgun. She tossed the shield out. A translucent light curtain flared around them, knocking the first wave of charging zombies away. Lin Zhou switched hands to raise the gun, aimed at another zombie's jaw and pulled the trigger. A blue-white arc of electricity instantly pierced through the corpse's skull. Move! She charged forward, grabbed Pei Hanzhou's arm, and used her purification ability to block the attack coming from the other side for him. The zombie immediately reverted to an ordinary corpse, but its forward momentum didn't lessen. In a flash, the corpse's long fingernails raked across her shoulder, leaving a streak of blood. Pei Hanzhou jerked his head around, his gaze stopping at the wound, his face darkening as if ink could drip from it. I am fine. Lin Zhou urged him, hurry and go. Pei Hanzhou instinctively raised his hand to press down on her wound, his face worse than it had ever been. Do you know that if you're scratched by a zombie you can get infected and turn into one too? Lin Zhou found it hard to explain. Isn't it too late now to say her purification ability can only turn a zombie into an ordinary corpse? And only in a one-on-one situation, and with a very long cooldown. Pei Hanzhou's hand pressed hard on her shoulder. The blood under his palm was warm and sticky. That wound felt like a thin needle, inching its way into his bones. Reason whispered in his ear again and again she was already infected. Taking her into the bunker would mean handing the last hope to him to be ruined, but another voice, quieter yet sharper, said she cannot be abandoned. Pei Hanzhou closed his eyes. The breath in his chest felt as if it were being repeatedly seared by fire. There were still things he hadn't finished, the only reason that had kept him from collapsing until now, the belief that let him endure torment day after day and suppress his instincts. If he stayed outside now, he might never get a chance to finish them. Pei Hanzhou did indeed want to leave. But the image of letting Lin Zhou die alone, even imagining it, tightened his breathing. Lin Zhou looked at his silence. Feeling a chill in her chest, Pei Hanzhou was weighing things, thinking she was trouble, a threat, a risk that might bite and turn into a monster at any moment. Ping, congratulations dear. You successfully caused the target's mood to fluctuate wildly. Points 38 Ning ding. The target's sanity is rapidly declining, pain intensifying. Points 52 ding. Event rating. Steer. Bonus points 101. Notification after another exploded like a chain bomb. Ding. Ding until Lin Zhou was nearly concussed. Alright. Lin Zhou didn't want to let Pei Hanzhou hesitate any longer. It's fine, I can stay outside by myself. There were still some items in the points shop that could help her protect herself, so Lin Zhou wasn't worried. Pei Hanzhou's knuckles tightened, the heat in his palm almost scorching. He kept his eyes down, hiding the turmoil in his pupils as if forcing something down. After a long while, he said softly, forget I. In that moment, Lin Zhou saw the coldness in his eyes slowly crack, revealing a determination that made her chest sink. Alright, she's going to be abandoned by the male lead. That's normal, she's not the heroine, just a vicious supporting female who often disgusts Pei Hanzhou. But thinking that way made Lin Zhou feel a bit bitter. Pei Hanzhou pressed her shoulder and said, I'll stay with you until you are completely mutated. Then when you lose yourself, I'll kill you. Lin Zhou was stunned. She had thought the 2 words forget it meant he was drawing a line with her. Meant that in this chaotic apocalypse he was giving her one last shove, kicking her into the mass of corpses to fend for herself. But what he said next felt like an ice knife, sliding from her throat down to her heart, cutting a wound cold and painful. Stay with her. Then personally kill her. This is neither gentleness nor a vow. It is a calmness so ruthless it becomes a promise. And yet when she heard it, the little ache in her heart grew heavier. Lin Zhou bit her lip and smiled. That smile carried a trace of self-mockery. Fine. She said, move faster, all of you. Conrad's shout hit the silence like a hammer. He blocked the narrow corridor, his rifle pouring out rounds one after another, tongues of fire erupting from the muzzle and lighting up his face. slick with sweat and blood in sharp relief. The tide of corpses was suppressed again and again, only to surge forward each time, almost swallowing him whole. Move. He yelled at them, his voice raw as if about to tear his throat apart. The burly man who used to always whimper and cry now showed not a trace of his former timidity in a moment of crisis. He alone was like a fortress. Weakness had completely vanished from him, perhaps for that very reason. The warehouse manager Kennard was chosen by the former commander to serve as acting commander. Lin Jiu was dragged backward by Pei Hanzhou. But she found the pull wasn't urgent. It felt like he was stalling for time. She couldn't help turning her head and saw him pursing his lips, his gaze fixed dead ahead on Conrad, his palm still pressing against her shoulder as if to confirm her warmth and that her pulse was still beating. You too, what are you dawdling for? Conrad gritted his teeth and flung out one last grenade. The blast shockwave shook the entire corridor, and iron shavings rattled down from the ceiling. A chill ran through Lin Jiu. She knew that Conrad's position and posture meant he intended to cover their retreat to the death. Pei Han's fingers twitched, as if about to let her go, then tightened again. His brow ridge was pressed low, as if weighing something over and over in his mind. The thing he would rather be tortured to complete had not yet been finished. For him, living was more than just staying alive. But another thread was stretched even tighter in his heart. Let her die here alone? Twice already. Whatever her motives, she had sacrificed herself to save him twice. 1 second, then another. Lin Jiu felt her chest tighten under his stare. Actually, she was about to tell the truth. Before Lin Jiu could finish, Pei Hanzhou had already pushed her back with the back of his hand and turned to rush over to Connor's side. Connor turned his head, saw him coming, and a flash of angry surprise crossed his eyes. You're still here. Get out now, there's no time. Pei Hanzhou replied in a low voice. The next moment, the tide of corpses completely flooded the corridor entrance. Chapter 59. He can't let Lin Jiu die before him. Gunshots, snarls, the brittle snaps of bones being torn apart mixed into a single roar. The air was thick with blood and the smell of gunpowder. Connor's magazine had long since been emptied. He tossed the gun aside, drew a steel pipe, and with sheer force flipped the rushing zombie onto the ground. The corpse's claws left deep, bone-bearing wounds on his arm. He gasped in pain but didn't even let out a shout. Gritting his teeth, he smashed the zombie's head to a pulp. More corpses poured in through the broken walls, through cracks in the masonry, through pried open vents, even falling from the half-collapsed ceiling, surging into the narrow corridor like a black tide. Conrad was like a nail, driven hard at the only entrance. Every swing he made bought time with his life. Pei Hanzhou was beside him, his arm rising and falling, the blade slicing through rot again and again, the warm spattering blood and foam hitting Lin Jiu's face. Lin Jiu could hardly believe Pei Hanzhou could still fight like this. Just weeks ago the man had been burning with fever and could barely get out of bed, pinned to the boards by pain. His legs were crippled and he needed the heavy exoskeleton armor to barely stand. Now that armor creaked under the zombie's onslaught, cold light flashing at the joints as if it could break at any moment. Even so, he kept chopping one strike after another. Every boost from the exoskeleton was overdrawing his energy. Every exertion felt like tearing his muscles. Lin Jiu could see that the hand holding the knife was trembling, not from fear, but because the body was already overloaded. Conrad's side was getting worse too. His silhouette grew heavier and heavier, as if it bore the fate of the entire shelter. But Lin Jiu suddenly realized, this was not a script that could be res-hot. Conrad would die, and once dead, he would be gone for real. Conrad had his own blood, his own pain, his own choices, and she stayed, watching the whole time. Her chest felt clamped, aching with a sour tightness. Connor suddenly let out a roar, lunged forward and shoved a zombie with half an iron rebar back into the horde. Then, in the next second, dozens of rotten arms dragged him into the darkness, swallowing him instantly. His roar cut off abruptly. Only blood flowed across the ground to Lin Jiu's feet. Lin Jiu held her breath, her eyes stinging as if from smoke. She finally understood some people do not exist for the mission. Their deaths are not plot devices, but a reality so unavoidable it is final. She was dazed when she suddenly felt a force shove her hard into the corner. Pei Hanzhou stood in front of her, his whole body like a barrier, blocking the onrushing tide of the undead. Pei Hanzhou glanced back at her and said, "Stay hidden." Lin Jiu was stunned. She had thought that when Pei Hanzhou said stay with you, he only meant to linger by her side until she mutated and then finish her off with a single strike. But when the horde of zombies surged forward, he didn't step back at all. Instead, he laid all his defenses on her. The corridor seemed to be filled by a black tide, blood, rotting flesh, gunfire, and screams mixed together. Tearing the air into shreds, Lin Zhou's chest rose and fell rapidly. Connor was dead. And the bunker door hadn't closed at the doorway. Several psychics were desperately holding it shut. They used all their strength to fend off the oncoming zombies but still couldn't fully close the iron door. The gap was like a grotesque mouth, ready to be forced open by the tide of corpses at any moment. Now this door can only be closed from the outside. Pushing inward, Pei Hanzhou was trapped on the other side. Blades flashing and bodies tumbling. He couldn't afford to be distracted by that. Isn't she there too? She no longer wanted to just stand by and watch. She didn't want one living person after another in this story to be swallowed up like that. The bunker entrance was the only way out. The heavy iron door was being held fast by several psychics. The chains gave a mournful clang-clang, and outside the crack there were layer upon layer of zombie faces. Cloudy eyeballs pressed up to the gap and rotting arms probing inside like octopus tentacles. If the door didn't stay shut, everyone here would die. Her chest felt as if something had shoved her hard. Lin Zhou suddenly thought she couldn't wait any longer. She pulled up the system panel and her fingertips slid quickly. Notice. Dear user, the action you selected is meaningless. We strongly recommend giving it up. Get lost. Lin Zhou gritted her teeth. Are you really going to waste points on a kiss? Save the nonsense. Lin Zhou clicked confirm hard. The next second, a telescoping hydraulic support rod appeared out of thin air in her palm. The cold metal made her knuckles tighten. The heavy weight felt like it was pressing on her chest. Lin Zhou took a deep breath. The metal bar wedged into the door gap, the hydraulic piston letting out a low cack sound, and she pushed back with all her strength. The muscles in her arms and lower back tensed instantly, aching as if they would snap. The zombies outside the door pushed in unison, the impact nearly blasting her away. Hurry and close it just a little more. The psychic in the bunker shouted. She gritted her teeth. Her breaths were hot as a glowing iron pipe. Just then the slit suddenly burst open, and half of a zombie's body was shoved through. Its eyes were milky white, unfocused. Its mouth split to the roots of its ears, black saliva dripping onto Lin Zhou's shoulder. Sticky and warm, Lin Zhou jerked his head up and met those dead, listless eyes. In that instant, she felt as if a cold blade had been laid across her neck. Lin Zhou. Pei Hanzhou saw Lin Zhou pinned at the doorway, her back against the cold iron plate. Several zombies almost simultaneously sinking their teeth into her neck, shoulders, and face while he was separated from her by an entire tide of corpses. Pei Hanzhou chopped wildly. The blade's edge splintered. The knife mouth cracking. He used his body to ram through the lunging rotting bodies, staggering forward with his feet to squeeze toward Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou didn't retreat. The other end of the pole seemed to be wrestling with her, the piston shrieking with a piercing metallic scream under the impact. Bang! The bunker door shut. But Lin Zhou had nothing to be happy about. She was surrounded by zombies. Even with her purification ability, she couldn't cleanse so many at once. Zombie hands were already pressing on her shoulders, waist, and wrists. Just half an inch more and those rows of cold teeth would sink into her carotid artery. Not far away, Pei Hanzhou, who had witnessed it all, felt his breath catch. He raised his blade, his shoulder brutally shoving aside a lunging rotten corpse. The exoskeleton alarmed at that instant. The steel plates at the joints were deformed by the impact. A cold gleam flashing and then dying. He couldn't care about any of that. Time and again the blade cut through the obstructing corpses, blood spray stinging his eyes, but he didn't so much as blink. The old wound in his leg felt like it was being branded with fire at every step. The exoskeletal armor creaked and protested, but he gritted his teeth, drove with his shoulders and back, forcing himself closer to her step by step. He knew there was still something he hadn't finished. He knew he couldn't die here, but he absolutely could not let Lin Zhou die in front of him. Chapter 60. Oxenhorse worker, bad at tormenting people, but flattery is her number one skill. Pei Hanzhou hacked frantically. The blade's edge cracked and splintered. He used his body to shove aside the lunging rotten corpse, staggering as he pressed toward Lin Zhou. His hand was only one step away from Lin Zhou. Too far? Lin Zhou heard her own heartbeat explode in her eardrums with a bang. The world slowed down as if on slow motion. The iron gates groaned, the hydraulic rods panting. The cold flash just before the zombie's teeth closed, all of it stretched out long within her pupils. Bang! A scorching, bone-burning aura suddenly burst from Pei Hanzhou's body. Like a beast suppressed for countless days and nights finally unleashed. Flame ignited from his palms, the blade, even the depths of his eyes, instantly consuming the zombies lunging at Lin Jiu. The blaze roared like a razor wind, an indiscriminate storm sweeping down the corridor. The air bleached from the heat, blood vaporizing into steam, and rotting flesh exploding into ash under the high temperature. Lin Jiu stared at him in a daze. The man who had once been bedridden by illness now seemed to stride through fire as if stepping out of purgatory. The flames behind him writhed, illuminating the tight line of his lips. Pei Han's his voice was low, as if coming from the depths of the fire. Come here. Lin Jiu, however, instinctively stepped back. That fire too hot, so hot her skin felt blistered, each breath carrying a sting. She looked at Pei Hanzhou in the center of the blaze, and an absurd thought suddenly sprang up in her heart. This wicked supporting female character who torments the male lead is going to die. The plot hasn't reached the point where the male lead returns to his peak. If Pei Hanzhou sets her on fire now, it won't just be a failed mission, she won't even have a chance to go home. Run? Lin Jiu broke into a sprint, but she couldn't get far. The shadow of the flames was already closing in step by step. Pei Hanzhou grabbed her wrist in disbelief. What are you running for? Luckily it wasn't hot, just that his grip was too tight and it hurt her a little. Lin Jiu clenched her teeth and said nothing. But her gaze involuntarily flicked toward the sea of flames behind his shoulder. The blaze was burning the zombies while also consuming the air in the corridor. As if it could swallow them both at any moment. She didn't dare move. And he still hadn't let go. The flames seemed to obey his will, bursting down the corridor and consuming the surging tide of corpses. Lin Jiu was held by his grip on her wrist, frozen in place, her ears filled with the sizzling left behind after the fire died down. The corridor was charred black, plaster cracked, and a sharp smell of burnt char drifted through the air. The previously swarming tide of corpses had been ruthlessly burned into a twisted gray shadow. She swallowed, forcing herself to breathe evenly, but her mind was more chaotic than her heartbeat system. Come out. Come out now. No response. I'm asking you. Does Pei Hanzhou suddenly regaining his powers count as a plot twist? What should I do next? What if he crushes me? Still no response. Lin Jiu gritted her teeth, a vague sense of foreboding rising in her chest. And away now. At a time like this, are you playing dead on me? Finally, a sickly sweet female voice slowly sounded inside her head. Dear, the system is undergoing a version upgrade. Please patiently wait for the progress to complete. Current progress 3. During the upgrade, the point store remains open as usual. All items are 20 off. Sending love. Lin Jiu's face darkened. Why are you upgrading now? This is a life or death moment. The man in front of her was still holding her, his breathing steady but oppressive, as if he could press her into the fire and roast her in the next second. At the end of the corridor, the moment the flames died down, the silence pressed on everyone until it was unnerving. Lin Jiu, seeing escape was impossible and the system had suddenly dropped the ball again, could only swallow hard and force a smile. The smile was a little stiff, but honed through countless department meetings where she withstood the boss' wrath. It still met professional standards. As a toiling worker, she wasn't good at tormenting others, but when it came to brown-nosing she was number one. Oh, my congratulations, Commander, your powers have returned. And her eyes flicked quickly over the charred black and ash-strewn corridor. You've come back in such mighty, overwhelming fashion, unstoppable, burning everything to cinders. Truly awe-inspiring and worthy of deep respect. Pei Hanzhou frowned. Those eyes had still been full of inescapable worry. She had just run to close the bunker door and was besieged by the horde. He had almost imagined the worst, but this person with just one sentence upended all his assumptions. What do you mean? Pei Hanzhou asked calmly, thinking, could the zombie virus have already reached her brain? He had never heard anything good come from Lin Jiu's mouth. A chill ran down Lin Jiu's spine. What do you mean? Heaven above, Lin Jiu is roaring inside. Wasn't my meaning obvious enough? I want to go home alive. Lin Jiu's mind was already rapidly calculating a survival plan. And oh, with this kind of pressure, flattery won't save my life. Or should I pretend to faint after all? After all, someone like Pei Hanzhou, an old-fashioned gentleman, wouldn't actually make a move on an unconscious woman, would he? If she shut her eyes and pretended to faint from lack of oxygen, he would most likely put off any advances for the time being. The moment that idea popped up, Lin Jiu felt reassured, and even began picturing what pose would let her collapse both gracefully and convincingly. But just as she was halfway through planning it, Pei Hanzhou suddenly raised his hand as she instinctively tried to shrink back. But before the words left her mouth, a sharp force landed squarely on the back of her neck. A dull bang. The flame and charred blackness before her were instantly swallowed by complete darkness, Shed really passed out when she opened her eyes again. Lin Jiu only felt her neck aching fiercely, her head heavy and her feet light. The roar of the engine came first to her ears, mixed with the muffled thuds of the vehicle bumping over the wasteland. When she moved, something clicked at her neck, cold metal pressed against her skin. She looked down. Collar. At some point she had been fastened with one of those anti-escape restraint collars. The metal edges flashed coldly when she looked up again. She realized she was lying in the cargo bay of a modified truck. Several similar trucks were linked bumper to bumper, carrying dozens of people as they sped across the boundless desert. The air was dry and the wheels kicked up clouds of dust. "Sis? You're awake." A crisp voice came from beside her. Lin Jiu tilted her head and saw Fair squatting next to her, pinching a broken water jug in her hand, concern written all over her face that she couldn't hide. "Do you feel like biting someone?" When Fair said biting, she deliberately lowered her voice, her eyes cautiously scanning Lin Jiu's face back and forth, as if trying to confirm whether she had already started to mutate. "What's the situation now?" Lin Jiu asked weakly. Chapter 61. As long as you truly turn into a zombie, your head will leave your neck. Fair saw she hadn't turned into a zombie and handed her the kettle, saying, "Sister, while you were out cold, the fighting outside finished. The zombie tide has been cleared." Lin Jiu took a sip of water. The coldness soothed her throat and she felt a bit better. But before she could relax, Fair added in a low voice, "But the shelter is completely ruined. The walls were knocked down, most of the supplies burned, and those who could run have fled. Brother Pei gave everyone a choice: either stay in that ruin and guard it, or go with him." Lin Jiu thought it over and rated that option in her mind as either wait to die, or keep living. "Brother and I will definitely go with Brother Pei. Brother Pei's ability is awesome. There are others too, some with abilities, and they chose to come with us. It's just a pity about Uncle Connell." The little sun dimmed for a moment, blinked, looked at her neck and smiled again. "As for this," she mimed on her own neck, "it's to stop you from turning into a zombie and biting people." Lin Jiu glanced down at the cold metal ring, which looked like the same model Pei Hanzhou used to wear. Fair leaned in closer and lowered her voice. "It's strange, really. Sister was scratched some time ago. She should have changed by now. But there hasn't been any mutation at all. But Brother Pei said, if you truly turn into a zombie, your head will come off your neck." Lin Jiu. Listen to that gentle wording. It's truly a verbatim reproduction of Pei Hanzhou's words. "But sis, you can't really blame Brother Pei. He's already treated you very well. When you slapped him in front of so many people before, he didn't make a fuss, he just put a collar on you. Don't hold a grudge." Indeed, Pei Hanzhou hadn't knocked her out and dumped her in a pile of corpses. Lin Jiu was already quite surprised. After all, when he was at the low point of his life, she had done many awful things to him. Lin Jiu squinted, silently calling in her mind, "System, come out." A voice that was so sweet it could dissolve eardrums immediately came to her ears. "Darling, the system is upgrading. Current progress 5. The progress bar is steadily moving forward." Lin Jiu choked. How long had she been unconscious? From just now until now it had only gone up to. She flexed her wrist, shifting her attention inward. Luckily, her refrigerator. No. Her spatial ability was still there. She pinched the air lightly with her fingers, and the familiar translucent light curtain immediately unfolded in her mind. What surprised her even more was the points column. The number made her eyelids twitch. It had nearly doubled outright. Lin Jiu. Got rich from sleeping? What is this? Could the system be running some side hustle behind her back? System. The system gave no response, as if the upgrade had exhausted all of its energy. The convoy sped across the desert for several hours and finally stopped near a field of wreckage. Everyone began unloading water and supplies and hastily set up a defensive perimeter. Sand and wind lashed at their faces. Lin Jiu curled up in the truck's rear compartment, picking at the rim of the collar with her finger. She tried it, no shock. It was just an ordinary explosive collar used to leash the undead. Just. Lin Jiu sighed, feeling she was being unusually optimistic. After all, in her old workplace she was constantly pulled around by clients, plans and projects would be rushed from 3 days to 3 hours, she'd be changing PPTs at 3 in the morning, and still be smiling and friendly at 8 the next morning. Really, when you're alive you should be content. Soon, she heard someone approaching her. The footsteps felt a bit unfamiliar. The man's silhouette was carved into a razor-sharp outline by the setting sun. Since crossing over, Lin Jiu had never seen Pei Hanzhou walk a path on his own 2 legs. Sure enough, His powers had been restored and his legs were finis, no longer needed any troublesome exoskeleton armor. Lin Zhou's naked gaze traced up Pei Han's muscular calves and taut thighs, climbed along the crease at his crotch, and finally landed on that cold, blade-like face so handsome it was impossible to look away. Pei Hanzhou watched her expressionlessly, first silent, then, when he saw the metal ring at her neck, he seemed to exhale. Was it because she was locked up, unable to bite even if she became a zombie, so he felt relieved? "Commander," Lin Zhou said with 200 sincerity, "thank you for not leaving me behind under normal circumstances. People infected with the zombie virus were either shot dead back then or thrown into some locked shed to wait for death." Pei Hanzhou raised an eyebrow and didn't respond. Lin Zhou went on to add to herself, "I guess I was just lucky. That zombie probably had its nails cleaned especially well, no virus or anything. But your worries are reasonable too. What if my virus has a delayed onset?" As she spoke, she lifted her chin, indicating the collar around her neck. "So I definitely won't take this off. I'll treat it like a necklace the commander gave me." Pei Hanzhou stood there quietly, then suddenly curved the corner of his mouth, as if he couldn't help finding it a little funny. Lin Zhou relaxed when she saw that, thinking to herself, "As long as you're happy, you won't kill me, right?" Lin Zhou was debating whether to add a few more words when the man suddenly raised his hand, his fingertip lightly sweeping across her cheek, wiping away the blood splattered on her face. The sudden movement nearly scared Lin Zhou to death. She had thought the man was going to reach out and strangle her. "Still not going to tell me your purpose?" Pei Hanzhou asked in a low voice, staring at her terrified face. "We're no longer in the shelter, and the people here are trustworthy. You might as well tell me your purpose. I'll see if I can help." Help me?" Wait, Lin Zhou blinked. She had long suspected the male lead had seen through that she wasn't the original, but come on, at least treat her like the original. Otherwise how could there be hatred and impulse enough to snap her neck? Seeing Lin Zhou so tense she was frozen stiff, Pei Hanzhou gave a self-mocking smile, withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Lin Zhou let out a big breath. When the system goes online, she absolutely has to have a talk with that guy about the twisted plot. After a while, someone else came over. Fair edged closer, face full of anticipation. "Sister, if you don't turn into a zombie, could you get up and cook?" Lin Zhou. She almost forgot the heroine of this lousy apocalypse has a beggar persona. "Fine." Lin Zhou sighed and jumped down from the back of the vehicle. Fair happily took her hand and led her toward the temporary defensive perimeter. But when they got there, Lin Zhou saw Wei Chang crouched on the ground holding a still-moving rat. There was a whole bag of the same kind next to him. "Just caught them. These haven't mutated. We didn't bring many nutrient packs, and most were saved for the shelter residents who won't come out. So we need to catch wild game to supplement." Wei Chang sounded matter-of-fact and pointed at the bag. "So, chef, how do you want them cooked?" "Wild game?" Lin Zhou almost gagged on the spot. "There are 25 of us in this convoy. Will these few be enough to share?" Fair only cared about how many she could eat. Lin Zhou hurriedly waved his hand. "Big brother, put the rats down first. I'll handle it. You all go on and do what you need to do. I'll call you later." 25 portions, right? "I got it.do you want me to kill it and clean it for you?" Wei Chang seemed very used to doing this. In the apocalypse, being able to eat rat meat was already considered a pretty good deal. But Lin Zhou wasn't used to it. Put it down." "Yes, maybe the entrails are edible too. I'll put them all here." Lin Zhou. Chapter 62. This is her vicious villainess neglecting her duty. After the two walked away, Lin Zhou slowly crouched, pretending to rummage through the pots and bowls for seasonings. But her toe precisely hooked the bag beside it. Boom. The moment the burlap sack overturned, the ground seemed to rip open and a living torrent of black-gray surged out. Countless rats poured from the mouth of the sack, jostling and spilling out like filthy water. All of them furry and moving. Lin Zhou's hair stood on end after the disgust passed. She fished out several portions of pre-made dishes she had frozen in advance in the spacino. They were semi-prepared. All of them she had packed and hidden in the space before leaving, clean and safe, ready to heat and eat. But now there were 25 people, and these reserves were woefully inadequate. They would have to be rationed within a few days. Lin Zhou planned to sneak back and purify a few more, then stuff them in the freezer. The Corruption Skin monthly subscription was about to run out, and Lin Zhou didn't intend to renew it. Before long, the aroma spread like a living thing, making people's stomachs rumble. Almost simultaneously, a figure holding a bowl rushed up to the front. You bad woman, the commander won't kill you, only keep you for a few days to cook for everyone. Once we reach the new gathering place, humph, you'll be the first to be wiped out. Those words sounded eerie, but the boy spoke them while staring fixedly at the boiling mutton soup in the pot, his Adam's apple bobbing twice. He gripped his bowl tightly and even unconsciously shifted onto his toes. Lin Jiu drew out the syllable, leisurely slid the ladle into the pot, scooped up a spoonful of soup that was perfect in color, aroma, and taste, and held it up in front of Ying. The boy who had been spouting grandiose words a moment before couldn't help but hold his bowl under the ladle to receive the soup. Wherever Lin Jiu moved the ladle, Ying held his bowl to that spot. After going back and forth a few times, Night Shadow, whose head wasn't working very well, finally realized had been played. The youth's ears flushed red. He bristled and retorted, "Who wants to eat your food?" But the next second his stomach betrayed him with a loud gore, making Lin Jiu laugh so hard she almost lost hold of the spoon. "All right, fill up your belly." Lin Jiu didn't take Night Shadow's harsh words to heart and handed him a big bowl. Only in Ye's eyes could Lin Jiu find a hint of that wicked supporting villain feeling. By the way, Ye, do you know where we're going? The gathering place you just mentioned, Lin Jiu asked. Ye was eating heartily and let his guard down. The northern base. Very far, it took me over a month round trip. She frantically ransacked the original host's memories in her mind, but could only scrape out two meager pieces of information. First, Pei Hanzhou came from the northern base. Second, the northern base possessed the most advanced and most complete research team in the post-apocalyptic world. Apart from that, it was as if a black mist had wiped away the rest of the memories. The blankness was unsettling. Lin Jiu licked the corner of her lips and casually glanced at Pei Hanzhou not far away. The man was speaking softly with Wei Cheng. His profile hidden in the border between firelight and shadow, expression cold as wind and snow. If only the system were still alive now. Lin Jiu thought that she could ask it whether this man's peak lay in the northern base. Before she could think further, she heard a sweet, cloying call, "Sister, you smell so good, beggar fire has arrived." The little girl stared at the pot with bright, shining eyes, her face full of an affection that could only be repaid with food. Looking at this scene, Lin Jiu suddenly realized now that the plot had been pushed to this point. Fire, the female lead from the original world, had almost no presence in this scene. She had neither established prestige nor remained steadfastly by the male lead's side. Besides eating, she really contributes nothing at all. This was her negligence as the vicious supporting female. Lin Jiu decided to give Fair an opportunity to show herself. "Fair, help me distribute to everyone. Remember to give the largest portion to Pei Hanzhou first." As soon as Fair heard this, she immediately took the bowl, carried the largest serving of lamb soup, and walked toward the other end of the camp with it held in both hands. Pei Hanzhou turned to the side when he heard footsteps, and looked up. It was Fair again. He said nothing, but his gaze faltered slightly. He had thought it would be Lin Jiu. She didn't speak kindly, but when it came to food, she had never shorted him. Pei Hanzhou felt a bit disheartened. He guessed it was probably because Lin Jiu refused to wear that collar and was displeased. She was always saying one thing and meaning another, turning black and white upside down, making it impossible to figure out what she really meant. But as the temporary leader of this group, he had to make a show of it. After all, Lin Jiu had a potential risk of mutation. The collar was actually meant to be worn for others to see that if she really did mutate. He had thought it through and would take her away himself. Fear carried the bowl to him, her palms clenched tight, unwilling to let go, her gaze fixed on the soup. After all, that was the biggest piece of meat, and Fear's mouth was watering. Pei Hanzhou glanced again and said indifferently, "You eat it, am not hungry." After his abilities returned, Pei Han's physique was no longer the same as before. Elsewhere, Lin Jiu watched from a distance, secretly nodding. It seems there's some progress between the male and female leads. Sharing food is the first step toward love. But for some reason, that spot over my chest felt as if something small had briefly blocked it. Not very comfortable. Night fell, the wind and sand began to die down, and the temperature suddenly dropped to freezing. Several off-road vehicles formed a half-enclosed arc, enclosing the temporary camp in the middle. A fire jumped at the center, casting each person's shadow long across the ground. A few psychics on the perimeter took turns keeping watch in 3 shifts, weapons in hand, eyes scanning the darkness warily. Lin Jiu intended to crawl back into the rear of his truck and find a corner to wrap himself in a blanket and sleep. But just as he reached the side of the vehicle, a hand cold as ice grabbed his arm, and the next moment he was hoisted over. Pei Hanzhou sat beside the campfire, his back forming an irresistible barrier that half shielded her. Lin Jiu was stunned for a moment, then secretly rolled her eyes in her mind. By normal logic. A sleeper like her. Someone outsiders considered possibly liable to mutate at any time. Should have the boss watching her personally. Guarding against being bitten in the middle of the night. Only his way of watching her seemed to carry something more than mere caution. He glanced up and swept her with a cool look. His gaze was deep and heavy. The firelight reflected in his eyes like a dark flame flickering in the wind. Sit here, he said. His tone brooked no argument. As if giving an order to a subordinate, she sat on the blanket, watching the man not far off, his long legs planted straight on the ground, the contour of his shoulders and back sharp as if cut with a knife in the firelight. Thinking back to when he used to be a cripple, she had viciously villainous style, snapped at him, cursed him, slapped him, whipped him, ridden on top of him and so on. Now he not only isn't paralyzed anymore, he has regained astonishing supernatural powers. The reason he still hasn't made a move must be because of that night. Male lead really is a good person after all. Lin Jiu hunched her shoulders, calculating how she'd cling to life before the system came back online. Suddenly, why aren't you scolding me anymore? The low voice carried the warmth of firelight in the night breeze, yet it somehow made the spine chill. Lin Jiu froze, instinctively lifting her eyes to meet those bottomless eyes. Could it be? He began slowly, his voice so low it seemed to press against her ear. That back then when you scolded me, hit me, forced me, it was all because someone was watching you, so you had to do it? His tone was unhurried, but it felt like he was peeling away her boundaries bit by bit. Chapter 63. Now that the system is offline, it's the same as the boss being on a business trip who would still work normally without slacking off. Lin Jiu blinked rapidly, forcing a smile. No way, Commander, you're overthinking. Back then I was the one who didn't know better. You were being magnanimous and not holding it against me. Actually, Pei Hanzhou wasn't wrong. She really only did it because the system was monitoring her. But heaven above, Lin Jiu swore she had no intention of abusing him. It was all for his own good. Now that the system was offline, it was like the boss was on a business trip who would still work properly and not slack off. Besides, what if those nonsense words angered Pei Hanzhou after he regained his abilities and he decided to kill her? When will you ever tell the truth? Pei Hanzhou asked. Every word I said is true. Lin Jiu spoke lightly, as if perfunctory, but she didn't dare meet his eyes, instead letting them drift toward the campfire. Pei Hanzhou watched her quietly, his fingertips rubbing his palm, saying nothing, yet his eyes saw her little scheme clearly. Liar. Pei Hanzhou was very clearly aware that there wasn't a single sincere word from this woman. The night wind grew colder. Lin Jiu hunched her shoulders. He reached out, tugged her and half pushed, half pressed her down onto the blanket beside him. You sleep here. Oh, all right. Mutated potential threats must be kept under close watch. Huh? Lin Jiu didn't dare act rashly, so she carefully lay on her side, moving a bit closer to him. The breath under the blanket carried a faint warmth, not from the fire, but from his body. So that's how the body temperature of a fire-type ability user feels. It's so pleasant. She cautiously turned onto her side, moving a little closer to him. Out in the wild, the temperature difference between day and night was extreme. Every breeze cut to the bone. The cold wrapped around her nerves and waves of sleepiness rolled over her. She couldn't help herself and instinctively leaned toward that source of heat until her whole body pressed against him. Her arms looping around his waist. Pei Hanzhou looked down. His gaze fell on the black-haired head resting against his chest. Her breath was faintly warm, her chest rising and falling subtly. Yet he showed no sign of sleep after regaining his ability. He hardly needed any rest. She slept soundly, occasionally nuzzling a few times in her dream. The metal edge of the collar rubbed against the side of his neck again and again, cold and chafing, making him recall how she had teased him without these stupid things. It'd be more fun. His breath faltered slightly. A reaction that shouldn't have been there gradually grew within her unconscious movements. Warmth surged down with the blood, like an ember that could have been snuffed out but was fanned into brighter flame each time she drew near. The darkness wrapped Lin Jiu like warm water. Lin Jiu was hazily sunk in that warmth, her very breath softened by the heat. It felt like a dreamed eye in the dream. She was held in someone's arms by something hot and solid. That strength gave a falling sense of safety, burning her joints numb. A hand slid up along her lower back and pressed slowly through the fabric. The palm's heat licked upward like a tongue of fire. She made a soft in the dream and instinctively pushed into that warmth. The metal at her nape was rubbed cool, and the coolness only concentrated the heat more. His breath was terrifyingly close, His exhalations brushed against her ear one after another, carrying a low muffled sound, as if suppressing something. Lin Jiu's consciousness bobbed. She only felt that sound crawl along her ear into her brain and pour straight into her chest and her dream. She reached out and gripped that burning hand. Her fingertips caught one by one, as if imprisoned in the palm. The dream version of herself suddenly grew bold, turned over to press closer, even lifting her chin slightly, as if inviting him nearer. Heat spread out in an instant. The distance between chests was being swallowed little by little, breaths tangled together. In the chaos she heard her heartbeat and the others overlapping. Unable to tell whose was faster, someone was calling her name in a low voice. The voice was hoarse like sand, carrying a temptation that wanted to drag a person into the abyss. That it must be a dream, so she could respond without having to think about the consequences. She lifted her hand to hook around the man's neck, as if driven by some instinct, her lips tentatively brushing across. In that moment, she felt like she was really in a dream. Otherwise, how could she be this hot? So hot that her whole body seemed about to melt into this ball of fire. The lips brushed lightly in that instant, like a spark falling onto a dry fuse. Pei Han's breath caught for a moment, and almost in the same second his hand tightened, sweeping her completely into his arms. Warmth poured in from his chest, spreading outward through every limb and bone, like a flame running beneath the skin. Lin Jiu murmured softly between sleep and wakefulness, a clingy, coquettish tone that made it impossible to tell whether she was resisting or tempting. His jaw pressed against her temple, restrained as if clutching a rope on the edge of a cliff, but the metal collar sat between them, cold as ice, continually chafing his jaw. Lin Jiu groggily leaned closer to him again, her lips seeming to brush his neck with a trace of heat. Unknowingly she let out a very soft sigh. That sigh hit his taut reason like a muffled thunderclap. Pei Han's fingertips paused at the small of her back, his breathing heavy like a boulder pressing on his chest. That if he drew closer, he could completely kiss her, but he forcibly restrained the urge, allowing himself only to bury his face in her hair, inhaling that scent of smoke and dust. She was still dreaming. Her enthusiasm, tinged with innocent unawareness, ignited the most secret longing in his heart. That he closed his eyes, knuckles white with restraint, yet still let her hold him, not pushing her away. That no one knew how long had passed. The fire had burned down to a ring of dark red ashes, and the night was so quiet that only the rustle of wind through the tent remained. Dawn was just breaking, the desert wind carrying the night's chill, and before the fire could be coaxed back to life, Lin Jiu had already woken. She blinked, consciousness not fully returned, and first realized she was being held tightly in someone's arms. Those hands were hooked in deep, as if trying to press her into his very bones. She moved slightly and discovered her face was buried in the hollow of the man's neck, her breath entirely swallowed by the warmth of that skin. Worse, one of her legs was improperly draped over his waist, her knee even pressed against a very suspiciously shaped spot. Lin Jiu, her mind immediately went buzz with a sudden boom. Her first reaction: washily crap, the dream was real? Chapter 64. I can eat roasted snake meat now. Lin Jiu's mind rapidly replayed last night's memories. She was clearly dreaming, so how did her movements all end up in reality? Not only the movements but even that scorching stove-like sensation clinging to her. She tried to gently pull away, but the man's arm immediately tightened, reflexively keeping her from leaving. That force wasn't resistance, but longing. Lin Jiu immediately dared not move, holding his breath as he stole a look at his face. Pei Hanzhou had his eyes closed, his expression so calm he looked asleep, but she couldn't shake the feeling that his calmness was put on. Oh no, could it be that she had been groping and rubbing around in her dream and had been fully awake the whole time, watching her dead on? At the thought, the tips of her ears started to burn, but she still maintained the pretense of being calm and composed on her face, slowly withdrawing that unruly leg and pretending she was just settling into a more comfortable position. Only the cold edge of the collar once again lightly brushed his collarbone. Lin Jiu dared not lift her head, but heard him chuckle softly in the darkness. The laugh vibrated from his chest to the tips of her ears. She felt unbearably guilty and decided to pretend she was asleep. But what she did not see was Pei Han's eyes opened in the night, his gaze so deep it seemed ready to swallow her whole. But she had only stepped back an inch when a low voice sounded overhead. Awake? The voice had the hoarseness of someone who'd just gotten up, and there seemed to be something else to it. Lin Jiu's heart skipped. She edged a little farther away. I'm going to pee. After speaking, she scrambled out of the warm embrace and fled to the bathroom. The firelight couldn't reveal the man's expression clearly, but that chill rose like a tide, not anger, but an indescribable oppression. Pei Hanzhou lowered his eyes to look at her retreating figure, his fingertips slowly tracing the warmth she had left in the crook of his arm last night. He didn't understand that he had clearly regained his powers, able to protect her and lead her out of this wasteland, so why did she move even farther away? Could it be, did she prefer the cripple who was trapped in bed and let her mistreat him at will? The thought made his Adam's apple bob lightly, like a mouthful of fire he couldn't swallow. That he didn't speak. He simply raised a hand to press his brow, as if to conceal his emotions before the dawn fully broke. The team had already packed up the makeshift camp and continued pushing north. Ahead lay stretches of dead forest, branches sprawled beneath the sky like lifeless veins. The ground covered in thick gray sand that hid any original color. Something's moving. The psychics guarding the sides of the formation whispered a warning. Not even a few seconds passed before Lin Jiu heard it, to a wet, slippery rubbing sound, winding through the sand, growing ever closer. The next moment, hiss! A giant snake, as thick as a water barrel, suddenly thrust its head out from among the dead branches. Its scales were a sickly dark green, its eyes cloudy and white, yet radiating intense aggression. Worse still, the snake did not appear alone. Lin Jiu noticed several others deep in the branches, even thicker and longer than this one. At all units, attention! Surround and hunt! Pei Hanzhou ordered in a low voice, already drawing his weapon first. Flames burst from his fingertips in an instant, forming a searing arc that licked along the blade. Exhaling waves of scorching heat, Lin Jiu stepped back to the cart and watched the man leap into the fight. Fire erupted from his palm, slicing a chilling trail along his long sword and cleaving the charging snake's head clean off. For a moment, the firelight made him look like an Azura emerging from the flames, his shoulders and back sleek and sharp, every movement carrying an unshakable power. Everyone sighed. Damn, he's handsome as hell. Lin Jiu sighed. We can eat roasted snake meat. Lin Jiu's eyes shone as she stared at the mutated snake that had been cleaved in two, still smoking and charred. She glanced around. No one was paying attention. The opportunity was perfect. Lin Jiu crouched, quietly approaching the huge blackened body, her palms already beginning to channel purifying energy. A gray shape shot out with a swish. It turned out to be a live mouse. Lin Jiu's pupils contracted. She sucked in a cold breath, and her whole body sprang up half a chi, about half a foot. Damn, when I cooked the lamb last time, one of the wild mice I released actually crawled into the space. She didn't have her footing, her body lurched, and her elbow slammed into the person behind her. She turned to look. It was Fair. Fair was half squatting. When her elbow struck, her balance tilted, and she nearly fell to her knees, her palms and knees immediately scraped and bleeding. Before Lin Jiu could speak, Fair suddenly turned her head back, her eyes full of terror, and shouted sharply, "Sister, watch out behind you!" Lin Jiu felt a jolt in her heart, suddenly realizing the shadow behind her was looming down. It was a giant snake thicker than a water bucket, its neck raised high, the stench and dust sweeping forward, its scales flashing a cold light in the dim gray, and her careless nudge just happened to push Fair out of the snake's attack range. To onlookers, the scene looked like this. Lin Jiu, disregarding her own safety, pushed Fair away and stood alone in front of the giant snake. The shadow of the giant snake rolled down like the sky falling. Lin Jiu almost instinctively raised her hand to block it. The shore of scales rubbing the air was so close it seemed to burrow into the ear bones, and the rotten stench hit her face. Lin Jiu! A deep roar exploded. The next moment, Pei Hanzhou's figure suddenly burst into her sight, almost snatching her away from the serpent's mouth in a horizontal embrace. The long blade drew a sharp arc as it cut through the air. He raised his hand and flames boom erupted in his palm, only to flare for an instant, then suddenly die out as if some invisible force had choked them. Not right. Pei Hanzhou felt a chill in his chest. The ferocity between his brows intensified. The psychic reaction was sluggish, abnormal. But the giant snake's fangs were already closing in. He had no time to probe further. He twisted his wrist holding the blade, forcing the tip into the snake's jaw gap. With his other hand he reverse-gripped a short dagger and drove it hard along the seam of the scales. Blood and the smell of fish splattered all over him. A low shout came from the flank. "Commander, watch out!" Ying was engaged with another giant snake. As his twin blades flashed, flakes of scales flew like fine snow. Yet that snake's tail lashed like a steel whip, forcing him to retreat several steps and completely sealing off any opening to come to his aid. The giant serpent thrashed violently, its tail lashing out with mountain-like force. After being forced to let go and step back, Pei Hanzhou was still a beat slow. The serpent's tail swept across, its scales sharp as blades slashing hard across his side, and blood gushed out instantly. Pei Hanzhou. Lin Zhou's exclamation exploded in his ear. He reversed his hand to grab the snake's neck, his grip steady like a pair of pliers, forcing the snake back half a step, while with his other hand he shoved her outward with all his strength. Fall back, but the next second, the serpent's tail swept across again. This time it wrapped him and Lin Zhou together and flung them toward the cliff's edge. The ground beneath their feet instantly shattered into void. The wind sounded like thousands of blades tearing flesh, cold and sharp. Pei Hanzhou instinctively locked Lin Zhou completely into his arms, using his back to collide with unseen jutting rocks and dead branches below. The smell of blood quickly spread through the wind. A hiss from the night shadow rang in his ears. Commander, boom! The two were swallowed by wind, sand and rubble, vanishing from everyone's sight, their lives uncertain. Chapter 65. Pei Hanzhou beset on both sides. The wind cut across his cheeks like a blade during the fall. All around his ears was the whistling air and the thunder of falling stones. Lin Zhou felt the world flip when her vision cleared. Her feet were standing in slippery silt, the surroundings as dark as if swallowed by thick ink, with only a few strands of cold light falling from the cliff top, slantwise cutting through a small patch of shadow. She realized she was being held tightly in Pei Hanzhou's arms, her whole body intact, not even a seam torn in her coat. Instead, it was him, the fabric over his abdomen soaked to a darker shade, the cut there slowly oozing dark red blood. Lin Zhou's heart tightened. She brought up the system and blurted out, "Am I going to die?" "Dear, the system is currently upgrading. Progress 12.0. Sees this useless thing. After a whole day it only updated this much. If it were at her company it would have been treated as scrap long ago." Pei Hanzhou naturally thought Lin Zhou was speaking to him. "I am not going to die." His voice was low, carrying a noticeable breathlessness but remaining fairly steady. Not only do people with abilities have all sorts of strange traits, they also heal from injuries faster than normal people. Otherwise how could Pei Hanzhou's pair of ruined legs have managed to prop themselves up? The wound on her abdomen was visibly healing. Lin Zhou squinted, using the faint cold light falling from the cliff top to look around the closing tear. The flesh had a strange blackish hue, as if soaked in ink. "Why is it black?" She grew a little worried, and couldn't help but reach out and poke it. It happened in an instant. Pei Hanzhou's whole body suddenly tensed, as if struck by electric current. His spine arched abruptly, and a very low, muffled groan escaped his throat. The sound was hoarse and carried an uncontrollable tremor, almost like a breath caught at the end of a word. Lin Zhou was startled by his reaction and instinctively pulled her hand back. Pei Hanzhou steadied his breath, as if forcibly suppressing something that shouldn't leak out. After a long moment he spoke. His voice was hoarse as if ground by grit. "Just poisoned. No immediate danger to life, but he knew in his heart that this poison was extremely bad from just now." The sensations in his body began to change. Pei Hanzhou paused, loosened his embrace, lifted his eyes to the sheer cliff and said, "Let's find a way out first." This place felt like a closed valley surrounded by rock walls, mist and water vapor intertwined, the soil heavy with a strong, sweetly rotten metallic smell. Vines hung down from overhead, draping between the cliffs like blood vessels, damp and pulsing with a rhythm that did not belong to plants. The two of them walked carefully along the rock face, and Lin Zhou quickly scanned the tools in the point shop as they went. "Ladder no, too short. Rope no. Can't use it. Is there anything like a direct elevator?" Water seeped from the rock face, droplets sliding down the slimy green moss, falling into the soft mud at his feet and, with the tiny pop of bursting bubbles, exhaling a damp, fishy heat tinged with rust. Lin Zhou searched so intently that he failed to notice Pei Hanzhou's breathing had grown even more hurried than before. The toxin was coursing along his blood vessels, seeping into every nerve. An ordinary person would be corroded away. He would not die instantly but was trapped by another kind of torment. His sense of touch was being amplified. The toxin disrupted the nerves, making his tactile sense so sensitive that any slight contact was magnified 100-fold into his brain, turning into an unbearable burning and numb tingling. What had been merely the cool wetness of mud splashing on his calves now felt like countless ice blades rubbing back and forth across his skin. What had been only vapor drifting in the air now swept over his neck like moist fingertips again and again. That sensation was not simply pain, it carried tingling and burning, as if invisible hands were repeatedly plucking at his nerves. Inch by inch peeling away his self-control, Lin Jiu was still frantically searching the shop for items when the corner of her eye suddenly caught sight of the trailing vine hanging overhead. It trembled slightly. It wasn't the wind. The next second, as if roused by something, the vine began to writhe slowly. Its slick surface glistened with a delicate sheen. One strand, then another, hung down like snakes and lightly brushed the back of her hand. Lin Jiu reflexively recoiled. Pei Hance's hand was quicker than hers. He caught her wrist and pulled her behind him. His voice remained calm and measured. Without aggressive movements, the mutated plants won't attack people on their own. Once they've finished sensing their surroundings, they won't bother us anymore. For now, we must not move. Lin Jiu was extremely tense, her whole back pressed against the damp rock wall. Pei Hanzhou stood before Lin Jiu, his tall figure enveloping her in safety. The trailing vines couldn't touch Lin Jiu, so they all fell onto Pei Hanzhou. The slick surface had a fine granular texture, first winding around the joints of his wrist, then slowly sliding up his forearm and along his waist. Each tightening felt like someone had lit a thin fuse under his skin, the flame running from the contact point all the way into his spine. He clenched his teeth. Dark color clouded his eyes. The toxin made every inch of his skin burn. The marks from the vines amplified into unbearable neural currents, scorching his knuckles white as he gripped her wrist. Lin Jiu didn't notice his oddness. She lowered her head and swiftly rifled through the items in the point shop. The motion of freeing her hand made her instinctively rested against his waist, only the fingertips lightly grazed. But it felt like pressing against the edge of a blade, both cold and hot. Instantly detonating every nerve of touch, Pei Hance's breath abruptly halted. As if water were pressing on his chest, he made no sound. Only the darkness in his eyes was forcibly pressed even deeper. His shoulders and back taut like a bowstring. The next second, her other hand pressed beside his thigh, the fabric just covering and pressing against a vine that was tightening. The force, through the vine's coil and the rubbing of the cloth, was transmitted layer by layer into his nervous no disordered muscle fibers, tingling, burning, an uncontrollable tremor climbing from his lower limbs up to his throat, forcing his jaw to clamp shut. A very faint, almost crushed breath slipped between his lips and teeth. Don't move. His voice grew lower, like cold steel seared by flame, carrying a tremor held back by sheer force. When Lin Jiu looked up, she only saw the fine sweat at his temple and the heat-glossed lashes, unaware that each of her movements was tearing at his senses, already pushed to their limits. Lin Jiu frowned and leaned forward slightly. What's wrong? A puff of warm breath blew against the back of his neck as she spoke. In that instant, Pei Hance's spine suddenly stiffened. The warm breath was like a branding iron, racing along nerve endings and into his marrow in the heightened sensations amplified by the toxin. It was no ordinary warmth but an electric, scorching, numbing tingle that struck straight into the depths of his mind. He could even clearly feel the path of that warmth spreading across his skin, as if an invisible hand were gliding down his neck, stirring an uncontrollable tremor. His Adam's apple bobbed noticeably. Pei Hanzhou turned his head without showing any emotion, but could not escape the heat of her breath, warmth trickling down the side of his neck, scorching his chest tight. His blood rushing unnaturally fast. Pei Hance's jaw was clenched tight, as if he were straining to suppress something that shouldn't be detected by her. That a mutated vine was before him, and Lin Jiu was behind him. Pei Hanzhou was besieged from both front and back. Chapter 66. He really does hate this. The tightening of the vines felt like rings of damp, cold chains, climbing from his wrist and elbow up to his shoulder and neck. Their movement wasn't hurried. Instead it carried a suffocating patience, like carefully tracing the outline of prey. The icy touch slid slowly past his Adam's apple, paused for a moment, then explored along the side of his neck to the hollow of his clavicle. In that instant, Pei Hance's breath noticeably faltered. He suddenly turned, holding Lin Jiu securely against his chest. His arms braced at her sides like an impassable barrier, ran almost wall-pressing pose, but without an ounce of aggressive force. Rather, it felt as if he were using his whole body to shield her from the outside intrusion, so close that when she looked up she could see the fine beads of sweat at his temples sliding down along his sideburns. His breathing so heavy it seemed to make his chest tremble. Those eyes, usually as calm and cold as iron, were now blurred and reddened by humidity and heat. Even his cheeks flushed with an inappropriate pink, giving him an almost fragile, alluring air. Lin Jiu had meant to focus on watching the vine's movement, but this scene felt increasingly strange the more she looked. Cold, wet, entwining, Slipping into the collar. Isn't this exactly one of the classic tropes from the BL Centipede Emmanuel Lin Jiu used to collect? Covers of several old books even floated up in his mind. A strong, stern-faced man forced into heavy breathing, his Adam's apple bobbing back muscles taut. Exactly the same state as Pei Hanzhou in front of him. Toxic. As expected, it's toxic. This man had not once flinched when the whip tore flesh and blood, and he stood like an iron pillar amid the assault and insults. But now his breathing was ragged, his whole body trembling slightly. Don't look. The voice was hoarse, almost as if the words were being bitten out. His spine was still being forced to arch back bit by bit, not voluntarily, but compelled to follow that coiling rhythm. Each tightening was a slow pulse, racing from his waist to his chest, then up along his spine, searing his mind as if light were exploding inside it. Pei Hansis Adam's apple bobbed more frequently. His breathing was so heavy it seemed to be ground out from the depths of his chest. His gaze began to blur, his lips parting slightly as if to stifle a gasp, but nerves pushed to their limit had already betrayed him a faint. Uncontrollable wetness slipped silently from the corner of his mouth and merged with the sweat at his neck. This was the first time Lin Jiu had seen such an almost uncontrollable expression on Pei Hansis' face. Pei Hansis' breathing was drawn out and heavy, as if a low, muffled grinding sound were being produced deep within his chest. His gaze lifted slightly and met Lin Jiu. She did not look away. Instead she stared at him unblinkingly, her eyes even carrying a hint of curiosity and interest. In that instant, he could almost hear the sound of his nerves snapping. Shame and an indescribable heat surged up at once, making his jaw clench. He turned his face away in self-deception and buried his head in the hollow of her shoulder. But this made it worse. Lin Jiu immediately felt the subtle tremor through his whole body, that shudder rising from deep in his muscles with an unmistakable heat. She sensed even more clearly at the spot where their bodies touched. Something scalding hot was pressing against her through the fabric. Lin Jiu, this poison is really potent. Lin Jiu, who had been counting on Pei Hanzhou to carry her up, started rummaging through the point's shop again. Finally, she found it in a category marked with a red warning. The universal antidote. The description was simple. Even in cases of complete organ failure or death by toxin, it could immediately save you. Of course, the price was equally ultimate, combined with the item she had just obtained for her escape. Her points balance was clearly insufficient. Just as she was gritting her teeth and weighing her options, Lin Jiu suddenly noticed the balance number slowly creeping upward. Although it was rising at a maddeningly slow pace, it was indeed increasing. A few previous instances flashed through her mind. The system had clearly crashed during an upgrade. Yet the points would inexplicably increase. Lin Jiu's mind cleared in an instant. So even though the system was dead, the back-end accounting function was still alive? Moreover, the way points are generated remained the same as before. As long as Pei Hanzhou was humiliated, points would overflow. Lin Jiu's gaze returned to the man buried in her collar, the corners of her mouth slowly curling up. The shortage problem she had been worrying about just now suddenly seemed to have a solution. Lin Jiu suddenly reached out and grabbed his jaw, forcing him to lift his head from her collar. Don't move, she said softly, but her lips had already covered his. Of course, the first thing pressed against Pei Hansis' collarbone was Lin Jiu's metal choker. Pei Hansis' breath abruptly hitched. Lin Jiu glanced at the mall's points display with the corner of his eye. The number did indeed jump up one notch. Haha, he really hated this. Every time the male lead is treated like this or that. His points feedback is always especially intense. To be honest, Lin Jiu hesitated for a moment. After all, he looked truly pitiful. She felt like she was taking advantage of someone in distress, but she also knew if she didn't quickly gather enough points, the poison would drag him into loss of control, or worse, to save someone, you have to use the most effective method. With that thought, Lin Jiu didn't stop kissing. If anything, she kissed more deeply. Her tongue parted, his lips and teeth slipped in, hooked and lightly licked. Another fierce surge of movement, and the points counter jumped 3 times. Pei Hanzhou sounded as if the pressure left him unable to breathe. A very low grunt escaped his throat, trembling with the force of being driven. With each entanglement and separation, the numbers climbed at a speed visible to the naked eye, until that sequence of numbers closed in on the target, just one final strike away. Lin Jiu lightly licked his tongue, as if by inadvertent brush, the chill of the vines curling, the friction of the fabric, the softness of Lin Jiu. 3 completely different tactile sensations blended into a single tide in his heightened senses, surging into his mind. An indescribable tremor rose from deep within him, exploding into a burst of white light. Pei Han's his waist and back tensed sharply, and his breathing was suddenly cut off into a blank. With a ding, the points counter jumped up to the full amount. Chapter 67 Points Balance. Zero. Lin Jiu quickly swapped places and, while Pei Hanzhou was still caught in his post-orgasm haze, raised her hand and injected the antidote syringe into his body. Once the liquid was fully administered, Pei Han's his breathing gradually steadied, but his eyelids slowly drooped and he sank heavily into her arms. He can't be dead, can he? Lin Jiu frowned, looking at him with no response at all. She probed for a breath with her fingers. There was still some air. Is this antidote really effective? It's such an expensive thing. If it doesn't work, it'll be ruined. But she didn't have time to think it through. The vines coiling around Pei Hanzhou tightened bit by bit, as if trying to seize the chance to drag him away entirely. Lin Jiu's gaze darkened. She pulled out the electric stove's accompanying torch she had used when cooking earlier from her backpack and slammed the switch. A shaft of blue-white flame whooshed out. Lin Jiu gritted her teeth, a vicious light flashing in her eyes. Whether he was being used as a meat shield or as a way to grind points, that was her business. No one was allowed to interfere. Did I already said? Lin Jiu raised her voice, as if she wanted every vine to hear clearly. Only I can bully him. Rage surged out along the stream of flame spewed by the musket, forming searing arcs of light that slammed into the vines. Heaten. The fire licked at their slick surfaces, and with the acrid smell of burning it immediately seared a layer of wrinkled char. The vines convulsed and twisted in agony, emitting dull cracks like boiling water bursting, as if they might snap the next moment, but they did not retreat. If anything, they seemed thoroughly enraged. More thick vines descended from all directions, twisting and writhing like a disturbed swarm of snakes, all lunging at Lin Jiu and Pei Hanzhou together. A vine as sharp as a spear shot straight through, piercing his shoulder. PFT blood splattered onto Lin Jiu's face. Hot Pei Hanzhou showed no reaction at all, as if he could no longer feel pain. Another vine suddenly snatched out of the mist with a shrieking rush of wind, brutally piercing his left thigh. Lin Jiu's pupils contracted. The musket in his hand almost misfired. If a few more of those came, Pei Hanzhou would definitely be riddled like a hornet's nest. Lin Jiu hurriedly pulled up the most expensive item had just redeemed with points 88 VIP Space Experience 1 use card. A flash of light flickered at his fingertips, and the surrounding scene was instantly swallowed into a blank void. It was eerily quiet here. Clean, windless, fogless, as if the vines and the stench had never existed. She looked down at the card in her hand, and the system interface popped up a detailed explanation. This is a value-added service superimposed on her original space. Not only can it reopen the spot where the space was last closed, an effect almost equivalent to teleporting back to where you last shut the door, but the space's volume also soars to n times its original 1 cubic meter. Before, Lin Jiu had also been worried. What if the space couldn't hold living things? But she quickly remembered that the mouse had slipped into the space from the real world while she was making lamb, which was why it suddenly darted out just now when she went to collect the snake meat. If a mouse can go in and out alive, then the space can not only hold dead things but also hide living things. That if this thing is used well, it would be like a mobile shelter for the apocalypse. Lin Jiusong exhaled and sat down on the ground. Phew, finally safe. But before she finished that breath, her eyes instinctively glanced to the upper right corner of the mall. Points balance. 0 inches. That instant, her heart clenched sharply. The first survival rule her corporate life taught her was never to let her bank balance hit 0. Having even 2 digits felt more reassuring than empty. But now she hadn't even a single cent left in reserve. The hollow feeling, as if her bank card had been completely stripped, surged to her temples and sent a chill down her spine. Lin Jiu held her head, utterly undone. Pei Hanzhou was half leaning against the wall. The wounds on his shoulder and thigh were still spurting blood. The stains seeped through his clothes to the floor, quickly spreading into a dark, wet patch. Lin Jiu crouched down to examine him, feeling increasingly uneasy. Not only was the bleeding unrelenting, but the healing was as slow as a snail. Fortunately, the blackness around the abdominal wound had faded, so the poison had been neutralized. Pei Hanzhou, wake up. She reached out and tapped his face. The area between his brows twitched slightly, as if trying to respond, but his breathing remained weak. Lin Jiu gritted her teeth and glanced over the mall's exchange area. The balance was empty. She couldn't afford any emergency items. If she didn't grind some points now, she wouldn't even be able to buy bandages. Her eyes flicked, fixating on the shocking bullet hole in his shoulder. Although it's a bit ruthless, this system's point trigger rules have always been rigid. What if it still works? She simply stuck out her finger and, without hesitation, poked it in as hot blood instantly welled from the wound, and her fingertip was enveloped in warmth and stickiness. Pei Hanzhou shot his eyes open, still glazed with a dazed stupor, but when he saw her, the murderous intent that had seemed about to erupt abruptly stalled. He only let out a low whimper. Lin Zhou immediately looked up at the system interface. The points column was still the glaring 0. Damn, big brother. Does it really not hurt? Lin Zhou looked down at him, her mind racing to weigh the options. This person is now her life and her points ATM. But she acted. Well, if he remembers later, he might come after her. That would be perfect. Lin Zhou was going home anyway. For now she just had to survive. Worst case, after getting out she could play the victim and cling on until the male lead rises to power. Thinking this, Lin Zhou laid her palm over his face, which had grown slightly cool from blood loss, and gently traced the curve of his jaw with her fingertips. Pei Hanzhou's brow knitted almost instinctively, as if he wanted to pull away, but Lin Zhou instead leaned down and pressed her lips to the pulse at the side of his neck. In that moment, she could feel a barely perceptible stiffening of his body scoreboard. 01. Promising. She chuckled softly, traced up along his neck, lightly bit his earlobe, and another small pulse rippled. 13. Pei Hanzhou's breathing clearly became erratic. His eyelashes trembled as if he wanted to open his eyes to stop it, but the weakness after the antidote held him down firmly, and he could only let out a low, muffled groan. Lin Zhou felt a slight tightening in his chest, but his hand didn't stop. Instead it went deeper, closer, until it could catch the faint tremor of his Adam's apple. Rolling. The score numbers began to jump up one by one like water surging through a pried-open sluice. 358. She stared at the number. The mixture of guilt and excitement in her chest pushed to the extreme. Sorry, Pei Hanzhou, this was really to save a life. I am going to take off your pants now. You have a through hand throw wound on your leg. Lin Zhou deliberately deepened her voice, as if to make sure the semi-conscious man could hear every word. Pei Hanzhou's hand suddenly clamped onto her wrist, the force astonishingly heavy. Even though his mind was still clouded, he held her fast. That little disgraceful mark must not be exposed in front of her. Kelin-ji had never intended to stop like that. She glanced askance at the system panel, her eyes fixed on the faint flicker of the points counter. Her fingers flew over the exchange menu, trading small amounts for emergency hemostatic bandages, disinfectant powder, and a pair of scissors. Swished. The scissors sliced cleanly and decisively along the fabric. She pulled her trousers up from her knees to the top of her thighs, and a cool breeze rushed in. Chapter 68. Why aren't you the one taking care of me? Pei Hanzhou slowly opened his eyes. His vision was blurry at first. The light from the tent's lamp filtered through the canvas, casting a dim halo. He blinked, trying to lift his body, but found his shoulders and thighs wrapped in thick bandages, every movement sending a dull pain through him. A faint sound of water came from beside him, and a soft towel, cool to the touch, brushed his temple. Pei Hanzhou looked down and saw a young woman with a ponytail kneeling by the bedside, attentively wiping his sweat. Fear. Why is it you? His voice was hoarse and low, carrying the unsteadiness of someone just waking from unconsciousness. His gaze swept around the tent but didn't find that familiar figure. Where's Lin Zhou? Fair paused slightly, looked up, and met his eyes. Sister sent me to take care of you. Pei Hanzhou's expression darkened imperceptibly. He didn't rush to ask more. His fingertips, however, slowly clenched beneath the bedding, the force enough to whiten the skin of his palms. She left, but whenever he closed his eyes, what welled up in his mind wasn't the image of her leaving, but rather the vine, cold and sticky, slid along his collar and delved in, its thin tendrils stroking every inch of skin as if deliberately provoking. Lin Zhou's breath was so close it was hot. Her lips curved with a smile as they ground against the side of his neck and slipped into his mouth. The toxin amplified everything. He clearly wanted to push her away, but in that tide of loss of control he was driven to a total breakdown. Even under the intertwining of her lips and tongue, his body made an irreversible reaction that had never appeared before in front of anyone. He didn't even dare to imagine how would Lin Zhou see him. Would she think him unworthy? Would think he's filthy? This uncertainty made him unbearable. I understand, he said softly, emotionless, and swung his legs off the bed outside in the camp. It was the stifling hour of the afternoon. Lin Zhou was crouched beside a temporarily set up iron pot, deftly peeling snake skin while humming a tune, slicing the plump snakes into segments. The nearby stove crackled, and the scent of hot oil mixed with the aroma of meat and drifted through the air. She had the reward store screen open, originally only intending to casually check for any bargains, but then points balance. 37, 41, 45. The numbers climbed slowly but steadily upward. Linjo blinked, stunned for 2 seconds. Huh? I didn't do anything? She instinctively recalled the last time this kind of automatic increase happened was when Pei Hanzhou was being specially treated. She was wondering whether someone was creating wealth for her again when a steady, sharp set of footsteps suddenly sounded behind her. The knife in Linjo's hand was still poised above a piece of snake meat. She only lifted her eyes reflexively when she heard footsteps. The next second, that tall figure blocked out the sunlight. Pei Hanzhou stood not far from her. The bandages on his shoulder and thigh already stained a dark color. His expression was Gravino reproach, no extra emotion, but his eyes seemed to pin her to the spot, pressing straight into her so that a chill ran down her spine. Linjo froze for half a second, her gaze involuntarily flicking back and forth between his wound and his face. Why did you get out of bed? She ventured, trying to make her voice sound light. Pei Hanzhou didn't answer. He just took a step closer, then another, until he was standing in front of her, lowering his head as if carefully gauging her expression. His eyes revealed nothing concealed, hard yet masking a private mix of emotion, shame, remorse, and a touch of unease. As if afraid she would utter the one judgment he least wanted to hear, Linjo felt a little unnerved by the attention. And of all times the score bar ticked up a few notches. 45, 48, 51. Her heart gave a jolt, and her gaze flicked subtly over the man in front of her. No way, was he just by looking at her, giving her points? Then look more. Pei Hanzhou's gaze grew heavier, as if he was finally about to speak. About what happened at the foot of the cliff. Oh. The thing about falling off the cliff. Linjo sounded as if he hadn't noticed the tone in his voice at all. He neatly put away the knife and pushed the sliced snake meat into the pot. It's like this although we fell. Fortunately Yang found us and rescued us. She spoke as she stirred the snake meat with a spatula, her pace breezy as if recounting an insignificant trifle. You blocked for me a few times so you got a bit hurt. But it's fine, we're all safe now. The whole explanation flowed smoothly and logically airtight, even filling in the details for him. Pei Hanzhou. With a single sentence she wiped that dangerous, chaotic, out-of-control scene. One he still dared not dwell on, flat into a simple rescue anecdote. No vines entwining. No toxin-amplified loss of control. No kiss from her. Nothing had happened. Linjo never looked at him the whole time, concentrating on stir-frying the meat in the pan, as if he were there merely to hear this official version recited. Pei Hanzhou's Adam's apple bobbed. Emotions churned in his eyes for a few seconds, but in the end he said nothing, only watched her quietly. Points. 51, 52. Linjo shook the pan, flipping a piece of glistening snake meat over the heat. Of course, that's what I told Feier too. Upon hearing this, Pei Hanzhou's eyes shifted slightly, his gaze falling on her face, as if questioning what exactly was her relationship with Feier. Linjo raised an eyebrow and smiled naturally. Feier is a good girl. She won't care about these things. You should lie down and let her have more chances to take care of you. He was silent for 2 seconds, then asked in a low voice, why aren't you the one taking care of me? Linjo's hand froze. Before she could speak, he added, his gaze heavy, you are my fiancé. Linjo was momentarily stunned, a question mark forming in her mind. This person seems awfully certain of himself. From her observation, someone like Pei Hanzhou was excellent, calm, extremely powerful in combat, and had a kind of old-fashioned sense of loyalty. The problem was, this fiancé was purely a plot device. She herself didn't take it very seriously. But for him, it seemed enough to make him automatically shut the door on other women. Linjo had a bit of a headache. At this rate, with the male and female leads treating each other with polite reserve all the way, by the time the male lead rises to fame, the two of them will probably still be just acquaintances. Have to find a way first, get rid of the word fiancé. Otherwise the whole romance plot will be completely stuck here. Alright. Linjo sounded like she had just remembered, giving a soft reply, then curving the corners of her eyes. But I have to cook for everyone. Do you know how many people are in the camp now? 25, mostly strong men. Do you know how much they eat each time? She lifted her chin, indicating the snake meat sizzling in the pot. I have to keep an eye on it, otherwise tonight everyone won't even get soup. Pei Hanzhou stared at her without speaking. The oppressive feeling in his eyes hadn't diminished. Points. 52-53. Pei Hanzhou stared at her back as she stir-fried the snake meat, then suddenly said in a low voice, "You don't need to do this." Lin Zhou slammed the spatula against the edge of the wok with a clang, not turning her head, but I like it. She was sincere. The pleasure of being the cook, someone like him, all about fighting and killing, how could he understand? Pei Hanzhou was silent for a moment as if thinking, then asked, "Is there anything I can help with? Hurry back to the peak of your life, then turn around and strangle me to death so I can happily return home." Of course you can't say that. Facing the client, an obedient contractor never speaks their true feelings. Lin Zhou smiled and said, "Just get some good rest, take care of your body. Is that flame ability of yours finally okay? Don't let it fail you at a critical moment." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the points bar. 53-56. Lin Zhou was startled. Oh ho. He got points just for saying a couple of words. She immediately backtracked, forcing out 2 nervous laughs. "I didn't mean to say you're useless as expected." The system crashed during the upgrade and had no response to anything she said. "Great. It feels so good when the boss is away. You can slack off however you like and still keep getting paid. If you're not an employee, you just won't understand this kind of pleasure." But Lin Zhou was only happy for 1 second. The next second, PFT, the stove's flame went out. Earlier, after happily burning those disgusting vines, she had used up several cans of fuel to light the stove. She would have to spend points to buy more from the shop. Otherwise there wouldn't even be a flame to roast snake meat. Pei Hanzhou glanced down at the empty fuel can by her foot. He said nothing, only reached out and tapped gently at the stove opening. Snap! The flame leapt up instantly, the warm light reflecting on her face. Lin Zhou blinked, was stunned for 2 seconds, then slowly let out, "Your ability works again? Did you top up the gas card?" Chapter 69. The crystal cores really don't seem to be of any use to her. Pei Hanzhou watched the fire reignite, reached into his arms and pulled out a cloth pouch, dumping it in front of her. Regularly shaped, faintly glowing crystal cores tumbled out one by one. "These are for you." His tone was very flat, as if handing over an everyday item. Lin Zhou blinked, instinctively reaching out to touch it. She could feel the faint energy fluctuations coming from the crystal core. Pei Hanzhou explained slowly, "An ability user's powers don't come from nothing. They need to continuously replenish the crystal core to maintain them. Earlier, my flame failed because I hadn't replenished the crystal core for a long time. The energy had long since been exhausted." He paused, his gaze falling on her. "You have purification powers and spatial abilities which consume even more energy, so you need it more than I do." Lin Zhou was momentarily stunned. So Pei Hanzhou already knows. Although Lin Zhou hadn't planned to hide it, she hadn't expected him to be so straightforward as to give her the whole bag. Could it be hush money for that incident? Lin Zhou's memory flashed back to Pei Hanzhou being entangled by vines, forced to be kissed by her, and finally, that scene. Ahem. This is definitely the male lead's scandalous past before he ascends to the peak of his life. Fortunately, Pei Hanzhou is an upright, righteous male lead. If he were even a bit scheming, Lin Zhou would already be dead. Forget hush money, better to chop off the head and the secret would naturally never be told. It's just that she couldn't use these crystal cores either. Lin Zhou pinched the few pale blue crystal cores, examined them back and forth, and her brows slowly furrowed. The system was still frozen, upgrading, not even a manual. She squinted and wondered, could this thing be something to eat? The crystal cores were cold and hard. Squeezing them between her fingers didn't even make the texture move. It's so hard that it might crack my tooth. Pei Hanzhou watched Lin Zhou's way of holding the crystal core. That unfamiliar, tentative manner didn't at all match someone who had used supernatural powers many times before. But her powers were used so skillfully otherwise, casually pulling out all sorts of miscellaneous items from space. It was as if she carried a warehouse with her. And her purification ability was basically available on demand, never seeming to consider the cost. If she were an ordinary person, she would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. "Are you not sure how to use it?" His tone was very flat, not like he was probing. Lin Zhou instinctively looked up and met his gaze. "Do you have to be so suspicious? Although being sensitive in bed is kind of interesting, could a sensitive male lead stop doubting my identity?" Lin Zhou defended herself with righteous assurance. "Of course I know." "Good to know." Pei Hanzhou lowered his eyes, his fingertips lightly pinching the opening of the cloth bag as he nudged the remaining crystal cores a little closer to her. He didn't press further. If she didn't want to say, he wouldn't ask. Everyone in this world has a few secrets. There's no need to drive someone into a corner. Besides, she was the kind of woman one whose name and appearance Pei Hanzhou hadn't even figured out properly, who was willing to stay by his side and help him, replenishing energy with a crystal core won't leave your body wanting, Pei Hanzhou explained softly, his tone unhurried. Long-term depletion will make you lose your abilities. I don't need it. Pei Hanzhou ignored her, reached out and took her wrist, placing the crystal core into her palm. His hand was warm and dry, carrying a certain inexplicable steadiness, and the crystal core turned into a wisp of blue smoke. The absorption began. Pei Hanzhou had intended to guide the energy into the superpower channel with her, but as soon as she touched him, the faint barrier in her palm blocked the crystal core's fluctuations and pushed them back, like hitting an invisible wall. Couldn't absorb it at all? Lin Jiu didn't care much. Her ability had originally been given for embarrassing tasks, and the crystal core did seem to be of little use to her. So Lin Jiu casually shoved the crystal core back into his hand. Then don't waste it, you take it. He was about to refuse when Lin Jiu suddenly raised her hand, condensing that blue light at her fingertips into a sharp filament that hovered over his chest. The next moment, it shot in suddenly, like breaking through an invisible barrier, piercing straight through the ribcage and crashing unimpeded to the deepest place. Pei Hanzhou trembled violently. This feeling was completely different from the times he had absorbed crystal cores before. The force rapidly spread along his bones and nerves, like a searing river rushing down from his chest, sweeping through his waist and abdomen, even deeper. Just then, the tent flap was suddenly thrown open. Wei Ying's voice fell like a clap of thunder. You wicked woman! What are you trying to do to my commander again? Lin Jiu's hand was still pressed against Pei Hanzhou's chest, her palm slightly warm, the posture very suggestive. Pei Hanzhou's eyes were somewhat dazed, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock of energy passing through him. Wei Ying watched him grow angrier, her words getting harsher. The commander fell off a cliff to save you and was gravely injured, and you. His words cut off abruptly. Her gaze fell on Pei Hanzhou's shoulder and thigh. The places that had been wrapped in thick bandages now showed no trace of blood, and the wounds beneath the skin seemed as if they had never existed. Even an ability user couldn't have healed so cleanly in such a short time. Lin Jiu didn't notice anything unusual about Pei Hanzhou, only finding Yi Ying's voice grating. She frowned. Stop making noisy if you keep it up. No dinner for you. Wei Ying choked, his face flushing pale then dark. Lin Jiu had already withdrawn his hand and pushed the bag of crystal cores on the table back toward Pei Hanzhou. I'm useless, you take it. Or give it to Fei. If you're embarrassed, I can give it to her for you. Pei Hanzhou's expression darkened slightly. Why does Lin Jiu always push him toward other women? Chapter 70. In this indifferent every person for themselves world, only one person is different. Just then, Fei pushed the door open and came in walking and asking, what did you give me? Is dinner ready? Will you give me dinner? On one side is the obtuse male lead. On the other is the female lead who just wants to eat. Lin Jiu felt mentally exhausted, rested the spoon on the edge of the pot and said, all right, it's time to eat. She called to Fei, go give the food to the people outside. Fei's eyes lit up, and the annoyed Yi Ying's expression changed too, shifting from staring at Lin Jiu to staring at the food. Fei put her hand protectively over the food so Yi Ying wouldn't have any chance to steal any, and was just about to go out when she saw Pei Hanzhou beside Lin Jiu and politely greeted him. Brother Pei. Pei Hanzhou nodded at her expressionlessly. Fei turned aside, clutching the food, and walked away happily. The Night Shadow, who had intended to continue scolding Lin Jiu, naturally followed while licking his lips. Lin Jiu looked closely and truly couldn't see any spark at all between the male and female leads. Fei's gaze was like Sistery Ti Yinji Pei Hanzhuya Tia Tia Tiat, and the male lead's eyes never left Lin Jiu herself. Lin Jiu thought to herself that Pei Hanzhou might still be suspicious of her about something. Working in the apocalypse is really hard. Lin Jiu was a bit downcast that if this continues, how is the plot where the female lead helps the male lead become a god supposed to proceed? How can she possibly get back home? Lin Jiu was like this in her own world too. At work she was subjected to her boss' constant piat. Every turn it was you're not trying hard enough or everyone else is better than you, until she felt she couldn't go on. Whenever she felt on the verge of breaking, she would run home to cook, chopping, stirring, seasoning, more satisfying than any overtime writing a proposal. Who would have thought that when she casually started live streaming, the income from cooking nearly matched her salary? In the end, even after being transported to the apocalypse, returning to the stove was still the most soothing thing. The room fell silent at once, leaving only the crackle of the flames and the bubbling in the pot. Never mind, shall just cook first. Lin Jo scooped up the last bit of soup from the pot and drank it herself. She smacked her lips, set down the bowl and spoon, and looked up at Pei Hanzhou. Actually, there's something I need to tell you. The man turned his head slightly, his gaze calm. Go on. Lin Jo thought that since the system was upgrading now and couldn't monitor her at all, why not make things easier for herself? Pei Hanzhou, you're right. I do have purification ability and spatial ability, Lin Jo said bluntly. I can purify recently dead mutated creatures. Their meat can be eaten without side effects. If we can't finish it, we can store it in the space for later. Although crystal cores are useless to me. She spread her hands, palms up, as if bargaining with Pei Hanzhou. But in the future, when you have those people outside pry open skulls to take out the crystal cores, bring the mutated bodies back to me as well. If animal protein can supplement nutrition, then it's fine if the nutrient solution is insufficient. Pei Hanzhou suddenly smiled. Why the sudden confession? Lin Jo pointed to the collar around her neck. It's still just to get a meal. Pei Hanzhou raised an eyebrow. He realized Lin Jo had misunderstood. But this was good progress. Perhaps after a little more time, she would say more. However, before dinner was fully handed out, something unexpected happened. Wei Cheng already looked sickly, yet he was forcing himself to hold the bowl. After only 2 mouthfuls, he toppled straight to the ground. Bang! The sound sent rice scattering all over the floor. Feier's face changed drastically. She rushed over and shouted, "My brother is dying." If he weren't truly unable to hold on, he wouldn't have collapsed before finishing his meal. Her tone carried genuine panic, but no matter how you heard it, the excuse sounded absurdly laughable. Sure enough, before long 2 more people in the camp went limp, one after another, their faces flushed bright red, their foreheads burning hot. Those who collapsed were all ordinary people without abilities. Besides that, they all shared having received varying degrees of external wounds during the fight with the mutated snake swarm. The poison seeped in through the wounds. Ordinary people wouldn't suffer the sensory torments that Pei Hanzhou did. They would simply die from the illness. Lin Jo squatted at the tent entrance, his temples throbbing. Of course she wanted to help, but the antidote's price. Just saving Pei Hanzhou had already wiped her points to 0. To bringing another group like this? Even if they stripped Pei Hanzhou naked, they wouldn't be able to scavenge that many points. Maybe because her gaze on Pei Hanzhou was too blunt? He also looked up and glanced at her. Crazy, what the hell am I thinking? Lin Jo clutched her face, the thought choking her. Pei Hanzhou stepped to her side, avoiding others' ears, and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any extra antidote?" Lin Jo felt a sinking in her heart. Obviously, he already knew that her recovery from that state had relied on far more than mere willpower. Lin Jo shook his head. There's none left. Even if there were, you'd have to work hard for it. I don't know how many more times you can endure. Pei Hanzhou nodded. I understand. I'll find another way. Brother, just give me the bowl. You can't eat anyway. Over there, Feier was trying to pry the rice bowl out of Wei Cheng's hand. Night Shadow was tired of Feier's crying. He scratched his head and said coldly, "It's not that I can't save your brother. There's a city a few dozen kilometers ahead. It has a research institute and a hospital. Maybe they'll have a serum." Hospitals in every city were where the zombie virus first broke out, because anyone showing symptoms was taken to hospitals for treatment first. For that very reason, hospitals in the apocalypse generally had relatively abundant supplies. Before the supplies ran out, the hospitals were overrun by zombies, and no living person could get back in. The camp fell silent instantly, and everyone's eyes fell on Pei Hanzhou. Pei Hanzhou ordered, "Leave the wounded where they are. Everyone else get in the vehicles. Depart." Feier was about to get into the car, even though she felt she couldn't be of much help. But Lin Jo thought this was a good way to provoke the male lead's protective instinct, so he immediately dragged her over and shoved her into Pei Hanzhou's front passenger seat. Feier had just settled herself. Pei Hanzhou glanced at her and said coldly, "Get out." When Feier didn't move, Pei Hanzhou reached past her, opened the car door for her, and repeated himself, "Please get out of the car." Lin Jo saw something was wrong with the two and leaned forward from the back seat. "Pei Hanzhou, what do you mean?" Pei Hanzhou glanced at Lin Jo coldly. "Feier, get out of the car and take care of the patient." Feier glanced at Lin Jo, then at Pei Hanzhou, and suddenly said, "All right, I'll get out now. Don't fight." After speaking, she nimbly climbed down from the front passenger seat of the SUV. Lin Jo looked at Pei Hanzhou in disbelief. Male lead, are you out of your mind? Are you worried he'll tell the heroine about you and me and the vines about those damn things on the cliffside halfway through? Even if I didn't take a hush payment, I wouldn't betray you for now. With a bang, Pei Hanzhou seemed to be in a bad mood as he shut the passenger door, which finally snapped Lin Zhou out of her fantasies. Commander, better not bring Lin Zhou either. Women are troublesome. Ying, who had climbed through the sunroof and into the passenger seat, suggested. Lin Zhou was about to speak when Pei Hanzhou spoke. Take her with you, she can fake I know. I just praised you as a good person, Pei Hanzhou. Are you insulting me with a double meaning now? Yi Ying's education level couldn't detect a double meaning. When he heard the commander say Lin Zhou could fake it, his first reaction was, you have a space ability? Lin Zhou snorted and fastened her seatbelt. The wheels rolled over the cracked tarmac, kicking up a thin veil of dust. After passing many abandoned highways, we finally turned into the city's outskirts. This was no longer the domain of humans. The concrete steel forest had been reclaimed by greenery. Towering office buildings were draped in spreading vines, glass curtain walls shattered, branches poking through the cracks like eager hands, pulling the whole city into a silent embrace. The street was empty. Wind slipping through gaps in the shattered high-rises, bringing the taste of cold metal and decay, like the low breathing of an abandoned city in '01. No beasts, not even the footsteps of zombies. The silence was so complete it felt as if the air itself had stopped at the corner ahead. A gray-white tower leaned askew, and on its tattered sign a few large characters could still be made out: Municipal Hospital. The convoy fell instantly silent. Everyone exchanged knowing glances. Night Shadow went first, flipping onto the hospital roof and darting between the vacant buildings. He moved so fast that in the blink of an eye he vanished into a broken window. Everyone held their breath and waited. After a moment, Night Shadow returned and shook his head. The medicine cabinet and the supply room haven't been opened, but they're full of zombies, so it's not easy to get in. The air froze instantly. Lin Zhou pressed his lips together. Indeed, there couldn't possibly be a clean hospital waiting for them. Tell me the exact layout, Pei Hanzhou asked. Wei Ying said, there are too many zombies. The lobby, the corridors, the stairs. They're all packed. The people in the convoy fell silent. The hospital was indeed a treasure trove of supplies, but that density was almost equivalent to sending yourself to your death among a heap of zombies. Perhaps abandoning those feverish people is the more correct choice. It's the end times. Protecting oneself is the most important thing. Weren't they following Pei Hanzhou out of the shelter's bunker for the same reason to stay alive? In silence, Pei Hanzhou opened the car door and stepped out. The wind, carrying a chill, hit his face. His silhouette looked especially straight against the gray-skied eye. In this selfish, indifferent world, only one person was different. Chapter 71. One person forcibly suppresses this purgatory. Lin Zhou also got out from the other side of the car. Pei Hanzhou stopped and slowly turned his head to look at her. Go back to the car and wait for orders. We'll call you when a passage opens. Lin Zhou crossed her arms. I'm not going back. It's safer to stay with you. I can see what everyone in that car is really thinking. If things go wrong, they'll hit the gas and run, leaving the patients and you all behind. Then I won't be able to do anything. When she finished speaking, the carriage fell silent. Lin Zhou sneered inwardly. She had been through scenes like this even before the end of the world. At a tea work, everyone is the kind of buddy who buys one get one free on milk tea. But when a botched project really turns up, everyone pushes it off faster than anyone else. That's not within my responsibilities. That I am not familiar with this module. Why don't you do a first draft? Anyway, everyone backed out. And in the end Lin Zhou had no choice but to do it herself. So she was perfectly clear. When faced with pressure, so-called companions could not be relied on. Lin Zhou tilted her head, looked at Pei Hanzhou and leisurely added, with you at least I know you won't abandon me and run. The others exchanged glances. Some looked furtive, some lowered their heads to pretend they hadn't heard. Lin Zhou's words seemed to rip open that little selfishness in their hearts and expose it to everyone's eyes, leaving them unable to find a retort. There was even a subtle, awkward tension lingering in the air. Pei Hanzhou merely glanced at her indifferently, then turned away and said coldly to the convoy, anyone willing to come with me, get out of the car. The rest of you can drive off to find a place to refuel for now. His words struck like a gavel, as if he had publicly laid their escape route at their feet. Lin Zhou almost jumped up on the spot. Isn't this handing them an escape route? Clearly giving them a chance to get away. She tilted her head to look at the people in the carriage and saw several pairs of eyes darting away in panic, unwilling to meet Pei Hanzhou's gaze. Someone tried to speak but was silenced by his stern expression. The atmosphere froze, even the breathing growing heavy. A few people's eyes flickered, and their hands unconsciously moved toward the steering wheel. Pei Hanzhou didn't speak, just watched quietly, as if he didn't care at all about their decision. The young man flushed, slammed the car door open and shouted, "I'm staying. The one with the fever is my friend. I would never think of abandoning him." An older man also got out, gritting his teeth and saying, "The commander is right. If we've made it this far, it's because of you." With those two taking the lead, the oppressive awkwardness in the cabin instantly lessened. Pei Hanzhou only nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over them with not a hint of praise. Yet that made the two who got out feel a jolt in their hearts, as if they had suddenly taken on a heavier burden. The others kept their heads down, afraid to make a sound. Someone clenched their fingers tightly on their trouser leg, sweat beading on their forehead, but they didn't move. They hesitated. Although they didn't want to abandon their companions, they really didn't have the courage to follow them into the hospital. Pei Hanzhou glanced once and said coolly, "Drive, go get your own gas. Come back after you fill up." The few of them felt as if they had been pardoned. They immediately started the car, afraid to linger another moment. The engines roared and faded away, and the convoy size instantly halved. Lin Zhou sighed and murmured softly, "Will they come back?" Pei Hanzhou glanced at her without speaking and was the first to push open the hospital door. The hinge, rusted, let out a grating creak that immediately echoed through the empty hall. The sound seemed to have awakened a sleeping monster, and the air suddenly froze. Lin Zhou's heart tightened, and she instinctively grabbed Pei Hanz's sleeve. He glanced down at her, didn't pull away. Instead he let her clutch him, then raised his hand. Firelight flashed at his fingertips, faint but steady, illuminating the tiled floor beneath their feet. In the hall, broken hospital beds lay tilted and askew, wheelchairs and 4 bottles scattered across the floor, the walls flaking and peeling. Several corpses had already weathered away, leaving only stark white skeletons. Scattered about on the ground. From deep in the corridor came a low, throaty sound. It was sticky and muffled, like chewing and like gasping for breath. The next second, several figures, their bodies rotting, staggered out of the shadows and lunged forward. A rotting eyeball hung at the edge of the socket, fingernails black and long like hooks, and with its approach came the nauseating stench of decay. Lin Zhou sucked in a cold breath. She was about to raise her hand, but Pei Hanzhou pushed her back, blocking her entirely behind him. The man lifted his eyes. A flash of fire sparked in the depths of them. In the next instant, boom! Blazing flames erupted violently from the palm of his hand, like a ferocious fire dragon, instantly engulfing the horde of zombies ahead. Chapter 72. Fair, it's fine for you to give yourself to him. The harsh, screeching roar was swallowed by flames. The air filled with the scent of burning, and the corridor was instantly bathed in a wash of crimson light. The flames surged outward, forcing the white paint on the wall to crack and peel away. Shards of glass shattered with a crackling sound, the firelight reflecting in Lin Zhou's eyes, hot and blinding. His voice was cold and sharp, almost a command. "Yang, protect her. Go." Yang's blade reflected a sliver of cold light. His reply was crisp and decisive. "Yes." Before Lin Zhou could react, Ying had already swooped to her side, grabbed her, and dashed toward a side alley with such speed it took your breath away. "Hey, I can walk by myself." Lin Zhou was dragged, stumbling, unable to help protesting, but his steps were still firmly held behind him. Pei Hanzhou stood completely within the flames. The flames wound up his fingertips, framing him like an immovable iron tower, cold, hard and silent, yet carrying an oppressive presence that made it impossible to look away. The moment Lin Zhou turned his head, the flames exploded with a roar, illuminating his stern profile. Her chest jolted. Her breathing nearly went out of rhythm. This person really intends, all alone, to forcefully suppress this inferno. The sign at the end of the corridor was a hazy gray-black. Ying half-dragged, half-carried Lin Zhou, skimming along the wall as they rushed past. "Right up ahead." Ying lowered his voice to warn. Lin Zhou stumbled to steady himself, looked up and saw the metal door of the pharmacy. The door was covered in rust stains. The iron padlock was jammed across, as if struck by something hard and dented inward, yet it still held fast. Ying brought his blade down. Clang. Sparks flew. The lock didn't budge an inch. "Damn, why's it so stiff?" Lin Zhou cursed inwardly. She had a thought, immediately lunged to the door, pulled out the toolbox she had long prepared in the space, crouched, and began to PR wide. Ying frowned. "You shut up, I've practiced." Lin Zhou gritted her teeth, wrists flashing. The cold iron lock sent painful shocks through her fingertips, but her movements grew faster and faster. The click of the lock being picked mingled with the distant roar of flames and the zombie's howls. Tightening the chest, Nightshade pressed her back against hers. Watching the dark corridor entrance warily, the hands gripping the knife were veined and tense, as if they could cleave any threat that came their way in the next second. Click with a crisp sound, the iron lock suddenly loosened. It's open. Lin Zhou's eyes lit up. She pushed open the iron door, and a smell mixed with medicine and mildew hit her nose. She and Yi Ying were both stunned for a moment, because the cabinets in the pharmacy indeed hadn't been touched. Layer upon layer of medicine still sat on the shelves, their appearances remarkably well preserved. Butte in the shadows, a dozen or so murky eyeballs turned over at the same time. Hiss a low, blood-tinged growl sounded, and the zombies slowly rose from between the medicine cabinets. Lin Zhou's pupils contracted, his throat tightening instantly. Holy shit, Ying reacted extremely quickly, stepping forward almost simultaneously with the zombies and raising his blade. Find medicine. His voice was low and calm, giving Lin Zhou no room to question him. I don't know them. Lin Zhou instinctively lunged for the nearest medicine cabinet, her eyes darting over the bottles and jars. Antidote, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, penicillin, none of them. She swept a row of bottles down and tossed them into the space. Behind her came a page, the sound of a blade slicing flesh, followed by the zombies' roars. Night Shadow's cold figure stood in the doorway, shoulders tensed, movements clean and efficient. Black blood splattered the wall, its stench spreading instantly. Lin Zhou gritted her teeth. Damn, where would the antidote be kept? In the medicine cabinet or the refrigerator? She suddenly looked up and saw the refrigerated cabinet in the corner of the pharmacy, half alive and still glowing with a red light. Found it! She rushed over and opened the cabinet. Rows of ampoules stood neatly upright, the labels boldly printed with the words antitoxin serum. Great Lin Zhou opened the space and crammed all the potions into it in one go. That moment, a low, hoarse roar suddenly exploded in his ears, that a zombie had somehow circled around the Night Shadow and was lunging straight at her. Lin Zhou! Yang shouted angrily, but his steps were already too slow to catch up. Lin Zhou reacted, raised her hands and silently recited a purification, but it was too close. Her fingers were thrust directly into the zombie's mouth. Then she felt a sharp pain shoot through her fingertips. The zombie softened, and at the same time, Yi Ying's hand rose and the blade fell, cleaving the corpse that had already been purified. Yi Ying glanced coldly at her blood-sprinkled fingertips. Don't stand there in a daze, hurry. And fetch the medicine. Lin Zhou snapped back to her senses, rubbed her fingers on her clothes twice, and flurriedly stuffed every serum she could find into the space. After clearing everything out, Lin Zhou and Yi Ying retreated outward in single file. The corridor's dark, oppressive shadows writhed as if trying to swallow them. The next instant, there was a thunderous boom. A blistering flame burst from the end of the corridor, as if tearing the night apart. The fire roared up to the ceiling, instantly charring the approaching horde into cinders. The stench of decay and the heat hit them in the face. The firelight made Lin Zhou's heart leap with a thud. Pei Hanzhou, he stood alone at the end of the blaze, his silhouette straight, his gaze stern. Flames wrapped around him like a burning suit of armor. Wave after wave of zombies surged forward, only to be halted by his fierce fire. Lin Zhou stared at him in a daze, and a scene suddenly flashed before her eyes. He was in the jungle, vines wrapped tightly around him. Sweat trickling from his temples, breathing hard, so disheveled he could barely stand. Yet even so, he leaned on his own shoulder and stubbornly held on. The same person, yet seeming like two extremes. Go. Nightshade urged softly, pushing her forward. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from another direction. The old man and the young boy who had followed Pei Hanzhou and also came stumbling out of the storeroom, each carrying large bags. The openings of the bags revealed many medicine bottles, canned goods and even pre-packed first aid kits. The elder panted heavily but could not hide his excitement. Hospitals really are treasures. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. The youth's face was flushed. Clearly overexcited, he muttered to himself. We made out big time. It's even more profitable than ransacking a supermarket. If Pei Han's flames hadn't been so fierce this time, driving the zombies back wave after wave, there was no way they could have walked away with their loot intact. In the blaze, he still wore a cold expression, his brows and eyes grave. The sweat on his body was vaporized by the flames in an instant, as if a man being burned alive. Yet he stood with unshakable resolve. Lin Jiu pursed his lips and couldn't help murmuring to himself, how could a person like this have fallen into such a state? At last the flames gradually subsided in the gusts of wind. The hospital's gray-white building was blackened all over, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Lin Jiu followed Ying bursting out the main gate, the medicine box in her hand almost soaked with sweat. Only after running out of the hospital's deadened shadow did she finally feel as if air had been forced into her lungs, and she drew in a sharp, large breath. Pei Hanzhou was the last to come out. The flame in his palm went out. He was drenched in cold sweat, his shirt soaked through, fabric clinging to his body, his silhouette still straight-backed. When the convoy saw them return, everyone's eyes lit up. Someone even couldn't help cheering. Pei Hanzhou led the four into the hospital, none of them injured. That made those who had turned their cars around and left earlier seem somewhat to have lost more than they gained. Back at the campsite, Lin Jiu quickly took the antidote out of the space and handed it to the others. When Wei Chang was carried out, his whole body was flushed red from fever, his lips dry, his eyelids drooping, and he still clutched the unemptied rice bowl tightly in his hand. Before he fell, he wouldn't even waste a single mouthful of rice. Truly fierce, good brother. Pei Hanzhou leaned over to examine him. Use this, he said softly, handing the bottle to Fei. Fei took it in a flurry, trembling as she injected Wei Chang. The moment the medicine entered his vein, Wei Chang's previously rapid breathing slowly eased, and his face was no longer so flushed. I don't know how to repay you, brother Pei. Fei was full of gratitude. If Pei Hanzhou hadn't indeed taken people to the hospital, her brother wouldn't have been saved. Pei Hanzhou was about to say it wasn't necessary. Lin Jiu, however, coolly blurted out from the side, Fei, you might as well offer yourself. Fei and Pei Hanzhou turned their heads at the same time to look at Lin Jiu, two faces showing identical shock. Chapter 73. You have only a 97 chance of turning into a zombie within 24 hours. The night was deep and heavy, the bonfire flickering in the wind. Pei Hanzhou sat alone in the other vehicle, his back pressed tightly against the iron wall, his gaze deep, brows tightly furrowed. He said nothing, his breathing so low it was almost cold. Ying climbed into the car, lowering his voice. Commander, there's something I need to tell you. Pei Hanzhou looked up. Lin Jiu was bitten by a zombie yesterday. The air suddenly tightened. The firelight reflected in Pei Hanzhou's eyes like a pressed piece of dead ash, about to ignite in the next moment. If bitten or scratched by a zombie, the incubation period is 3 hours to 3 days. The last time she was in the shelter, perhaps she truly had the luck not to be infected. What about this time? Night Shadow sensed the wrong atmosphere and hesitated to speak. Commander, should I keep a close watch on her? Pei Hanzhou's voice was low and hard, as if squeezed from deep in his throat. I'll go myself. On the other side, Lin Jiu huddled in the corner of the carriage, staring at her fingers. The zombie bite mark had originally been a bluish-purple bruise, but now it looked as if ink had soaked into it, the fingertips gradually blackening. A chill raced up along the veins, and her whole heart rose into her throat. No way. She wouldn't really be infected, would she? System, come out quickly. The kiss is currently still upgrading. Current completion 42. Please wait patiently. Upgrading at a crucial moment. This system really needs optimization. I am about to turn into a zombie. If you don't finish upgrading soon, go make a zombie system. Relying on others is no match for relying on yourself. Lin Jiu opened the points mall and quickly scrolled through the goods to see if there was anything she could use to save herself. She soon found a zombie virus test strip. There's something like this? Not expensive. Lin Jiu immediately redeemed it. Then out of habit she was about to stick it up her nose, but luckily she glanced at the instructions and, oh, it's for blood type collection. The test strip slowly showed the result. First line, wishing you good health. Second line, there is only a 97 chance of turning into a zombie within 24 hours. Lin Jiu was completely unwell. Can't she use an antidote or something to treat herself? She rifled through the various medicines swept up from the hospital in her storage. No treatment plan was found, but I did get a crash course from all kinds of instruction manuals. Mutated animals are living creatures. They secrete toxins, and the toxins can be neutralized with an antidote. Zombies are dead. Being bitten infects you with a virus, and there is currently no cure for the zombie virus. Otherwise it wouldn't have become a zombie apocalypse, would it? So what else can save her dog's life? Lin Jiu kept browsing the mall. And finally found something. A one-time 88 VIP purification ability trial card. It can purify anything, including bodies infected by the zombie virus. This thing was practically sold by the same unscrupulous merchant who made the previous space ability VIP trial cards. The point value must not be enough. Linjo immediately thought of her ATM protagonist. However, the protagonist currently has no debuffs. How can she rake painful wool from him? Just then the car door was pushed open. Pei Hanse's figure blocked the light, standing heavily in the doorway. His gaze cold as a blade, but when it swept over her curled-up body it suddenly tightened. Linjo panicked and tried to hide her hand behind her back, but Pei Hanjo saw at a glance the odd smudge of black at her fingertips. He grabbed her wrist. Really been bitten? Linjo's heart skipped a beat. Done. Was he really going to blast her with a single shot? Or better yet, use that thing around his neck to separate her head from her body? A chill spread through her. After all, in her understanding, Pei Hanjo didn't have any fondness for her. Every time he was forced to do those humiliating things, he endured it like swallowing a blade. It was she who accumulated a lot of points off that humiliation, so if Pei Hanjo now cleanly and decisively killed her, snuffing the trouble out in the cradle, that would also make perfect sense. But if that happens, she'll never be able to go back. The instinct to survive made Linjo's mind flash through workplace experience blameshing technique. Her boss, who was especially good at pooing others, whenever a project had problems, the first thing he did wasn't to find the cause but to look to the neighboring department. In short, he always disassociated himself first and at the same time got the other party to take some of the blame so the decision-makers would hesitate. Linjo steeled herself and hurriedly spoke. If you hadn't made me go to the hospital, how would something like this have happened? You told me to go. So you're responsible too. As soon as the words left her mouth she felt guilty herself. Her eyes blinked quickly and she forcibly added, so, Pei Hanjo, stay calm, don't be impulsive. Take responsibility first, think of a solution, and then decide whether to kill me, okay? The light from the bonfire flickered into Pei Hanse's eyes, and those usually composed, self-controlled eyes dimmed. Pei Hanjo lowered his eyes, the pressure of his fingertips on her wrist never loosening, yet not tightening either. His breath was low, as if trying to keep every emotion trapped in his chest, preventing them from spilling out. Yes. His voice was hoarse, yet unwaveringly firm. It was indeed my decision to send you to the hospital. Linjo felt a jolt in her chest. Before she could speak, Pei Hanjo had already lifted his head. His gaze was cold and hard as iron, yet laced with something he couldn't fully suppress, regardless of the outcome. I will take responsibility. In that instant, his expression was as if he were making his final decision. After speaking, Pei Hanjo quickly lowered the tint screens on all the car windows. The narrow SUV was wrapped as if in a black curtain, preventing anyone outside from seeing the slightest thing inside. Linjo screamed, Pei Hanjo, what are you doing? Chapter 74. This, you say, is my responsibility. Linjo shrank back in panic, pressed tightly against the car door, her mind racing to figure out how to run away. But Pei Hanjo neither drew his gun nor made a move. He simply lowered his head, fished a familiar cloth pouch from his chest, and slapped it into her hand. Crystal cores tumbled one by one into her palm, emitting a cold, faint light. Linjo was stunned. These are useless to me. Pei Hanse's gaze was calm, as if making a decision, and he murmured softly, use them on me. After speaking, he raised his hand and pinned her against the iron wall beside him, giving her no escape. Just like you did to me before. The power users absorb crystal cores to gain energy, but there is a limit. Crystal core energy is like a flood. Forcibly absorbing beyond the limit will burst blood vessels and shatter nerves, at best causing total paralysis, at worst blowing you apart into a smear of blood and flesh. Almost no ordinary ability users can break through this boundary, however. Just yesterday, when Pei Hanjo tried to teach Linjo to absorb the crystal core's energy, she instead slapped the energy into his body with one hand. It should be noted that Pei Hanjo was already in an overflowing state at the time, and it should have been impossible for him to absorb any more energy. Linjo hesitated, pressed the crystal core against his chest, her palm slightly warm, and the materialized energy flowed into Pei Hanse's body like water following the sensation of her touch. At first, Linjo only found it a bit strange, but later, with each time she pressed on his chest, Pei Hanse's body would tremble slightly. Linjo frowned, unable to help, whispering, why don't you absorb it yourself? Coming over here to scare people. Pei Hansis' chest tightened, his Adam's apple bobbing. Of course, she knew absolutely nothing about crystal cores. If he were a true psychic, he wouldn't ask such a question. His expression darkened, pain threaded through his breath, yet he still spoke calmly. "I'm already full," his voice hoarse, as if he might wear out his throat. "It can only be done by outside force to force it in." The outside force was Lin Zhou thought. Is it the same principle as a pump? When an ability user is in an overflow state and still has to absorb energy, they can only rely on external pressure. Pei Hanzhou didn't speak anymore. He simply held her hand, urging her to press the crystal core against his chest. Energy surged in through the contact point. Lin Zhou immediately felt his arm tense sharply, veins bulging, a low, trembling grunt escaping his throat as his chest heaved. That feeling was like a balloon that had already been filled to bursting, yet air kept being pumped in. It could explode at any moment. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Pei Hanzhou snapped his eyes up. His gaze was as cold and hard as a blade, but pain made it glisten with moisture. "Save you. What you said, this is my responsibility." Lin Zhou couldn't believe it. Her mind had been full of ways to humiliate him and fleece him for points, yet this person was thinking about how to save her. Just because all of this was his responsibility. Lin Zhou felt a bit dazed. This was indeed a choice Pei Hanzhou would make. In the original owner's memories, he was that kind of person, beset with humiliation by her side, even stripped of his abilities and ending up with crippled legs. Yet he never once complained that he shouldered everything himself, because he always believed that it was he who had killed the original owner's parents and killed everyone in the shelter. So he accepted the humiliation, content to live miserably in the mud. Not out of weakness, but because he treated this pain as atonement. Pei Hanzhou panted, then pressed a crystal core into Lin Zhou's palm, making her press it against his chest. The enormous energy burst swept through his veins, his body stiffening as if it were about to break. He made a muffled grunt, veins bulging, his back arching as if being forcibly pried open by an unbearable force. Lin Zhou dared not move her hand again. She didn't understand the point of doing this. Was Pei Hanzhou planning to burst himself? Pei Hanzhou suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Zhou's wrist, stuffing all the crystal cores into her hand. His voice was low and trembling, and his gaze locked onto her like a bite. Help. Meth voice carried a splitting edge, each word seeming to be forced out. "Put it all inside me." Lin Zhou froze. Energy surged wildly through his body, sweat trickling down his neck. A low whimper pressed in his throat, nearly spilling over into a moan. Lin Zhou's mind went blank. All he could feel was that illusion, not energy seeping into him, but her invading him, forcefully stuffing all that scorching, violent power into his body. He was forced to let go, forced to endure each impact pushed him to the limit. Pei Hanz's fingertips twitched, as if trying to push her away, but he never truly let go. Instead he gripped tighter. His knuckles went white from the force. His voice, fragmented, spilled out low from his throat. "Don't stop, continue, give it all to me." Lin Zhou watched him struggle to hold himself back. And a strange flutter suddenly stirred in her chest, when she heard Pei Hanz's low, hoarse voice utter, "Now, take a piece of my flesh and eat it." Lin Zhou was stunned, almost thinking she had misheard, but a tactical dagger had been shoved into her hand by Pei Hanzhou. Pei Hanz's gaze was steady, without the slightest hesitation. He placed his hands back against the iron wall and exposed his chest. Lin Zhou's pupils constricted sharply, and she blurted out in panic, "Are you crazy? That's how a body is. I used to be eaten by a lot of people too." His voice was so flat it sounded like he was talking about some trivial matter, even carrying a self-mocking chill. Lin Zhou was so shocked he couldn't speak. "You've taken it before," he suddenly added, his gaze fixed on her. "It's nothing." Lin Zhou's breath caught. In her memory flashed that debridement she had helped him cut away the rotting flesh. But that was clearly treating a wound. How could it now be said that one could just cut off flesh? "Do it." Pei Hanzhou left no room for refusal, his voice hoarse with urging. That a shock ran through Lin Zhou. She had no idea of the logic behind this, nor had she ever heard that eating a superhuman's flesh could cure the zombie virus, and with the system down now she couldn't ask. Yet there wasn't a trace of joking in Pei Hanz's expression. Pei Hanzhou tilted his neck back slightly, exposing himself with no defense, forcing her to make that decision. Seeing her hesitate, Pei Hanz's expression darkened, and he suddenly snatched the knife from her hand. "Then I'll do it." The blade pressed against his own chest, his movements brisk and resolute. In the next moment a spray of blood splashed. "Pei Hanzhou!" Lin Zhou screamed, But her voice was immediately smothered by a large palm clamped over her mouth. Warm blood instantly surged out, soaking her fingers. A hard coldness showed in his brows and eyes. But his other hand was steady as he truly cut a piece of flesh from his chest. The bloody scent hit her face, hot and metallically sweet. Lin Zhou's pupils contracted sharply. She was about to struggle when he gripped her chin, forcing her to look up. He shoved the bloody flesh into her lips. Swallow. The voice was hoarse, carrying an unquestionable command. Lin Zhou's throat churned with nausea. She shook her head desperately, struggling with all her might. Pei Han's brows and eyes drooped slightly. Then he suddenly bent forward, pressing close to her with bloodstains, forcing the taste of rust and heat from his mouth onto her. The cold iron wall, the hot scent of blood, and his lips and tongue all intertwined, blood and flesh were brutally carried over. Lin Zhou was forced to hold that briny taste in her mouth, nearly suffocating. Instinctively resisting, she raised her hand and bit down hard on his lip. Her teeth tore the flesh. And another warmth spread through her mouth. He gave a muffled grunt but didn't step back. Instead he let out a low chuckle. That if I'd known you could bite it yourself, why did I bother making such a fuss? Chapter 75. Isn't this exactly the function of her ability? Lin Zhou's stomach churned violently, heaving so hard tears sprang to his eyes. As a person of civilized society, she simply could not accept this way. But at that moment, she suddenly noticed the blackness at her fingertips was gradually fading. The darkness that had already been creeping up along her veins seemed to be pushed back by an invisible force, dissipating bit by bit. Lin Zhou froze, standing there dumbfounded. Pei Hanzhou patted her back, his voice hoarse but unexpectedly gentle. "It'll be fine soon." The gash on his own chest was still seeping blood, yet it drew together and healed at a visibly rapid pace. Where flesh and blood curled, it slowly closed, leaving only a grotesque new scar that blended with the old wounds already on him. Crisscrossing and dense, they seemed to piece together a shattered, fragmented person. In this state of energy swelling to the point of overflowing, those wounds, it seemed, really meant nothing to him. Lin Zhou bit her lip, a sour, tangled feeling churning in her chest, and her head spun before she could think much more. Darkness fell before her eyes and she immediately fell asleep. The dream followed. She saw, in the firelit night, Pei Hanzhou bare-chested, his body covered in wounds, yet sitting quietly on his knees in the center of the shelter. The people around him closed in one after another, like ravenous beasts, slicing flesh from his body, and he did not resist. He merely looked up quietly, even nodding, as if it were of his own free will. Blood flowed onto the ground, splashing onto pair after pair of familiar boots. Lin Zhou suddenly recognized two of the faces, the original owner's parents. Their expressions were solemn, yet they showed no hesitation in their actions. That he had said, "I was also eaten by others." That he had said, "This is my responsibility." Before the shelter residents died, Pei Hanzhou had not been idle. In fact, he had tried too hard, giving himself entirely. It was just a pity that the spread of the zombie virus outpaced the recovery of his flesh and blood by far. Even when he had been eaten down to his bones, he still couldn't save anyone. They still turned into zombies before his eyes, and he still had to carry out the final instruction to kill everyone. Those residents who had bitten him were ultimately swallowed by the shelter's self-destruct mechanism, and with their disappearance went the secret on Pei Han's body. Then, the lone commander, battered and wounded all over, endured the rampaging energy coursing through his body. He pressed his hand against his chest, forcibly driving the excess energy up to the surface of his skin, then letting it seep out at an extremely slow pace, forming strands of dark breath. When that breath met the air, it was like a layer of deathly gas roiling but never fully dispersing, clinging to him like a dead thing. Pei Hanzhou was powerless alone, so he had to cut his flesh open again, draining the energy along with his blood. But that method was brutal and inefficient. Surviving to this day was already a miracle. No wonder when they met, Pei Hanzhou looked so pitiful. Half the reason was probably that he himself had harmed himself. If only that layer of dead energy on him could be removed. Wait. Lin Zhou's heart suddenly gave a jolt. Isn't that exactly what her ability does? Her purification power can transform those things that are like deathly qi. That means, if Pei Hanzhou is willing to let her intervene, she can take on the energy he emits and then purify it with her ability, truly helping him unload the burden. Lin Zhou snapped awake, covered in cold sweat, his heart racing as if it would burst from his chest. She sat up dazedly, unsure whether that dream had been real. There was no such scene in the original owner's memories, But the dream's imagery was so vivid it sent a chill down her spine, and as she breathed, she realized she was still inside the carriage. Pei Hanzhou was seated in the seat beside hers. He reached out and placed his hand on her forehead, then slightly lowered his head and gently flicked beneath the corner of her eye with his fingertip to check her reaction. "It's okay." Lin Jiu hadn't yet recovered from the absurdity of the dream. He lifted his damp eyes and looked at Pei Hanzhou. "What can I do to repay you?" Lin Jiu asked. This was the first time someone offered to repay him after consuming his flesh and blood. Pei Hanzhou's eyelids twitched. His breathing was still heavy, his viscera seeming to burn as the surging energy tore through his body. Yet his tone remained cold and hard. "No. This is my responsibility. You were bitten because of me." Pei Hanzhou was clearly still in agony. Power slammed inside him, his body stretched tight, veins bulging as if being forced to its limit. Lin Jiu watched in alarm and couldn't help speaking. "If you keep holding on like this, won't you explode? Do you want me to help you vent some of it?" A nearly uncontrollable darkness flashed through Pei Hanzhou's black eyes, but he quickly stiffened his jaw. "No need." Lin Jiu wanted to test her ability and refused to accept his denial. "Since I was the one who put the crystal core's energy in, I think I can take some out. First push the excess up toward the surface." Pei Hanzhou was silent for a long moment, but in the end he tried it the way Lin Jiu said. The surplus energy felt as if it were being forcibly compressed, surging up toward the surface along flesh and blood vessels. Veins bulged, breathing grew rapid, and the lines of his shoulders tensed until they trembled. Lin Jiu's chest tightened. After hesitating for a few seconds, she still reached out and placed her hand over his heart. The moment her palm touched him, it was so scorching it felt like it would burn the skin. It wasn't simple body heat, but energy churning and struggling, violently trapped in a flesh and blood body. Instinctively, Lin Jiu brought her hands together, pressing firmly against the rises and falls of his chest. She had to catch whatever those force things spat out. The next morning, dawn light filtered through layers of gray mist, the campfire long since extinguished, leaving only a pile of ash still giving off bluish smoke. When Lin Jiu got out of the carriage, she still felt lightheaded, her legs too weak to walk steadily, a weary blue tinge in the corners of her eyes. She needed to drink some water after a whole night of exhaustion. Feier ran over holding a water canteen, her bright eyes wide and her whole person seeming ready to burst. "Jie," she whispered, her voice extremely low, but her gaze was frighteningly bright. "We all heard it." Lin Jiu felt her heart skip a beat, her face flushing red in an instant. "What did you hear?" Feier blinked, smirking quietly as she added the dagger. "Last night, the sound of the car rocking so hard it almost broke." Lin Jiu stumbled, almost losing her footing. "No, did sister and brother Pei make up?" Feier asked, her eyes shining with innocence. "It seems like no matter what the problem is, a fight in bed can solve it." "Good morning, Big Brother Pei." Feier glanced at the people behind Lin Jiu. A wave of heat rose from behind her. Lin Jiu instinctively stepped a little away from Pei Hanzhou. Right now she really found it hard to face the heroine of the world. "Feier. Of all times." Pei Hanzhou spoke lightly, his voice so low it was like it was pressed against her ear. "Makeup?" Lin Jiu trembled all over, whirled her head and glared at him. "About yesterday. You don't owe me, and I don't owe you." For a moment a dark glint flashed in the man's eyes, but he said nothing more. He simply reached out, took the water bottle from her arms and unscrewed the cap, his movements so natural they seemed a matter of course. Lin Jiu stood there with stiff hands, her heart pounding into a jumble. Last night, the two of them had helped each other. But had Pei Hanzhou really been picked apart by those people at the shelter? Is it real? Or is she just dreaming? There are so many mysteries about him. Chapter 76. She got rich again. Seeing that Feier was still eyeing her and Pei Hanzhou with a gossipy look, Lin Jiu felt a sudden panic and quickly smiled at Feier. Don't get the wrong idea. Last night I was helping Brother Pei massage his leg. His leg was a bit uncomfortable, so that's why." There were a few sounds saying that. She braced herself and glanced sideways at Pei Hanzhou, hoping he'd cooperate, but the man only lowered his eyes and twisted the kettle in his hands, his expression cold. He didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, clearly not intending to play along with her. Lin Jiu felt a lump in her throat, hurriedly changed the subject and smiled at Feier. "By the way, Brother Pei is strong, and you happen to need someone to help. I'll have him help you later." Pei Hanzhou said coolly. "She doesn't need my help." The atmosphere stiffened for a moment. Fair brushed her hair aside and gave an understanding smile. Big brother Pei is right, I can handle things myself. Then she sensibly left. Hey, why do you always talk to Fair like that? Lin Zhou asked, a bit exasperated. What if the male lead and the female lead don't get along? A laborer asks online for advice. Pei Hanzhou didn't answer. She was truly about to laugh from anger. Doesn't Lin Zhou understand? He had already, in front of her, taken off the last piece of armor from a woman whose name and face he barely knew, laying all the ugliest secrets open for her to see. Now she even... Forget it. Pei Hanzhou felt a chill in his heart and turned to leave. Lin Zhou quickly reached out and grabbed him, lowering her voice and whispering urgently in his ear. I'll keep your secret. In the apocalypse, people with this kind of ability usually die horribly. Fortunately, Pei Hanzhou is the protagonist. Maybe that's also why he ends up becoming the savior. If you save people in the future, I'll help you too. Although I absolutely don't approve of you using that kind of painful method. Lin Zhou understood in her heart that, after all, Pei Hanzhou did this to save her. Saving her was Pei Hanz's responsibility, whether she was Lin Zhou or Lin Ba. Anyway, thanks for yesterday. Lin Zhou let go of his hand and, flustered, closed the car door. Pei Hanz's steps faltered. His dark eyes suddenly grew heavy, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his chest, causing him to feel as if his chest were being filled and swelled with power. Back in the car, Lin Zhou exhaled in relief. Now that the system had crashed, she could say things that didn't go against her conscience. In truth, Pei Hanzhou was just too good a person, so mistreated by this world that it was pathetic. Yet he felt no hatred at all. Even when faced with Lin Zhou, the woman who had tormented him for so long, his sense of responsibility was overwhelming. Apart from not having chemistry with the female lead, Pei Hanzhou was practically flawless as the male lead. She worried a little about the future when the time came that she must be killed. Would the male lead, because of his sense of justice, be unable to bring himself to do it? Such a good man has fallen into Lin Zhou's hands. Lin Zhou habitually pulled up the shop interface, then froze on the spot points. 89327. Whoa. What's going on? She made so much in one night, she's rich again. Lin Zhou hurriedly started shopping. The group set off again. The dilapidated road stretching out beneath their feet. Nightshade climbed out of her car, leaped between the speeding vehicles and slipped into Pei Hanz's car. Commander, what's the status of Lin Zhou's infection? How is she doing? Pei Hanzhou spoke without looking up. You misread it. She wasn't bitten. Pei Hanzhou added in a flat voice. I've confirmed it, so you made such a big scene at her car yesterday to confirm that. Pei Hanz's expression did not change. Dao Ying asked curiously, last night. Did I hear wrong? You made some very strange noises. His hearing was excellent and he was especially sensitive to sound. Last night while keeping watch, every intermittent, hoarse sound coming from the carriage felt as if it had been carved into his eardrums with a knife. Ying at first thought Lin Zhou was in trouble, that Pei Hanzhou was fighting her, and several times she almost rushed in to save her. But precisely, the commander's short, hoarse breaths, each one carrying a sense of being shattered, sounded as if pain and pleasure were mixed together. That kind of sound could not possibly come from someone struggling. It seemed like it felt very good. Very pleasurable. Stay away from us from now on. Pei Hanzhou didn't want to listen to Yi Ying's nonsense any longer. Wei Ying wanted to ask more. But the moment he lifted his eyes he was pinned by a gaze so cold it chilled him to the bone. The convoy drove on and passed a gigantic supermarket that stood isolated. Not near any village or shop. The billboard outside the supermarket had rusted and tilted. The glass doors long since shattered, and the broken lettering swayed in the wind. The convoy was parked at the entrance, and Yang kept watch with people. Lin Zhou stepped over broken glass to go in, still a little uneasy. This was the most likely place to hoard supplies, and also a target watched by both zombies and survivors. A damp, musty smell hung between the shelves. Cans, drink bottles and cardboard boxes were scattered everywhere. Most were ruined, but she carefully rummaged and could still pick out a few usable items. Only the topmost row she couldn't reach even when she stood on tiptoe. Lin Zhou frowned, stretching out her finger, her fingertip almost touching. Suddenly, a presence came from behind. It carried a man's cold hardness, yet was surprisingly steady and reassuring. That a long, slender hand reached over her shoulder and effortlessly lifted the upper can down. Lin Zhou froze, turned her head, and found herself almost face-to-face with Pei Hanz's jawline. The man handed her the can. His expression indifferent. Lin Zhou took it and couldn't help smiling. Pretty useful, huh? She joked offhandedly. Seriously, do you have any other functions I don't know about? Pei Hanzhou unusually didn't put on a sour face. Instead he said in a low voice, you can try. Lin Zhou couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, as if she had relaxed her shoulders after a long time. It's really nice to be able to block the system and talk to Pei Hanzhou normally. Just ordinary, simple conversation, as if they truly were companions who had gone out together to look for something. What if they had met in a different place? For example, in her original world. Lin Zhou would probably notice this man at first sight. Capable, exuding a strong presence, overflowing with a sense of responsibility. Add to that a pair of naturally sharp-featured looks and a figure that was almost flawless. Lin Zhou sighed quietly. She would absolutely not stay single through her 29th year. What's so laughable? Pei Hanzhou frowned. What a pity to waste fair, Lin Zhou thought. It's time to address the protagonist's rigid loyalty. Hey Pei Hanzhou, let's break off our engagement? Lin Zhou suggested. Look, we both ran out of the sanctuary. There's no longer any overseer-prisoner relationship between us. Also, Lin Zhou pointed at the collar around his neck. See, this thing is on my neck now. We stop being. Before he could finish, Pei Hanzhou reached out and with an effortless snap, crushed the collar around Lin Zhou's neck. With his strength, it would have been just as easy to snap Lin Zhou's neck as to crush the collar. Lin Zhou felt a chill beside her. Chapter 77. That is her boss smile. Lin Zhou was about to say something. Thud. A heavy thud reverberated through the floor above. Immediately after thud, 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 came the rhythm, heavy and slow, each step seeming to press down on Lin Jiaxin's chest. Pei Hanzhou's brow tightened. Ying had already rushed in and whispered to the Commander, retreat quickly. It looks like we can't win. For something to make Nightshade give up fighting, it would have to be one huge creature. Lin Zhou's breath hitched, and he suddenly looked up from the railing on the supermarket's second floor. A massive shadow slowly swept past. The thing was so tall it seemed about to pierce the ceiling. Its skull was grotesquely shaped, lumps of flesh bulging along its neck, and when it stepped the rebar itself trembled. Mutated zombie. Lin Zhou's palms were drenched in cold sweat. These big ones were far more terrifying than ordinary zombies, strong enough to flip a truck, yet still agile in speed. Get back in the car, Pei Hanzhou said quietly but with force. Lin Zhou was about to step back, but his foot slipped. A glass jar clattered and rolled, hitting the metal rack. The sound detonated through the empty supermarket. Roar! The monstrous figure on the second floor lunged down, its murky eyes fixed on them. Pei Hanzhou's eyes went ice cold. He spun and yanked Lin Zhou behind him, his voice dropping even lower. Gano, but before the words had finished, the creature leaped straight down from the second floor railing. Boom! The supermarket's concrete floor shattered under the impact, fragments scattering in all directions. Lin Zhou felt her eardrums roar, her body thrown off balance by the massive shock. She instinctively reached out and to her surprise grabbed Pei Hanzhou's arm. The man's muscles were taut as iron. He glanced down at her, and a fleeting, terrifyingly complex emotion flashed in his eyes. The next second, he slipped his hand around her waist, holding her protectively against his chest. Flames exploded on the monster's chest, the firelight illuminating the entire supermarket. Nightshade let out a low snarl and swung the steel knife in his hand violently, as if trying to drive all his strength into it. The blade struck the monster's knee hard, but only staggered its body. Flesh split and blood and pus sprayed everywhere. Damn, this guy's skin is too thick. Nightshade's eyes were bloodshot. His arm trembling and numb, the monster roared and whipped its thick arm, overturning a Tumterhai shelf in one sweep. Miscellaneous items and glass bottles crashed down with a clatter, flying about like raindrops. The loud crash still thundered in the air, and the whole supermarket looked like an upturned beehive. Creak, creak, creak. In a dark corner, where the shelves had been silent, a series of strange sounds of bones rubbing together suddenly came. The next moment, dozens of ordinary zombies staggered out, their eyes milky, emitting a harsh, shrill roar. Lin Zhou felt his blood go cold in an instant. This was not a narrow hospital corridor. Supermarket shelves crisscrossed, blocking sightlines, and shadowy figures could spring up from any direction. With the team spread too thin, Pei Hanzhou couldn't concentrate his fire. Damn it! Ying gritted his teeth, drew his blade to block. The sparks flying from his shoulder nearly singeing his hair. But Pei Hanzhou showed no hint of retreat, standing before the monster like an iron tower. In that instant, Lin Jiu even felt that he was deliberately placing himself in the most dangerous spot, drawing the mutated giant ghoul's hatred onto himself. The giant paw came down with a roar. With a thunderous crash, the air seemed compressed into a massive hammer, and the concrete floor collapsed into a huge crater. Pei Hanz's shoulders sank as he forcibly took the blow. Veins bulged on his arms, the wound on his chest split open, and blood instantly soaked through his clothes. Commander Ying shouted, trying to come to his aid, but several zombies clung to him tightly. Blades cut through rotten flesh, yet he still couldn't break free. Lin Jiuxin's heart pounded like a drum. She stumbled, nearly tripping over a shattered shelf. When she looked up, she saw Pei Hanzhou already driven to the wall. Facing the massive monster Hedon, his gaze as cold and ruthless as an ice sea. A few psychics in the team were desperately casting, but their power was too weak. Their attack struck the creature's flesh, splattering pus and blood but causing almost no real damage. In just a few moments, the entire squad had been torn open and surrounded. Steadily falling back, Lin Jiu felt a cold sweat along her back and bit her lip hard. For the first time she realized that although Pei Hanzhou and Yi Ying were strong, even they had limits, and the squad accompanying them might very well be torn apart here. At that moment, the side door was suddenly kicked open and a rush of footsteps flooded in. A tall man walked at the front, his black combat suit slightly open. His brows and eyes held a smile, but it was a hypocritical warmth. Blue-white electricity flickered in his palm, crackling, casting half his face in shifting light. The lightning struck in several places at once, precisely cleaving the zombies. Lin Jiu looked up and her head went buzzing. That face. Damn it! Isn't this her boss in real life, that chief engineer Zhang who watches her work overtime every day? Speaks gently but secretly gaslights her. A squad of men filed in behind him, their movements clean and sharp. The leader held a modified semi-automatic gun. The muzzle flashed, and a bullet struck the monster's shoulder with pinpoint accuracy, blasting its entire arm back half a step. Each person moved swiftly, fully equipped, almost indistinguishable from soldiers. Someone threw a Molotov. Flames instantly lit up half the supermarket. Someone else crossed dual blades, darting nimbly between the creature's calves. A continuous flash of steel, and a coolied woman simply shouldered a sniper rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet tore through the air and struck the monster's other eye dead on. The creature howled in pain, the shockwave shattering the glass with a cascade of pieces. The man who looked exactly like my real-life boss gave a cold command. Keep it suppressed. His voice was steady, imbued with a sharp sense of control, as if this weren't an apocalypse overrun with zombies but a battlefield rehearsed 1,000 times. Lin Jiu stared blankly at the scene. This was a completely different balance of power. She had only just realized that when a truly powerful team moved, it was with this kind of total domination. By comparison, their team, Pei Hanzhou had given his all. Yi Ying was fanatical to the point of risking her life, and the others could barely get involved. That person seemed to notice her too. His steps paused and his gaze instantly turned suggestive. The next moment, he smiled, gentle, friendly, with a hint of flirtation. A fake smile. That expression, Lin Jiu was only too familiar with. It was her boss smile, soft-spoken and outwardly charming, but with all the knives hidden up his sleeve. Every time he smiled like that, she knew she was doomed. There was an 80% chance the plan wouldn't pass, and she'd have to work late into the night revising it. She could almost hear the next line, come to my office for a moment. The plan needs to be revised. But Lin Jiu's footsteps couldn't help moving toward him. Nothing in this chaotic world was more bewildering than seeing her own sinister, cunning, mean, and heartless boss. However, Pei Hanzhou still couldn't let Lin Jiu get what she wanted. The man's palm still carried the warmth of flames as he clamped down hard on Lin Jiu's wrist, pulling her into his embrace and positioning half his body between her and whatever lay ahead. The air went taut. Flames and arcs of electricity intertwined in midair, as if about to split the supermarket in two. Lin Jiu was caught in the middle, utterly stunned. On one side stood the male lead she met after transmigrating. On the other stood the boss who had made her work like a beast before she transmigrated. For some reason, whenever she saw Zhang Gong's face at work, she felt a rise of stomach acid and kept thinking about quitting and running away. Yet now, in this blood-soaked, chaotic supermarket, Lin Jiu was impossible to look away from. It was as if he embodied the world she had come from. As long as she followed him, That guy would suddenly lose his temper and bang on her desk, telling her to stop sleeping and wake up to revise the drawings, and everything would return to normal. Pei Hanzhou was surprised to detect Lin Zhou's attempt to break free. He smiled gently at the words, but a deep coldness lurked in his eyes. When he turned his head, Pei Hanzhou's gaze was hard and cutting as a blade. Pei Hanzhou's voice fell cold and hard. Zhang Yuqing, long time no see. A jolt ran through Lin Zhou's heart. Who was he talking about? Chapter 78. Brother Yuqing. Help me. Lin Zhou's heart jolted. She suddenly realized that no wonder that face overlapped with my boss in the real world, yet carried a strange, cold severity. He is not Chief Engineer Jiang, he is Zhang Yuqing. The name detonated in my mind, and the scattered clues in my memory stitched together. Zhang Yuqing was the proud protege of the original owner's parents. It was precisely because of that I had been allowed to stay in Zhang Yuqing's sanctuary back then, instead of being driven out to wander. Lin Zhou's palms were slick with cold sweat. Zhang Yuqing's lips curved in a smile, as if completely unaware of her shock, but his gaze was fixed squarely on Pei Hanzhou. So it's true. He spoke deliberately, his tone unhurried, yet each word felt like a concealed needle. Commander Pei Hanzhou, long time no see. Your legs are much steadier, and your skills recovered rather quickly. Pei Hanzhou's face showed no expression, but his eyes were as dark as if they could swallow everything. With no intention of explaining, Zhang Yuqing stepped closer and closer, the squad behind him like a pack of wolves holding the formation, their momentum oppressive. Both sides were far apart in terms of weapons and manpower. Nightshade had prepared to fight, ready at any moment to risk everything for their commander. It seemed Zhang Yuqing had finally seen it. His tone was gentle, but every word was sharp enough to cut the air. The iron-blooded commander of old, now reduced to having to scrape a living in a supermarket alongside a few grunts. Really? Surprising. Boom! A deafening crack tore the air, shaking dust loose from the supermarket ceiling. The massive mutated zombie, pinned under flames and arcs of electricity, suddenly tore free from its chain-like restraints. Its muscles convulsed, flesh-splitting. Its roar shattering glass as if it wanted to devour everyone. Zhang Yuqing's squad was caught off guard and swept aside by the giant beast. Several people were flung out, smashing into the shelves and screaming in pain. The monster's hands slammed down onto the ground. Boom! The heavy concrete slab cracked instantly, splitting apart like a spiderweb. Lin Zhou felt the ground give way beneath his feet, and his whole body plunged downward. Commander! Yang shouted, leaping forward and grabbing Pei Hanzhou's arm, holding him fast on the cracked edge, using pure brute strength to pull him back, veins bulging. The next moment a hand, coming from the side, abruptly grabbed Lin Zhou's wrist. She was startled and looked down. It was Zhang Yuqing. The man's lips still wore that gentle smile, but his gaze was deep and fierce. He wasn't trying to save her at all, but using the grip on her to haul himself up. In that instant, Lin Zhou's heart constricted violently. Pei Hanzhou's hand was only half an inch from her. He reached out to pull her amid the mingled darkness and firelight, but she was keenly aware Pei Hanzhou and Ying were already at their limits. If she and Zhang Yuqing remained hanging there, they would surely be dragged down with them. Her breathing tightened suddenly, countless fragments flashing through her mind. The next second, Lin Zhou gritted her teeth and suddenly let go. Lin Zhou! Pei Hanzhou let out a low roar. Her whole body instantly lost weight, plummeting into the split darkness. Zhang Yuqing was pulled along by her. His body suddenly lost balance, and he fell down with her. Boom! The impact of the fall made her chest feel as if it had exploded. Lin Zhou felt as though her bones had been shattered. Her back slammed hard onto some broken piece of concrete, the pain taking her breath away. Her ears were filled with a roar, the world flipped, and blood surged wildly in her head. Her consciousness was struck as if by a heavy hammer, blowing apart in a blast, then gradually sinking into a daze. Her vision suddenly went black, and then a light appeared. Dream. Lin Zhou vaguely realized she was dreaming. The scene swayed, yet was unusually clear. She saw Pei Hanzhou. The man was covered in wounds, layers of blood both dried and fresh overlapping. He stood in the shelter's control room, fingers clenched hard on the edge of the glass console, his dark eyes full of unbearable pain. Outside the glass wall, zombies howled in packs. They had all once been residents of the shelter, elders, children, workers, doctors, and now they had all become tearing, roaring monsters. They smashed against the glass again and again, their faces mangled, flesh and blood blurred, yet they showed no signs of tiring. The control room was empty, with only Pei Hanzhou inside. But at this moment he was utterly alone, watching helplessly as everyone in the shelter was overrun. Even if he had tried to save them, it would have been impossible. It was all too late. Lin Jiu suddenly understood Pei Hanzhou had originally intended to die here together with them. But he did not, because he still had a case in his hands. A plain metal box, yet unbearably heavy. His fingertips were stained with blood, but he still held it carefully, as if it were his final mission. Lin Jiu sharply noticed that the case contained several vial-like objects, labels bearing blurred writing, like experimental samples. He stared at that thing for a long time, his gaze fixed, and finally he slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, he sealed off all emotion, wobbled as he turned, and stepped out of the control room alone. His back was lonely and cold, as if the last of his attachments had been cut away, and no one knew what had happened here. The few survivors were isolated in a safe zone, and Lin Jiu was among them. What they saw was nothing more than the moment the shelter fell. What they saw was zombies besieging the city. What they saw was the wailing of the crowd. They thought it was a disaster caused by Pei Hanzhou's misjudgment. But no one saw that man was in the control room, watching everyone die with open eyes, bearing a sacrifice and despair that no one knew about. Lin Jiu. Someone was patting her face. Wake up. Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu groggily opened her eyes and saw a face so familiar it couldn't be more so. Chief Engineer Jiang. She straightened with a jolt, immediately sitting up on reflex, her smile switching instantly to professional mode, her voice obedient and soft. Okay, I'll go fix it right away. Zhang Yuqing was momentarily stunned, then let out an amused smile. The curve of his lips was as gentle as a spring breeze, but a cold glint lurked beneath his eyes. Are you brain dead from the fall? Lin Jiu froze for 2 seconds before suddenly coming to her senses. Right, she had been transported into the apocalypse. Lin Jiu felt an emptiness in her heart. What was worse, she found herself quietly developing a feeling. She actually kinda wanted to go back to working overtime. Working overtime is fine, pulling all-nighters is fine. At least I don't have to fight to the death with these monsters. Lost in such wild thoughts, she moved her leg and felt a sharp pain shoot through her ankle. Hiss. Looking down, she saw she had sprained it. Her expression changed. Before she could speak, she saw Zhang Yuqing already turn around, straighten his dust-speckled combat uniform, and act as nonchalant as if nothing had happened. That posture, that look, was basically about to walk away. Lin Jiu. A chill ran through her, and she instantly saw red. This heartless, ungrateful creature is exactly the same as my boss. Once you're of no use, you turn and leave people behind. Nash refused to die here. Ignoring the pain, Lin Jiu hurriedly moved toward him, her voice trembling with a hint of coaxing. Yu Chunga. Help me. Chapter 79. The more she tried to get close, the farther she was pushed away. Zhang Yuqing's footsteps paused, and he turned back slowly. The man's shadow was stretched long by the firelight, falling over Lin Jiu like a beast ready to pounce. He walked over and crouched down in front of Lin Jiu, his movements suave and elegant like a refined gentleman. But those eyes were as cold as a blade at you. He leaned forward slightly, leaving only half a foot between him and Lin Jiu. His voice pressed very low. What did you just call me? Lin Jiu's heart gave a thudding jolt, almost jumping out of her throat. She couldn't afford to be demure anymore. Her feet hurt like hell, and being cornered by him made her even more flustered. She forced a nervous laugh and shrugged. Yu Chunga. The smile at the corner of Zhang Yuqing's mouth deepened, so gentle it seemed to drip, yet that sense of pressure made it hard to breathe. It was hard to describe the feeling back then, because he was Lin Jiu's parent student. He had been able to enter the inner circle of the sanctuary. At that time Lin Jiu was still the little princess cradled in the palm, every movement imbued with pride. She considered even glancing at him a waste of time, but Zhang Yuqing didn't harbor any resentment because of it. On the contrary, he even felt it was only natural. She was the teacher's daughter, and deep down he had a strange thought. If he could get closer to Lin Jiu, even if it was just to be glanced at by her a few more times, perhaps the teacher would start to view him differently. But Lin Jiu was cold and distant. She never paid him any attention and only orbited around Pei Hanzhou. So that little obsession in Zhang Yuqing's heart had long since been mixed with sand. Becoming blurred and insubstantial, it couldn't be called true feeling. It was more of a calculating use, an attempt to take the opportunity to leave a better impression on the teacher. Yet now Lin Jiu in front of him showed a pleading expression. Lin Jiu, did you fail again? Zhang Yuqing looked at Lin Jiu with a half-smile. Pei Hanzhou isn't the type to easily reveal clues about enhancers. Otherwise, when those people from the central agency interrogated him with harsh methods, He would have said it already. What? What enhancer? Lin Jogan had no idea what Zhang Yuqing was talking about. She pondered the original girl's relationship with Zhang Yuqing and found that the original girl had never really looked at him, so her memory of his appearance was vague. But in the end, the original girl did ask Zhang Yuqing via the communicator about getting into the shelter. At that time it seemed she had said something to him, and the two reached some kind of agreement. This portion of memory was blurred, as if someone had deliberately prevented Lin Zhou from seeing clearly. She broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly realized a stinging truth. Even the original woman's torment of Pei Hanzhou was not driven purely by hatred. Beneath that resentment lay a more secret, colder purpose: to one day pry the location of the enhancer from his mouth. Ironically, she vanished before she could put that plan into action. And she, Lin Zhou, became the replacement. Seeing Lin Zhou remain silent, Zhang Yuqing knew he had guessed right. Sure enough, the eldest miss didn't have that ability, so she was of no value either. Zhang Yuqing's gaze fixed on Lin Zhou, terrifyingly calm. He didn't say any more of his gentle nonsense. Instead he smiled faintly and slowly reached out, his hand coming to rest at his side, fingertips lightly brushing the edge of the holster. Lin Zhou's heart tightened violently, nearly leaping out of his throat. She was far too familiar with this scene. In real life, whenever a boss was about to fire someone, he would first put on a gentle smile, then casually pick up the pen on the desk. That pen wasn't a pen, but a symbol of the final ultimatum. Now Zhang Yuqing's hand was on the gun, and oh no. Lin Zhou's heart hammered alarms. She couldn't care about her aching foot. Grabbed at the military boot by his foot, her voice shaking with urgency. Yuqing, I've made progress. Zhang Yuqing looked down, his expression unchanged, but his eyes were like someone looking at a small animal that had suddenly clung to him. As for Pei Hanzhou, I have a way. He's about to give in. Really? Give me a little more time. He even saved me yesterday. Zhang Yuqing smiled and tapped the butt of the gun twice with his finger. Amused inside. Did Lin Zhou misunderstand something? He wanted to draw his gun only because he sensed someone approaching. Now that Pei Hanzhou has recovered his supernatural ability, he's naturally a top expert, has to be on guard. But Lin Zhou's words just now, Pei Hanzhou heard them too, right? Now things have become even more interesting. Originally Zhang Yuqing hadn't expected Lin Zhou, who was not very bright but very proud, to obtain any useful information from Pei Hanzhou. After all, those beasts at the Central Agency had tortured people for half a month and hadn't gotten a single word out of them. Letting him watch a little monkey show now was pretty good. After a while, he suddenly bent down, smoothly withdrew his hand, and with a casual motion lifted her chin. The smile at the corner of his mouth was exceedingly gentle, but his eyes were sharp enough to cut flesh. Lin Zhou, he said softly, like a gentle old friend and also like a ruthless executioner, you'd better not lie to me. How could I dare lie to you? Brother Zhang Yuqing? Lin Zhou did indeed understand that she couldn't fool Zhang Yuqing for long. If Zhang Yuqing and her dog boss truly shared the same temperament, then her deception would be exposed in no time, and most likely Zhang Yuqing would reveal her tricks in front of Pei Hanzhou as a favor. Yes, her boss was that despicable. Lin Zhou had been betrayed by him more than once. But precisely because of that, Lin Zhou had a way to go home. Pei Hanzhou felt responsible toward Lin Zhou, even though she had treated him that way before. That realization worried Lin Zhou. The man was too upright, too stubborn and too kind. When it came time to rise again, he might well be unable to deal her a fatal blow. But if, in Pei Hanzhou's eyes, she was a spy, then it would be different. When it came time to cleanse the traitor, the man, clear-sighted and dutiful, would likely choose to execute her swiftly and decisively. Lin Zhou gritted her teeth and put on an expression of calmness. Oh, Yuqing, you'd better hurry and take me back. Every second I waste here could make Pei Hanzhou suspicious. If he starts investigating, neither of us will end up well. She spoke earnestly, but her heart pounded and her palms were sweaty. Zhang Yuqing stared at her for a long time, his look like someone watching a monkey. He didn't say he believed it. He still didn't believe it. But that teasing tone made Lin Zhou's whole body bristle. Finally, Zhang Yuqing slowly withdrew his fingers from the butt of the gun. The corner of his eye curved upward, his smile so gentle it seemed about to drip with honey. You're right. Lin Zhou let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuqing lifted his eyes and looked in another direction. There, Pei Hanzhou's footsteps had long since faded, and the night once again swallowed up sound. Pei Hanzhou had left. Abandoning the rescue of Lin Zhou, Zhang Yuqing withdrew his gaze, and a hard-to-describe emotion suddenly welled up in his heart. He wanted to watch with his own eyes as Lin Jiu crumbled inch by inch beside Pei Hanzhou, to see that the closer she tried to get, the more she was pushed away, to see her finally, like now, panic-stricken as she clung to someone's boot, full of ingratiation and helplessness. There was a little ache in her heart, but he pressed it onto the tip of his tongue and dissolved it, turning it into an extremely gentle smile. Lin Jiu, he murmured softly, as if talking to himself and as if whispering in her ear, I hope you can hold on a little longer. Chapter 80. I agreed to break off the engagement. Lin Jiu was picked up by Zhang Yuqing like a piece of cargo. Between the flames and dust, he carried her back onto the cracked concrete surface. The ground battle was over. The mutated zombies had been killed by Zhang Yuqing's people, and a few of them were digging out crystal cores. As for Pei Hansis' group, they were covered in dirt and looked thoroughly bedraggled and miserable. Zhang Yuqing set Lin Jiu down beside Pei Hanzhou. His smile as gentle as a pool of spring water. Commander Pei Hanzhou, our shelter isn't far from here. You're welcome to ride back with our convoy to rest and regroup. If you prefer, you're welcome to stay. After all, we came from the same shelter. He said it grandly, as if inviting an old friend home. The truth was, Zhang Yuqing was really the bastard who'd abandoned his comrades in their shelter. If he hadn't taken the higher-level psychics out of the shelter, it wouldn't have collapsed so quickly, and Kennard, just a mere warehouse manager, wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Before the bunkered being snorted coldly, hand on the sword hilt, and said in a low voice, Commander, this person has ill intentions. It might be a trap. Pei Hanzhou did not respond immediately. He turned his head and looked at his tired teammates beside him. Most of them lacked the ability to survive in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Then his gaze fell on Lin Jiu, who sat on the ground, unable to move. At last, Pei Hanzhou spoke, his voice hard and decisive as he said to Zhang Yuqing, Then I'll trouble you to lead the way. The convoy soon set off again. The metal truck slowly rolled over the wasteland, its rumble stretching out into the wind and sand. Pei Hansis' motorcade followed behind Zhang Yuqing. The atmosphere inside the carriage was heavily oppressive. Lin Jiu sat in the front passenger seat beside Pei Hanzhou, constantly sensing that the man beside her had been off ever since she was picked up by Zhang Yuqing. She carefully turned her head to look at Pei Hanzhou. Pei Hansis' profile was sharply defined, his lips pressed tightly together. His whole person silent like a block of iron. When the taillights ahead swept across the windshield and lit his eyes, they took on an unexpectedly icy quality. She had seen that aura before. It was the look he had the first time she arrived in this body and found him in the dilapidated bed. Legs crippled, body covered in wounds, burning with fever, but his eyes cold as if separated by an abyss. Back then, Pei Hanzhou carried a loneliness and indifference as if the whole world had betrayed him. Now, Pei Hansis' expression was almost exactly the same. Lin Jiu had been about to break the silence. She rubbed her ankle and was just about to say something. Pei Hanzhou suddenly spoke. Back at military school, the instructors had us pair up to tame military dogs. Lin Jiu was momentarily stunned, instinctively looking toward him. The man's gaze didn't settle on her but was fixed on the darkness. Beyond the car window, his profile was stern, his voice low and flat. That dog is vicious. No one can get close to it. It would rather starve than not bite. One group of trainees after another failed. No one could tame it. He paused for a moment, his lips pressed tightly. Later, a friend and I came up with a plan. During the day my friend was responsible for beating it, scolding it, starving it, whipping it, drowning it, making it feel that a dog's life was hopeless, but it still refused to give in and vowed never to approach people. Yet at night I secretly unfastened the chain that bound it, fed it meat, treated its wounds, and comforted it. In just a few days, that hound that no one could tame recognized only me. And so our friend and I received praise from the instructor. Pei Hansis' tone had no inflection, as if he were describing something meaningless. Lin Jiu's breath suddenly caught, and cold sweat broke out in her palms. She could hear it. Pei Hanzhou was using that story to hint at the relationship between them. He was that hunting dog, under the original owner's hand, tormented, humiliated, trampled, yet clenching his teeth and refusing to bow. But later Lin Jiu arrived. She didn't truly hate him like the original, nor could she carry out the humiliations the system demanded. Lin Jiu was just an ordinary person, even a kind one. The things she did always contained a tenderness that Pei Hanzhou couldn't understand. And bit by bit Pei Hanzhou opened his heart and exposed his deepest secrets to her. So it turned out she really did have a motive. Of course, in the apocalypse, no one would be kind to someone without a purpose. Pei Hanzhou also allowed Lin Jiu to approach him with her own purpose, even thinking that perhaps after completing his mission he could help her achieve hers. He never expected that Lin Jiu's purpose was the enhancers, and that it was his mission. Pei Hanzhou thought to himself, fortunately he hadn't been stupid enough to spill everything. Lin Jiu felt a tightness in her chest, and there was a sour, indescribably absurd feeling in her eyes. She realized that Pei Hanzhou had heard her conversation with Zhang Yuqing. Pei Hanzhou, hurry and let go, was the life-saving phrase that slipped from her lips. Half false, half true, she didn't even know what an enhancer was, but in front of Zhang Yuqing, that's all she could say. But now, Pei Hanzhou saw her clearly. Lin Jiu clenched her fingers tightly, her nails digging deep into her palm. Should she explain? No need. Wasn't the original plan for him to hate her to the extreme and finally kill her with his own hands? But at this moment, she felt a tightness in her chest. Lin Jiu looked up and quietly stared at the man's sharply defined profile. The man still wore that cold expression. His eyes were deep and inscrutable. Impossible to tell what he actually cared about. She wanted to say something but couldn't. Just as she was struggling with the discomfort, Pei Hanzhou suddenly turned his head to look at her. Lin Jiu, I agreed to dissolve the engagement. Once we arrive at the shelter, go apply data. That's fine too, Lin Jiu thought. For the remaining time she only needed to cling to life by staying by Pei Hanzhou's side. Though it made her a little uncomfortable. Just then. Beep, a long missed yet infuriating electronic tone suddenly exploded in her mind. Chu system online. Lin Jiu froze rigidly. You're still alive. The system, however, no longer had its usual Teobeo customer service tone. Its voice abruptly turned cold. Mission failed. Original transaction cancelled. The only way to survive now. You must replace the original female lead. Replacement female lead mission. Stay by Pei Hanzhou's side, show him affection, support him, be close to him, and engage in continuous intimate interactions. Lin Jiu? She almost swore out loud. She just pushed the hate meter to an all-time high. Damn.